Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
50, Chapter 50, Changes and Connections. Allison woke with a jolt, her body tingling with newfound strength. Her senses sharper, the world around her more vivid. A faint sheen of sweat covered her, and she wrinkled her nose at the new sensitivity to her own scent. Without a second thought, she slipped out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Scott stirred in the chair where he had spent the night watching over her. When he noticed Allison heading to the bathroom, he stretched and followed her, leaning casually against the doorframe. "Morning," he said with a teasing grin. "How about I join you, and don't worry, my mom won't hear us. She's still asleep." Allison turned, raising an eyebrow at him. "Really? But what if SH?" Scott stepped forward and kissed her, cutting her off with a smirk. "Relax, she won't be waking up anytime soon." Later, when they finally made their way downstairs, Melissa was waiting in the kitchen with a cup of coffee in hand and a knowing smile on her face. "Well, good morning," she greeted, her eyes flicking between the two of them. "You look okay, Allison. I was a bit worried, but it seems I was worried for nothing." Allison's face turned bright red as she shot Scott a glare, pinching his arm hard. "You said she was still sleeping," she hissed. Scott winced, rubbing the spot. "Ouch. Allison, you have super strength now, remember?" "I remember," Allison said with a smirk. "I just don't care." Melissa chuckled, shaking her head as she placed breakfast on the table. The three of them sat down to eat, the mood light and relaxed. At school, the morning passed quickly. Before lunch, Scott leaned over to Allison and whispered, "How about we help Styles ask Lydia to the formal tomorrow?" Allison's face lit up. "That's a great idea. I'll talk to Lydia and convince her to give him a chance. You handle Styles." With the plan set, Scott found Styles later and gave him a pep talk. "Come on, dude, just ask her. What's the worst that could happen?" Styles groaned. "You mean besides her laughing in my face?" Scott patted his shoulder. "She won't. Trust me." Meanwhile, Allison approached Lydia, who was sitting alone with her books. "Hey, Lydia," Allison began, her tone casual. "You know, Styles really likes you. Maybe you should give him a chance. He's a great guy, even if he's a little Styles." Lydia hesitated, twirling a strand of her hair. "I don't know, Allison. I mean, he's nice, but just one dance." Allison encouraged with a smile. "You might surprise yourself." By lunchtime, Styles worked up the courage. Marching straight up to Lydia in the cafeteria, he asked, "Lydia, will you go to the formal with me tomorrow?" After a long pause, Lydia sighed and nodded. "Fine," she said, her tone reluctant but not unkind. Styles froze for a moment before pumping his fist in the air and shouting, "Yes." The entire cafeteria turned to stare, and he quickly ducked his head, sitting back down. "Please don't regret it," he added sheepishly, and Lydia just rolled her eyes at him. After school, Scott suggested, "How about we all go shopping for the formal?" Styles agreed, "But we need to swing by your house first to grab some money, though." The group headed to Scott's house. When they arrived, Melissa was by the door. She pulled Allison into a warm hug. "Allison, how was school?" Allison giggled. "Hi, Melissa. School was great." Scott crossed his arms, feigning offense. "Mom, I'm your son." Melissa glanced at him with a playful smirk. "Oh, hey, Scott. I didn't see you there." Her attention shifted to Lydia, and she raised an eyebrow. "And who's this? Styles' girlfriend?" Lydia blinked, startled. "What? No, like I'd date a dork like him. I'm just his date for the formal," she said arrogantly. Melissa's smile vanished. "Well, I've known Styles since he was a kid, and let me tell you, he's a good kid. Honestly, I think he deserves someone better than you. And another thing, young lady, when you're in someone's house, show some respect. The world doesn't owe you anything. Remember that." Lydia's cheeks flushed. Scott and Styles exchanged a look, and Scott gave Allison a wink. Allison caught on and quickly ushered Melissa into the kitchen. Scott turned to Styles. "Let's go get the money. Lydia, wait here. We'll be right back." Upstairs, Styles let out a breath. "Your mom doesn't like Lydia, huh?" Scott shrugged. "She's just looking out for you. You know how she is. What do you think she'd do if either of us talked to her like that?" Styles shuddered. "She'd probably whoop our asses. Or worse, Mexican Melissa would make an appearance." Scott laughed nervously. "Let's not think about that. Just grab the money so we can go." Scott took the money he got from Eric's safe. "How much do girls' clothes even cost?" Styles scratched his head. "No idea. Let's take 4,000 each. It is better to have it and not need it. Scott raised an eyebrow. We need to buy suits too. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Lydia lingered awkwardly. Ms. McCall, I'm sorry about the way I talked to you earlier. And I wasn't trying to look down on Styles or anything, even if he is a bit of a dork. Honestly he, Scott, and Allison are my only real friends. It's just she hesitated, her voice trembling. My parents just got divorced, and they won't stop fighting. I broke up with my boyfriend recently, and I don't even know why. The worst part is I think I still love him. Her voice broke, and tears began streaming down her face. Melissa's expression softened as she pulled Lydia into a comforting hug. Sweetheart, I'm sorry if I lashed out at you too, you're carrying a lot on your shoulders. I can't imagine how hard that must be. But for what it's worth, you've got friends here who care about you. And if you ever need someone to talk to, my door is always open. Allison joined the embrace, and for a moment, the three women stood there, united in a quiet moment of understanding. Melissa said gently, how about this, we'll have a girls' day out. No boys, no drama, just shopping and fun. Allison smiled. It'll be good for you. Lydia. Lydia nodded. Yeah, that sounds nice. When Scott and Styles came downstairs, they found Melissa and Allison hugging a crying Lydia. Both boys froze, their faces full of confusion. Styles pointed awkwardly. What's going on here? Melissa pulled back from Lydia and turned to them. Change of plans, boys. I'm taking Allison and Lydia shopping. Scott blinked. What? Why? Melissa raised an eyebrow. Because I said so. Is there a problem? Both Scott and Styles instantly shook their heads. No, ma'am, they said in unison. As Melissa and the girls prepared to leave, Melissa walked up to Scott and Styles, holding out her hand expectantly. Scott blinked. What? Money, you idiot. Melissa said, rolling her eyes. Styles opened his mouth. Didn't you say you were tack? But he stopped mid-sentence at the sharp look Melissa shot him. He coughed awkwardly. How much do you need again? Melissa smiled sweetly. Give me 1,000, no, 2,000 each. You still have the money from Eric, right? Mom, this is extortion. Scott complained. Melissa's smile grew wider. Did I say 2,000? I meant 3. Both boys groaned in defeat, handing her $2,000 each. Good boys. Melissa said, tapping their cheeks lightly before tossing the money into her bag. She stepped into the garage and drove out in a sleek black Dodge Charger. Styles gawked. When did she buy a new car? Scott shrugged. I don't know. She said she'd get one after I told her about the money in that bank card. Styles whistled. Your mom's going wild, man. Scott smirked. Tell me about it. Yesterday, she told me to start calling her sister. Styles laughed. What? Scott grinned. As long as she's happy, she can do whatever she wants. But no dating, though. Styles chuckled. Good luck with that. She looks 20 now. If she wasn't your mom, even I'd. Before Styles could finish, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Scott's eyes glowed red, fangs and fur appearing around his jawline. Scott growled. I dare you to finish that sentence, Styles. By tomorrow, there'd be one less person on this planet due to an animal attack. Styles held up his hands. Hey, calm down, buddy. I was just joking. You know I think of your mom like a mother. She practically raised me. Why are you still growling? Are you losing control? Scott grinned wickedly. Maybe. Shit. Styles muttered under his breath. I always knew my jokes would get me killed one day. Without another word, he bolted back into the house. Scott snorted, reverting to his normal form, and headed to the kitchen to make himself a sandwich. After a while, Styles peeked into the kitchen. Hey what are we eating? Scott didn't look up, passing Styles a sandwich. Thanks. Styles muttered, taking a bite. Then he hesitated. Hey, Scott, can you give me the bite now? Scott grinned, his eyes gleaming mischievously. My pleasure. I'm gonna enjoy this. Styles frowned. Wait, is there a catch or anything? Scott's grin widened. Nah, just pain. Reluctantly, Styles extended his arm. Fine, let's get it over with. But seeing Scott's wolfish smile, Styles yanked his arm back. You know what? Never mind. He turned to run, but Scott pounced, his eyes glowing red as his fangs sank into Styles' arm. That hurt. Styles screamed. Satisfied, Scott walked back to the kitchen, rinsed his mouth, and calmly finished his sandwich, leaving Styles groaning on the floor. After a moment, Styles stumbled into the kitchen, holding his arm. You could have been gentle, man. Scott snorted. Even when I bit my mom and Allison, they didn't act like you. Keep this up, and you'll turn into a husky instead. Hey, it really hurt. Styles protested. Then his eyes narrowed. Wait, you turned Allison. What about her family? They're hunters. They won't hurt her. Scott said. Sure. Styles replied. But what about you? They'll take their anger out on you for turning her. Scott smirked, his eyes flashing briefly. They can try. All right. Styles said, shaking his head. Let's just go get some suits for tomorrow. Bandage that arm first. Scott glanced at Styles' arm. And we need to stop by the clinic to feed the animals. 51, Chapter 51, The Mysterious Woman. The mall was buzzing with life as Melissa, Allison, and Lydia moved through the stores, arms loaded with shopping bags. Melissa led the way. Allison and Lydia laughed and chatted as they followed her. After hours of shopping, Melissa checked her watch and suggested they catch a movie. The girls quickly agreed, eager to wind down. As they sat in the dimly lit theater, snacking on popcorn and sipping sodas, Melissa glanced at Lydia. She noticed how the young woman seemed more relaxed. The movie ended, and the trio strolled back to the parking lot. As they approached Melissa's car, she suddenly froze. A chill ran down her spine. Her instinct screamed at her danger was near. Turning slowly, she spotted a tall, beautiful woman with long dark hair and piercing green eyes walking toward them. Melissa's stomach clenched. There was something unnatural about the woman, something that made her heart race and her instincts flare. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Allison, Lydia, get behind me," she said firmly, her voice low but commanding. The girls obeyed without question. The woman stopped a few feet away, her lips curving into a slow, predatory smile. "Can I help you with something, miss?" Melissa asked, keeping her tone steady despite the tension radiating through her body. The woman tilted her head, her smile widening. "No, I just thought I'd have you three for dinner." Melissa narrowed her eyes, refusing to flinch. "No thanks. We've already had dinner, and none of us is into women. Goodbye." Turning to Allison, Melissa said sharply, "Get Lydia in the car. Now." Lydia opened her mouth to protest, but Allison grabbed her arm and began pulling her toward the car. "Let's go," Allison said, her tone urgent. Lydia frowned, confused, but didn't resist. What she didn't know and Allison did was that Melissa's entire body was tense, coiled like a spring, ready to fight. Allison's heightened senses were buzzing. She could feel the danger rolling off the mysterious woman like waves. As she and Lydia climbed into the car, Allison kept her eyes on the woman. Melissa climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. Glancing in the rearview mirror, her suspicions were confirmed. The woman was getting onto a sleek black motorcycle and following them. "She's still following us," Allison said, her voice tight. Lydia glanced behind them, puzzled. "What is going on? Why is she following us? And why are you two acting like we're in an action movie?" "That woman is dangerous, Lydia. That's all you need to know for now," Allison said sharply. Melissa kept her focus on the road, her grip on the steering wheel tight. "What are we going to do, Melissa? Should we call Scott?" Allison asked. Melissa nodded her head. "Yes. Something tells me she's going to make her move once we're on the road near the woods. Then I'll call him and tell him to wait for us," Allison offered, pulling out her phone. Melissa shook her head. "Don't bother. I'll tell him myself." Allison's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, right. I forgot you can do that." Lydia frowned. "Do what? How can she call Scott without a phone? And shouldn't we be calling the sheriff instead?" Allison turned to Lydia, exasperated. "Lydia, you saw that thing in the video store. What do you think that was? And don't tell me it was a mountain lion because you and I both know it wasn't." Lydia folded her arms stubbornly. "It could have been a black bear." Allison groaned. "No, it wasn't. Remember that book I was reading, the one with the picture of the wolf standing on two legs?" "I don't know what you're talking about," Lydia said, her voice defensive. Melissa had enough. "Lydia, look at me," she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. When Lydia turned, she saw Melissa's eyes glowing a fierce red. Her mouth opened in a silent scream of recognition. You were the one I saw in the video store. You killed that man." Allison smacked Lydia lightly on the head. "No, she's not the one you saw that night." Melissa sighed. "Don't be afraid, Lydia. Allison, tell her everything before we reach the woods. She needs to be ready for what she's going to see." Reluctantly, Allison began explaining everything: the supernatural world, werewolves, hunters, and the dangers lurking in Beacon Hills. Lydia sat frozen, her mind racing as she tried to process it all. Meanwhile, Scott and Styles were finishing up their errands. After buying their suits and dropping off dinner for Styles' dad, they stopped at a diner for a late meal. They were halfway through their burgers when Scott suddenly froze. Melissa's voice echoed in his head. "Scott, can you feel where I am?" Scott closed his eyes, focusing. "Yes, I can feel your location. You're driving, right?" Her voice came again. "Hurry to the Beacon Hills Preserve. I'll meet you there. There's a woman following me and the girls, and I think she's going to attack us. I can fight her, but I need you to be there just in case." Scott's eyes snapped open, glowing faintly red for a moment. "All right, I'm heading there now," he replied. Styles noticed the change in Scott immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked, putting down his fries. "Someone's going after my mom and the girls," Scott said, standing up abruptly. Styles was already grabbing his jacket. "Let's go," he said without hesitation. The two hurried to Scott's car, speeding toward Beacon Hills Preserve. Scott's jaw was clenched, his mind racing. He knew the timeline of events had been altered because of his presence. He didn't know who the woman following his mom was, but it didn't matter. Whoever she was, she had made a mistake targeting his family. Styles glanced at Scott. "So, what's the plan when we get there?" Scott's lips curled into a smile. "Simple. My mom wants to fight her, so we just watch from the shadows and protect the girls. And if my mom couldn't beat her, I will take care of her myself. Back in Melissa's car, Lydia was processing the shocking revelations. Supernatural creatures are real? This is insane. She said, shaking her head. Allison smiled softly. Honestly, you're handling it better than I expected. Lydia sighed, her voice softening. I'm just relieved I'm not crazy. Thank you for telling me the truth. Since that night in the video store, I've been trying to convince myself it was just a mountain lion. But every time I close my eyes, I see that Mon's werewolf or the guy he killed. I haven't slept properly in days. Sleep aids are the only way I've managed. Melissa glanced at her in the rearview mirror. What about your parents? Did you tell them anything? Lydia let out a bitter laugh. My parents? They just got divorced and are still tearing into each other. If I told my mom, she'd think I'm acting out or, worse, send me to a mental hospital. Melissa winced. That bad, huh? I'm sorry about that, Lydia. Allison chuckled dryly. Not like we're competing or anything, but my parents hunt people with powers, although they say they only hunt the evil ones, and my aunt is, well, a murderer. Melissa couldn't help but laugh. Thank God for me and Scott. We're just your average, happy family. What kind of mother sends her kid to a mental hospital for being scared? And Allison, let's not even start with your family issues. Allison grinned. Stop gloating, Melissa. Lydia and I are bonding over our misery back here. Melissa and Allison burst into laughter, and even Lydia managed a small smile before cutting in. You two do remember there's a psycho chasing us right now? She said she wanted to have us for dinner, and I'm pretty sure she wasn't joking. Allison waved her off playfully. Don't worry, you just have to enjoy the show later. Lydia frowned, clearly still uneasy. Why aren't you even a little worried? Melissa smirked, her eyes flicking to the rearview mirror again. Because I'm strong and dangerous. And even if I couldn't defeat her, Scott will handle it. Here's the thing, Scott doesn't like it when people mess with his mom. And this woman? She's trying to hurt not just me, but Allison too. If I don't finish her, Scott definitely will, and when he does, you might want to look away. Lydia's jaw dropped. Are we talking about the same Scott? He seems so harmless. Melissa chuckled. That's what I thought too until a vampire attacked me a few days ago. Scott wouldn't let me watch what he did to him, but when he was done, the guy was unrecognizable. Lydia stared at her. What did he do? Melissa kept her eyes on the road. Nothing much. He just beat the vampire until he couldn't heal anymore, then broke his spine and all 4 of his limbs. Lydia paled. That's awful. Allison smiled slyly. I've seen that side of him too. He didn't beat anyone up in front of me, but when he got angry at Peter, I couldn't help thinking, damn, he's so hot right now. Lydia smirked. So, you like bad boys? Allison's face softened. No, I just like Scott. I mean, I love Scott. Before Lydia could tease her further, Melissa cut in. Alright, girls, fun time's over. She turned the car onto a dirt road and pulled into a small clearing in the forest. Shutting off the engine, she got out, motioning for the girls to follow. Do you see that big tree over there? Melissa asked, pointing ahead. Allison and Lydia both nodded. Go over there and watch from behind it. Don't worry too much, Scott's already here. He just doesn't want to scare our guest off by showing himself early. Allison nodded, grabbing Lydia's hand and dragging her toward the tree. They hid behind it, peeking out cautiously as the mysterious woman arrived on her motorcycle. She stopped in front of Melissa, removing her helmet with a dramatic flourish. From his hiding spot in the shadows with Styles, Scott's voice sounded telepathically in Melissa's mind. Ask her why she's targeting you 3. You can fight her if you want to, but be careful. Got it. Melissa replied. She took a step forward, her voice calm. Who are you, and why are you following us? The woman smiled, her teeth glinting in the moonlight. I already told you I want to have you 3 for dinner. I haven't eaten in a long time. Melissa narrowed her eyes. That's not what I meant. Why us? There were plenty of people at that parking lot. Why target us specifically? The woman's smile twisted into something darker. Her tongue flicked out, long and forked like a snake's. Because you 3 have powers. My favorite meal is creatures with supernatural abilities. How do you think I stay so youthful? Melissa's jaw tightened. I see. Just then, the woman moved fast. Too fast. She darted toward Allison and Lydia like a blur. But before she could reach them, a powerful kick slammed into her side. The impact sent her flying, tumbling through the air until she crashed into a tree, shattering it with the force. The woman groaned, staggering to her feet. Her shoulder hung at an unnatural angle, but with a sickening crunch, she popped it back into place. Her body healed almost instantly, and she smirked at Melissa. I thought you were strong, but I didn't expect this. Melissa smirked back, her eyes glowing crimson. No, bitch, you didn't think at all when you decided to attack us. 52, Chapter 52, Delenia. The air in the forest crackled with tension as Melissa faced the snake-like woman who had been relentlessly pursuing her and the girls. The snake woman smirked, her voice dripping with mockery. I love it when my prey fights back. Yet, deep inside, her confidence wavered. Damn it, it seems I bit off more than I can chew this time, she thought, masking her doubt with arrogance. The woman shifted her stance, readying to attack, but Melissa was faster. Before the serpent could react, Melissa surged forward with blinding speed, her fist colliding with the woman's stomach. The force of the punch sent her skidding backward, her boots tearing into the dirt until she came to a stop. She clutched her stomach, coughing up greenish bile that sizzled as it hit the ground. "You're going to regret that," the woman hissed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Her gaze locked onto Melissa, hatred burning in her snake-like eyes. "I'm going to enjoy devouring you, bitch." The woman's form began to shift. Dark brown scales erupted across her skin, glinting like armor under the moonlight. Her face contorted, elongating into a grotesque snake-like visage with slit pupils and sharp fangs. Her legs fused together, forming a powerful, coiled tail that struck the ground with a heavy thud. The snake woman hissed and darted toward Melissa with unnatural speed. As she closed the distance, she spat a cloud of venomous mist aimed directly at Melissa's face. But Melissa, an alpha with the speed of a vampire, easily dodged, moving like a blur. The woman snarled in frustration, her forked tongue flicking out as she turned her sights on Lydia and Allison. Without hesitation, she sped toward them, her massive tail tearing through the underbrush. "Not so fast," Melissa growled. She lunged, grabbing the snake woman by the neck and yanking her backward. The serpent only laughed, her grip tightening around Melissa's arm. "Caught you," she sneered. "Now you're dead." Before Melissa could react, another cloud of poisonous mist enveloped her face. From their hiding spot behind a tree, Styles watched in horror. "Oh no, Scott, your mom's poisoned. You need to save her." Scott didn't flinch. "Relax, Styles. We are immune to poison." Lydia clutched Allison's arm, her voice trembling. "She's in trouble." Allison, however, remained calm. "Don't worry. If Scott hasn't moved, it means Melissa's fine. Trust him." The snake woman cackled, convinced she had won. But her laughter faltered as she noticed Melissa's glowing red eyes piercing through the mist. "Surprise." Melissa growled, her voice low and menacing. She released the woman's neck, rearing back and delivering a crushing punch to her face. The serpent staggered, stunned, as Melissa's body began to transform. Her stature grew taller, her muscles more defined. Gray fur sprouted across her body, and a majestic tail unfurled from her back. Her face shifted into a wolf-like form, fierce yet majestic. Standing fully transformed, Melissa radiated a commanding presence that was both beautiful and terrifying. Lydia's jaw dropped. She looks incredible." Allison nodded, her lips curving into a small smile. "I can't wait to be like her." Melissa wasted no time. Grabbing the woman by her tail, she leapt high into the air nearly 6 meters before slamming her adversary into the ground with earth-shaking force. The snake woman cried out, her body embedding into the soil, bones cracking audibly. She coughed up blood, her healing abilities already working to mend her injuries. Yet Melissa didn't let her guard down, standing ready for the next attack. With a hiss, the snake woman began to shift once more. Her body expanded, growing into a monstrous 15-meter-long snake. Coiling herself, she hissed, her massive form towering over Melissa. With lightning speed, the snake lunged, her mouth wide open trying to swallow Melissa. Melissa barely dodged, countering with a powerful kick to the snake's head. The impact sent the serpent rolling, writhing in pain. And Melissa just watched with a triumphant smile. From the shadows, Scott's voice echoed in Melissa's mind. "What are you doing, Mom? Keep hitting her until she stops moving. And remember, snakes like to play dead, so be careful." Melissa coughed awkwardly. "Got it." Refocusing, she dashed toward the serpent, her claws gleaming. Melissa moved with calculated precision, her strikes were relentless, tearing through the snake's armored scales. The snake woman hissed in agony, her healing slowing with each strike. Desperation crept into her movements as she realized she was going to die here if she didn't escape. But as she slithered away, she found herself face to face with Scott. "Going somewhere?" he asked. The snake lunged at him, her massive jaws snapping. Scott sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a devastating punch to her head that left her reeling. The serpent collapsed, her enormous form shrinking until she reverted to her human shape. Naked and battered, she lay on the ground, panting heavily. Yet even in defeat, she didn't give up. A seductive smile spread across her lips as a pink mist began to seep from her mouth. The mist swirled around Scott, carrying a sweet, intoxicating scent. The snake woman's voice was a sultry purr. "No man can resist my charm. You're mine now." Scott inhaled the mist without hesitation, his expression unchanging. The woman's confidence faltered as she realized something was wrong. Scott chuckled, unimpressed. "Nice try." He reached down, grabbing her by the hair and dragging her back toward Melissa, who had returned to her human form and stood beside Allison and Lydia. The snake woman began begging for mercy, her voice trembling. "Please, spare me. I'll leave your territory tonight. I swear I didn't know this town had an owner." Scott didn't let her go, his voice cold. "What are you?" The woman stammered, her snake-like eyes wide with fear. I am a Lamia." From behind Melissa, Styles peeked out. "Wait, a Lamia? You mean the monster who loves to eat children? That Lamia?" The Lamia shook her head frantically. "No, I've never eaten children before." Allison's sharp tone cut through her lie like a blade. "She's lying." Her heartbeat just spiked. I heard it. Delenia flinched. Okay. I only ate a few, and they were all infants. I swallowed them whole, they didn't feel any pain. Allison's face twisted in disgust. Vile, disgusting bitch. Kill her, Scott. Delenia whimpered, her tone desperate. Please, don't kill me, and I'll leave Beacon Hills tonight. Please. Styles crossed his arms. So, how many people have you eaten since you got here? Only 3. Delenia whispered, her voice barely audible. Styles smirked sarcastically. Oh, only 3. Well, that changes everything. Scott, let her go. Delenia's face lit up with hope. Really? Styles' expression turned cold as he spat. No, bitch. You deserve to die. How many people and children have you eaten in your life? Scott's smile was grim as he crouched beside her. Let's find out. He drove his claws into the back of her neck, diving into her memories. After a while, Scott took his claws out from the back of her neck and knocked her out with a punch. He stumbled aside, his face pale, and started vomiting. Damn bitch, I only saw her early life, but damn ugh. Scott retched again, unable to hold back his disgust. Melissa frowned, her concern mixed with curiosity. That bad, huh? Scott wiped his mouth, his voice hoarse. She seduces men, has sex with them sometimes 3 or 4 at the same time, then turns into a giant snake and eats them all. And don't even get me started on the babies. Damn bitch. Melissa's expression hardened as she approached the unconscious Lamia. I want to see for myself. Scott raised a hand to stop her. Mom, don't. You'll regret it. Trust me. Melissa ignored him, her curiosity overriding his warning. She inserted her claws into the back of the Lamia's neck, her face quickly twisting in horror. Moments later, she ripped her claws out and stumbled back, vomiting. Damn bitch. Melissa muttered, kicking the Lamia's limp body in anger. Scott sighed, shaking his head. I told you not to do it, Mom. Anyway, you should absorb her powers. Melissa hesitated, her face a mixture of disgust and doubt. No, I don't want to turn into a snake or worse, become a pervert like her. Scott shook his head. You won't. You'll only absorb her abilities and her strength. Her poison ability could be really useful in a fight. Melissa glanced at Allison. Why don't you absorb her powers, or let Allison do it? Scott explained. I'm already way stronger than her, so it wouldn't do much for me, except maybe her poison ability. And Allison hasn't gone through her first moon yet, she can't absorb powers. Melissa sighed in resignation. Fine, I'll do it. She knelt beside the Lamia and drove her claws into the woman's chest. The Lamia woke, thrashing and screaming, but Melissa pinned her down with a knee to her stomach and her free hand gripping the Lamia's wrists. As Melissa absorbed her powers, the Lamia's body began to wither. Her skin shriveled, clinging to her bones until she resembled a dried-up husk. When there was nothing left to take, Melissa stood, pulling her claws free. She inspected her hands, feeling a faint, tingling sensation at her fingertips. I can feel it. My claws can be poisonous if I want them to be. Scott smiled approvingly. That's great, Mom. Now you have another way to fight your enemies. He turned back to the dying Lamia. Alright, all of you can leave now. I need to finish this and make sure she stays dead. Styles asked. How are you going to do that? Scott smirked. Do you really want to know? The group exchanged uneasy glances but didn't leave. Even Lydia stayed, too frightened to walk away alone. Scott sighed. Fine. I'll break her neck and burn the body. Some creatures don't die easily. With a swift motion, he twisted the Lamia's neck, ensuring she was dead. Then they built a fire, and her dried-up body burned like dry wood, the flames consuming her quickly, turning her body to ash. As the fire died down, Scott dusted off his hands. Let's go home. 53, Chapter 53, Lydia's Choice. The night's tension hung in the air as Scott and his group returned to his house. The events in the woods felt surreal. They piled into the living room, exhaustion etched on their faces. Lydia broke the silence, her voice trembling but laced with incredulity. We did just kill a woman and burned her in the woods, right? Scott, sprawled on the couch, shook his head. No, Lydia. We killed a monster that was feeding on humans. Big difference. Melissa, sitting beside Allison, added grimly. Don't forget she was feeding on babies. Poor, sweet, innocent babies. Scott groaned, running a hand down his face. Can we not talk about her anymore? Seriously, after going through her memories, I feel like I need a shower. Actually, scratch that, I feel like I need to pull my brain out and wash it with bleach. Melissa glared at him. Me too. Why didn't you stop me from reading her memories, Scott? I tried, Mom, but you wouldn't listen. Melissa folded her arms. You should have tried harder. Scott sighed, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. You know what? You're absolutely right, Mother. I should have tried harder. My deepest apologies for my failure as your son. He gave her a theatrical bow, earning a half-hearted smirk from Melissa. Then Scott stood, brushing his jeans off. Okay, I need a shower. I feel disgusting. Allison, care to join me and scrub my back? Allison rolled her eyes, tossing a pillow at him. Go away, you pervert. I still haven't forgiven you for what you did this morning. Styles, leaning back in his chair, piped up. I can scrub your back if you want, Scott. Scott gagged, clutching his stomach. Gross, Styles. What is wrong with you? Styles grinned. Hey, I was just trying to help. The room erupted into laughter at Styles' ridiculous comment, the tension easing just a bit. Still chuckling, Scott waved them off and headed to the bathroom. Melissa said she needed a shower too, muttering something about needing to scrub the Lamia's filth off her soul. Styles, Allison, and Lydia remained in the living room. Styles broke the silence, leaning forward. So, Allison, I hear you've joined the furry club. You're a werewolf now, huh? Allison nodded. Yeah, I don't want Scott to protect me forever. I want to fight by his side. And after tonight? Watching Melissa fight that Lamia, that was incredible. I want to be like her too. Yeah, me too. Or at least fast enough to run for my life. Styles joked, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a bite mark. I asked Scott to turn me too. Allison raised an eyebrow. Took you long enough. Styles shrugged. I was afraid of losing control. Scott didn't tell me until recently that his bite is different, that if he turns you, you won't lose control like other werewolves. Lydia, who had been listening quietly, interjected. So all he has to do is bite you, and you turn out like him and Melissa, and there is no chance of losing control. Styles nodded. Exactly. And by the way, welcome to our world. Lydia rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with sarcasm. What a wonderful world. A sudden thought struck Styles. He turned to Lydia, his expression serious. By the way, don't tell Jackson about Allison or Melissa being werewolves. Lydia frowned. Why? Does Jackson know about this stuff? Yeah, he knows Scott's a werewolf, and he's been pestering him to turn him, but Scott won't do it. If Jackson finds out about Allison, he might tell her parents, and that'll get her in trouble. And Scott will not like that at all, although he wouldn't kill Jackson, but, let's just say Jackson might spend the rest of his life in the hospital. Lydia looked unconvinced. Scott would never do that. I hope. Styles smirked. Scott's a nice guy unless you mess with Allison or Melissa. Then you're in deep trouble. Don't take that bet. Allison leaned forward, placing a hand on Lydia's knee. Lydia, don't worry about Jackson. Just promise you won't say anything about us, okay? Lydia hesitated, then nodded. Fine, I won't tell anyone. Allison smiled. Good. Now, what do you think about everything you saw tonight? Lydia exhaled slowly. Honestly, I'm scared, but a part of me wants to be like you guys. Allison's eyes widened. Do you really want to be like us? Lydia bit her lip, nodding slightly. Not until I heard Styles say you don't lose control. That changes things. Allison grinned. Then you should talk to Scott. He's the alpha. He can decide. At that moment, Scott returned, his hair still damp from the shower. Do you guys want to eat something? He asked, heading straight to the kitchen. Food. Allison replied quickly, following him. I could eat. Same. Styles added. I didn't get to finish my dinner before we went monster hunting. Lydia stood and trailed after them. In the kitchen, Scott took charge, rolling up his sleeves and pulling out ingredients. Lydia stood near the counter, watching with mild surprise as Scott deftly prepared a pot of pasta with shrimp. Melissa joined them just as Scott was tossing the shrimp into the pan, filling the room with the rich aroma of garlic and butter. Plates were soon set out, and everyone gathered at the table, the warmth of food offering a moment of comfort after the night's chaos. As they started eating, Melissa spoke up. Lydia, Styles, call your parents and let them know you're staying here tonight. Styles grinned. Already ahead of you, Melissa. I told my dad earlier when Scott and I dropped off dinner for him. Lydia hesitated. Can I spend the night here? I mean, if it's not a problem. Melissa smiled warmly. Of course, Lydia. Why not? Lydia nodded, pulling out her phone. She stepped into the hallway to call her mom. After a short conversation where she explained she was staying over at a friend's house with Allison, her mom simply said, "Be safe," and hung up. Returning to the kitchen, Lydia resumed her seat, looking thoughtfully at Scott as he twirled pasta onto his fork. Scott, she said, her voice laced with hesitation. I want to be like you. Can you give me the bite? The room fell silent, everyone pausing mid-bite. Scott set his fork down and leaned forward, his eyes meeting Lydia's. You know what it means to accept the bite from me, right? Lydia shook her head. Scott sighed, his tone becoming serious. It's not just about becoming stronger or faster. Accepting the bite means you'll become part of my pack. We won't just be friends, we'll be family, but more than family. Allison and Styles haven't felt the connection yet because they haven't gone through their first full moon. But my mom, she feels it. Melissa nodded, adding softly. We can feel each other's emotions. It's hard to explain in words. Let's just say we are connected. Scott picked up the explanation. And if someone in the pack dies, it's not just like losing a loved one. It's like losing a piece of your soul. Being in the pack means loyalty to me and to everyone else. It means standing with us, and we will fight more monsters like that Lamia we killed tonight. This isn't a temporary thing, Lydia. It's for life. Can you handle that? Lydia looked down, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Finally, she lifted her head, her eyes resolute. I can do all of that. As long as you guys don't give up on me, I'll never give up on you. I won't betray you. Scott nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Good. But I need to warn you, there's something already inside you, Lydia. If I give you the bite, you might not turn into a werewolf. You'll become something else. Lydia's breath hitched. What do you mean, something else? What's inside me? Will I become something evil, like that Lamia? Scott's voice softened. No, you won't become evil. I promise. Lydia exhaled and held out her arm. Then bite me. Scott stood and approached her, his eyes glowing red. He leaned down, his fangs extending as he bit into Lydia's arm. She flinched but stayed still, her determination unwavering. Scott pulled back. It's done. Now, we should all get some sleep. Allison, you'll sleep with me tonight. He smirked at her. Melissa grabbed Scott by the ear and twisted it lightly. Allison will look after Lydia tonight and make sure she's okay. They'll stay in the guest room on this floor. As for you, idiot, you will take care of Styles in the room he usually sleeps in. Ow, ow. Okay, stop twisting my ear. Scott protested. I'll babysit stupid Styles. Melissa let him go with a satisfied nod. Scott, rubbing his ear, glared at Styles, who was laughing at him. Come on, let's go upstairs. Still chuckling, Styles followed Scott upstairs. He flopped onto the bed, falling asleep almost immediately, his snores filling the room. Scott sat in a chair by the window. Downstairs, Melissa guided Lydia and Allison to the guest room. She checked on Lydia, making sure she was comfortable, then smiled at both girls. Good night, girls. Good night, Melissa. They replied in unison, and Melissa headed to her own room. 54, Chapter 54, A Morning of Transformation. The next morning, Styles woke up with a jolt. He blinked a few times, taking in the brightness of the room, and then noticed its changes in his body. His senses were sharper than ever. He could hear the faint chirping of birds outside, see the smallest details on the ceiling, and even smell the faint scent of Melissa's coffee brewing downstairs. An excited grin spread across his face as he bolted out of bed. This is amazing. He whispered to himself before running to Scott's room. He didn't bother knocking. Instead, he burst through the door, practically bouncing on his feet. Scott, wake up. Styles shook his friend vigorously. Dude, I can feel it. I'm super strong. I can see better. I can smell everything. Scott groaned, his face buried in his pillow. After keeping an eye on Styles all night, he just went back to his room to take a nap. Styles, why are you so loud this early in the morning? And if you can smell everything, why can't you smell your own scent? You stink, buddy. Styles paused and sniffed his shirt. His face scrunched up. Oh, that smell is coming from me. Well, still. This is incredible. I feel so powerful. I want to go on a morning run in the woods. Scott turned his head slightly, one eye cracked open. Styles, if you don't go take a shower, believe it or not, I'll throw your ass out the window. Fine, I'm going. Styles grumbled but paused before leaving. He leaned closer to Scott with a sly grin. But I wonder how Lydia. Scott shot upright, glaring at him. Styles, get away from me. Disgusting. Styles laughed as he headed out the door. You're really not a morning person, are you? Meanwhile, Lydia woke up in the guest room. Her body felt different, alive with new sensations. But the sweat clinging to her skin made her grimace. Without hesitation, she ran to the bathroom to shower. Afterward, she borrowed some clothes from Melissa. The kitchen was bustling with activity. Scott was finishing up some pancakes when Styles joined, freshly showered and still buzzing with energy. Lydia followed shortly, her hair still damp, and Melissa poured everyone a cup of juice. As they ate, Scott noticed something peculiar about Lydia. The bite on her arm had healed completely, and her presence felt different. Lydia. Scott said, eyeing her closely. Your senses they're heightened, right? Lydia nodded. Especially my sight. It's like I'm seeing everything in high definition. And I think I've got super strength too. Scott's brows furrowed. This doesn't add up, but, he thought. In the original Teen Wolf timeline, Peter's bite didn't heal on Lydia, and she definitely didn't gain strength. Something's different now. She's more than just a banshee. Show me your claws. Scott said suddenly. Lydia blinked. My nails. Scott chuckled. No, your claws. Like this. He showed her his sharp black claws. Lydia's eyes widened. Oh, right. I forgot I can do that now. But how do I make them appear? And does it hurt? Allison stepped in, her voice soft but encouraging. It's easy. Just will them to come out, and they will. And no, it doesn't hurt. She demonstrated, her own claws extending gracefully. They were white. Styles, not wanting to be left out, concentrated hard. A moment later, his claws appeared. Oh, I did it. And it didn't hurt at all. Finally, Lydia tried. After a few moments of focus, sleek black claws extended from her fingers. Oh, it's easy. She said, admiring them. But her smile faded as she frowned. Why are my claws black? This is not pretty. Scott grabbed her hand, examining her claws closely. His expression grew serious. Lydia, these aren't claws. These are talons. Allison leaned over, taking Lydia's other hand and comparing her claws to her own. Scott's right. Yours are different from ours. Lydia stared at her hands, her voice trembling slightly. Talons? Like a bird's claws. Scott nodded. Yes. You're not a werewolf. You're something else. We'll have to wait until the full moon to find out for sure. Panic flashed in Lydia's eyes. Am I going to turn into something evil? Scott gave her a reassuring smile. Relax. You're not. If you were, I'd feel it. Lydia tilted her head. What do you mean, you'd feel it? Scott sighed, searching for the right words. It's hard to explain. It's a primal instinct. He turned to Melissa. Mom, how did you feel when you first met that Lamia yesterday? Melissa thought for a moment before responding. At first, I felt danger. Then, an overwhelming impulse to attack her. It was like something inside me was urging me to kill her. It was like you said, instinct. Scott nodded. That instinct tells us when something is evil. And now that you've seen her memories, do you understand that feeling? Melissa's face hardened. Yes. If I ever feel that again, I'll know for sure the creature is evil. Scott turned back to Lydia. I don't feel anything like that from you. So, you're safe. Maybe you're something cute, like a war chicken. Styles burst out laughing, imagining Lydia as a red chicken. Lydia shot him a glare. Styles, do you want to go to the dance alone? Sorry. I'll shut up. Styles said quickly, his laughter dying down. Lydia smirked. I think someone as awesome as me could only be an eagle. Scott chuckled. We'll find out what you are during the next full moon. Melissa checked the time and clapped her hands. Alright, kids, time for school, or you'll be late. After school, Scott decided it was time for a fresh haircut. He stopped by a local barbershop, where the stylist worked magic, leaving him with a sharp, clean look. Feeling confident, Scott went home and changed into the suit he'd bought the day before. The fit was perfect, accentuating his broad shoulders and lean frame. He waited in the living room, fiddling with his cuffs, until Allison came downstairs. The moment she stepped into the room, Scott froze. She was wearing a stunning red dress that hugged her figure in all the right places. Her hair flowed in soft waves, and her smile lit up the room. Scott's breath hitched. You look gorgeous. I think I'm falling in love all over again. Allison blushed, a soft smile playing on her lips. You look good too. Scott leaned down and kissed her gently. Shall we go, my princess? We shall. Allison replied with a giggle. As they walked to the door, Scott turned to Melissa. Bye, Mom. Melissa smiled warmly. Bye, kids. Have fun. 55, Chapter 55, The Winter Formal. Arriving at school, Scott pulled into the parking lot smoothly. The engine purred to a stop, and he got out with a grin. Walking around to the passenger side, he opened the door for Allison with a flourish, earning a playful smile from her. Such a gentleman. She teased, stepping out gracefully in her stunning red dress. Only for you, my princess. Scott replied with a wink, closing the door behind her. Hand in hand, they walked into the school gym, transformed into a vibrant, colorful space for the dance. The music was loud, the lights were dim, and the atmosphere buzzed with youthful excitement. Inside, they met up with Styles and Lydia. Styles was bouncing on his feet, clearly thrilled to be there, while Lydia looked as effortlessly elegant as ever. Styles exclaimed, pointing at Scott. This is what I'm talking about. You clean up nice, man. Scott chuckled. Told you I'd bring my A game. But you're not looking too shabby yourself, Styles. Thanks. Lydia helped me. Styles said proudly. Clearly. Lydia said with a smirk. I couldn't let him embarrass me. The four of them moved onto the dance floor, letting the music guide their movements. Styles was surprisingly good at keeping up with Lydia, who seemed to be enjoying herself despite her usual aloof demeanor. Scott and Allison danced close, their bodies moved in perfect harmony, each step echoing the unspoken connection between them. As the soft music enveloped them, Scott gazed into Allison's eyes, the world around them fading into a blur, leaving only the warmth of their shared moment. Not far away, Jackson stood by the food table, watching the scene unfold. His datesome cheerleader whose name he couldn't remember was talking, but he wasn't listening. His eyes zeroed in on Scott. Why him? Jackson thought bitterly. Why does he get to be special while I'm stuck being ordinary? Jackson shoved his date aside without a word, ignoring her protests, and stormed out of the gym. He headed toward the woods, his frustration bubbling over into a toxic mix of jealousy and self-loathing. Sitting down on a fallen log, he buried his head in his hands. He whispered to himself, I want to be like him. I want to be a werewolf. His mind raced with the possibilities. The Hales. They could do it. They could give him what he wanted. His jaw clenched as determination settled in. Back to Styles and Lydia. While they were dancing, Lydia leaned in and spoke softly, her words catching him off guard. Styles, I know how you feel about me, but I'm sorry I don't feel the same way. Styles froze for a moment, then shrugged. It's okay, but did you really have to ruin the moment by saying that? Lydia smiled, her expression teasing. How about this? Although we can't date, we could have a one-night stand. Styles stumbled, nearly losing his balance. A one-night stand? With you? Lydia nodded, her tone playful. Yes. Do you want to or not? Styles gaped, and blurted out. Does a bear shit in the woods? What? Lydia raised her eyebrow. I mean, yes. Yes. Definitely yes. Styles panicked and said quickly. Scott, who had been listening from a distance with Allison, couldn't help but chuckle. What an idiot. He muttered. Allison shook her head with an amused smile and kept dancing with Scott. After a while, Scott and his friends walked out of the gym, their laughter still echoing in the crisp night air. They had just finished taking pictures and were heading toward their cars when a distant shout caught their attention. Who's that? Allison asked, her brow furrowing as she glanced toward the woods. Lydia recognized the frantic voice. It's Jackson, she said, her tone shifting from relaxed to wary. The group exchanged looks before quietly moving toward the sound. They stayed low, sticking to the shadows as they got closer. From a distance, they saw Jackson standing at the edge of the woods, yelling into the trees. He was pacing, his movements erratic. Earlier, before Scott and his group heard him yelling, Jackson spotted two glowing red lights in the darkness. His breath hitched. Not lightseeds, red glowing eyes. He thought, his heart pounded with excitement. His heart raced with excitement. This is it. He muttered, standing up. The werewolf who will turn me. Come on. He yelled into the trees. I'm ready. Make me like you. His voice cracked with desperation as he fell to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. Please. He begged, his voice trembling. I'll do anything. The red eyes grew closer, piercing through the fog. Jackson's breath hitched. His dream seemed within reach. But as the figure stepped into the light, his heart sank. It wasn't a werewolf. The red lights were targeting lasers, not eyes. Jackson froze as Chris Argent stepped out from the shadows, flanked by two hunters with assault rifles. Chris's cold gaze bore into Jackson. Unfortunately, kid, I can't give you what you want. His voice was calm. But I think you can help me. Jackson froze, his knees still in the dirt. Help you? He stammered. Chris crouched down, leveling his gaze with Jackson's. I know Scott is something more than just a human. I just don't know what he is, but you know, don't you, what Scott is? Tell me. Fear gripped Jackson. The barrel of Chris's gun was only inches from his face. He nodded slowly, swallowing hard. He's a werewolf. He and his friend Derek Hale. Chris straightened, a grim smile on his face. Good. Now, go back to the dance and be a normal kid. Jackson's voice shook. Don't tell him I told you. Chris's smile didn't falter. Of course not. Now go. Jackson hesitated, but a sharp look from Chris sent him scrambling back toward the school. Just as he reached the edge of the woods, Scott, Allison, Styles, and Lydia emerged from the shadows. Scott wasted no time. He marched up to Jackson and, with a single punch, knocked him to the ground. That's for selling me out. Scott growled, his voice low and dangerous. Now roll before I do something I'll regret. Jackson didn't argue. He scrambled to his feet and ran, his face pale. Allison turned to her father, her eyes wide with shock and anger. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you asking about Scott? Chris's expression softened as he addressed her. Sweetheart, it's my job. And now that I know he's a werewolf, you can't be with him. It's too dangerous. He gestured to one of the hunters behind him. John, take Allison home. The man stepped forward, reaching for Allison's arm. But before he could touch her, Scott grabbed his wrist and squeezed. There was a sickening crack as John's arm broke under Scott's grip. With a flick of his hand, Scott tossed him aside like a ragdoll. Scott took a deliberate step closer to Chris, his voice was calm. You've misunderstood something, Chris. I'm not a bad person. He said. I don't go around killing people. But don't mistake that for weakness. I'm not a pushover either. Chris's jaw tightened, but he held his ground, glaring back at Scott. Scott's eyes glowed red, burning brightly in the dim light. And let me make one thing clear, I am not Derek Hale. You don't get to bully me or hurt my family and think I'll run when I see you or your hunters. That's not happening. The 6 hunters around Chris raised their weapons, aiming directly at Scott. Wrong move. Scott muttered under his breath. Before they could react, Scott vanished, disappearing from their sight. In an instant, 2 of the hunters were yanked together, their heads smashing against each other with a sickening thud as they crumpled to the ground. Scott reappeared beside another hunter, his fist connecting with a solid punch that sent the man flying into the air before landing with a painful crash against a tree. Chris frantically pulled out a flash grenade and hurled it toward Scott, but Scott closed his eyes just before the blinding light erupted. When the flash faded, Scott was already in front of 2 more hunters, punching them simultaneously with devastating force. Both were launched backward, hitting trees and collapsing unconscious. The final hunter barely had time to turn before Scott appeared behind him, gripping his head and slamming him into the ground with a bone-rattling impact. Now, only Chris remained. Scott appeared in front of him and snatched the gun from Chris's hands before he could raise it. With an almost casual motion, Scott crushed the weapon into a ball of mangled metal and let it fall to the ground. Then, Scott began to shift, his human form dissolving into something primal. Black fur rippled across his body, his towering wolf form casting a long shadow under the moonlight. Red eyes burned like embers, glowing with an intensity that made Chris freeze. Chris found himself staring up at a massive black wolf, its sharp teeth glinting as it growled in a deep, guttural voice. Chris, you're not in charge here. The wolf snarled. Beacon Hills is my territory. And if I ever feel like the Argent family doesn't belong here, I'll make sure you leave. The wolf leaned closer, its hot breath fanning Chris's face. For Allison's sake, I'm letting you walk away this time unharmed. But if you come after me again, or try to separate me and her, there won't be a next time. Chris swallowed hard, his usual confidence nowhere to be found. Scott turned toward Allison, who stood watching him with a mix of awe and concern. Allison, he said, take my phone and car keys from my pants over there and drive my car home. I need to go for a run to clear my head. Allison nodded, understanding the turmoil Scott was holding inside. She walked over to his shredded clothes, retrieving the items. With that, Scott bolted into the woods, his massive wolf form vanishing into the shadows. Chris called out, desperation creeping into his voice. Allison, let's go home. You saw what he turned into. That's not a boy, that's a monster. Allison turned to her father, her expression cold and defiant. No, Dad, he's not a monster, and I'm not going home with you. She paused, her voice rising as she continued. By the way, Scott, the so-called monster killed a lamia yesterday. A lamia that could shift into a 15-meter snake and was feeding on people in this town. What did you do, Hunter? Chris's face twisted in frustration, but he had no response. Allison turned on her heel and walked toward Scott's car. Let's go, Lydia. Styles. Styles glanced at Chris and the unconscious hunters scattered around him. Mr. Argent, you might want to get these guys to a hospital. They don't look too good. He waved casually. Goodbye. Styles jogged after Allison and Lydia, leaving Chris standing there speechless. As they walked, Lydia glanced at Allison. Are you okay? Allison gave her a small smile. I'm fine. A little upset, sure, but I know my dad is just trying to protect me, and I don't think he's stupid enough to go after Scott again after tonight. Yeah. Lydia agreed. That wolf Scott turned into was terrifying but also beautiful. Allison smiled softly. Melissa has a wolf form like that too. She's gorgeous, though not as big as Scott. Styles shuddered. She's big enough. The first time I saw her, I thought I was dead. I almost peed my pants. Allison laughed. I can't wait for the full moon so I can shift into a wolf like them. I wonder what color I'll be. Yeah, me too. Styles said with a grin. I just hope I don't turn into a golden retriever or something. Lydia burst into laughter. Actually, that would be adorable. Imagine a golden retriever as big as Scott's wolf form. Allison giggled. Yeah, that would suit you, Styles. Not cool, girls. Not cool, Styles muttered, shaking his head. When they reached Scott's car, Allison gave Lydia and Styles a warm smile. Good night, you two. I'll see you tomorrow. She got into the Camaro and drove off, heading back to Scott's house. Styles turned to Lydia. So do you want to go back to my place? Lydia narrowed her eyes. Sure. But after tonight, we're just friends. And if you tell anyone I slept with you, I'll kill you. Styles nodded fervently. Deal. And, honestly, even if we can't be more than just friends, having my first time with the girl I've had a crush on since 3rd grade, I'm very satisfied. Lydia smiled and shook her head as they got into Styles' Jeep, and drove to his house. 56, Chapter 56, Shadows in the Night. Chris's POV. After Allison and her friends left, Chris immediately called his sister and the other hunters to assist him in getting the 7 injured hunters to the hospital. When the backup arrived, Kate and Victoria were with them. The moment Victoria saw the condition of the hunters, her face darkened. What happened? Didn't you come here to scare Scott? What could have done this to leave our hunters like this? Chris's jaw tightened. We'll talk at home. Once the injured were on their way to the hospital, Chris, Victoria, and Kate drove back home. The ride was tense, silence broken only by Victoria's heavy sighs and Kate tapping her nails impatiently on the dashboard. Inside the house, Chris finally spoke. Scott was the one who did that. Kate blinked in disbelief. Scott? As in Scott McCall? He's just a kid. Even if he's strong, there's no way he could take out 7 hunters without a scratch. What is he, anyway? Chris ran a hand down his face, exhaustion weighing heavily on his tone. He's a werewolf, but not like anything I've ever seen or heard of before. And he's an alpha too. Victoria's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? What makes him different? Chris paced the room, recalling the confrontation. He was fast. Too fast. He took down the 7 hunters before they could react. And he did all of that in his normal human form. Then he shifted. Kate frowned. Shifted? You mean like Peter? Chris shook his head. No, not like Peter. I mean a full wolf form. But bigger. He was larger than any horse I've ever seen. And in that form, he could speak. He was in total control. Victoria's voice dropped, almost hesitant. What did he say to you? Chris stopped pacing and locked eyes with his wife and sister. He told me that Beacon Hills is his territory. And if we piss him off, he'll drive the Argent family out of it. Kate scoffed, her temper flaring. How dare he? He's just a brat and a stupid werewolf at that. All we need is a strong dose of wolfsbane, and he'll be done for. Chris's voice rose, sharper now. Have you forgotten? He walked through a barrier of mountain ash like it wasn't even there. Then he drank the tea Victoria gave him laced with wolfsbane and didn't feel a thing. Kate's defiance wavered for a moment before she crossed her arms. So what are you saying? That we just let him do whatever he wants? Chris exhaled slowly, trying to stay calm. Yes. We let him do whatever he wants, we have to. And believe me, Kate, if Allison wasn't his girlfriend, there wouldn't be an Argent family left in Beacon Hills. Kate looked like she wanted to argue, but the weight of Chris's words stopped her. Chris turned to both women, his tone firm. From now on, we do not provoke him. As for Allison, let her be with him. He'll keep her safe. Victoria finally spoke, her voice cold but measured. Chris, we're hunters. We can't let Alice. Chris cut her off. Look, he's not evil. He's protecting this town. Allison told me he killed a lamia yesterday. A lamia that could shift into a giant snake. Maybe, instead of fighting him, we work with him. Victoria's expression shifted, a flicker of doubt crossing her face. A lamia? Here in Beacon Hills? Why would a lamia come here? Chris shook his head. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Scott, after we deal with Peter and Derek tomorrow. But remember, we ask nicely this time. Kate muttered something under her breath but didn't protest further. The room fell into a tense silence, the weight of their decision pressing heavily on all of them. A bar in Beacon Hills. The neon sign outside the dimly lit bar buzzed faintly, its glow casting eerie shadows on the street. Inside, a stunning woman with jet black hair sat alone at the bar, nursing a glass of red wine. Her eyes held a glint of mystery, her red lips curved in a faint smile. A man slid onto the stool next to her, his smile confident but laced with something darker. Can I buy you a drink? The woman turned her gaze to him, her expression softening into an inviting smile. Sure. After a few exchanged words and coy laughter, the man leaned closer. What's your name? She swirled the wine in her glass, the deep red liquid catching the light. Cassandra. She replied smoothly. Nice to meet you, Cassandra. I'm Robert. The man said, offering his hand. After she shook it, he gave her a roguish grin. So, how about we ditch this place and head back to my place? Cassandra tilted her head, her smile widening. No, I'm meeting someone later. But how about the alley behind the bar? I'm suddenly feeling hungry. She winked playfully. Robert chuckled, his confidence soaring. You're a wild one, aren't you, Cassandra? Lead the way. As they stepped into the dark, narrow alley, Cassandra glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Her playful demeanor evaporated, her eyes turning an ominous shade of red. So, she said, her voice now cold and sharp. It seems we had the same idea, Wendigo. Robert froze. His eyes turned stark white, and his grin twisted into a predatory snarl. Jagged teeth filled his mouth, and his fingers grew into clawed talons. Let's see who gets to eat the other first. Robert growled. Cassandra laughed, a haunting sound that echoed off the brick walls. Before Robert could react, her shadow stretched unnaturally, and she disappeared into it. A heartbeat later, she emerged behind him, her hand plunging through his back. With terrifying ease, she ripped out his liver. Robert screamed, stumbling forward, but Cassandra was relentless. She stepped in front of him. Then she sliced open his stomach and pulled out his spleen, taking a bite right in front of him. Robert's breaths grew ragged as he collapsed to his knees, his face pale. What are you? Cassandra didn't answer. Instead, she turned her head slightly. You can come out, Malika. From the shadows of the alley emerged a tall, striking black woman with sharp, piercing eyes. You said you weren't going to feed anytime soon. What happened? Cassandra wiped her lips and smirked. Demetra is dead. I felt it yesterday. It hurt a bit. But what makes me furious is that it weakened me. Malika crossed her arms, her tone casual. So that slutty snake is finally gone, huh? Can't say I'm shedding any tears over her. Cassandra ignored the jab. And that vampire I was tracking, he's vanished. Either he fled or someone killed him. Before Malika could respond, Cassandra's demeanor changed instantly. Her muscles tensed, and her eyes darted around. Run, Malika. Something powerful is coming. I don't think I can handle it. I'll distract them, just go. Malika didn't hesitate, disappearing into the opposite end of the alley. Moments later, a towering black wolf emerged from the shadows, its red eyes blazing like molten fire. Scott came here after he smelled blood. He growled low, his piercing gaze locking onto Cassandra. Recognition hit him like a lightning bolt. This was the woman from the vampire's memories. Then, he felt that feeling again, the same feeling he got from the lamia but much stronger. It was the same feeling he felt when he went to the crime scene where the victim got his organs stolen before. He felt the urge to kill her. Cassandra felt the weight of his power, her instinct screaming at her to flee. The wolf was unlike anything she had ever faced, strong and radiating authority. Her mind raced, torn between hunger and self-preservation. She craved his liver, but survival took precedence. With a flicker of shadow, Cassandra disappeared into the darkness. Scott paused, momentarily confused by her sudden vanishing act. Then the metallic scent of blood pulled his attention to the body lying in the alley. He approached Robert's mutilated form and examined the gruesome scene. His gut twisted in anger and disgust. And he knew that the woman he just saw was the one who was killing people and stealing their organs. He could feel that she was strong, stronger than anything he had encountered before. Yet, as Scott stared into the darkness, a spark of excitement flared within him. She was dangerous, yes. But after defeating her, he could get the ability to move through the shadows like her. He growled softly, his breath misting in the cool night air. Then, without another glance at Robert's corpse, he turned and disappeared into the night, heading home. Far from the bar, Cassandra regrouped with Malika in a secluded part of the town. What happened back there? Malika asked. Cassandra licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with hunger. A werewolf. A very strong one. I've never felt anything like him before. I want to eat him, but she trailed off, her voice tinged with frustration. He's stronger than me. I need to feed more and grow stronger. Then we'll hunt that delicious big black wolf. Cassandra's eyes narrowed. What about Carvel? That lazy bastard is probably off hunting insects again. Malika said. We need to find him, and leave for now. That wolf, if he catches me, I'm dead. As they slipped into the shadows, Cassandra's thoughts lingered on the black wolf. The wolf wasn't just a threat, was an opportunity. And she wasn't about to let him go. 57, Chapter 57, Going After the Hales. The morning sunlight seeped through the blinds, casting warm golden stripes across the room. Scott stirred, his senses awakening to the comforting weight on his chest. Allison lay there, her arms wrapped around his neck. He ran his fingers gently through her hair. And he simply lay still, enjoying the peace of the moment. As Allison began to stir, her eyes fluttered open. She looked up at him, a sleepy smile spreading across her face. Good morning, gorgeous. Scott said, his voice warm and playful. Good morning. Allison replied, her voice still tinged with sleep. They lingered there for a while, exchanging kisses and playful banter, enjoying the quiet intimacy. Eventually, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, signaling that Melissa was already up. They reluctantly got out of bed and headed downstairs. At the table, Melissa greeted them with a knowing smile. Good morning, lovebirds. Sleep well. Scott grinned, pulling out a chair for Allison. Like a rock. Allison smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing. They shared breakfast, chatting about mundane things and enjoying the normalcy of a family meal. After finishing, Scott and Allison headed to school together. When they arrived, Styles was waiting for them by the lockers, grinning like a kid on Christmas morning. His smile was so wide it was almost ridiculous. What's up, Styles? Scott asked, eyebrow raised. You're smiling like a fool. Nothing. Styles said, his grin growing impossibly wider. I'm just so happy today. Scott smirked, immediately picking up on what was going on. Oh, it seems Lydia made you a man last night. Styles didn't even bother denying it. His smile somehow grew even bigger. Yes, she did. Well, good for you, buddy. Scott patted his shoulder. Allison, shaking her head with a teasing smile, added. If I were you, I'd stop smiling like that before Lydia sees you. I can't stop smiling even if I wanted to. Styles admitted, almost giddy. She can beat me up if she wants. I don't care. I'm just happy. Allison asked. So, are you two dating now, or what? Styles hesitated but kept smiling. No, we're not. She said I'm not her type. Honestly, I'm not even that sad about it. I think it's time for me to move on and find someone who loves me for who I am. Allison's smile vanished, replaced by a cold glare. Scum. She spat on the ground, then turned and stormed off. What? Why am I scum? Styles asked, baffled. Scott clapped a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head. If you don't want to die, don't say that in front of Lydia. Why? Scott sighed. It's like these have been chasing her forever, and now that you've finally slept with her, you're acting like you're ready to move on. That's exactly what a scumbag would do. Crap. That's not what I meant. Styles panicked, realizing how his words could be misinterpreted. Well, that's how Lydia would understand it. And by the way, you might want to go after Allison. Why? Scott smacked the back of Styles' head lightly. Because girls talk, Styles. Gossip is their favorite sport. Crap. Styles bolted after Allison, leaving Scott shaking his head. What an idiot. Scott muttered before heading to class. When Styles returned, looking flustered, Scott gave him a questioning look. Did you convince her not to talk? Styles sighed, slumping into his chair. Yeah. What did it cost you? Styles groaned. $1,000 for her and Lydia to go shopping. Scott chuckled. You got off easy, honestly. Styles glared. Your girlfriend is so mean. Scott's smile widened as he subtly gestured with his eyes. You might want to look behind you. Styles turned and saw Allison and Lydia walking into the classroom. Allison's mischievous smile made him groan. I heard that, Styles. Allison said as she passed. Styles buried his face in his hands. Damn it. I forgot about the super hearing. He peeked through his fingers. Why is this happening to me? Today is supposed to be the best day of my life. Allison chuckled. Well, I forgive you this time. She and Lydia took their seats, leaving Styles to mutter under his breath. After school, Allison approached Scott with smile. Hey, Scott, give me your car. I need to go shopping with Lydia. Scott raised an eyebrow. Shopping? Allison nodded. I need clothes. I didn't bring any from home, and it's getting awkward borrowing from Melissa. Scott shrugged and handed her the keys. Here, do you have money? Allison grinned. Yep. Styles is sponsoring our shopping trip. Styles, standing nearby, paled slightly as Lydia shot him a sly smile. "Happy to help," he said nervously. Scott chuckled. "You're getting the money from my room, right? If you need more, it's in my desk." Allison kissed Scott on the cheek. "Thanks." Then, grabbing Lydia's hand, "Let's go." As the Camaro roared to life and drove off, Scott patted Styles on the shoulder. "Next time, think before you open your mouth. Now, drive me to the clinic." That night, after closing the animal clinic, Scott went on patrol. The events of the previous night lingered in his mind: the organ-stealing woman, her strength, and the challenge she posed. He prowled the dark streets, his senses on high alert, hoping for a clue that would lead him to her. Meanwhile, Allison and Lydia were still at the mall when Allison's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and froze. The message was from Kate. "We're heading to the old Hale house tonight. Your parents and the hunters are joining me. It's time to take down Peter and Derek." Her heart sank. "We have to go," she told Lydia. "What's going on?" Lydia asked, concern etched on her face. Allison handed her the phone, letting her read the message. "Are you going to help?" Lydia asked. "I have to," Allison replied firmly. "And I need to call Scott." Lydia frowned. "Is Peter really that strong?" Allison nodded. "He's an alpha, Lydia. And not just any alpha, he's dangerous. My family isn't fast enough to trap him with mountain ash or poison him with wolfsbane. They're no match for him." Lydia bit her lip. "But Scott warned him not to touch your parents, right?" "Yes, but what if Peter loses control? He might not care if Scott kills him afterward. And even if he didn't hurt my parents, he will definitely kill Kate." Allison quickly dialed Scott's number, but he didn't pick up. Frustrated, she called Melissa and explained the situation, asking her to pass the message to Scott. "Tell him to meet me at the Hale house," Allison urged. She and Lydia then drove to Styles' house. When they arrived, Allison explained the situation to him. "I don't know where the Hale house is, can you take us there?" she asked. "Of course," Styles replied without hesitation. The three of them got into Styles' Jeep and headed for the Hale house. The Hale house. Inside the decrepit remains of the Hale house, Derek sat tied to a heavy chair in what used to be the main living area. His wrists and ankles were bound with thick chains. Kate Argent stood smugly nearby, her eyes gleaming with sadistic satisfaction. Chris Argent and Victoria watched from the edges of the room, both more composed but no less determined. "This is your last chance, Derek," Kate said, crouching in front of him with a mocking smile. "Tell me where is Peter, or I'll make this a lot less pleasant for you." Derek glared at her, his jaw clenched. "You're wasting your time." Kate chuckled. "I love when they act tough. It makes breaking them so much more satisfying." Meanwhile, outside the house, Peter prowled the edges of the property. He had followed Derek's scent here, but the moment he approached the perimeter, a faint shimmer surrounded the house. A barrier stopped him in his tracks. "Clever," Peter muttered, stepping back as his hand, which had brushed the invisible barrier, tingled with an electric-like sting. From the house, a hunter spotted him and shouted, "He's here. The alpha's outside." Shots rang out as bullets pierced the night. Peter leapt back, dodging into the cover of the forest. He growled under his breath, his glowing red eyes narrowing as he assessed his next move. "They came prepared," he murmured, his sharp mind already calculating. "But barriers can be broken." As he circled the house, he heard soft footsteps approaching. His predatory instincts took over, and in a blur, he grabbed the intruder, a young man, and pinned him against a tree. "Who are you?" Peter growled, his voice low and menacing. "What are you doing here?" The boy's eyes widened in fear, his lips trembling. Peter's sharp claws brushed his mouth, silencing him before he could scream. "Speak," Peter demanded. "2M Jackson." The boy stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "I came here looking for Derek Hale, or you." Peter's eyebrows rose in surprise. "And why would you do that?" Jackson hesitated, then blurted, "I want you to bite me. I want to be like you." Peter smirked, his sharp teeth glinting in the moonlight. "Well, aren't you lucky to find me?" He stepped back, releasing Jackson. "But I don't grant favors for free. If you want the bite, you'll have to help me." Jackson blinked. "Help you? With what?" Peter gestured toward the house. "The hunters have trapped my nephew inside, and they've sealed the house with a mountain ash barrier. All you need to do is break the circle of ash. It's a black powder line on the ground." Jackson looked toward the house nervously. "And then what?" "Then," Peter said with a wicked grin, "I'll handle the rest. You'll hear gunshots. That's your cue to break the line. Got it?" Jackson swallowed hard but nodded. "Got it." Peter's grin widened. "Good. Stay here until you hear the shots." With that, Peter shifted into his werewolf form. He darted to the far side of the house and slammed his fists against the barrier, roaring loudly. Inside, the hunters scrambled. The alphas attacking the barrier. One of them shouted, and gunfire erupted, shattering the eerie silence of the forest. Jackson, trembling but determined, crept toward the house. He spotted the faint line of black powder circling the perimeter and hesitated for a moment. Then he stomped on the line, scattering the ash and breaking the barrier. The moment the barrier broke, Peter felt it. A triumphant growl escaped his throat, and he vanished into the shadows. Inside the house, chaos erupted. The hunter guarding Derek heard a feral roar before the room plunged into darkness. A scream pierced the air, followed by the sickening thud of a body hitting the ground. Kate, Chris, and Victoria rushed to the scene, but they arrived too late. One of their men lay dead, his throat torn out, and Derek was gone. "Damn it!" Kate hissed. "Peter's inside. He must have help. Do you think it's Scott?" Chris frowned, his expression grim. "I hope it's Scott. If it's not, we're in serious trouble." Chris pulled out his radio and barked orders. The Alpha broke the barrier. "Everyone, regroup. Do not let him pick you off one by one." As the hunters scrambled to comply, Chris, Victoria, and Kate stepped outside the house, only to find Jackson lingering near the perimeter. Chris grabbed him by the collar. "You broke the barrier, didn't you?" Chris growled. "Do you have any idea what you've done, you idiot?" "Two didn't know." Jackson stammered, but Chris cut him off with a punch to the face, sending him sprawling. Before anyone could say another word, a deafening roar filled the air. All eyes turned to the roof of the house, where Peter stood in his werewolf form, his glowing red eyes blazing with fury. In his hand, he held the lifeless body of another hunter, blood dripping from his claws. 58. Chapter 58. Carnage. The Argents froze as Peter's glowing red eyes bore into them. The body of the dead hunter dangled limply from his claws, blood dripping. With a wicked snarl, Peter hurled the corpse with terrifying force. It slammed into Chris, Victoria, and Kate, knocking them back and sending Jackson sprawling into the dirt. Then Peter vanished into the night, his form melting into the shadows as if he were never there. Inside the Hale house, the hunters regrouped, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. Tension crackled in the air, each creak of the floorboard sending shivers down their spines. "He's here." One hunter muttered, his voice trembling. Another hunter whispered, "What do we do?" Before anyone could answer, a guttural growl echoed through the house, freezing them in their tracks. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, reverberating off the dilapidated walls. "Stay together." Chris's voice rang through their radios. Peter struck without warning. The first hunter didn't even have time to scream. One moment he was standing by the staircase, his flashlight scanning the shadows, and the next, Peter's massive form loomed over him. Clawed hands grabbed him, and with a sickening crunch, Peter ripped his throat out, tossing the lifeless body aside like a rag doll. The second hunter turned and fired, but Peter was already gone, his speed unmatched. He appeared behind her, his claws slicing through her armor and flesh in one swift motion. She collapsed in a heap, blood pooling beneath her. Chaos erupted. "Fire! Fire!" Someone shouted, and the house lit up with the muzzle flashes of automatic weapons. Bullets ricocheted off walls and furniture, but Peter was a blur, weaving through the hail of gunfire with supernatural agility. The hunters' panic deepened as Peter took them apart one by one. On the second floor, Derek moved through the shadows, his movement slower than Peter's but no less deadly. His wounds throbbed, the wolfsbane-laced chains having weakened him, but he pressed on. A hunter spotted him and fired, the bullet grazing Derek's shoulder. Derek growled, the pain fueling his rage, and charged. Before the hunter could reload, Derek grabbed the rifle and snapped it in half with his bare hands. He slammed the hunter into the wall, his claws digging into the man's chest, and tossed the lifeless body to the floor. Two more hunters rushed at Derek, one swinging a knife and the other firing a handgun. Derek dodged the blade. He grabbed the knife wielder by the arm and flung him into the second hunter, sending them both crashing into a pile of rubble. The one with the gun scrambled to his feet, raising his weapon, but Derek was faster. He lunged, his claws slashing across the man's chest, and finished him with a powerful swipe to the throat. The final hunter charged Derek with a knife. Derek let the weapon graze his side before grabbing the man by the head and slamming him into the ground with bone-shattering force. Downstairs, Peter continued his brutal assault. A trio of hunters formed a defensive line. "Come out, you bastard!" One of them yelled, his voice shaky. Peter obliged. He emerged from the shadows, his massive form crouched low, eyes blazing like fire. His lips pulled back in a snarl, revealing sharp fangs. "Fire!" The hunters unleashed a volley of bullets, but Peter moved faster than they could track. He leapt into the air, crashing down in their midst with earth-shaking force. His claws slashed through the first hunter's chest, sending him flying into a wall. The second hunter tried to run, but Peter grabbed him by the neck and crushed his windpipe with a single squeeze. The last hunter screamed and swung his rifle like a club, but Peter caught it mid-swing and snapped it in half. With a feral growl, he grabbed the man by the head and slammed him into the ground, leaving a bloody smear on the floorboards. The remaining hunters regrouped in the central room, their numbers dwindling. Blood stained the walls and floor, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of death. Peter circled them like a predator stalking prey, his footsteps silent, his growls low and menacing. He reveled in their fear, the primal scent of it fueling his bloodlust. When he struck again, it was with devastating precision. He darted through the group, his claws slicing through two hunters before they could react. Their bodies hit the ground with wet thuds, and Peter was gone again, disappearing into the shadows. Derek joined Peter in the central room, his chest heaving as he eyed the remaining hunters. "You're enjoying this too much," he muttered. Peter smirked, his voice deep and guttural. "And you're not." Derek didn't answer, instead charging at a hunter who raised his weapon. Derek grabbed the man and slammed him into the ground, breaking his spine with a sickening crack. Peter took down the last 2 hunters with ease. The first tried to flee, but Peter caught him, slamming him into a wall and finished the man with a single swipe of his claws. The final hunter dropped his weapon and raised his hands, trembling. "Please, don't." Peter tilted his head, his glowing eyes cold and unfeeling. Then he slashed his claws across the man's neck, ending him. The fight inside the Hale house was over, the walls and floors soaked in the blood of the hunters. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the creak of floorboards and the faint sounds of the forest outside. Peter stood amidst the carnage, his massive werewolf form drenched in blood, his red eyes still glowing with feral intensity. Derek, though battered and wounded, leaned against the wall, catching his breath. "We need to go," he muttered. Peter didn't answer. His sharp ears twitched, catching the sound of footsteps outside. His snarl deepened, and with a burst of speed, he was out of the house, disappearing into the night. Outside, Kate hissed. "Where is he?" Her eyes darting around. Before anyone could answer, a blur of motion streaked from the shadows. Peter emerged, his massive clawed hand grabbing a hunter who had just reached Chris. With a sickening crunch, Peter snapped the man's neck and tossed his lifeless body at Chris's feet. Chris barely flinched, his gun aimed at Peter in an instant. Victoria and Kate followed suit, their weapons aimed, their expressions steely. Peter roared, a deafening sound that echoed through the forest, and charged at them. His speed was terrifying. "Shoot!" Chris yelled, and the three opened fire. Bullets tore through the air, slamming into Peter's body, but they barely slowed him. Victoria hurled a grenade filled with wolfsbane. The moment the device exploded, a purple mist spread through the air. Peter skidded to a halt, growling furiously as he backed away from the poisonous cloud. Peter vanished into the shadows again, his mind racing. Moments later, he returned, carrying a massive log from the forest. With a guttural snarl, he hurled it toward the trio. The log spun through the air like a missile, forcing Chris, Victoria, and Kate to dive out of the way. Peter used the distraction to close the distance. He moved with unnatural speed, appearing in front of Kate before she could react and caught her by the arm. Kate's eyes widened, panic flickering across her face. She reached for the dagger at her belt, her fingers trembling as she pulled it free and stabbed Peter's arm. The blade, coated in wolfsbane, burned into his flesh, eliciting a roar of pain and fury. Peter's retaliation was swift and brutal. His jaws clamped down on her shoulder, his sharp teeth piercing through skin and muscle. Kate screamed as Peter flung her to the ground, her body hitting the dirt with a thud. Pulling the dagger from his arm, Peter dropped it to the ground and stalked toward her, his red eyes burning with rage. Just then, the roar of an engine cut through the tension, and Styles' familiar beat-up Jeep skidded to a halt near the house. The door flung open, and Allison jumped out. "Peter, stop!" she shouted, her voice firm and unwavering as she stepped between him and Kate. Peter froze, his claws mid-swing, his eyes narrowing at the audacity of the young girl. "Move!" Peter growled, his voice guttural and inhuman. Allison didn't flinch. She stood her ground, meeting his gaze. "If you don't want to die, I suggest you leave now." Peter's lips pulled back in a snarl, but he hesitated. He knew that attacking Allison would bring Scott's wrath down upon him, a wrath he wasn't prepared to face. Behind Allison, Kate struggled to her knees, clutching her bleeding shoulder. She smirked, her voice laced with mockery. "What's wrong, Peter? Scared of a teenager? Some alpha you are." "Kate, shut up!" Allison snapped, her voice sharp. But Kate's words had already done their damage. Peter's anger boiled over, and his rationality slipped. With a deafening roar, he raised his clawed hand, his massive frame towering over Allison. "Allison, move!" Chris shouted, panic lacing his tone as he raised his weapon. Victoria's voice trembled. "Allison, get out of the way!" Just as Peter's claws were about to strike, a massive gray wolf leapt from the shadows, landing gracefully in front of Allison. Its fur gleamed in the moonlight, and its red eyes burned with an intensity that matched Peter's. The wolf snarled, baring its teeth, and Peter froze. A chill ran down Peter's spine as he sensed another presence. Slowly, he turned his head to see a towering black werewolf emerging from the darkness, his form massive and imposing. His glowing red eyes locked onto Peter, radiating an aura of dominance and power. The black werewolf's voice was a deep, monstrous growl. "I warned you, Peter. But you just tried to attack Allison, didn't you?" Peter took a step back, his bravado faltering. Scott's growl deepened, its tone laced with menace. "Now you have to pay." 59, Chapter 59, The Fall of Peter. Scott, in his full werewolf form, loomed over Peter like a predator over its cornered prey. His massive clawed hand gripped Peter's head, and his sharp teeth gleamed in a twisted smile that sent shivers down Peter's spine. Peter whimpered, his once fearsome demeanor crumbling. His red eyes dimmed with terror as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Scott, please." He stammered, his voice trembling. I lost control." Scott's grin widened, his voice low and menacing. "SHHHH. Don't worry, Peter. I won't kill you. But after I'm done with you." Scott leaned closer, his glowing red eyes piercing Peter's soul. "You'll wish I had." Scott addressed the others without looking at them. "Guys." He growled in a deep voice. "I'll be right back." What I'm about to do to him isn't pretty to look at. Dragging Peter by his head like a rag doll, Scott turned and disappeared into the dark forest. Peter struggled against the iron grip, clawing and thrashing, but Scott's hand didn't budge. Back near the house, Allison approached the massive gray wolf standing protectively nearby. Her eyes softened, and a small smile broke across her face. She threw her arms around the wolf's enormous head in a warm embrace. "Hi, gorgeous," she whispered. "Thank you for coming." Melissa spoke in a deep yet soothing voice. "Anytime, sweetheart. Your family." Lydia stepped out of the car, her expression one of awe and curiosity. She walked up to the enormous wolf, her fingers brushing against the soft fur. "Melissa, is that you?" Melissa chuckled, her wolf voice resonant and warm. "Yes, Lydia, it's me." Lydia's fingers trailed through the fur as she smiled. "You look gorgeous, by the way." The tender moment was interrupted by the sharp, pitiful cries of Peter echoing through the woods. Stiles approached the group, hands shoved into his pockets. "I bet Peter wishes he was still in a coma right now," he quipped, grinning. Lydia tilted her head thoughtfully. "By the way, Scott's werewolf form looks very cool. Intimidating, but cool." Kate, sitting nearby, tried to speak. "Allison, thank you. Don't talk to me." Allison snapped, her voice cold. "And don't think I'm stupid enough to not see what you did. You used me to make Scott deal with Peter, didn't you? With that text you sent me and how you provoked Peter when I told him to stop." Kate's face paled. "No, Allison, I would never." "Then what did you think would happen when you provoked an angry alpha with your words?" Allison asked. I didn't mean to put you in danger." Kate stammered. "I thought he wouldn't dare to attack you." "I'm sorry, Allison." Allison scoffed, dismissing her with a wave. She turned to her parents, her concern softening her tone. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" Victoria pulled Allison into a tight embrace, her voice shaking. "Don't you ever dare do something like that again. I thought I was going to lose you." "I'm fine, Mom." Allison reassured her, hugging back. When Victoria finally released her, Allison hugged Chris next. "I'm glad you're okay, Dad. But next time you plan something this dangerous, tell me first. I can help, you know." Chris chuckled awkwardly, patting her back. "I can protect myself, Allison. And as your father, I'm supposed to protect you." Allison rolled her eyes playfully. "Sure, Dad. If I wasn't here, your crazy sister would be dead by now." Chris coughed, clearly uncomfortable. He glanced at the massive gray wolf. "And, who's she?" Allison smirked. "That's something you'll have to ask Scott." Just then, Scott returned, his human form restored. His bare chest glistened under the moonlight, his muscular frame a testament to his strength. He was dragging Peter behind him, the defeated alpha barely alive. Scott threw Peter onto the ground in front of them. Stiles gagged, looking at Peter's battered body. "Yikes. You didn't go easy on him, did you, Scott?" Scott shrugged. "I warned him, didn't I?" Scott's eyes flicked toward the Hale house. "Derek, you can come out now." From the shadows of the house, Derek emerged. His wounds had healed, his posture strong and upright. Scott turned to him. "I won't let you kill Kate, but I'll give you what belongs to you. You can take Peter's alpha spark." Kate's eyes widened in panic. "You can't do that, Sco." Melissa growled at Kate, cutting her off. Scott's lips curled into a smirk. "I can do whatever I want, Kate. And right now, you should be more worried about yourself." "What do you mean?" Kate asked. "You were bitten by an alpha." Scott replied, his voice calm yet cold. "And you know what that means, don't you?" Kate's face hardened. "That's none of your business." Scott chuckled darkly. "You know what hunters do when they're bitten, don't you, Kate?" Lydia furrowed her brow. "What do? "They shoot themselves," Scott said, his tone blunt. Allison's face flashed with worry, but Scott quickly added. "Don't worry, babe. A bitch like Kate would never end her life. But I can't guarantee Gerard won't kill her when he finds out. And after hearing what happened here, he'll definitely come." Turning back to Derek, Scott nodded. "What are you waiting for? Go ahead. Take back Laura's powers." Derek walked toward Peter, his expression unreadable. Peter, barely conscious, muttered weakly. "No, this power is mine, Derek. You don't deserve it. You're weak just like your mother." Derek's jaw clenched, but he didn't respond. He knelt beside Peter, his claws extending. With a determined glare, he drove them into Peter's body. Peter screamed, thrashing weakly as Derek began to extract the alpha spark. His curses and insults filled the air, but his broken body couldn't resist. As the power transferred, Derek's eyes glowed a fierce, vibrant red. Peter's screams faded, his body going limp as he lost consciousness. Derek stood tall, now an alpha, his eyes burning with newfound strength. Derek looked at Scott with his glowing red eyes and asked, "What are you going to do with Peter?" Scott shrugged casually, his tone dismissive. "Why are you asking me? He's your family, your problem. Do whatever you want with him. But if you don't kill him, make sure he knows that if he pisses me off again, I won't beat him next time, I'll just kill him." Scott's sharp gaze shifted to Chris. "And you take care of your crazy sister. Don't let her do anything stupid in my territory again." Before Chris could respond, Scott noticed Jackson standing awkwardly at the edge of the group. "Jackson." Scott said with a raised eyebrow. What are you doing here? Everyone turned to look at Jackson, and Chris's expression darkened as he strode toward the boy. I'm going to kill you, kid. Jackson panicked. Seeing Scott standing with Allison, he decided against running to him. Instead, he darted behind Derek, grabbing at his arm. I helped you escape. You have to protect me. Lydia's gaze narrowed on Jackson as she crossed her arms. Jackson, what did you do? Why is Mr. Argent so angry at you? Jackson clamped his mouth shut, looking terrified, but Chris answered for him, his voice cold and sharp. He caused the death of 15 of my men today. He broke the mountain ash barrier and let Peter in. Peter slaughtered all of them. Derek's red eyes flicked to Chris, and he snorted. Don't play the victim. You caught me, tortured me, and used me as bait to get to Peter. Those 15 hunters came here to kill me and Peter. They should have been prepared to die. Scott raised a hand, his voice cutting through the tension. All right, enough. Derek, take your uncle and your little bitch, Jackson, and leave. Chris, clean up this mess. And don't let the sheriff find the body. Shay's got enough on his plate already. Derek gave Chris a scornful look, then turned back to Scott. Thank you, Scott, for sparing Peter's life. I'll see you around. Derek grabbed Peter and looked at Jackson. Let's go. Scott turned to his friends, his tone softening. Go to my house. We'll catch up with you later. Allison walked over to her family, placing a comforting hand on Victoria's arm. Mom, I'm going back to Scott's house. You can call me anytime. Once you're done dealing with this mess and arranging the funerals for your men, let me know, and I'll come home. Victoria brushed Allison's hair tenderly. Okay, sweetheart. Just be safe, alright? I'll let you know when I'm done. I love you. Now go, we need to leave before the sheriff shows up. Love you too. Allison said before hugging her mom. She then turned to Lydia and Styles. Let's go. As the trio got into the car and drove off, Scott watched them disappear down the road. His glowing red eyes turned to Kate, and he crossed the distance between them in an instant. His hand shot out, gripping her throat tightly. Kate gasped, her voice strangled. Scott let go. Scott's tone was ice cold, his red eyes glaring into hers. You almost got Allison hurt earlier by provoking Peter. This is your last warning. You used me to survive today, and I didn't mind, for Allison's sake. But piss me off again, and I'll kill you myself. Kate managed to choke out. Allison will never forgive you if you kill me. Scott's lips twisted into a dark smile. Then I just have to make sure she's not around when I kill you, don't I? He released her suddenly, and Kate fell to the ground at Chris's feet, coughing and gasping for air. Scott addressed Chris. You heard me. Keep her in check. Turning to leave with Melissa, Scott paused and glanced back at Chris with a mischievous smirk. Oh, and by the way, don't worry about Allison. To make sure she's extra safe, I sleep in the same bed with her. No need to thank me, Uncle Chris. Chris's face turned crimson with fury, and he roared, Damn it, Scott. I'm going to kill you, you punk. Melissa chuckled and nudged Scott with her paw. Let's go. Scott grinned as they disappeared into the woods, leaving Chris standing there, fuming and cursing under his breath. Chapter 60, Unveiling the New Threat. The morning sunlight streamed into the McCall house as the smell of Melissa's hearty breakfast wafted through the air. It was a day without school, and Lydia and Styles had stayed over at Scott's house. After finishing their breakfast, the group gathered in the living room. Lydia seemed unusually quiet, her eyes darting around the room as if searching for the right words. I have to tell you guys something, Lydia finally said. What is it? Styles asked, leaning forward, his curiosity piqued. Lydia hesitated, biting her lip before speaking. Yesterday, during class, I drew a picture. What kind of picture? Allison asked, tilting her head in confusion. It was a picture of the Hale house, and all the dead hunters. She swallowed hard, her voice dropping to a whisper. And remember, this was before they died. Styles's jaw dropped. Wait. Are you saying you can see the future? Lydia nodded slowly, her expression pained. Yes, but it's not exactly the future. It's more like I can see death. Silence fell over the room. Everyone except Scott exchanged uneasy glances before Lydia's trembling voice broke the quiet. I'm turning into something evil, aren't I? Scott smiled, his tone calm and reassuring. Relax, Lydia, you're not evil. I know exactly what you are. Lydia looked at him with wide eyes. What am I? You're a banshee. Scott said. Or as some call it, the Wailing Woman. Allison furrowed her brow. What does that mean? Scott leaned back in his seat. A banshee is a harbinger of death. They can sense when someone's about to die and hear the details of their death. It's not evil, it's just what they do. How is that not evil? Lydia said, her voice breaking. Scott shook his head. Lydia, just because you can predict death doesn't mean you're evil. In fact, do you have any idea how lucky we are to have you in our pack? A banshee is a rare gift. Styles jumped in, his excitement bubbling over. Yeah, you can literally predict death, when and where it's going to happen. We could use that to save people. Scott said. Yes, but a banshee is much more than that. They're capable of reading minds. Their telepathy lets them dig deeper into someone's memories through touch, even revealing or recovering suppressed ones. Plus, they have a connection to the spiritual world or something like that. Lydia's eyes widened. Wait, I can do all that? Scott nodded. Yes. And by the way, a banshee also has incredibly powerful lungs, throat, and vocal cords. They can produce a sonic scream, a destructive wave of sound energy to defend themselves. And that's just a normal banshee. Lydia tilted her head, confused. What do you mean, just a normal banshee? Are you saying I'm not? Scott shook his head with a knowing smile. No, you're not. You're also a shapeshifter, remember. Normal banshees can't shift. A small smile tugged at Lydia's lips, her fear beginning to fade. I was so scared yesterday. I couldn't sleep. I thought I was turning into a monster, but this sounds kind of cool. Scott smirked. It is cool. And, for the record, banshees are always women. It's a trait passed down through the female line of a family. Lydia's expression turned thoughtful. You know, my grandmother Lorraine was admitted to Icon House because she claimed she predicted her own death. And the night you bit me, I dreamed of her. She was terrified, and she told me, they're coming, Lydia. They're coming for all of us. But there was blood on her head. I thought it was just a nightmare, but now I think it was a memory. Melissa, sitting nearby, spoke. Your grandmother might have been a banshee too, Lydia. But no one understood it back then, so they locked her away. Lydia sighed, relief washing over her face. I'm just glad I found you guys. At least I know what I am. She looked at Scott with curiosity. How do you even know all this about banshees? Scott chuckled, leaning forward with a smug grin. Oh, you know, killed a vampire, raided his house with styles, found a chest full of supernatural books. Nothing special. Lydia's eyes lit up. You have books on the supernatural. Scott stood and brought over the chest of books, dropping it with a loud thud. We all need to read these. Oh, and while we're at it, I need you guys to help me find something about a werewolf that feeds on human livers. Styles looked up, alarmed. Wait, did you find the thing stealing organs? And it's a werewolf. Scott nodded, flipping through one of the books. I ran into her 2 nights ago. She killed someone and took his organs. She's an alpha, but she's different, and very strong. I could feel it the second I saw her. Allison's face turned serious. Do you think she has a pack? Scott nodded. Yes. I think the Lamia we killed was one of her pack. Too bad I didn't fully read her memories, it might have given us answers. Melissa placed a comforting hand on Scott's shoulder. Then let's dig through these books and see what we can find. The group spent the next 2 hours flipping through pages, searching for any mention of a creature that matched Scott's description. They found references to Wendigos and other cannibalistic monsters, but nothing seemed to fit. Lydia suddenly spoke up, holding a book. I found something. It's called Papa Figo, a Brazilian monster that invades cemeteries, eats corpses, and kills disobedient children for their livers. Scott glanced over and shook his head. No, that's not it. Keep looking. Styles said while showing them a picture with a humanoid beast hiding behind a tree. What about this? It's called the Hide Behind, a nocturnal monster that preys upon humans who wander the woods. Melissa took the book from him, her face scrunching as she read. It says it doesn't like to be seen and lives in the woods. Allison leaned over, flipping a few pages. What about this one? It's called Pish Tacos, a cannibal creature from South America. Scott raised an eyebrow. What does it do? Allison scanned the page. Let me see. After reading for a moment, she shook her head. No, it's not what we're looking for. This one hunts people and feeds on their body fat. Meanwhile, Lydia started staring at the book in Scott's hands with an unusual intensity, her eyes unfocused. Allison noticed and nudged her. Lydia, are you okay? But Lydia didn't respond. Scott, noticing her fixation, closed the book and waved it slightly. Lydia's gaze followed it. Interesting. Scott handed the book to her, curiosity evident on his face. Lydia, still in a daze, grabbed the book, opened it without hesitation, and immediately snapped back to reality. Looking around, she saw everyone staring at her. What? Why are you all looking at me? Scott smirked. I think you just found what we're looking for, Lydia. Lydia blinked in confusion, glancing down at the open page. How do you know this is it? Styles chimed in, his tone teasing. Because you were in one of your psychic banshee states. Allison called you, but you didn't answer. Then, you grabbed the book from Scott and opened it without even looking at it. Lydia's eyebrows furrowed. I don't remember that. Scott took the book back gently. Well, thanks anyway. Now let's see what we're dealing with. He scanned the page, his expression darkening as he read. I think this is definitely it. Melissa leaned closer. What is it, Scott? Scott sighed and read aloud. It's called the Vricolaicus, a type of werewolf with vampire-like traits. But unlike vampires, they're described as cannibals rather than bloodsuckers. They have a particular taste for human livers and gain power by eating the livers and spleens of other creatures. If left alone, they grow stronger and stronger. Legends say they must be killed quickly before they become too powerful. Melissa said. So this creature is kind of like us. It can absorb other creatures' powers and get stronger. Scott nodded. Yes. Allison furrowed her brows. Are you sure this is what we're dealing with? Scott exhaled deeply. Yes. I saw the way she was looking at me. There was no fear. She was looking at me like I was the most delicious food she'd ever seen. I think she'll come after me once she's confident enough to kill me. Melissa's expression turned worried. This is dangerous, Scott. Scott placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Mom. I'm dangerous too. Besides, you can help me. I don't think she and her pack can take us both. Allison stepped forward. I'll help too. Styles smirked. Count me in. Lydia hesitated, but her voice was firm. I'm not going to lie. I'm scared, but I'm fighting by your side, guys. Scott smiled. Don't worry too much. I'll fight her alone. As for her pack, my mom will take care of them one by one. You guys haven't completed your transformation yet, so you just have to distract the others when she is fighting one of them. Don't let them interfere. Maybe get some flashbangs from Allison's father. Allison nodded. Yes, I can get them from my dad. Scott turned to the chest nearby. There are some jars in there. Let's see what's inside. Styles walked over and started examining the jars. Some of these have labels, but some don't. There's different kinds of wolfsbane, mistletoe, and vervain here. There are even jars with poison. Scott nodded thoughtfully. We'll let Deaton check those later. Allison, you should bring some guns from your dad and make bullets with wolfsbane, vervain, and mistletoe. Make enough for yourself, Lydia, and Styles. Allison frowned. I don't think my dad will give me guns. Scott raised an eyebrow. Ask Kate. We saved her life, after all. Allison's tone turned sharp. I hate her, and I don't want to talk to her. Scott sighed. Come on, Allison. I'm not saying you should like her. She used you yesterday, so why not use her to get what we need? Allison crossed her arms but relented. Fine, I'll do it. Scott glanced at the group. I don't think that woman and her pack will be back anytime soon, so why don't we go on patrol in the woods? Maybe, if we're lucky, we'll find something like that huge boar again. Styles perked up. Yes, let's go. Hey, Scott, do you think I could beat something like that ghoul we found in the woods? Scott smirked. Probably. It wasn't that strong. Lydia, still catching up, asked. Can someone tell me what boar and ghoul you're talking about? Styles grinned and launched into the story of the Nemeton and the creatures they'd encountered in the woods. With their plan set, Scott and his pack headed into the woods. 61, Chapter 61, Into the Woods. After Melissa decided to stay home, determined to read more of the books in the chest, Scott, Styles, Allison, and Lydia set out for the Beacon Hills Preserve. The morning sun filtered through the thick canopy above as Styles' trusty jeep rattled to a stop near the edge of the woods. The group got out, energized and curious, their chatter filling the quiet forest. All right, should we split up? Styles asked. No splitting up, Styles. This isn't a Scooby-Doo episode, Scott said with a smirk. Stick together. It's safer. They walked deeper into the woods, the forest alive with birdsong and the occasional rustle of leaves. Allison got close to Lydia. Hey, Lydia. She began, her tone light. Are you still thinking about getting back with Jackson? Lydia hesitated before shaking her head. No, I'm done with him. I won't lie, I was heartbroken when he dumped me. For a while, I thought I wanted him back. But that was before. She glanced at the group. Before all of you and Melissa. I'm in a better place now. I just want to be me and enjoy life with my real friends. Allison smiled warmly. That's good to hear. Honestly, Jackson doesn't deserve you anyway. Scott, walking ahead, chimed in. I think Jackson's already gotten the bite from Derek. I'm just curious what he'll turn into. A wordonky, maybe. Styles quipped, sending everyone into laughter. As they continued, their conversation shifted to myths and creatures. You guys think herbivore shapeshifters exist? Scott asked. Styles stroked his chin theatrically. A were-rabbit, perhaps. The terror of all carrot patches. Lydia rolled her eyes but added. What about a minotaur? I read about them in one of those books. But according to the book, they are known to eat people. That's a comforting thought. Scott said dryly. But yeah, minotaurs. I forgot about those. I wonder if we'll ever run into one. What about centaurs? Allison asked. Half human, half horse. Do you think they exist? If they do. Styles said. Then elves, dwarves, and dragons probably do too. Scott sighed. I don't know about elves and dwarves. But I really hope dragons aren't real. Dealing with one would be difficult. As the banter continued, they approached a small pond nestled among the trees. Scott stopped abruptly, his expression turning serious. Lydia stepped forward, her gaze locked on the pond. You feel it too, don't you? Scott nodded. Yeah, something's definitely off. Allison and Styles exchanged uneasy glances. What's wrong? Allison asked. I don't feel anything. Scott explained. My senses are sharper than yours. And Lydia, he glanced at her. Well, you're a banshee. It makes sense. Styles leaned closer to the pond. What do you think it is? I don't know. Scott replied, his eyes narrowing. But I think we're about to find out. Back up, guys. Something's coming. They barely had time to move before a long, slimy tongue shot out of the water, aiming for Scott. With lightning reflexes, he sidestepped and grabbed the tongue, yanking hard. A massive, grotesque frog-like creature was pulled from the pond, landing on its back with a heavy thud. What is that? Styles stammered, his eyes wide. It's a frog, if you can still call it that. Lydia said. The creature managed to flip onto its feet, its tongue shooting out again. Scott dodged and slashed at it with his claws, severing the tongue. The frog croaked in pain, but to everyone's shock, its tongue began to regenerate. Cool, it can regenerate. Styles exclaimed. Scott grinned. I'm definitely taking that power for myself. The frog crouched low, inhaling deeply, its body swelling. Move! Scott yelled. I think it's about to attack with sound. The group scattered as the creature unleashed a deafening croak, the sound wave tearing through trees and leaving destruction in its wake. Then, the frog tried to retreat to the water. Scott leaped onto its back, delivering powerful blows to its head. The creature croaked in pain, struggling to escape. Finally, Scott plunged his claws into its body, absorbing its power. When the process was complete, he delivered a final punch, ending its life. That sound attack was awesome. Styles said as he and the others approached. Scott nodded. Lydia can do that too, once she's strong enough. Lydia smiled faintly. I can't wait. Did you get its regeneration ability? Allison asked. Scott flexed his fingers. I think so. I feel that my body is full of vitality, but I'm not testing it. What about the dead frog? Styles asked, eyeing the massive frog. Leave it. Scott said with a shrug. The coyotes will take care of it. As they headed back, Lydia suddenly stopped. I think we should go that way. She said, pointing in a different direction. Styles frowned. But the car's this way. I remember. Lydia hesitated. I just feel like, she trailed off. Never mind. Let's go. Scott stepped closer. You felt something, didn't you? Lydia hesitated again before nodding. Trust your instincts. Scott said gently. And remember, you're not alone. We'll never think you're weird or be scared of you. If you ever feel anything tell us immediately. And promise me one thing. What? Lydia asked softly. Never go alone. Scott said firmly. If you feel something or hear something calling to you, wait for us. Always. Allison placed a reassuring hand on Lydia's shoulder. Scott's right. You can sense death and danger, Lydia. But don't face it alone. Styles leaned in closer to Lydia, grinning mischievously. Yes, you should always tell me. I love mysteries. So, what are you feeling right now? Lydia smirked and lightly pushed him back. Thank you, guys. Her expression turned serious as she pointed toward a shadowy area deeper in the woods. I feel something bad over there, something ominous. Scott's demeanor shifted immediately. All right, let's check it out. The group walked cautiously until they reached the mouth of a small cave. The air grew colder, and a strange stillness surrounded the area. Inside, they found the desiccated corpses of deer, encased in spider silk-like sacks hanging eerily from the cave walls. Allison inspected one of the sacks and opened it. This one looks fresh. It probably died recently, but she frowned. It's just skin and bones. Scott scanned the cave with narrowed eyes. Whatever did this isn't a spider like that frog. This is the work of a shapeshifter. Styles, standing behind him, tilted his head. How can you tell? Use your senses. Scott said, gesturing around. Smell in particular. The others sniffed the air a few times, but they all shook their heads. I only smell dirt, animals, and us, Allison said. Scott sighed, his heightened senses picking up more. I can smell her. She's a woman, and she was here yesterday or the day before. Allison crossed her arms, frowning. Why is it always women? Almost all the bad guys we've faced so far have been women. Styles raised a finger. Maybe it's because women are inherently evil. Scott turned to him with a deadpan expression. No wonder you're single. Styles blinked, confused. What? Scott smirked. Run, you idiot. Styles looked at Allison and Lydia, their expressions darkening. He yelped and bolted. Come back here, Styles. Allison yelled, chasing after him. I'll show you how evil we are. Styles laughed nervously while running. See, you're just proving my point. Lydia joined the pursuit, laughing as well. The chase didn't last long. Allison caught up to Styles, delivering a kick to his leg that sent him sprawling to the ground. Ah! Styles groaned, clutching his side. I think I broke something. Girls, I was just joking. Allison smirked, standing over him. We know. She glanced at Lydia, who grinned back. But we won't forgive you unless you spar with both of us. Styles looked horrified. What? That's not fair. Lydia crouched next to him, her grin widening. Come on, Styles. Don't be a little bitch. Besides, we all heal quickly now. No excuses. Styles groaned dramatically before throwing up his hands. Fine, but no hitting the face. The sparring session began, and though Styles put up a valiant effort, it wasn't long before he ended up on the ground again, thoroughly beaten. Scott, leaning casually against a tree, laughed as he watched. All right, let's head home. I'm starving. 62, Chapter 62, The Arachne. Back at Scott's house, the group sat around the kitchen table, eating lunch with Melissa. Plates clinked as conversations buzzed. They recounted their experience in the woods, everything from the giant frog to the spider silk sacks with dried-up animals inside. Melissa listened intently, her brow furrowed in thought. I'm not sure about the frog. Melissa began, setting her fork down. But while you were out, I came across something in one of the books from the chest. It's about a shapeshifter that can turn into a spider. It's called an Arachne. Styles, his mouth half full of food, leaned forward eagerly. What does it do? He asked, bits of food almost flying out. Melissa shot him a look before continuing. The Arachne can shift into a spider with the torso of a human. They charm their victims and feed on people, especially younger humans, to stay young. They can use poison and shoot silk from their mouths. Allison's eyes narrowed. Are there any other shapeshifters with spider-like powers? I don't know. Melissa admitted. But the Arachne is the only one I've read about that matches what you found in the woods. And there's one more thing you need to know about them. Scott leaned forward. What? They can turn people into Arachne by biting them. If we don't find her quickly, we could be dealing with an army of spiders. Styles groaned dramatically, throwing his head back. Great. Giant spiders. Just what we need right now. After lunch, Lydia and Styles headed home, while Allison stayed to read more books with Melissa. Scott left for the animal clinic, his mind busy with thoughts of the Arachne. The next day, Scott and his friends spotted Jackson at school. The arrogant teen had been bitten by Derek but hadn't yet unlocked his powers. Scott observed him carefully, thinking, Jackson's definitely going to turn into a Kanema. Should I take his powers? No, they're useless to me, but maybe someone in my pack could use them. Deciding it wasn't worth the effort, Scott and his friends ignored Jackson. After school, Allison accompanied Scott to the clinic. She helped with the animals, since Deaton hadn't returned yet. On their way home in Scott's Camaro, they noticed Boyd walking into the woods with a woman. Isn't that Boyd? Allison asked, her voice tinged with concern. Scott glanced over, his brows furrowing. Yeah. I don't like that woman with him. Allison said. Something about her feels off. Scott's jaw tightened. You feel it too. She's probably like the Lamia we dealt with before. They parked the car and quietly followed Boyd and the woman into the woods. The deeper they went, the darker the woods seemed to grow. Suddenly, the woman stopped and turned to Boyd, who looked dazed. Scott and Allison watched from the shadows as the woman's body began to shift grotesquely. Her lower half transformed into the body of a massive spider, while her upper half remained humanely beautiful but deadly. Allison's breath hitched. She's the Arachne we're looking for. Probably. Scott replied, his voice low. I'll confirm it once I read her memories. Hopefully, she hasn't bitten anyone yet. Scott turned to Allison, his expression softening for a moment. Babe, stay here. I'm going to save Boyd and deal with that oversized bug. Allison nodded, though her eyes betrayed her worry. Be careful. Scott smirked. Always. Scott stepped out of the shadows just as the Arachne leaned in to bite Boyd. Hey, bug. He called out casually. Hate to ruin your meal, but you can't eat him. He's my classmate. The Arachne straightened, her eyes glinting with malice. A wolf, huh? What do you want? This doesn't concern you. Scott's red eyes glowed. You're in my territory, trying to eat one of my classmates. Pretty sure it concerns me. The Arachne hissed. Your territory? Then I'll just have to kill you and make it mine. You're not the first wolf I've killed, and thinking about it, it's been a while since I've eaten one of your kind. Scott smiled. Big talk for a bug. Before she could react, Scott disappeared from her sight, reappearing in front of her in an instant. He aimed a powerful kick at her head, but she raised her arms in defense. The impact sent her skidding several feet back. Scott grinned. Interesting. You can't keep up with my speed, but you can sense danger. Am I right, bug? The Arachne glared at Scott but said nothing. Deep down, she knew she wasn't a match for his strength. Scott turned to Boyd, who was standing in a daze, and slapped him lightly across the face. Wake up, Boyd. Boyd blinked rapidly, disoriented. What the hell? Where am I? And McCall? Why are your eyes glowing red? Scott sighed, rubbing his temples. We'll talk later, now go to Allison, she's over there. I'll deal with your girlfriend. Boyd frowned. Girlfriend? What are you talking about? I don't have a. Scott pointed at the Arachne. Her. Boyd's jaw dropped as he took in the horrifying sight of the creature with the lower body of a massive spider and the upper torso of a woman. What the? Is this some kind of dream? Scott rolled his eyes and slapped Boyd again, this time a little harder. Boyd shouted. McCall, do you want to fight? No, Scott said flatly. I just needed you to wake up. This isn't a dream, is it? Boyd panicked, and he glanced back at the Arachne. His voice wavered as recognition dawned. Wait, you're the woman from the store. What are you? Why did you bring me here? She's an Arachne. Scott said. And she brought your dumbass here to eat you. Now go to Allison, or I swear I'll leave and let her finish her meal. Boyd hesitated before muttering, fine, but you'd better explain all this later. He walked toward Allison, still shaken. Scott waved him off dismissively before turning his attention back to the Arachne. You're surprisingly polite, letting us have our little chat. The Arachne's eyes narrowed, and Scott noticed her partially healed arms twitching. He smirked. Ah, I see. You weren't being polite, you were stalling for time. The creature's lips curled into a sinister smile. Tonight, I'm feasting on all three of you. She hissed, her voice dripping with malice. And I'll start with your girl, Wolf. With a sudden motion, the Arachne shot a stream of liquid toward Allison. But Allison, moving with supernatural speed, grabbed Boyd and dragged him out of harm's way as if he weighed nothing. The liquid struck a nearby tree, solidifying into sticky, glistening spider silk. Scott, unfazed, glanced at Allison and Boyd, noting their safe position. He smirked at the Arachne. Big mistake, Bug. You shouldn't have done that. Before she could react, Scott moved, a blur of motion. In an instant, he was beside her, grabbing one of her massive spider legs. With a sharp twist, he lifted her into the air and slammed her against a thick tree trunk. The Arachne screeched in pain. After the violent impact, the Arachne began to shift, her massive spider form shrinking into something more humanoid. From her back sprouted 6 spider legs, sharp and menacing. Her face was a grotesque fusion of spider and woman, adorned with 6 gleaming eyes and fang-like pincers. A green, viscous liquid dripped from her mouth, hissing as it hit the ground. She fixed all 6 of her eyes on Scott, hatred burning within them. You'll pay for that, mutt. She hissed, her voice guttural and venomous. Without hesitation, the Arachne launched a series of web attacks, each aimed with deadly precision. But Scott was too fast, darting out of reach before any could touch him. He seemed to vanish and reappear like a ghost, frustrating her attempts. As he dodged, Scott noticed something about her movements. She wasn't just attacking blindly, she could predict from where he was going to attack her. Each time he prepared to strike, she would spit webs in the direction he was about to move, forcing him to adjust his approach. After testing her reactions for a while, Scott decided he'd had enough. His eyes glowed brighter, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. He tapped deeper into his wolf side, fur sprouted along his cheeks, his muscles tensed, and his speed and strength surged beyond his normal human form. This time, when Scott attacked, he was a blur of motion, faster and more aggressive than before. Panic flashed in the Arachne's many eyes as she realized she couldn't counter his moves anymore. She sensed the danger but couldn't react in time. Scott closed the gap between them in an instant and delivered a devastating punch to her midsection. The force of the blow cracked her exoskeleton and snapped her back, sending her crumpling to the ground, her body twitching in pain. Wasting no time, Scott sank his claws into the back of her neck, ensuring she couldn't move. With a deep breath, he focused, delving into her memories. Flashes of her life played in Scott's mind, decades of luring unsuspecting victims, draining their lives to sustain her own youth. When he pulled back, his eyes burned with determination. He began absorbing her powers. The Arachne's body trembled as she regained some awareness. Realizing Scott was stealing her abilities, she thrashed weakly, but her broken back rendered her efforts futile. With every moment, her strength dwindled until she reverted to her human form, a frail, elderly woman, barely clinging to life. Scott smiled, sensing the newfound ability coursing through him, the power to detect danger just like she could. Allison emerged from the shadows, Boyd following hesitantly behind her. Boyd's eyes darted between Scott and the old woman. What are you going to do with her? Boyd asked, his voice uneasy. And why does she look like that now? Scott's glowing red eyes dimmed as he shifted back to his human form. She turned old because she lost all her strength. As for what I'll do with her, I'll kill her, of course. She's a monster. Boyd flinched. Aren't you a monster too? Scott smirked, baring his fangs for a brief moment. I didn't mean it like that, McCall. Boyd stammered. Scott waved dismissively and chuckled. Relax, Boyd. I'm not offended. When I said she's a monster, I wasn't talking about her turning into a spider. I meant the fact that she eats humans, especially young and reckless ones like you. To stay young. I saw it all in her memories. She's done this countless times. Allison frowned. Did you find out if she's connected to the Vrykolakas pack? Scott shook his head. No, she's not part of their pack. She came to Beacon Hills 2 weeks ago and stayed in the woods until 3 days ago. Did she turn anyone into an Arachne? Allison asked. No, Scott said. Boyd here was supposed to be her first victim. Allison sighed in relief. Good. Boyd, still struggling to process everything, blurted out. Can someone explain what the hell is going on? Scott turned to him. To make a long story short, the supernatural exists: werewolves, vampires, shapeshifters, the whole deal. Welcome to the real world. Boyd blinked, his mind reeling. Scott studied him thoughtfully, recalling his memories from the show. Boyd was one of Derek's betas, and he had so much potential. But Derek failed him, ended up killing him, even if it was under forced circumstances. It didn't change the fact that Derek was a shitty alpha. Maybe I should make Boyd part of my pack. Scott made a decision. Hey, Boyd. Scott said, snapping him out of his daze. Do you want to become like me? Boyd frowned. First off, what even are you? I heard that thing call you a wolf, but I don't know what that means. Scott smirked. I'm a werewolf. Boyd hesitated, glancing between Scott and the now old and weak Arachne. What do I have to do to become like you? And what's the catch? Scott's eyes narrowed slightly. To become a werewolf, you just need to accept the bite from me. The catch? You'll become my beta. Boyd stepped back, his posture tense as he stared at Scott warily. What? Beta? What does that even mean? Scott frowned and crossed his arms. Relax, idiot. I'm not talking about something weird. An alpha leads the pack like me. A beta is a member of the pack. Boyd awkwardly cleared his throat. Oh, I see. Scott continued. Look, if you decide to join my pack, it's a lifelong commitment. We'll be like family, but you'll also have to fight creatures like that Arachne and help protect Beacon Hills. And if you betray me, well, let's just say it won't end well. Take the night to think it over and give me your answer tomorrow. Boyd tilted his head. That's it. No other strings attached. Scott shrugged. There's a lot more to it, but if you don't want to be a werewolf, there's no point in explaining everything now. Boyd glanced at Scott, his suspicion giving way to a tentative smile. If I become part of your pack, does that mean we'll be friends? You know, hang out and all that. Scott chuckled. Yeah, like I said, a pack is like a family. Boyd nodded firmly. Then I don't need to wait until tomorrow. I want to be like you now. Scott raised an eyebrow. Alright, but first, let me call Styles and ask him to bring a shovel. We need to bury the Arachne. Boyd froze. Wait, you're planning to bury her alive? Scott shook his head, walking over to the Arachne. Without hesitation, he broke her neck with a swift motion, her body falling limp. He turned back to Boyd. Now she's dead and ready to be buried. Boyd stared at Scott, a mix of unease and awe flickering in his eyes. McCall, you look way too comfortable with killing her. And why isn't your girlfriend even fazed by any of this? Allison smiled and stepped forward. I've seen worse. And if you're feeling sorry for that thing, remember she brought you here to eat you. That's what she does, Boyd. She eats people. Scott nodded and pulled out his phone and called Styles. Bring a shovel. He said bluntly. We've got a dead body to bury. While waiting for Styles, Scott explained more to Boyd. Alright, while we wait for the shovel, let's talk. You need to understand what being a beta means, what an alpha is, and a whole lot more about the supernatural world. Scott explained more to Boyd the responsibilities of being in a pack, and the dangers of their world. Boyd listened intently, his resolve only growing stronger. When Styles arrived, grumbling about being dragged into grave-digging duty, they buried the Arachne's body in a quiet spot in the woods. Afterward, Scott gave Boyd the bite, sealing his place in the pack. As the night deepened, Scott and Allison returned home, leaving Styles to drive Boyd back. 63, Chapter 63, Building the Pack. The morning after his fight with the Arachne, Scott woke up with Allison sleeping peacefully by his side. He smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face, but his mind was already spinning with plans. Since I've already brought Boyd into the pack, I might as well add Isaac and Erica too. He thought. And Malia, but before I find her, I need to test something. What happens if I bite another werewolf? Can I pass my special abilities to them? If I can, then Malia will be a great addition to the pack. But if I can't, she'll just be a liability, and I don't like weaknesses. Scott's thoughts shifted to the Omega that would soon arrive in town. He'll make the perfect test subject. I can see if the bite transfers my abilities and test what happens when I kick someone out of the pack. After that, well, he's a cannibal, so I'll put him down. His musings were interrupted when Allison stirred, kissing him softly as her eyes fluttered open. What are you thinking about? She asked, her voice still drowsy. Scott smiled. I was thinking about adding more people to our pack. With all the threats and the Nemeton drawing supernatural creatures here, we need more help. Allison nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. But who are you planning to turn? They have to be trustworthy. I was thinking about Erica Reyes and Isaac Leahy. Scott replied. Why them? Scott paused, organizing his thoughts. Isaac's dad is abusive. It's made him afraid of everyone around him, and he doesn't have any friends. If he accepts the bite, we can be his family. Allison frowned but nodded. And Erica. She has a severe case of epilepsy. It's made her shy and insecure at school, and you've seen how the other girls treat her. If I offer her the bite, it could cure her. But, like Boyd, I'll make sure she knows everything before she decides. Allison leaned back, considering his words. But what if they leave the pack after you turn them? You're not a normal werewolf, everyone you turn will have your special abilities, and that could cause problems. Scott smirked and brushed a hand through her hair. I'm pretty sure that if someone quits or betrays me, they'll lose my special abilities and just become regular werewolves. Worst case, I can put them to sleep permanently. Allison rolled her eyes. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Scott's tone grew serious. I actually want to test that theory. I'll find someone evil and see if they gain my abilities. Then I'll kick them out of the pack to see if they lose them. He gave a dark chuckle. And after I'm done with them, you know. Allison shook her head but laughed softly. That's dark, but I like the way you think. Now let's get ready for school. At breakfast, Scott looked across the table at his mom. Aren't you going back to work, Mom? Melissa shook her head, a thoughtful expression on her face. No, I've decided to quit. I've been thinking about learning from Deaton when he gets back. Scott's face lit up with a smile. Honestly, I'm glad to hear that. I don't want you working as a nurse anymore. Plus, I've been thinking about something else, Mom. We should buy a bigger house. I'm building a pack, and we're going to need more space. Melissa raised an eyebrow but nodded thoughtfully. A bigger house, huh, that's a good idea. How about a ranch? Something with plenty of land and privacy. Scott grinned. That sounds perfect if we can find one. Melissa pushed her chair back and stood. Well, I'm not doing much right now, so I'll start looking around and see if I can find something suitable. As she picked up her coffee cup, Scott added, while you're at it, see if you can find a building in town we can buy. Melissa paused mid-sip, giving him a curious look. A building? Why? Scott leaned forward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. We could turn the ground floor into a coffee shop. It'd be our hangout spot, somewhere the pack can gather. And for the rest of the building, well, we can do whatever we want with it. Melissa chuckled. Alright, I'll see what I can find. After finishing their breakfast, Scott and Allison said goodbye to Melissa and headed out for school. Melissa stayed behind, already planning her day of house and building hunting. At school, Scott and Allison met Boyd, Styles, and Lydia near the entrance. Allison greeted them cheerfully before pulling Lydia aside to talk. Scott turned to Boyd. How are you feeling? Boyd grinned. I feel amazing. Alive, like I can do anything. Thank you. Scott clapped him on the shoulder. Good, let's get to class. At lunch, Scott gathered Allison, Styles, Boyd, and Lydia. I've been thinking about adding Isaac and Erica to the pack. He said. Lydia raised an eyebrow. Isaac and Erica. That's an interesting choice. Lydia, I need you to bring Erica to my house after school. Scott said. Lydia gave a small nod. Okay, that's manageable. Allison chimed in. I'll go with Lydia. Erica might feel more comfortable with me there too. Scott turned to Styles and Boyd. Styles, I need you and Boyd to bring Isaac to my house. Remember, he's terrified of his father, so you'll have to convince him carefully. Styles grinned. Or we could just kidnap him. Scott rolled his eyes. Boyd, make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Boyd smirked. I'll do my best. Good. Once you've got them at my house, tell them everything they need to know. I'll join you after I finish up at the animal clinic. After school, Allison and Lydia spotted Erica near the parking lot. Lydia approached her first, flashing a friendly smile. Hey, Erica, do you want to be friends with us? Erica looked up, her expression cautious. Why would the two most popular girls in school want to be friends with someone like me? She asked timidly. Lydia shrugged with a casual air. Because we feel like it. Erica's eyes narrowed. Please, I don't want any trouble. Can I go now? My mom is waiting for me. Allison stepped forward, her voice calm and sincere. Don't worry, Erica. We're not here to make fun of you. We really do want to be your friends. Erica hesitated, her tone sharp with bitterness. You want to be friends with the sick girl? To make yourselves look good? To feel better about yourselves? Her voice cracked slightly. I don't want your sympathy. Just leave me alone. Allison said softly, alright, what if I told you we can help you heal completely? Not just to be a normal girl but to become something more than normal. Erica hesitated, skepticism clear on her face. She didn't believe them, how could she? But a small part of her, buried under years of pain and insecurity, whispered, what if it's true? Unable to stop herself, she asked, how? Allison leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. What if I told you the supernatural is real? Werewolves, vampires, shapeshifters, theory, not just myths. Erica frowned, shaking her head. You're lying. You're just trying to prank me, aren't you? I'm leaving. She turned to walk away. Allison's voice stopped her. I can prove it. Erica froze mid-step and turned around. Prove it. She challenged, though her voice trembled slightly. Allison looked around to make sure no one was watching. All right, look at my hand. Erica's eyes followed as Allison's hand shifted, white claws extending from her fingers. Her mouth opened in shock. When Allison retracted her claws, she met Erica's wide eyes. Do you believe me now? Erica nodded nervously. If I become like you, will I really be healed? Can I be normal? Allison smiled gently. Not just normal. Something better. But there's a lot you need to know before making this choice. Erica hesitated. Like what? If you want to know more, you'll have to come with us. Allison said simply. Erica bit her lip, glancing toward the parking lot. After a long pause, she nodded. Okay, but we have to tell my mom first. After a brief conversation with Erica's mom, assuring her that Erica was joining them for a school project, they drove to Scott's house in Lydia's car. Meanwhile, Styles and Boyd spotted Isaac walking home alone. Styles, always eager, shouted, Isaac, and took off running toward him. Boyd followed close behind. Isaac saw them coming and panicked, breaking into a sprint. Styles yelled, Hey, wait, why are you running? Boyd caught up to Styles with ease. He's running because you scared him. Styles scoffed. Why would he be scared of me? I look harmless. He glanced at Boyd. Maybe he saw you and got scared. Boyd rolled his eyes. That's racist. It's not racist. Styles protested. You just look big and intimidating. While they bickered, they quickly caught up to Isaac. Styles, now jogging easily alongside Isaac, smirked at him. Hey, can you stop running? we just want to talk. Isaac glared at him but kept running, pushing himself harder. No matter how fast he went, Styles and Boyd stayed right with him. Frustrated, Isaac finally stopped, breathing heavily. Styles grinned. Finally. Look, man, we're not here to hurt you. I know Boyd looks scary, but he's a nice guy. Promise. Isaac, still catching his breath, glared at Styles. Actually, you're the scary one. That creepy smile of yours is terrifying. Styles clutched his chest dramatically. Your words hurt, man. Isaac frowned. What do you two want from me? Styles perked up. Glad you asked. We want you to come with us too. No, Isaac interrupted firmly. I'm not going anywhere with you, Still and Ski. Boyd sighed and stepped forward. Isaac, do you want to stop being afraid all the time? Do you want to be strong? To have friends? I know about your dad. Isaac tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving. Isaac, look. Boyd said, rolling up his sleeve. Isaac's eyes widened as Boyd extended claws from his fingertips and scratched his own arm. The wound healed instantly. Isaac stared in disbelief. How did you do that? Boyd's voice was steady. I'm a werewolf. Do you want to be like me? A werewolf? Isaac stammered. Yes. Boyd said simply. Do you want to be like me or not? Styles couldn't resist grinning mischievously. Maybe we should just kidnap him after all. Styles. Boyd said sharply. You're not helping. He turned back to Isaac, his tone softening. Don't mind him. He's weird, but harmless. Look, Isaac, if you want to stop being scared and start being something more, come with us. Isaac hesitated, glancing nervously at the ground. But, what about my dad? He'll be mad if I'm late. Styles smirked. Tell him you're working on a school project with a classmate and won't be back until tomorrow. Isaac frowned but pulled out his phone. After a tense conversation, his father reluctantly agreed, though not without some yelling. When Isaac hung up, Boyd nodded. Let's go. Reluctantly, Isaac followed them, unaware of how much his life was about to change. When Styles, Boyd, and Isaac arrived at Scott's house, they found Allison, Lydia, and Erica already waiting in the living room. Styles clapped his hands together. Great, now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. The group gathered around in the living room, sitting in a loose circle on the couches and chairs. Scott wasn't home yet, but Allison and Lydia took the lead, explaining everything Erica and Isaac needed to know about werewolves, packs, and the supernatural world they were about to enter. By the time they finished, Erica looked pale, though determination glimmered in her eyes. So, we really have to fight evil people, monsters, and kill people. Styles leaned forward, his tone serious but not without his usual humor. Bad people, Erica. Only bad people. We're not going to hurt anyone innocent. That's not who we are. Isaac hesitated before asking, who's going to give us the bite? Lydia's lips curled into a knowing smile. Scott will. He's the alpha. Isaac blinked in surprise. You mean McCall? Where is he? Styles leaned back, throwing an arm over the couch. He'll be here soon, probably wrapping up at the clinic or something. After a while, the door opened, and Scott walked in. His face softened as he spotted Allison, and he greeted her with a kiss before turning to Isaac and Erica. His eyes scanned them carefully. They told you everything? Scott asked. Erica and Isaac nodded. Scott crossed his arms. You know this is a lifelong commitment, right? Once you're part of my pack, there's no backing out. If you betray me. His eyes flashed a dangerous red. It won't end well for you. Both Erica and Isaac swallowed hard but nodded again, their determination unwavering. Scott continued. And what do you think about fighting and killing, if necessary? Erica glanced at her hands, her voice shaky but resolute. I'll do it, but it'll take some getting used to. Isaac nodded in agreement. Same here. Scott's red eyes glowed brighter, his wolf fangs extending as he stepped forward. All right, give me your arms. Both Erica and Isaac extended their arms without hesitation. Scott's movements were smooth and precise as he gave them the bite, his teeth sinking into their skin. They winced but didn't pull away. Once it was done, Scott stepped back. Welcome to the pack, he said. A few moments later, Melissa arrived home. She walked in, her bag slung over one shoulder, and paused when she saw the group. Scott immediately introduced Boyd, Erica, and Isaac to her. Hi, nice to meet you all. Melissa said warmly before heading upstairs to change. As soon as she disappeared up the stairs, Isaac whispered, That's your mom. She looks so young. Scott's sharp ears caught the comment, and he turned to Isaac and Boyd with a deadpan expression. Yes, she's my mom. And just so we're clear, if anyone looks at her the wrong way, they'll regret it. Styles snickered. Relax, Alpha. They're not dumb enough to try anything. The tension broke, and the group laughed. They ordered takeout for dinner, the house filling with the smell of pizza and fries. Around the table, the pack shared stories, laughed, and started to bond. Erica began to loosen up, her timid demeanor giving way to cautious smiles. Isaac, too, seemed more relaxed, occasionally joining in the banter with Styles and Boyd. Later that night, Scott arranged sleeping spots for everyone. All right, he said, stretching as the group started winding down. I'll see you all tomorrow. Get some rest. 64, Chapter 64, Derek's New Pack. The next day, Erica woke up and immediately felt it, the changes in her body. She sat up, her hands trembling as she touched her face, her skin smooth and alive with energy. Tears filled her eyes, and before she knew it, she was sobbing out loud, overcome with joy and relief. Melissa, hearing the cries, quickly entered the room. She sat beside Erica, rubbing her back gently and coaxing her to calm down. Hey, it's okay, sweetheart. Just take a deep breath. Erica wiped her tears, looking up at Melissa with watery eyes. I don't know how I can ever repay Scott for this, she whispered, her voice trembling. Melissa gave her a kind smile. That's easy, she said warmly. Just don't betray him, Erica. Erica sat up straighter, a determination shining in her eyes. Never, she said firmly. I have friends now, and I'll never betray them. Melissa smiled wider and patted her shoulder. That's what I like to hear. But now, young lady, you need to take a shower. Erica blinked and looked down at herself, realizing she was drenched in sweat from head to toe. She blushed furiously, tugging at the blanket to cover herself. Where's the bathroom? Melissa chuckled softly and stood up. Come with me. I'll show you where it is. Meanwhile, Scott woke up and grabbed a change of clothes before heading to the room where Isaac had spent the night. He opened the door to find Boyd and Isaac arm wrestling on the floor. Scott leaned against the doorframe, smirking. What are you two doing? Boyd grunted as he held Isaac's arm steady. Just seeing who is stronger. Scott rolled his eyes and tossed the clothes to Isaac. Here, man, go take a shower. Isaac caught the clothes. Thanks. Scott looked at Boyd. Hey, Boyd, can you cook? Boyd stood up, stretching his muscles. Yeah, I know my way around a kitchen. Good, come help me make breakfast. Scott said, motioning for him to follow. Scott and Boyd worked together in the kitchen, quickly preparing breakfast. By the time everything was ready, the smell of pancakes, eggs, and bacon filled the house, drawing everyone to the table. They all sat down eating together. Allison looked at Scott. Scott, you go ahead to school. Lydia, Erica, and I are skipping the morning period. Scott raised a brow. Skipping school? Since when do you guys become delinquents? Allison smirked. We're taking Erica shopping. She needs some new clothes after everything. Scott nodded. All right. Scott turned to his mom. What about you, Mom? Still house hunting today? Melissa nodded as she sipped her coffee. Yes. I didn't find anything yesterday, but I'll keep looking. We'll find something perfect. Take your time. Scott said. We're not in a hurry. Melissa smiled fondly. I know, but honestly, I have nothing else to do. After breakfast, Scott drove to school with Isaac while Boyd hitched a ride with Styles. In the car, Scott glanced at Isaac, who stared out the window. You know, Isaac, you need to stand up to your dad now. Scott said casually. You can't let him scare you anymore. And I'm not saying you should beat him or anything. He's still your dad, for better or worse. But you need to make him understand that you're grown now. You're not going to let him abuse you anymore. Isaac sighed, his shoulders slumping. That'll just make him angrier. Then leave. If he doesn't get it, come stay at my place. If he tries anything, we'll tell Styles' dad. The guy's the sheriff, he'll handle it. Scott said. Isaac turned to Scott, surprised. I thought you'd say you'd deal with him yourself. Scott shook his head. Nah, man. He's your father. Family's complicated. Like they say, blood's thicker than water. It's not my place to get between you two. That wouldn't end well for anyone. Isaac fell silent for a moment, looking out the window. Finally, he muttered. He wasn't always like this, you know. After my mom died, he got bad. But when my brother died too, that's when he turned violent. That's not an excuse. Scott said. He let his grief turn him into someone you're afraid of. He lost your mom and your brother, yeah, but you lost them too. Instead of holding on to what he had left, he hurt you. That makes him a dick. Isaac blinked, then let out a small, unexpected chuckle. Yeah, he is a dick. When they arrived at school, Scott, Isaac, Styles, and Boyd were walking together when they came across Jackson. Jackson stood near his locker with 3 other students. Scott could tell immediately that they were newly turned werewolves. As they passed by, Scott smirked and said, You don't look so good, Jackson. Jackson stiffened but didn't dare look Scott in the eyes. He still remembered that terrifying beast Scott turned into at the Hale house. I'm fine, Scott. Don't worry about it. Jackson muttered quickly, avoiding eye contact. One of the new werewolves, a cocky-looking guy, stepped forward and sneered. Are you Scott McCall? I don't know why Derek and Peter are so scared of you. You don't seem that special to me. Jackson's face paled. Josh, let's go. He said quickly, panic in his voice. But Josh ignored him, his confidence boosted by his new powers. His claws extended as he reached for Scott's collar. Before he could touch Scott, his arm was caught, held in an iron grip by Boyd. Josh struggled, but no matter how much he pulled, he couldn't break free. Jackson stepped forward, desperate. Scott, he won't do it again. Derek told me to keep them out of trouble. Please, just let him go. Scott smiled coolly. Don't worry, Jackson. I'll let him go. Then, turning to Boyd, he added, Boyd, let him remember to keep his hands to himself. Boyd grinned, his smile a little too wicked for comfort as he leaned close to Josh. Don't worry, it'll heal soon. Then, with a sharp twist, he broke Josh's arm. Josh screamed, his face contorted in pain, but Jackson quickly clamped a hand over his mouth and wrapped Josh's jacket around the injury. Come on. Jackson hissed, dragging Josh away as fast as possible. Scott turned his attention to the two remaining students who stood frozen with wide eyes. One of them, a guy with brown hair, looked especially nervous. Scott pointed at him. You're Matt, right? You're on the lacrosse team. Matt nodded quickly. Why yeah, and this is Tracy. We're both in Derek's pack. Scott's gaze sharpened. I don't care whose pack you're in, but here's a warning: if I ever see you taking pictures of Allison again, you'll regret it. Matt swallowed hard and nodded. Got it. Scott didn't say anything more. He just turned and walked away, his pack following him. While sitting in class, Scott leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. So, after I made Boyd, Erica, and Isaac my betas, Derek still chose students to build his pack. And of all people, he picked Matt, a psychopath who, in the show, tried to kill everyone at that party at Isaac's house, where he nearly drowned. Then, there is that idiot Josh who was the chimera that ran around town chewing on electrical cables, and Tracy, another chimera. And then there's Jackson, of course. Scott's eyes narrowed slightly as he tapped his pen against the desk. And let's not forget Peter. They mentioned he's with Derek again. I swear, Derek's pack is like a ticking time bomb. I almost feel sorry for him. He could lose his alpha spark, or worse, end up dead. But, as long as they stay out of my way, I don't really care. His gaze darkened for a brief moment. But maybe I should get rid of Matt. I don't like him. At lunch, Scott sat with Styles, Boyd, and Isaac at their usual table. They were eating when Allison, Lydia, and Erica walked into the cafeteria. Erica, with her new look, turned heads immediately. Conversations quieted, and everyone stared at her as if they'd never seen her before. Erica smirked, enjoying the attention, and walked confidently over to Scott's table. Allison leaned down, kissed Scott on the cheek, and sat beside him. Styles gawked at Erica. Wow, Erica, you look good. Erica grinned, spinning a little to show off. I do look good, don't I? The group laughed as they settled into conversation. Lydia, however, kept her gaze locked on Jackson and his group across the cafeteria. Hey, Scott. She said. Do you know about them? The ones sitting with Jackson. They're shapeshifters, I can feel it. Scott didn't look over but nodded. Yeah, we ran into them this morning. They're Derek's pack. Erica tilted her head. I know the girl. Her name's Tracy Stewart. Styles snorted. Derek's not telling them everything about the supernatural world. I'm sure of it. Allison raised a brow. What makes you say that? Styles shrugged, taking a bite of his sandwich. For starters, that Josh guy tried to attack Scott this morning. If Derek had really told them how strong Scott is, there's no way he would have dared. Lydia smirked, flipping her hair over her shoulder. Maybe he's just stupid. You know, like how a newborn calf thinks it can headbutt a lion. Scott and his pack burst into laughter, and across the cafeteria, Josh suddenly stood up. His face was red with anger as he stormed out, clearly having overheard Lydia's comment. Jackson watched him leave, frowning. He turned to Matt and whispered, "What's wrong with Josh?" Matt sneered. He heard McCall and his friends making fun of us. Jackson sighed and leaned back. Don't mind them, and don't ever anger Scott if you want to live longer. Seriously, stop talking about them. They can probably hear us right now. After school, there was a lacrosse game. Once it was over, Jackson sat alone in the locker room, his head down, black blood dripping from his nose onto the floor. The other players had long since left, leaving the space eerily quiet. From the shadows, Scott watched him with a calculating gaze. The sight didn't surprise him, he already suspected this might happen. He felt someone approaching and didn't need to turn around to know who it was. A small smirk played on his lips as he spoke. Your beta doesn't look too good, Derek. Derek stepped into view, his expression tense as he glanced at Jackson. His body is rejecting the bite. I don't know why. Scott shrugged casually. Maybe he wasn't strong enough to handle it. By the way. Scott turned his head slightly. One of your betas tried to attack me this morning. I guess he wanted to show off how strong he was, probably to impress the girl in your pack or something. Derek's expression darkened. What? I warned them to stay out of your way. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Scott smirked, patting Derek on the shoulder. I'm not worried, Derek. If it happens again, you're the one who should be worried. See you around. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Derek standing in silence. Scott regrouped with his friends outside, saying their goodbyes as they split up for the evening. Allison climbed into Scott's car, and the two drove to the animal clinic. When they arrived, Scott spotted Deaton inside, sorting through some paperwork. A grin spread across Scott's face as he walked in. Hey, Doc. You're back. Deaton looked up, offering a small smile. Hello, Scott. Allison. Scott leaned against the counter, still grinning. How was the trip? Deaton hesitated, his eyes flickering to Allison. He seemed unsure whether to speak openly. Scott noticed and waved it off. It's fine, Doc. She knows about the money. Deaton nodded, relaxing. Everything went well. You should have access to it in about 2 weeks. Perfect. Scott said with a nod. Thanks, document. Deaton set the papers down. What did I miss while I was gone? Scott chuckled. Oh, where do I even start? There was a fight between the Argents and the Hales. Kate got bitten by Peter, Derek is the alpha now, and Peter is his beta. We killed a Lamia, an Arachne, and a giant frog. Oh, and I met a Vricholacus. Deaton's eyes widened in shock. You met a Vricholacus? Here in Beacon Hills? Scott nodded casually. Yeah, she's the one who was killing people and stealing their organs. Deaton's expression darkened. Please tell me you killed her. Scott shook his head. She ran off. Deaton groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. This is bad, Scott. A Vricholacus is an abomination, pure death and destruction. And the worst part? They get stronger by consuming human livers, especially from people with supernatural abilities. Scott's smile didn't falter. I know, she's probably going to come back for me. But don't worry, Doc. I'm not weak. Deaton sighed, but his concern didn't waver. Just be careful, Scott. And Kate was bitten. That means Gerard will show up soon. That man is bad news. Scott's smile turned into a sharp grin. I'm not worried about Gerard. If he shows up, I'll play with him for a bit before sending him packing. Deaton glanced at Allison, clearly expecting a reaction. You don't seem too concerned. It is your grandfather we're talking about. Allison's eyes hardened. That monster is not my grandfather. And if he comes after Scott, he'll regret it. Scott gave her a quick wink before turning back to Deaton. Enough about that. Let me fill you in on all the details of what's been going on while you were away. Deaton smiled faintly, nodding. All right, I'm all ears. Then, Scott launched into a detailed account of everything that had happened, every fight, every encounter, leaving nothing out. 65, Chapter 65, A Dangerous Invitation. The Argent's POV. Chris and Victoria stood in one of their warehouses outside the town, surrounded by grim silence. The bodies of 15 hunters, all slain by Peter that night at the Hale house, lay in rows, ready for burial. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and disinfectant, mingling with grief and anger. Chris, along with a group of 5 hunters, was helping place the bodies into coffins when a thunderous bang echoed through the warehouse. The heavy steel door at the entrance shuddered violently, followed by another impact. Everyone, take out your weapons. Chris barked. Something's attacking. Victoria and the other hunters quickly armed themselves, readying their guns as the pounding continued. With a final deafening crash, the warehouse door gave way, swinging wide open. Standing in the doorway was a 3-meter-tall creature. Its grotesquely fat, gray-skinned body loomed like a nightmare brought to life. 2 massive tusks jutted out from its lower jaw, and its small, bloodshot eyes scanned the room with cold detachment. Damn it. Chris muttered under his breath, his grip tightening on his weapon. That's an ogre. It must be here for the bodies. Victoria said. Chris kept his eyes on the beast. Everyone stay calm. Sam, do we have mountain ash? Yes, sir. Replied a hunter named Sam. But not much. Go get it. Now. Chris ordered. Victoria added. Ogres fear fire. Someone find gasoline. We'll trap it in a circle of flames. While 2 hunters scrambled to follow their orders, Chris, Victoria, and the remaining 3 hunters opened fire on the ogre. Bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the creature's thick hide, not even leaving a scratch. The ogre, initially focused on the rows of bodies, turned toward them. Its expression shifted to one of annoyance as it roared and charged forward, the ground shaking beneath its weight. Scatter! Chris yelled. The hunters dived out of the way just as the ogre barreled through, smashing into a nearby office, reducing the walls to splinters. Moments later, the 2 hunters returned, one carrying 2 cans of gasoline, the other clutching a glass jar of mountain ash. Quick, pour the gasoline around it. Chris instructed. When it comes out, light it up. The ogre emerged from the destroyed office, its rage palpable. Chris shouted and waved his arms, drawing its attention, while the hunters worked quickly to pour a circle of gasoline around the beast. As soon as they lit the fire, flames roared to life, encircling the ogre. The creature roared in frustration, backing into the center of the fiery barrier. Sam, now! Victoria shouted. Trap it with the mountain ash. Sam hurried to sprinkle the mountain ash, completing the barrier around the flames. As the ogre clawed at the air and slammed against the barrier, the hunters knew it wouldn't hold forever. Chris turned to Sam. Do we have any .50 caliber rifle here? Yes, sir. There's a Macmillan TAC-50 in the armory. Go get it, fast. Sam dashed away as the flames began to die down, leaving only the glowing embers and the relentless pounding of the ogre against the ash barrier. Victoria frowned. This barrier won't hold much longer. Sam returned moments later, bringing the rifle. Chris assembled it with practiced precision, loaded the magazine, and took aim at the ogre's head. The shot rang out, deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet hit its mark, blowing a massive hole through the creature's skull. The ogre staggered, swayed, and collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Cheers erupted from the hunters. Victoria, however, stared at the corpse with a frown. Where did this thing even come from? I don't know. Chris replied grimly. As they watched, the ogre's monstrous form began to shrink and shift, transforming into the body of an unnaturally tall man. Chris approached the corpse, his expression dark. Whoever he was, it looks like he completely lost control to his hunger. If he hadn't, we'd be in real trouble. He packed the rifle back into its case and turned to his team. All right, everyone. We've got one more body to deal with. Clean this up quickly. And let's bury these bodies before something else shows up for them. The hunters got to work, but as they moved, Chris glanced at Victoria. Do you think I could kill Scott with this rifle? He asked, his voice edged with bitterness. Victoria sighed. I don't know, but what if you miss? Scott can walk through mountain ash. He's fast, and he's not as dumb as an ogre. Forget it. If he were a regular werewolf, I'd have already killed him myself. But he's not. Chris clenched his fists, his jaw tightening. I just hate that kid. He took my little girl away. Victoria placed a hand on his shoulder, her tone softening. If you miss her that much, let's finish up here and call her back home. Scott's POV. After saying goodbye to Deaton, Scott and Allison drove home, had dinner with Melissa, and called it a night. The next morning, Scott woke up feeling refreshed. He and Allison shared breakfast with Melissa before heading to school. The day passed uneventfully until lunchtime, when Scott noticed something unusual. Lydia was staring at her plate, her fork absently pushing her food around. Her normally confident demeanor was replaced by a distant, anxious look. Scott could feel her unease. Lydia. He called softly. She didn't respond. Allison, try shaking her. Scott suggested. Allison placed a hand on Lydia's shoulder and gave her a gentle shake. Lydia, are you okay? Lydia blinked and snapped out of her daze. What? Sorry, Allison, did you say something? Allison frowned. You were in a daze. Scott called your name, but you didn't answer. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine. Lydia replied, though her voice trembled slightly. Scott leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Lydia, I can feel your anxiety. Tell me what's wrong. What are you feeling? Lydia sighed, her shoulders sagging as if she was carrying an invisible weight. I feel like something dangerous is coming. And it's coming for you, Scott. Scott's expression turned serious. How dangerous? Don't overthink it. Just tell me what comes to mind. Lydia hesitated before speaking, her voice shaky. Whatever it is, it's targeting you specifically. And it feels creepy, disgusting, and dangerous. I can even sense its hunger. Scott's lips curled into a wry smile. Oh, I think I know exactly who's coming for me. The Vricolaicus. She's back. Allison's face paled. Scott, this is dangerous. I know you're strong, but maybe we should call my dad. He might be able to help. Scott shook his head. No, Allison. She's stronger now, strong enough to think she can take me on. And don't forget, she has seen me in my wolf form. She probably knows how strong I am. But more importantly, she can teleport through shadows. If she gets behind your dad, he won't have time to react before she either kills him or uses him as leverage against me. Stiles leaned forward, his usual humor gone. So, what's the plan? Scott smirked. Like I said before, I'll fight her alone. But I need you guys to handle her pack. Don't engage them head-on, just distract them, keep them occupied. Let my mom take them down one by one. Once I finish her off, I'll come help you. Erica raised an eyebrow. Aren't you scared, Scott? Scott's smile widened, his eyes gleaming with a mix of nerves and excitement. Scared? No. But I won't lie, I'm a little nervous. And excited. I've never had to go all out before. I think this time, I might have to use everything I've got to take her down. He looked at his pack, addressing them with a commanding tone. Listen up. I don't know how many people she's brought with her, but I don't want any of you fighting recklessly. Use every dirty trick you can. Take advantage of our immunity to normal werewolves' weaknesses, like mountain ash, wolfsbane, and poison. And use their weaknesses against them. Be smart. Suddenly, Scott's lips curled into a sly smile as he turned to his pack. Let's go. It seems we have a guest. The group walked to the lacrosse field, where they found Peter wounded, bruised, and slumped against the bleachers. Scott raised an eyebrow. You don't look so good, Peter. Peter groaned, his voice laced with frustration. It's because of you. Yesterday, I was minding my own business, drinking alone, when a crazy bitch kidnapped me. She started asking questions about the Alpha in Beacon Hills. At first, I refused to talk, but then she bit my arm. Her bite was so strong it crushed my bones like they were potato chips. Stiles crossed his arms, smirking. Well, you still have your arm, so I'm guessing you spilled the beans pretty fast. Peter shot him a glare. What do you know, kid? I didn't give her anything about Scott right away. I told her about Satomi and Derek first. But then she asked me which one of them could turn into a giant black wolf. I said I didn't know, but then. His voice faltered, and a shiver ran through him. Scott said, his voice calm. Go on. Peter swallowed hard. Then another voice spoke, and I realized someone else was in the room. I've never felt anything like it before. She wasn't like you, Scott. The fear I feel around you is a deep fear and awe, it comes from instinct. But with her. He trailed off, his eyes distant. It was disgust. And I felt like prey, and she was the predator. She's strong, like you. Scott's eyes narrowed. What did she say? Peter hesitated before continuing. She said, you lied. You know who I'm looking for. And then? Scott asked. Peter exhaled shakily. I knew she'd kill me if I lied again, so I told her I knew who she was looking for. Scott tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. And what does she want? She wants to fight you. Peter replied grimly. Tonight, in the Beacon Hills Preserve. And? He paused, visibly shaken. She said she wants to eat your liver. Those were her exact words. Allison's face tightened with worry. What deal did you make with her to let you go? Peter sighed. I told her I'd deliver the message and make sure you knew where to find her. Styles squinted at him. That's it. Then why are you still bruised and barely healed? Peter's voice wavered. I'm a beta now. My wounds take longer to. The truth, Peter. Scott interrupted, his tone sharp and commanding. Peter flinched. Fine. She asked me about your pack, how many were in it. I didn't want to answer, but they tortured me. I told them everything. I told her I was the one who turned you into a werewolf, and that you only have one member in your pack. Scott nodded slowly, his expression unreadable. Okay, you can leave now. Peter looked up at him, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Are we cool, Scott? I didn't want to tell her anything, but she would have killed me. She could tell when I was lying. Scott's eyes flashed with irritation. Go away, Peter. She didn't need you to tell her anything about me. She's an alpha, she can read memories. Torturing you was just for fun. And by the way, she's right there, listening to us. Scott turned toward the nearby woods. Why don't you come out and chat since you're already here? From behind a tree, a tall, striking woman emerged. Her presence was both elegant and menacing, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent. Cassandra smiled wickedly, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. No, sweetheart. Let's save our chat for tonight in the woods. Don't be late. Scott grinned. I can't wait. See you tonight. Cassandra blew him a kiss before disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Boyd broke the silence. That woman was hot, but I feel nothing but hatred and disgust for her. Scott chuckled, glancing back at his pack. Let's head back to class. After school, we'll get ready for the fight. As they walked back toward the school, Isaac glanced over his shoulder. Why is Peter still following us? Styles sniffed the air dramatically. Can't you smell it? He's scared. Probably thinks if he leaves the school, she'll catch him again. Peter, trailing a few steps behind, snapped, I'm not following you. I'm looking for my pack. Scott and the others exchanged amused glances but didn't respond. They had more important things to focus on. 66, Chapter 66, Preparing for Battle. After school, Scott and his pack returned to his house. Inside, Scott called for Melissa and told her about the upcoming fight with the Vrykolakas that night. Allison frowned and said, Scott, I didn't make the bullets you asked for, and I didn't bring any guns since I haven't been home yet. Should I go now? Scott shook his head with a calm smile. No need. That woman is strong, but I doubt her pack is as dangerous. You guys shouldn't be too nervous. Even though you haven't gone through your first full moon yet, you're strong, besides. Scott turned to Lydia and asked, do you feel like one of us is going to die tonight? Lydia hesitated, then shook her head. No, I don't feel anything right now. Scott leaned forward, his expression curious. What about earlier when you saw that woman? Did you feel anything strange? Or draw anything? Actually, check your stuff, sometimes you zone out and sketch without realizing it. Lydia rummaged through her bag and said, no, there's nothing here. Then her face lit up. Wait, I remember holding a notebook in class, but it wasn't mine. It had a blue cover. Allison perked up. That's mine. Let me check. She pulled the notebook from her bag, flipped through the pages, and froze. Well, you did draw something on it. Styles leaned closer. What is it? Allison turned the notebook around. I recognize the middle one. It looks like the Vrykolakas we read about in the supernatural book. But there are two more creatures next to it. She handed the notebook to Scott. Scott studied the sketches, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. This must be the woman and her pack. The one with the spots all over its body looks like a werhyena. Remember what Peter said? Styles frowned. Peter said a lot of things. Be specific. Scott smirked slightly. He mentioned one of them bit him and crushed his bones with ease. Normal spotted hyenas are famous for their strong bite, so it fits. As for the other one. He tapped the lizard-like figure in the drawing. I have no idea. Mom, do you recognize it? You've read more of those supernatural books than any one of us. Melissa took the notebook and examined the sketch carefully. She shook her head. No, I've never read about anything like it. Scott stood up and walked over to the chest holding the supernatural books. Alright, let's figure out what this is. Everyone, look for anything that matches a lizard-like creature with 4 arms. For several minutes, they flipped through pages in silence. Finally, Erica exclaimed. I think I found it. Scott turned to her quickly. What does it say? Erica read aloud for everyone to hear. It's called the Hui, a shapeshifter from Australia. It can assume a hybrid form resembling a lizard with a frog-like head and 4 arms. The Hui is a master of stealth, capable of blending seamlessly into its surroundings through unparalleled camouflage. It's a deadly predator, ambushing its prey with devastating efficiency. Styles raised an eyebrow. What about its weakness? Erica continued reading. The Hui is highly sensitive to fire. Even a small flame can disrupt its camouflage and force it to reveal itself. It also has low stamina despite being fast and strong at first. Prolonged chases or battles exhaust it quickly, making it sluggish and vulnerable. Scott nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good news. Not only does the Vricolaicus have just 2 pack members, but we also know what they are. Now, here's the plan, Mom. You'll handle the hyena. Be careful not to let her bite you. The rest of you will distract the Hui. Use fire, make some Molotov cocktails and light it up. Don't engage it up close, just tire it out. Lydia stood up and stretched. I know how to make Molotov cocktails. Who's coming shopping with me? Scott pointed at Styles and Isaac. You two, go with her. When night fell, Scott and his pack stepped out of the house, ready for the confrontation. They split into their assigned vehicles. Scott drove with Allison, while Lydia and Erica joined Melissa. Boyd and Isaac rode with Styles. The drive to the Beacon Hills Preserve was quiet, tension hanging in the air. When they arrived, the group parked and moved deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Cassandra and her pack were already waiting in the forest. Malika, a tall, striking black woman, glanced at Cassandra. Are you sure about this? Cassandra's lips curled into a sinister smile. I'm sure. I can kill him tonight. Malika hesitated. What about his pack? What if they're strong like him? Cassandra waved her off dismissively. Don't worry. I saw him with some wolves earlier. They're just kids, not even close to his level. Malika bit her lip, thinking, shit, she's completely obsessed with that werewolf. All she's talked about the past few days is eating his liver. I should run, but if I try, she'll kill me. Everyone warned me about her, but I didn't listen. Damn it. Suddenly, Cassandra's cold fingers gripped Malika's chin, forcing her to look into glowing red eyes. You're not thinking of escaping, are you, Malika? Malika's breath hitched. No, Cassandra. I swear I'm not. Cassandra released her with a sly grin. Good. Just keep his pack busy with Carvel. After I kill him, I'll help you. Then Beacon Hills will be ours. Moments later, Cassandra's senses sharpened. She felt Scott's presence nearby and turned to the man beside her. Carvel, go hide. Carvel said nothing, moving silently to a nearby tree. His skin shimmered, transforming into scaly, lizard-like skin. With a flicker of camouflage, he blended seamlessly with the bark and disappeared from sight. Soon, Scott and his pack emerged from the darkness. Cassandra's eyes scanned the group, and Melissa's presence surprised her. Cassandra could feel the strength radiating from her. Cassandra's thoughts were cold and calculated. Malika and Carvel will probably die, but that doesn't matter. Once I eat that boy's liver, I'll become stronger. I don't need them. All I need to do is fight him alone and ensure his pack doesn't interfere. Cassandra stepped forward, her red eyes gleaming in the moonlight. You know, it's not very polite to keep a lady waiting. Scott smirked. And here I thought I was being polite by letting you live a few extra minutes. Cassandra's smile widened, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. How about you and I go somewhere else? Just the two of us. Scott tilted his head slightly. All right, lead the way. Cassandra turned to Malika. Good luck. She whispered with a wink before walking deeper into the woods. Scott glanced back at his pack, giving them a firm nod. Then he followed Cassandra into the shadows, ready for whatever came next. 67, Chapter 67, A Monster Born of Grief. Cassandra moved deeper into the woods until she was certain they were far enough away from Scott's pack, and no one would interfere in her fight with Scott. She stopped, turned to face Scott, and licked her lips. Her glowing red eyes gleamed with hunger as she gave him a predatory smile. I think this is far enough. What do you think, sweetheart? Scott scanned their surroundings, his own crimson eyes blazing. You've picked a good place to die. That's what I think. Cassandra's grin widened as her claws elongated. Enough foreplay. She said darkly. Let's fight. I can't wait to feast on your liver. Without warning, Cassandra melted into her own shadow and vanished. Scott immediately tensed, his senses sharpening. His glowing eyes darted around, searching for her. Then he felt it, a faint pulse of danger from behind him. Reacting instantly, he sidestepped, and Cassandra reappeared where he had been standing, her claws aiming for his back. Cassandra's eyes flickered with surprise as Scott avoided her attack, but she recovered quickly. Before she could retreat, Scott retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at her midsection. In response, she unleashed her own kick with lightning speed. Their attacks clashed with a loud thud, sending both of them sliding back. Cassandra steadied herself, her expression serious. Yorstrin. Before she could finish, Scott was already on the move. Using his incredible speed, he closed the distance in an instant, aiming a punch straight at her face. Cassandra ducked under his fist at the last moment and countered with a punch of her own. Scott tilted his head, narrowly dodging it, and drove his knee toward her stomach. But, Cassandra blocked it with her elbow. The fight grew intense. Scott's strength and speed were undeniable, and Cassandra could feel it in every blow he delivered. Yet, she was no amateur. Her years of fighting allowed her to weave through his attacks with skill, countering with precision. Scott lunged at her again, his claws slashing through the air. Cassandra twisted her body, avoiding the attack by a hair's breadth, and lashed out with a spinning kick that forced Scott to block with his forearm. The impact stung, but he didn't flinch. She melted into her shadow again, vanishing into the darkness. Scott smirked, his instincts flaring. He didn't bother looking around. Instead, he felt the danger, a whisper of malice coming from his right. He spun just in time, blocking her clawed strike with his arm and countering with a punch aimed at her ribs. Cassandra sidestepped. Then, she delivered a flurry of strikes, her fists and claws a blur, forcing Scott onto the defensive. Yet, despite her skill, Scott's raw power kept her at bay. They traded blow after blow, the sound of their fight echoing through the woods. Scott growled in frustration as yet another punch missed its mark. She's good at fighting. Damn good. Cassandra grinned. What's the matter, sweetheart? Can't keep up? Scott smirked back. Oh, I'm just getting started. Their fight resumed with renewed ferocity. Though Cassandra was slightly weaker than Scott, her fighting experience and shadowy teleportation made her a formidable opponent. But Scott had one advantage she didn't anticipate, his ability to sense danger. Each time she teleported, Scott could predict where she'd strike. It didn't make hitting her easier, but it kept him one step ahead, frustrating her at every turn. After fighting for a while, Scott and Cassandra stepped back from each other. Scott thought to himself, good thing I got that danger sense ability from that Arachne. Without it, her teleportation would have been a nightmare. But this fight has shown me one thing, I need to learn some martial arts. This woman might not be as strong as me, but she can keep up with me because she knows how to fight. Before Scott could make his next move, Cassandra began to shift. Her transformation was grotesque and terrifying. When she was done, she looked like a werewolf with a wolf-like head, but her skin was bare, devoid of fur. Her pointed ears twitched, her long fangs gleamed, and her crimson eyes glowed with malice. Standing at 2 meters tall, her slender yet muscular body radiated danger. Her gray skin shimmered under the moonlight, and her claws were longer and sharper than before. She fixed her glowing eyes on Scott and disappeared into her shadow once again. This time, when she reappeared, Scott sensed the danger but couldn't fully avoid her attack. Her claws tore into his lower back, leaving a deep, bloody wound. Scott turned swiftly, aiming a kick at her, but to his shock, she didn't budge. Her new form had made her stronger, and she easily resisted his attack. Cassandra lunged at Scott, her claws reaching for him. But Scott jumped back, flipping midair, and began shifting into his full werewolf form. By the time he landed on his feet, his transformation was complete. Now standing taller, his body was covered in thick fur, and his glowing red eyes burned with untamed power. His claws were massive, and his presence was overwhelming. The wound on his back healed in moments as if it had never existed. Cassandra froze for a brief moment, realizing she was in trouble. The beast standing before her was far beyond her expectations. But greed and hunger clouded her judgment, and she pushed her fear aside. She melted into her shadow again, teleporting behind Scott to stab him with her sharp claws. Scott's heightened senses in his full werewolf form were unmatched. The moment she appeared behind him, he turned with lightning speed, grabbing her arm mid-strike. Without hesitation, he drove his massive clawed hand into her gut, creating a deep, gushing wound. Cassandra gasped in pain and turned into a shadow once more, disappearing from his grasp. She reappeared a few meters away, coughing up blood. But her supernatural healing began working immediately, and the wound started closing. Scott laughed, his voice deep and guttural. This has been fun, but I think it's time to end this. Cassandra's confidence wavered. She knew she couldn't defeat him now. I'll run, devour more creatures, and come back stronger. Then, I'll kill him, she thought. Turning into a shadow, she tried to flee. Scott closed his eyes, focusing. He felt her presence 50 meters away, running in the opposite direction. His lips curled into a feral grin. Not this time. You're not running away again. Then Scott shifted from his towering werewolf form into his massive wolf form. His movements became a blur as he tore through the forest, chasing Cassandra with relentless determination. Cassandra, sensing him closing in, teleported again, this time only 20 meters away in a different direction. But Scott sensed her new location and adjusted his path. When he closed the gap to just 10 meters, she teleported again, this time only managing to move 10 meters. Scott relentlessly pursued her, closing the distance with each teleportation until she could no longer teleport at all. Scott lunged at her, his jaws clamping down on her thigh. The force knocked her to the ground, and she screamed in pain. Scott placed his massive paw on her back, holding her down, before ripping her leg clean off and tossing it aside. Before she could recover, Scott shifted back into his werewolf form, towering over her. With brutal efficiency, he broke her spine with a crushing blow, then shattered both her arms, leaving her utterly defenseless. Cassandra reverted to her human form, her body battered and broken. Despite her condition, she looked up at Scott, a faint smile on her bloodied lips. There was no anger or hatred in her eyes, just an eerie calm. It seems my time has come, huh? Scott shifted back into his human form, his piercing gaze locking onto hers. "You don't seem too worried about dying," he said, curious. Cassandra chuckled weakly, her voice raspy. "I knew this day would come eventually." She paused, coughing up more blood, then continued. "You've probably guessed my teleportation ability has limits. I can only teleport 50 meters at most. But if I teleport that far, I need 5 minutes to recover. If I don't wait, I can only manage shorter distances, 20 meters, then 10 meters. After that, my ability goes into a cooldown period for 15 minutes. Scott crossed his arms, his expression cold but thoughtful. "I see, but you were teleporting a lot during our fight." Cassandra gave a faint smile. "That's different. Shorter distances let me teleport 3 times each minute." Scott nodded. "Good to know." Cassandra looked at Scott, her crimson eyes dimming with an eerie calm. "I was once like you, kid," she said, her voice low but steady. Scott raised a brow, curiosity laced with caution. "What do you mean?" She gave a bitter smile. "Originally, I was just a normal werewolf. I lived in a small town in Italy as its guardian. I had a husband, a sweet little boy. I was happy." Her voice faltered, the weight of her memories pressing down. "Go ahead, read my memories. Maybe you'll learn something from them." Scott watched her for a moment, gauging her sincerity. Cassandra sat up, her spine already healed. Turning her back to him, she let out a sigh, seemingly indifferent to the pain of her missing leg. Scott said nothing. He stepped forward and inserted his claws into the back of her neck, diving into her memories. Scott found himself in a picturesque village surrounded by lush green hills. He could feel the warmth of the sun and the sound of laughter from children playing in the streets. Among them was Cassandra, smiling as she embraced her husband and lifted her giggling son into her arms. The memories shifted to nights of vigilance. Cassandra and her pack patrolled the territory, protecting the townsfolk from supernatural threats. Her husband stood by her side, a strong and capable werewolf. Her son, just 10 years old, showed early signs of becoming like them, fearless and loyal. But then, a wave of dread washed over Scott as the scene changed. Cassandra was patrolling alone one night when she felt a searing pain in her chest. Panic gripped her as she rushed back to the village. The sight that greeted her was a nightmare. Her entire pack lay slaughtered, their bodies torn apart, hearts missing. Among them were her husband and son, their lifeless forms drenched in blood. Cassandra collapsed to her knees, her anguished cries echoing into the night. She knew who had done it, a vampire. The scent was unmistakable. Fueled by rage and heartbreak, she hunted the creature, finally finding him lurking in a forest. Their battle was vicious, but she was no match for him. The vampire impaled her with his arm, leaving her for dead before fleeing to heal his own wounds. Broken but alive, Cassandra crawled back to her home. She buried her family and pack with trembling hands, grief consuming her. Desperation led her to recall an ancient legend, the Vrykolakas. Driven by vengeance, she turned on the very people she had once sworn to protect. She slaughtered the entire town, both humans and supernaturals, devouring their livers and spleens to complete the horrific transformation. Now of Vrykolakas, she hunted relentlessly, finally tracking down the vampire and killing him. Devouring his liver granted her the power to teleport through shadows, but her revenge came at a cost, an insatiable hunger for human livers. From then on, she became a creature of pure instinct, her humanity eroded. Cassandra roamed, hunting and devouring, drawn to Beacon Hills by the Nemeton tree, 3 months ago. And she sought Scott's liver not out of hatred, but because his strength tempted her hunger. Scott withdrew his claws, his face unreadable. He stared at Cassandra, who sat quietly, her back still to him. "I don't know what to say," Scott finally admitted. "On one hand, I feel sorry for the Cassandra who lost everything. She was a good person, and what happened to her was tragic. But on the other hand, I hate what you've become. You've caused so much death and destruction." Cassandra turned to face him, a faint smile on her lips. "So, are you feeling sorry for me now? Thinking of sparing my life?" Scott snorted, his red eyes flashing. "No, bitch. I feel sorry for the Cassandra who's long dead. That part of you died a long time ago, didn't it?" She nodded. "Yes. She died with her family and pack. Now, kid, end this. Send me to my husband and son." Scott's lips curled into a smirk. "All right, but first, I'm taking your powers." Without hesitation, Scott plunged his claws into her chest. Cassandra didn't resist. She simply smiled, her expression serene, as he absorbed her abilities. When he was done, she lay back on the ground, her strength fading fast. With her last ounce of energy, she lifted a trembling hand to his cheek. "Remember, boy, always protect your loved ones first. If you lose them you might become something worse than me." Scott chuckled dryly. "All right, can you stop being nice? You're making this harder than it needs to be." Cassandra smiled one last time before closing her eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. Scott stared at her for a moment, then he snapped her neck with a swift motion and drove a wooden stake through her heart. He sighed. Better safe than sorry. As he stood over her lifeless body, Scott muttered, "Rest in peace, Cassandra." 68 Chapter 68 The McCall Pack's First Victory. 68 Chapter 68 The McCall Pack's First Victory. When Scott and Cassandra ventured deeper into the woods, Melissa's worry for her son reached a boiling point. She didn't waste time with words or pleasantries. Without hesitation, she lunged at Malika, her movements a blur of speed. Malika barely had time to react before Melissa's fist connected with her face, sending her flying backward. The impact left Malika sprawled on the forest floor. She groaned, spitting blood as she pushed herself up. Her expression darkened as she wiped her mouth. From that one punch, she understood the grim reality. Melissa was far stronger than her. With a low growl, she made her decision. Her body convulsed as she began to shift. Muscles rippled and bones cracked, elongating and expanding. In seconds, she transformed into a monstrous 2-meter-tall hyena. Her arms grew longer and thicker, her frame became bulkier, and her body was cloaked in yellowish fur speckled with dark spots. A chilling hyena-like laugh escaped her lips, echoing ominously through the forest. Despite her opponent's intimidating form, Melissa didn't falter. Still in her human form, she charged again. But this time, Malika raised her thick, muscular arms, effortlessly blocking the attacks. Blow after blow, Melissa found herself unable to land a decisive strike. Malika's transformed body was a fortress, built for endurance and defense. Realizing this, Melissa took a calculated step back, her sharp gaze assessing her opponent. She exhaled slowly, then let the wolf within her take over. With a fluid motion, Melissa shifted into her werewolf form, her speed and strength amplifying exponentially. She became a whirlwind of motion, each strike landing with precision and ferocity. Malika's once formidable defense began to crumble. Gashes opened across her body, blood flowing freely. Then, without warning, Malika's movements slowed. Her vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. She glanced down at her wounds, her breathing quickening in panic. The bleeding wouldn't stop, and her body refused to heal. You poisoned me. Malika stammered, her voice weak and trembling. When how? Melissa didn't respond. Her expression remained cold, her red eyes glowing with resolve. She stepped forward and delivered a devastating punch to Malika's face, knocking her unconscious. The hyena collapsed to the forest floor, her hulking form shrinking back into her human shape. Blood pooled beneath her as she lay motionless. Melissa shifted back into her human form, her breath steady as she crouched beside Malika. Her claws extended, and she pressed them into the back of Malika's neck. After confirming that Malika was a cannibal, Melissa didn't hesitate. After Melissa absorbed Malika's power, her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. For the lives you've taken. Then, with a final twist, she broke her neck, ensuring the threat was permanently eliminated. While Scott and Cassandra disappeared deeper into the woods and Melissa clashed with Malika, Allison and the rest of the pack styles, Lydia, Boyd, Erica, and Isaac set out to hunt the Hui. The forest was eerily quiet as the group spread out, their senses heightened. Styles noticed Lydia staring intently at a nearby tree. Lydia, what is it? He asked, walking over. There's something strange about that tree. She replied, her tone cautious as she pointed at it. Styles narrowed his eyes at the tree, then smirked wickedly. Gotcha. Unbeknownst to the pack, Carvel Hauiuas camouflaged against the tree, blending seamlessly with his surroundings like a lizard. He had been watching them, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But the sly grin on Styles' face unnerved him. Could they see me? No, it wasn't possible. Styles rummaged through his bag and pulled out a Molotov cocktail. Let's light things up, he said, igniting the bottle and hurling it at the tree with all his strength. Carvel's eyes widened in panic as the flaming bottle shattered against him, setting him ablaze. He let out a guttural roar, his camouflage breaking as he flailed and rolled on the ground, trying desperately to extinguish the flames. Bullseye! Styles shouted, laughing triumphantly. Allison's voice rang out. Don't let him put the fire out. Keep throwing. The pack sprang into action, pulling more Molotov cocktails from their bag and hurling them at the burning creature. Realizing he was moments away from being burned alive, Carvel roared in frustration and began shifting into his Hui form. His body expanded, his skin turning reptilian and slime-like, extinguishing the flames. His limbs stretched into 4 muscular arms, and his head morphed into a grotesque frog-like shape. Carvel glared at the group with pure hatred, his gaze locking on Styles. How did you know what I am? And that fire forces me out of camouflage. He growled. No matter. I'll kill all of you, starting with you, punk. With a powerful leap, Carvel lunged at Styles, who yelped and darted away. Damn it, you ugly bastard. Why are you chasing me? They all threw bottles at you. Styles shouted, weaving through the trees. Carvel growled in frustration, realizing he couldn't catch Styles. He switched tactics, shooting his long, lizard-like tongue at Styles with bullet-like speed. Styles barely evaded, rolling to the ground just in time. Before Carvel could strike again, Boyd appeared, wielding a thick tree log. With a mighty swing, Boyd smashed the log into Carvel, sending him sprawling to the ground. Boyd, you're a genius. Styles cheered. Seizing the opportunity, Styles snapped off a thick branch from a nearby tree and began whacking the downed Carvel. Erica and Isaac followed suit, each grabbing branches and joining in. For a moment, it seemed like they had the upper hand, but Carvel roared and regained his senses. With 3 of his 4 arms, he grabbed the branches mid-swing, snapping them like twigs. Run! Styles yelled, letting go of his branch and bolting. Erica and Isaac quickly followed suit. Boyd stepped forward, hefting his log for another swing, but Carvel shattered it with a punch and snarled, "Damn brats. I'll kill every one of you." Carvel lunged at Styles again, who threw up his hands in exasperation as he ran. "Why is it always me, you ugly bastard?" But the prolonged chase took its toll. Carvel's breathing grew labored, his movements sluggish. Allison, observing from a distance, saw her chance. "He's getting tired. Scott warned us to keep our distance, but he's not as strong as he looks. I think we can take him." "I think so too." Boyd agreed. Lydia added, "His strength lies in ambushes. Without the element of surprise, he's vulnerable." "All right," Allison said decisively. "Let's do this. Stay sharp and watch out for each other." The pack nodded, and Boyd was the first to strike. He sprinted forward and delivered a powerful kick to Carvel's back, sending him sprawling. As Carvel tried to rise, Isaac darted in and kicked him square in the face. The Hui lashed out, attempting to grab Isaac's leg, but Allison and Lydia flanked him, slashing his back with their claws. Carvel howled in pain and turned to retaliate, only for Erica and Styles to strike his exposed back with their claws. The pack worked in perfect harmony, attacking in turns, their strikes relentless. Blow after blow, Carvel's movement slowed until he was barely able to defend himself. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Styles looked down at the unconscious Carvel and grinned. "That was awesome, but man, his stamina really sucks, doesn't it?" The pack shared a laugh, their camaraderie strengthened by the victory. Melissa stepped into the clearing, having arrived earlier but choosing not to intervene. She smiled at the group. "Good job, kids." Boyd crossed his arms and smirked. "I could have taken him alone." Melissa chuckled. "I know you're strong, but wait until you've gone through your first full moon before making claims like that. Even then, it's always better to have someone from the pack by your side. Remember, we're wolves, and wolves hunt in packs." Allison asked, "Should we go find Scott? What if he's in danger?" Melissa shook her head. "Don't worry. He told me his fight is over, and he's on his way back." Elsewhere in the woods, Scott shifted into his wolf form and dug a grave. Carefully, he buried Cassandra, honoring her in silence despite her deeds. Afterward, Scott decided to test his newly acquired shadow teleportation ability. His black fur blended seamlessly into the surrounding darkness as he vanished, reappearing 100 meters away. Nodding to himself, he thought, "Unlike Cassandra's 50-meter limit, my range is limited to 100 meters. If I want to teleport that far again, I'll need to wait for a while." She mentioned needing 5 minutes to recover, but I think I only need 2. And for short distances, I can teleport 6 times in a single minute. Testing the ability again, Scott melted into the shadows and reappeared a few meters away. A small grin formed on his face. This is going to come in handy. But when Scott returned, the pack was still gathered around Carvel's unconscious body. Emerging from the shadows in his wolf form, he towered over them. Isaac froze, his eyes wide. What is that?" Allison stepped forward with a smile. "That's our alpha." She ran up to Scott, marveling at his massive size. "Scott, you've gotten even bigger." Scott's deep, rumbling voice resonated through the clearing. "After absorbing Cassandra's powers, my wolf form grew stronger and larger." Erica tilted her head, intrigued. "Are we all going to have forms like yours? I mean, I knew you and Melissa could turn into huge wolves, but this..." "Yes," Scott replied. "The stronger you become, the larger your wolf form will grow." Turning his attention to Carvel, Scott said, "Let's deal with him and head back." Shifting into his werewolf form, Scott knelt over Carvel and absorbed his abilities. Moments later, he snapped Carvel's neck with grim efficiency. Styles, always curious, asked, "So, what did you get from him?" Scott stepped to a nearby tree, his black fur shifting until he blended perfectly with the bark. "Camouflage," he said simply, stepping out of the shadows. Scott then returned to his wolf form, dug graves, and buried both Carvel and Malika. "Let's go home," he said. The pack returned to their cars, and Scott grabbed a change of clothes from his trunk since his earlier ones had been destroyed during the fight with Cassandra. After changing, he drove with Allison home. Once back at the house, they gathered in the living room. Melissa, sensing Scott's unease, asked gently, "What's wrong, son? I can feel your sadness." Scott sighed heavily. "It's Cassandra's memories." Then Scott told them about Cassandra's memories. Lydia frowned. "That's tragic, but it's no excuse to become a monster." Allison added, "Exactly. Think of how many tragedies she caused, how many happy families she destroyed." Melissa placed a comforting hand on Scott's shoulder. "They're right, Scott. There's no need to feel sad for her." Scott gave them a wistful smile. "I'm not sad for her. I'm just thinking, what would I do if I lost one of you? And I didn't like the answer to that question. Don't get me wrong, I won't hurt innocent people, but I can't deny that I'd probably start a carnage." The pack exchanged worried glances, but Scott's smile reassured them. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm just tired and need some sleep. I won't lose any of you. We're strong, and we have a telepathic bond. If anyone's in danger, they can call for help immediately. Besides," he turned to Lydia, "we have Lydia. A banshee is a blessing, not a curse. Styles grinned. Exactly. We've got Lydia. And by the way, I'm going to start reading all your books and journals from now on, Lydia. Lydia shot him a glare. You know, Styles, I just had a vision of you dying at my hands. Styles raised his hands defensively. Calm down. I'm just saying, what if you write something important in a trance and forget about it? Lydia rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll double-check my notes. And Allison and Erica can help. Why does it have to be you? Scott chuckled. Don't worry, Lydia. After your first full moon, I think you'll have much better control over your abilities. After dinner, Scott bid everyone good night and retreated to his room. Allison followed him, and they shared a warm, intimate shower together. Afterward, they climbed into bed, cuddling under the covers and finding comfort in each other's presence. Soon, they drifted off to sleep, their breathing steady and peaceful. 69, Chapter 69, The Arrival of Gerard. The Argent's POV. While Scott and his pack were battling Cassandra and her pack, Gerard Argent arrived in Beacon Hills. He wasted no time and headed straight to Allison's house. The moment Gerard stepped inside, he looked at Chris and demanded, "Where is Kate?" Chris narrowed his eyes. "What do you want with her, Gerard? She's your daughter." Gerard's expression hardened. "She's not my daughter anymore. She's one of those rabid mutts now. And you know what we do to rabid dogs, Chris, we put them down." Behind the wall, Kate overheard every word. With a heavy heart, she stepped out of her hiding spot. "Do you really want to kill me, Dad?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I'm like this because I did what you told me to do." Gerard glared at her, his voice laced with venom. "No, you're like this because you're weak. We're hunters. The moment you were bitten, you should have done the honorable thing, ended your life." Tears welled up in Kate's eyes. "I broke the code, killed innocent people, and became a monster, all to make you proud of me. But now, you can't even break your own stupid hunter code to spare my life. You know what, Gerard? I'm not even surprised. You've always been a monster. The worst part is Allison hates me now." Gerard sneered. "Stop crying like a child, Kate. You want to make me proud? Then take your gun and end it yourself, like a real Argent." Kate wiped her tears and straightened. "No, Gerard. I'm not killing myself. And I'm done trying to please you." Gerard's face twisted with rage. He pulled out his gun and aimed it at her. "If you won't do it, then I will. I won't let you shame the Argent family." Kate's eyes widened as Gerard fired. She tried to take cover but she couldn't avoid all the bullets. One struck her shoulder and one struck her leg. Summoning the last of her strength, she turned and fled into the night, blood dripping from her wounds. Chris, frozen in shock, watched as Kate disappeared into the night. He turned to Gerard, his voice filled with anger. "What are you doing, Gerard?" Gerard holstered his gun, his expression cold. "What you should have done from the start, Chris." Chris stepped closer, his fists clenched. "I'm not a monster like you. She's my sister, your daughter. How could you do this?" Gerard scoffed. "My daughter died the night she was bitten. Now, she's the enemy. She won't last long. Those bullets were filled with wolfsbane. But if she survives, the next time I see her, I'll finish the job." Chris glared at him. "You've gone too far, Gerard." Gerard ignored him and changed the subject. "Now that I'm here, we're going to clean this town of werewolves. The Hales and their pack are rebuilding, I'm sure of it. We'll hunt every last one of them. And where's Allison? I heard her boyfriend is one of those mutts. I'll make her shoot him herself and turn her into a real Argent." Chris's jaw tightened. "Stay away from my daughter, Gerard. If you so much as look at her the wrong way, I'll put a bullet in you myself." Gerard smirked. "We're hunters, Chris. How could you let Allison date a werewolf?" Chris crossed his arms. "Don't worry about my daughter. She's not a hunter. As for her boyfriend, you're free to go after him, but you'd better be ready to die when you do." Gerard chuckled darkly. "The werewolf that can scare me hasn't been born yet." Chris allowed a small, knowing smile. "We'll see." Gerard raised an eyebrow. "Is he really that strong?" Chris nodded. "Stronger than anything I've ever seen or heard of. Beacon Hills is his territory, and you do well to be careful. He's got another strong alpha in his pack, probably more. Victoria and I won't fight him. As much as I hate his guts for stealing my little girl, he's a good kid. He's protecting this town, so don't do anything stupid to provoke him." Gerard waved off the warning dismissively. "I'll deal with him later. For now, let's focus on the Hales." Scott's POV. The next morning, Scott woke up to the soft sound of Allison breathing beside him. She was still peacefully asleep when her phone began to ring. Allison stirred, groggily reaching for the phone. "Hello?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "Hey, princess. Can we talk?" came Kate's weak voice from the other end. Allison immediately tensed. Her grogginess vanished as she snapped. "I don't want to talk to you, Kate. I hate you." She was about to hang up when Kate pleaded. "This might be the last time, princess. Please." Allison hesitated, then sighed. "Fine. Say what you need to say." "Can we meet?" Kate asked. "I'm near your school." Allison glanced at the clock and frowned. "It's early, but fine." She hung up, her expression troubled. Scott looked at her. "She doesn't sound good," he said. Allison nodded. "I think she's hurt. I need to see what she wants. Can I borrow your car? Scott shook his head. I'll drive you. They quietly got dressed, leaving a note for the still sleeping pack before heading to the school. When they arrived, they found Kate sitting in her car. She stepped out as they approached, but the sight of her made Allison's heart clench. Dark blue veins crawled across one side of Kate's face, and she was limping badly. Allison ran to her. What's wrong with you? Kate managed a weak smile. Don't worry, princess. I just wanted to say goodbye before I leave and apologize for breaking your heart. Scott approached, his sharp gaze noting the telltale signs of wolfsbane poisoning. Let me guess, your father's in town. Allison froze. Wait, Gerard, did he do this to you? Kate gave a bitter nod. Yes, but don't worry about it. I'll be fine. Allison wasn't convinced. You're lying. You're dying, aren't you? Kate didn't respond, and Allison's face crumpled. She turned to Scott, her voice trembling. Scott, I know you hate her, but please, I'm begging you, help me save her. Scott sighed, crossing his arms. Fine, but you'll have to compensate me later, love. He teased, flashing her a playful wink. Allison blushed, swatting his arm. Fine, you pervert, just do something. Kate chuckled weakly. How about I compensate him instead? Allison shot her a glare. You know what? Let her die, Scott. Kate quickly raised her hands in mock surrender. I was joking. I was joking. Not funny. Allison said. Scott looked at Kate and asked. Do you know what kind of wolfsbane you were hit with? Nordic blue monkshood. Kate replied weakly. Scott nodded. Do you have any in your car? Kate blinked, confused. Yes. Scott raised an eyebrow. Then why haven't you used it to heal yourself? Kate sighed. I know how to kill werewolves, Scott, not how to heal them. Scott rolled his eyes. You need to burn the Nordic blue monkshood, collect the ash, and apply it directly to the wound. That's it. Kate asked incredulously. That's it. Scott confirmed. Kate turned to Allison. Help me get my bag from the trunk. Allison retrieved the bag, and Kate pulled out a small jar of powdered monkshood. She poured some onto the hood of her car, lit it on fire, and waited for the ash to cool. With trembling hands, she applied the ash to the bullet wound on her shoulder. She cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, but the blue veins began to recede. Kate repeated the process for her leg wound. Once fully healed, she stood up, swaying slightly. Thank you, Scott. She said softly. Scott crossed his arms. I didn't do it for you. I did it for Allison. I don't want her to be sad. Kate nodded, then turned to Allison. I know I've done terrible things, and I'm sorry. I promise I'll never hurt innocent people again. I just hope you can forgive me one day. And, princess, stay away from Gerard. He has a way of getting into your head and manipulating you. Don't trust him. She then looked at Scott. Be careful. Gerard will use anything to get to you and your family, your friends. He'll do whatever it takes. Scott's eyes darkened. He can try. But if he comes after me, he'll die. Kate gave a small smile, then turned back to Allison. I'm leaving, princess. I don't think I'll be coming back to Beacon Hills. Can I get a goodbye hug? Allison hesitated, then finally stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Kate climbed into her car, looking at Scott one last time. Take care of her, Scott. Then she turned to Allison. Goodbye, princess. I love you. She drove away, leaving Beacon Hills behind. Allison leaned into Scott, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, Scott. I know you hate her. I hate her for what she did too, but I couldn't let her die. Scott wrapped his arms around her. I understand, Allison. But if Gerard comes after me, I'll kill him. You have to understand that too. Allison looked up at him, her eyes fierce. Don't worry. I might kill that monster myself. 70, Chapter 70, A Little Experiment. After Kate left, Scott and Allison decided to grab breakfast at a CAF near the school before heading back. Later, during lunch, Scott and his pack gathered in the cafeteria to eat together. As they sat down, Scott's thoughts wandered. I think that Omega Werewolf will come to town in the next few days. I need to catch him before Gerard does. Breaking the silence, Scott said. I want to catch an evil shapeshifter to see what happens if I give the bite to someone who's already supernatural. Would they gain my abilities like Lydia, or would nothing happen to them? Isaac raised an eyebrow. Wait, Lydia had powers before you gave her the bite. Scott nodded. Yeah, she was a banshee before I bit her. Boyd chimed in. Then what is she now? Some kind of hybrid with banshee powers and werewolf abilities. Styles, holding up his tray of food, interjected. Nope, she's not a werewolf. She's something else. We won't know for sure until the full moon. Lydia shrugged. So, what happens if the shapeshifter you bite does gain your abilities? Scott smirked. Then we'll test what happens when I kick him out of the pack. Styles leaned forward, intrigued. No. We should test what happens if he tries to betray you. Scott frowned. And how exactly are we going to do that? Styles grinned mischievously. Easy. After he gains your abilities, Boyd and I will pretend to be hunters and wound you. Then, after you and he run away, you'll pretend to be badly injured and dying. He won't be able to resist the temptation of absorbing your alpha powers. Lydia added. You should make him drink some wolfsbane beforehand. That way, if he loses your abilities the moment he starts thinking about betraying or killing you, the wolfsbane will poison him, and you'll know. If someone you've given the bite to tries to betray you, they'll lose your abilities. But if he doesn't lose your abilities and still manages to attack, then you can kick him out of the pack and see what happens. Allison tilted her head. By the way, how do you kick someone out of the pack? Scott explained casually, it's easy. I just need to cut the connection I have with them. Allison looked surprised. That's it. Scott nodded. That's it. Styles wasn't convinced. It can't be that simple, right? That sounds like magic. Scott leaned back, amused. Styles, I can turn into a giant wolf and teleport through shadows. How do you explain that? Styles laughed. Fair point. Speaking of teleportation, that ability is awesome. Do you think there's a creature out there that can use magic, like fire or thunder? I'd love to get magic powers someday. Allison chimed in thoughtfully. I read in one of those supernatural books about a creature called a kitsune. There are different types, I don't remember how many, but there's a thunder kitsune, a fire kitsune, a wind kitsune, and an earth kitsune. Erica added. I read about something called a hellhound. It's like a werewolf but can control fire. Styles's eyes lit up. That's so cool. If an evil thunder kitsune, fire kitsune, or hellhound comes to town, I call dibs on absorbing their powers. Boyd chuckled. I think the earth kitsune is cooler. Imagine creating an armor of rocks around your body, like in video games. Scott smiled. Let's talk about that after you guys go through your first full moon. Now, who's coming with me hunting tonight? Erica shook her head. I have to go home, but if you need me, I'll come. Lydia said. I have dinner plans with my mom, so I'm out. Isaac nodded. Same here, I have to go home, but call me if you need backup. Scott reassured them. It's okay, you can all go home. I'll go with Allison, Styles, and Boyd. Lydia glanced at the time and stood up. Come on, class is about to start. After school, Scott turned to Styles and said, you and Boyd wait for me at my house. I'll join you after I finish work at the animal clinic. Then he drove to the clinic with Allison. Once Scott finished his shift at the clinic, he and Allison returned home. There, he explained the situation to Melissa and retrieved a jar containing powdered wolfsbane from the chest they had discovered earlier. He mixed the powder with water in a bottle, preparing for their plan. Later that evening, Scott, Allison, Styles, and Boyd set out, searching for an evil supernatural creature in town. Scott said, let's check near the cemetery, we might get lucky. When they arrived at the cemetery, it didn't take long before they spotted an unkempt man sneaking around and starting to dig a grave. Scott observed him carefully. He's a werewolf. I'll take him to the woods and give him the bite. Once I confirm he's gained my abilities, I'll send you a text. Then the three of you attack us. While he's distracted fighting you, I'll strike from behind and knock him out. After that, I'll injure myself and pretend to be dying. We'll see what he does next. The others nodded in agreement. Scott used his shadow teleportation ability, appearing silently behind the Omega werewolf. Scott's eyes glowed a menacing red as he asked, what are you doing? The Omega spun around, startled, and stammered. I was looking for you, the Alpha. Please, let me join your pack. Scott narrowed his eyes. What were you doing just now? The Omega hesitated. I was hungry. I swear, I've never killed anyone. If you don't believe me, look. His eyes glowed yellow, proving his claim. Scott's tone softened slightly. Alright, but if you want to join my pack, you'll need to accept the bite. But I'm already a werewolf. The Omega said. That's how I accept new members into my pack. Scott replied. The Omega asked. How many werewolves are in your pack? Including me, 8. Scott answered. The Omega extended his arm. Alright, here, bite me. Scott wrinkled his nose in disgust. First, let's get you cleaned up. I'll buy you some soap and water. Scott went to a nearby store, purchased soap and a bottle of water, and returned to the Omega, who was waiting at a safe distance from the store. They headed into the woods, where Scott instructed the Omega to clean his arm. Once it was clean, Scott gave him the bite. At first, nothing happened, but soon the Omega collapsed, writhing in agony as black liquid oozed from his mouth, eyes, and other parts of his body. His screams echoed through the woods for over an hour before the pain subsided. When he finally stood, the Omega looked at Scott, bewildered. What did you do to me? Scott smiled. I made you stronger. Check your body. The Omega tested his strength by punching a nearby tree, shattering it in half with ease. He turned to Scott, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you so much. Scott waved dismissively. Don't worry about it. Welcome to my pack. He handed the Omega the bottle of water mixed with wolfsbane. Here, drink this. It'll make you even stronger. The Omega gulped it down but frowned. I don't feel anything. That's normal. You'll feel the effects tomorrow. Scott assured him. Scott then texted Styles. You can attack now. Turning to the Omega, Scott said. Come on, I want to introduce you to my pack. They walked a short distance before Allison, Styles, and Boyd ambushed them. Scott shouted. It's the hunters. Run. The Omega panicked, shifting into his werewolf form, but as he prepared to attack Styles and Boyd, Scott appeared behind him and knocked him out with a powerful blow. "Let's go," Scott said. "We'll take him to the old Hale house." Once there, Scott instructed his pack to stay back, ensuring the Omega wouldn't catch their scent. He dragged the unconscious werewolf inside, tearing his own shirt and clawing his hand to smear blood across his body. He lay down near the Omega, feigning weakness. When the Omega regained consciousness, he groaned. "Where are we? What about the hunters?" Scott coughed weakly. "I managed to fight them off and dragged you here after they hit you with a tranquilizer. But they'll be back and in greater numbers. I don't think I can make it. I've been poisoned, I can barely run. You need to go. I'll hold them off and buy you time." The Omega looked at Scott and said, "You're poisoned and weak now." Scott bit his tongue, gathering blood in his mouth. Pretending to cough violently, he spat it out and said, "Yes, run before they get here." The Omega's yellow eyes glowed as he suddenly lunged at Scott, snarling, "Then let's not waste your alpha spark. Let me take it." Scott immediately felt their connection sever. Strangely, it didn't hurt. Maybe because I don't care about him at all. Scott thought to himself. Just as the Omega was about to strike, he began losing strength. He fell to his knees, his body trembling. Scott realized the Omega was losing the abilities granted by the bite and was getting poisoned by the wolfsbane. Scott stopped pretending and stood up. The Omega glared at him, gasping, "You lied to me. You poisoned me." Scott's expression was cold. "No, I was testing you. And you failed. Please." The Omega begged. "Give me another chance." Scott's eyes glowed red as he growled. "Now, you're going to die." The Omega, mustering every ounce of his strength, bolted out of the house. Allison approached Scott and asked, "Are you sure about letting him go?" Scott smiled faintly. "Let's follow him. If we're lucky, we'll get a nice show tonight." As they followed the Omega, Styles asked, "So, what's the result of your little experiment?" Scott explained. "The moment he thought about killing me, he started losing the abilities I gave him. The wolfsbane I had him drink started poisoning him at the same time." Styles raised an eyebrow. "Why'd you even do this experiment?" Scott replied, "You all know how powerful our abilities are. I needed to make sure I'm not creating a monster who could betray the pack and go rogue. I also wanted to see if I could pass my abilities to another werewolf if I wanted to add one to the pack." Allison asked, "And which werewolf are you thinking about adding?" Scott shrugged. "For now, no one." Not long after, they spotted the Omega running on all fours. He stumbled into a trap, a tripwire tightening around his wrist and hoisting him into the air. Scott smirked. "Now, let's hide and watch." They concealed themselves as Gerard, Chris, and a group of hunters approached the trapped Omega. Chris shocked the Omega with a taser, forcing him to shift back into his human form. "Why did you come to Beacon Hills?" Chris demanded. The Omega begged. "Please, let me go. I just came looking for the Alpha. I didn't hurt anyone." Gerard, observing the scene, sneered. "Gentlemen, take a look. A rare sight indeed. Care to tell them what we've caught, Chris?" Chris sighed. "An Omega. The lone wolf." Gerard mocked. "Possibly kicked out of his pack, or the survivor of one hunted down. Maybe alone by choice. Certainly not a wise one." Taking a sword from one of the hunters, Gerard added, "Because, as I'm about to demonstrate." He turned to the Omega and swung the sword, slicing him in half. An Omega rarely survives on his own. As the lifeless body fell, Gerard addressed the hunters. "From now on, we abandon the code. Those mutts killed our brothers and turned my beloved daughter into a monster. I will see every last one of them dead." Styles whispered, "Is that old guy your grandfather, Allison?" Allison snorted. "No, that monster is not my grandfather." Scott's gaze hardened. "Looks like I need to teach him how to behave." Scott stepped behind a tree, removed his clothes, and shifted into his werewolf form. Handing his clothes to Allison, he said in a deep, growling voice, "Wait here." Gerard, admiring the dead Omega, froze at the sound of a guttural growl. The hunters turned, panicking as a massive werewolf stepped into the clearing. One hunter raised his gun and fired, but Scott vanished into shadow. A moment later, he reappeared behind the shooter, grabbing him by the head and tossing him like a rag doll into a tree. The man hit the trunk with a sickening crack, slumping unconscious to the ground. "Hold your fire!" Chris shouted. "You'll just end up in the hospital or worse." Scott ignored Chris and the hunters, walking straight toward Gerard. Gerard attempted to stab him with the sword, but the blade barely scratched Scott's skin. Scott smiled darkly, leaning closer. Then he roared, the force of it sending Gerard sprawling to the ground. Terrified, Gerard stammered, What kind of monster are you?" Scott loomed over him. "Beacon Hills is my territory. This is your first and only warning, Gerard. If I hear that you've killed another innocent werewolf, you're dead. I'm letting you walk away tonight only because that Omega was a cannibal." Scott grabbed the sword from Gerard's trembling hands. "Nice sword," he said with a smirk. "I'm keeping it." He then turned to one of the hunters and growled, "Take off your jacket and put it on the ground." The hunter hurriedly removed his jacket and placed it on the ground. Scott turned his glowing red eyes toward the rest of the hunters. "Now, put all your guns and rifles in the jacket, or I'll do it myself." And trust me, you won't like how that ends. Gerard, seething with rage, raised his gun loaded with wolfsbane bullets, aiming at Scott's back. Without even turning, Scott spoke in a deep, menacing voice. Pull that trigger, Gerard, and it'll be the last thing you do on this earth. Gerard froze, panic flashing across his face, and slowly lowered his gun. Scott turned to another hunter and barked. You, bring Gerard's gun and put it with the others. The hunter hesitated, glancing nervously at Gerard, but Chris intervened. Do it. He ordered. The hunter approached Gerard, who refused to let go of the gun. Chris stepped forward, his voice firm. Gerard, give him the gun. Gerard glared at Chris but reluctantly released it. Once all the weapons were piled onto the jacket, Scott growled. Take the Omega's body with you and bury it. Now get out of my sight. Chris echoed the command. Take the body and go. The hunters retreated, carrying the Omega's corpse and the unconscious hunter. Gerard lingered for a moment, glaring at Scott, but Scott's red eyes locked onto him as he said. Remember to behave, Gerard. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Gerard said nothing, walking away in silence. Chris stayed behind, studying the massive werewolf before him. You know he's still going to come after the Hales, right? Scott crossed his arms. I know, I just don't like him and felt like teaching him a lesson. Chris sighed. He'll do everything he can to get to you, Scott. He might even try to hurt Allison. At that moment, Allison approached with Styles and Boyd. She overheard Chris's words and said coldly, then Gerard will die. Chris turned to his daughter, his expression pained. Allison, he's not my grandfather. Allison interrupted sharply. I saw what he did to Kate this morning. If Scott hadn't stepped in, she'd be dead. He's a monster, and you just admitted he'd try to hurt me to get to Scott. Chris nodded solemnly. If he really tries to hurt you, I'll end him myself. Allison hugged her father tightly. I've missed you. How's Mom? She's fine. Chris replied. But I don't want you coming home until Gerard's gone. I don't want you anywhere near him. Tell Mom she can visit me at school or at Scott's house. Allison said. Chris nodded. Okay, I will. Now I have to go, sweetheart. As Chris turned to leave, Scott called out. Hey, Uncle Chris. You forgot to leave your guns. Allison rolled her eyes. Don't mind him, Dad. Just go. Once Chris left, Allison looked at Scott and asked. Why do you even want their guns? Scott grinned mischievously. I want to play with them. I've never shot a gun before. Scott took his clothes from Allison, went behind a tree, shifted back into his human form, and got dressed. He emerged and said. All right, let's play. Scott, Boyd, and Styles began firing the confiscated guns, laughing as they experimented with the weapons. Even Allison eventually joined in. After a while, Allison sighed. I think that's enough. What if we need these later? Scott nodded. All right, let's pack these up and head home. 71, Chapter 71, No More Fear. A week had passed since Scott's encounter with Gerard. During this time, Scott finally received the bank card with $90 million from Deaton, giving him full access to the money without any issues. However, Melissa still hadn't found the ranch or building they were searching for. Scott also took the initiative to sign himself and his entire pack up at a local MMA gym. They had begun training in mixed martial arts, learning new skills to strengthen their fighting abilities. Now, Scott and his pack were enjoying a free period, sitting on the bleachers at the empty lacrosse field. I can't wait. Styles said excitedly. Tomorrow's the full moon, and I'll finally be able to shift for the first time. Me too. Allison added with determination. I want to get stronger as soon as possible, just in case another dangerous shifter shows up in Beacon Hills. Scott leaned back and smirked. Out of all of you, I'm most curious to see what Lydia will turn into. Lydia smiled slyly. I just hope it's something pretty. Boyd raised an eyebrow. What does being pretty have to do with anything? Isn't strength the most important thing? Lydia shot him a look. Strength is important, but looking cool and pretty while kicking ass is just as important. As the group laughed, Derek appeared, walking toward them. He nodded at Scott. Scott greeted him with a smile. What's up, Derek? What brings you here? I'm checking on my pack. Derek said. You know the full moon is tomorrow. Scott nodded. You'd better make sure they don't cause trouble. Oh, and by the way, Gerard Argent is in town. He's definitely going to come after you, Peter, and the rest of your pack. Derek hesitated, glancing at Allison. If Gerard attacks you, Allison said firmly, you can fight back or even kill him. But don't hurt my parents, or you'll have to deal with me. Derek frowned. What if your parents attack me first? Then you run. Allison replied without hesitation. Derek snorted. See you around, Scott. He said before turning and heading toward the school. Once Derek was gone, Styles broke the silence. Speaking of parents, I've been thinking. Maybe I should tell my dad about the supernatural side of the world. Scott gave him a supportive look. It's your choice, man. Styles nodded. I'll tell him after the full moon. Oh, and Scott, what do you think about giving him the bite? Scott shrugged. As long as you explain everything the pack, what it means to be part of it, and the fact that there are some creatures we can't just lock up in jail. If he agrees to all of that, then yeah, I'll give him the bite and make him part of the pack. Great, thanks, buddy. Styles said with a grin. After school, Scott headed to the animal clinic. Even though he now had access to the money, he genuinely enjoyed working with the animals. Meanwhile, Allison mentioned that she, Erica, and Lydia were planning a girls' night at Lydia's house. And Styles, Boyd and Isaac went back to their houses. Isaac's POV. Isaac was having dinner with his father, Mr. Leahy, when his father broke the silence. "Where have you been going these days?" Mr. Leahy asked, his tone sharp. Isaac took a deep breath. "I've been hanging out with my friends." "Well," Mr. Leahy snapped, "I don't want you spending time with them anymore. And no more staying over at their houses." Isaac exhaled, steadying himself. "No, Dad. I'm going to keep hanging out with them, and I'll stay over at their places when I need to." Mr. Leahy's face twisted with anger. "Then next time you go to their house, don't bother coming back here." Meeting his father's glare, Isaac replied calmly but firmly. "If that's what you want, Dad, then I won't come back." Mr. Leahy's anger boiled over. He stood abruptly, flipping the table in a rage. "You think you're a man now, huh? Let me remind you, you're just a scared little boy." Mr. Leahy pulled off his belt, ready to strike, but Isaac caught it mid-swing. With one sharp yank, he pulled it from his father's hand and threw it aside. He stepped closer, looking his father in the eye. "From now on," Isaac said, his voice steady, "you will never hit me again, and no more locking me in the freezer, either." Mr. Leahy, stunned by his son's defiance, sneered. "Or what? Are you going to hit me now?" Isaac shook his head. "No, for better or worse, you're still my dad. I won't hurt you, but I will leave and find somewhere else to live." Mr. Leahy's expression darkened. "You dare?" "Yes," Isaac replied, his resolve unshaken. "And I'm leaving right now. I'll be back the day after tomorrow." Without waiting for a response, Isaac walked out, grabbed his bike, and prepared to leave. But just as he reached the driveway, he heard a noise coming from inside the house. Alarmed, Isaac ran back inside and froze at the sight of a lizard-like shapeshifter, poised to attack his father. Isaac didn't hesitate. He launched himself at the creature, landing a powerful kick that sent it crashing into the wall. The shapeshifter stood, shaking off the impact. It looked at Isaac with a mix of recognition and fear, but its focus quickly returned to Mr. Leahy. The creature lunged toward his father. Isaac stepped between them, landing a punch squarely on the shapeshifter's face, knocking it to the ground. Grabbing its tail, Isaac used all his strength to slam it into the living room wall, breaking it. The creature roared in pain, scrambled to its feet, and fled. Isaac watched it go, ensuring it was gone before turning to his father. "Are you okay, Dad?" Mr. Leahy, visibly shaken, stammered. What was that thing? It looked like it was here for me." "Don't worry, Dad," Isaac said, his voice calm. "It's gone. You're safe now." "Safe?" Mr. Leahy repeated, his voice trembling. "That thing is evil. It'll come back. Son, we have to leave Beacon Hills." Isaac shook his head. "No, Dad, I'm not leaving." Mr. Leahy stared at him, fear etched into his face. "Then if you're not leaving, I am." Without another word, Mr. Leahy began packing his belongings. When he was ready to leave, he paused at the door, looking at Isaac one last time. "Are you sure you're not coming?" "I'm sure," Isaac replied firmly. "You can go, Dad. Just call me when you're settled so I know you're okay." Mr. Leahy hesitated, then nodded. "Goodbye, son. And, thank you for saving my life. I'm sorry for being such a shitty father. Take care of yourself." Isaac watched as his father got into his car and drove away. Once the taillights disappeared, Isaac closed the house, grabbed his bike, and headed to Scott's house. 72 Chapter 72 The Kanema. Isaac arrived at Scott's house, and Scott opened the door with a warm smile, inviting him in. "Come on in," Scott said. Inside, Scott and Melissa were seated at the dining table, finishing dinner. Scott gestured toward the kitchen. "Grab a plate and join us." Isaac nodded, grabbed a plate, and sat at the table. Melissa immediately filled his plate with food, giving him a smile. "Eat up." After dinner, Scott leaned back in his chair, studying Isaac. "So, are you going to tell me what's up with that smell on you?" Isaac sighed. "Right. Some lizard-looking shapeshifter showed up at my house tonight and tried to attack my dad. Even while I was fighting it, it only focused on him, like it didn't care about me at all." Melissa's eyes widened in concern. "Is your dad okay?" Isaac gave her a wistful smile. "Yeah, he's fine." Scott frowned. "You don't seem too happy about that." Isaac hesitated before speaking. "Well, after I saved him, he got scared out of his mind and said we should leave Beacon Hills. I told him I wasn't going anywhere, so he packed his bags and ran off, leaving me behind." Melissa reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Isaac's shoulder. "Scott told me about how your dad treated you. Him leaving might be a blessing in disguise. You can stay with us from now on, Isaac. Tomorrow, I'll start the paperwork to make you my ward, if that's what you want." Isaac's eyes lit up with gratitude. "I'd appreciate that, Melissa. Thank you." Scott grinned. "Welcome to the family, Isaac." Isaac chuckled softly. "Thank you." Scott leaned forward, his expression turning serious. Now that we've got that out of the way, can you tell me more about the lizard thing? Isaac nodded. It was about my size, with dark green reptilian scales, a long smooth tail, and yellow eyes with slits. Do you know what it is? Scott tapped his chin thoughtfully. When I was reading through the supernatural books, I came across descriptions of creatures like that. It could be a hui, like the one we fought before, or maybe a were-crocodile. Can you tell me anything else about it? Isaac thought for a moment. Oh, yeah, when it saw me, I noticed a flicker of recognition and fear in its eyes, but then it immediately turned its focus back to my dad. Scott asked. How would you describe the way it looked at your dad? Was it angry, hateful, or hungry? Isaac shook his head. No, none of those. Its eyes were empty, like it had no emotions at all. I couldn't sense anything from it. Scott asked. Like it was sleepwalking or being controlled by something. Isaac nodded. Exactly. Melissa leaned forward. Do you know what it is, Scott? Scott exhaled and nodded. I think so. It sounds like a kanima. Melissa frowned. What's a kanima? Scott explained. The kanima is a human-animal hybrid, reptilian in nature. It's considered a mutation of the werewolf gene. Like werewolves, its power peaks during the full moon. But instead of seeking a pack, the kanima seeks a master to serve. It's essentially a weapon of vengeance. Isaac's eyes widened. So, someone's controlling that thing that attacked my dad. But why target him? And who is targeting him? Scott shrugged. The kanima is used to carry out its master's grudge. Whoever is behind this probably has a serious vendetta against your dad. Isaac sighed. That doesn't narrow it down much. My dad isn't a good man. A lot of people hate him. Scott tilted his head. But, you said the kanima showed fear when it saw you. Isaac nodded. Yeah, and it seemed like it recognized me too. Scott nodded. I think I know who it is. It's probably Jackson. Isaac blinked in surprise. Jackson Whitmore. Isn't he part of Derek's pack? Scott nodded. Yeah, but he didn't turn into a werewolf after Derek bit him, even Derek doesn't know why. And here's the thing, when someone gets bitten by an alpha, they either become a supernatural creature, or they die. But Jackson is still alive after 2 weeks, and this fits. Isaac leaned forward. So, what do we do about him? Scott sighed. First, we tell the pack. Jackson's just a pawn in this. The real problem is whoever's controlling him. Isaac nodded in agreement. All right. After that, the three of them chatted for a while longer before calling it a night. The next day, after school, Scott and his pack gathered at his house. Scott rummaged through his supernatural books until he found the one describing the kanima. He shared its details with everyone, including his suspicion that Jackson was the creature. Styles raised an eyebrow. Wait, so this thing not only has paralytic venom but can also grow wings. That's just unfair. Boyd crossed his arms. So, what do we do with Jackson after we confirm he's the kanima? Lydia's face paled. We're not going to kill him, are we? I mean, I'm not in love with him anymore, but I can't kill him or watch him die. Can't we help him? Scott gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, Lydia. Jackson hasn't killed anyone, and even if he had, he's being controlled. We're not going to kill him. Allison leaned forward. So, what's the plan? We can't just let him keep hurting people. Scott nodded. After tonight, when you guys get through your first full moon, I'll have Lydia handle it. Lydia blinked in surprise. Me? How am I supposed to handle it? Scott explained. Jackson's going through an identity crisis. All you need to do is stab him with your claws when he shift into a kanima to absorb his powers, then call him by his name using your banshee voice. That should turn him into a regular werewolf. Plus, you'll gain his paralytic venom ability. It's a win-win. Erica raised a hand. Why call him by his name, though? Scott shrugged. There's an old myth that says if someone who truly loved a werewolf calls them by name, it can bring them back to their human self. And Lydia loves, or loved Jackson. Erica tilted her head. Okay, but is that actually true? Scott smirked. We'll find out, won't we? Styles spoke up. But what about the person controlling the kanima? How do we find them? Scott's eyes gleamed. That's the easy part. I'll read Jackson's memories. That should tell us who's behind this. Styles slapped his forehead. Oh, right. I forgot you can do that. Scott stood and stretched. Alright, let's head to the woods so you guys can experience your first full moon. Styles frowned. Why can't we just do it here? Melissa cut in, crossing her arms. Because I don't want the neighbors asking me tomorrow if I heard wolves howling and growling in my house. And in case you've forgotten, the wolves we turn into aren't small, and my house isn't exactly spacious. Plus, what if Lydia screams? I've read about banshees, her voice could destroy the house, and she's not even a normal banshee. Styles scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Okay, fair point. I didn't think about all that. With that settled, the pack got into their cars and headed for the Beacon Hills Preserve, ready to experience their first full moon together. 73, Chapter 73, Under the Moonlight. After driving to the Beacon Hills Preserve, Scott stepped out of his car and inhaled the crisp night air. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the forest. He turned to his pack. Alright, guys. he said, his voice filled with anticipation. It's time to let your inner wolves out. Styles practically bounced in place. Me first. Let me do it first. Scott rolled his eyes with a playful grin. Alright, Styles. Show us what you've got. Styles stepped forward, taking a deep breath. He stared up at the glowing moon, his expression shifting from nervous excitement to focused determination. Slowly, his eyes glowed a bright yellow, fur sprouting along his cheeks, and claws extended from his fingertips. He let out a sharp exhale, flexing his fingers. Whoa, this is totally different from before. I feel amazing, and I think I can go even further. Scott nodded, encouraging him. Focus. Let that feeling take over completely. Styles nodded and closed his eyes, taking a moment to center himself. When he opened them, his transformation surged forward. His clothes ripped apart as fur spread across his body. Moments later, he stood in his full wolf form, a massive brown wolf, easily the size of a tiger. When Styles tried to speak, a bark escaped his mouth instead. Lydia, standing nearby, burst out laughing. You did end up as a dog after all. Styles growled, then spoke, his voice deeper and rougher than usual. What dog? Oh wait, I can talk now. This is harder than I thought, but this is so cool. He turned to Scott, his yellow eyes glowing brightly. I can finally feel that connection you and Melissa were talking about. It's like, I'm part of something bigger now. Scott nodded. Welcome to the pack, Styles. Boyd stepped forward, cracking his neck. Alright, my turn. He shifted seamlessly, his eyes glowing fiercely as fur grew along his cheeks. His transformation continued, and moments later, he stood as a dark gray wolf, slightly larger than Styles. Isaac followed next, stepping forward without hesitation. His shift was smooth and graceful, his wolf form emerging as a striking mix of gold, gray, and white. Scott felt the bond between them grow stronger with every transformation. His pack was becoming more complete. He could feel their strength fueling his own. Not bad. Scott said with a smirk. Scott turned to the girls. Alright, ladies, your turn. Go behind the cars to shift. We'll wait here. Allison, Lydia, and Erica moved behind the cars, Melissa accompanying them for support. A few moments later, a stunning white wolf stepped out first. Allison padded gracefully over to Scott, her white fur gleaming under the moonlight. Scott rubbed her head affectionately. How do you feel, Allison? Allison's deep, pleasant voice came through clearly. I feel incredible. Like every part of me is alive. How do I look? Scott smiled warmly. You look amazing. Completely white, like freshly fallen snow. The sound of soft footsteps brought their attention back to the cars. A golden yellow wolf emerged, its sleek fur shimmering in the moonlight. Allison turned toward her friend, her voice warm. Erica, you look beautiful. Erica replied. You look gorgeous too, Allison. All right. Scott said, his voice cutting through the moment. We're not done yet. Let's see how Lydia's transformation goes. She's been quiet back there. Lydia. He called out. What's the holdup? Why aren't you coming out yet? A nervous voice came back. Give me a moment. Behind the cars, Lydia stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her shirt shredded from her transformation. She looked at Melissa, her golden eyes filled with embarrassment. What do? I can't let them see me like this. Melissa chuckled softly. Don't worry, I've got you. She grabbed the torn remains of Lydia's clothes and tied them securely around her chest. There. That should work for now. By the way, can you use those? Lydia glanced at the massive black wings now unfurled behind her. Let me try. With a tentative flap, she managed to lift herself slightly off the ground. Her confidence grew, and soon she was airborne, albeit a bit unsteady. She flew toward Scott and the others. Styles let out a bark that shifted into a deep, awestruck voice. Whoa, Lydia, you've got wings. Scott watched her with admiration. Can you fully shift into an animal form, Lydia? Hovering above them, Lydia looked down at him, her glowing eyes narrowing in concentration. No, I don't think so. Not yet. Scott nodded thoughtfully. I see. Do you know what kind of bird you are? Lydia hesitated before responding, her voice thoughtful. I think it's a crow. Banshees are often linked to crows in supernatural lore, so it makes sense. Actually, she paused, closing her eyes. Let me try something. Moments later, the sound of flapping wings echoed through the woods as a flock of crows descended toward Lydia, circling her in a synchronized dance. Lydia opened her eyes. I can understand them. I can command them. To demonstrate, she sent the flock after Styles. Hey, hey. Styles yelped, running in circles as the crows swooped at him. Lydia, call them off. I don't want to hurt your feathered friends. Lydia laughed, her voice light but mischievous, and waved the crows away. They dispersed into the woods as she gracefully landed beside Scott. Scott gave her an approving look. Nice trick. Can you use your voice as a weapon now? Lydia turned toward a nearby tree, inhaled deeply, and screamed. A powerful sound wave erupted from her, shattering the tree into splinters and sending it flying. Cool. Lydia said with a smirk, brushing her hair back. But I'll need some practice to perfect that. Scott grinned and said, Alright, you guys are officially werewolves, and a were-crow or whatever you want to call yourself, Lydia. Lydia glared at him. I'm a banshee, Scott. Just call me a banshee. Styles tilted his wolf head, his yellow eyes gleaming with mischief. But you are a crow. Lydia crossed her arms. I am, but I prefer banshee. Scott chuckled. Banshee it is. Now, the next step is for you to absorb powers from other creatures, evil ones of course, and become alphas. Once that happens, you guys will be able to shift to your full werewolf forms, and Lydia, you might be able to transform fully into a crow or something like a harpy. He paused. Also, don't forget, you can all use telepathy now. Styles, ever the Joker, barked. Great pep talk, Mr. Alpha. Now, how about we race? Let's see who's the fastest. And no cheating, Scott and Melissa are banned from competing. Lydia rolled her eyes. Not fair. I can't run as fast as you guys in your wolf forms. Allison chuckled. Says the girl with wings. Lydia blinked, then laughed. Right, forgot about that. Styles wagged his tail. Don't mind the crow, guys. Let's run. Lydia's eyes flared. What did you just call me, Styles? Sensing danger, Styles bolted into the woods, his wolf form disappearing into the shadows. See you guys later. He called back. Boyd and Isaac howled before dashing after him, their powerful forms moving like shadows through the trees. Allison and Erica followed close behind, their excitement palpable. Lydia flapped her wings, albeit awkwardly, and took off after them. Scott turned to Melissa. Let's go. Melissa nodded, her transformation fluid and elegant. Together, they shifted into their massive wolf forms, their fur glistening in the moonlight. The pack ran together, their movements synchronized as they tore through the forest. Eventually, they reached a hill overlooking Beacon Hills, the lights of the town twinkling below. Scott, in his enormous black wolf form, raised his head and let out a powerful howl. The sound reverberated through the night, a declaration to every supernatural being in the area. Beacon Hills belonged to his pack. One by one, his pack joined in, their howls echoing across the town. Together, they stood as one strong, united, and unstoppable. 74, Chapter 74, A Day of Peace, A Night of Horror. The morning after the full moon, Scott woke up to the warm sunlight streaming through the curtains. He glanced at Allison, still peacefully sleeping beside him. Smiling, he leaned over and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before carefully getting out of bed. After a quick shower, Scott headed downstairs and went to the kitchen. He decided to cook breakfast for everyone. He grabbed the pancake mix and started flipping the batter onto the sizzling pan, enjoying the calmness of the morning. Morning, Boyd said as he walked into the kitchen, stretching his arms. Need a hand? Scott smiled over his shoulder. Morning. Yeah, you can handle the bacon and eggs. As the smells of cooking food filled the house, one by one, the rest of the pack stumbled into the kitchen, drawn by the delicious aroma. They settled at the table, chatting and laughing as Scott and Boyd finished up breakfast. While everyone ate, Lydia spoke up. By the way, there's no school today. So what's everyone planning to do? Scott leaned back in his chair, a playful grin on his face. I'm taking Allison out on a date. It's been way too long since it was just the two of us. And honestly, every time I turn around, Styles is there, staring at me with one of his creepy smiles. Styles gasped dramatically, clutching his chest. Hey, man, my smile is not creepy. Isaac chuckled, shaking his head. Actually, Styles, it kind of is. I still remember when you and Boyd showed up that night to ask if I wanted the bite. I saw that grin, and I ran. You scared me, dude. Styles threw up his hands. Come on, I was just excited. The pack erupted into laughter, the light-hearted moment setting the tone for the day. Scott grinned at them and said, All right, what about the rest of you? What's the plan? Lydia sipped her coffee, her eyes sparkling. I need to go shopping for clothes. I want to find something that works with my wings so they don't tear through everything. Or maybe get something tailored. I'll go with you. Erica said with a grin. Styles stretched his arms behind his head. I need to take my Jeep to the mechanic. Scott raised a brow at him. Tell them to replace the engine with a new one. Fix everything that needs fixing. No half measures this time. Styles groaned. Do you know how much that'll cost? Scott smirked. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. He looked around the table. Actually, I've been meaning to give you all some money. I'll send each of you $50,000. Use it to buy a car or anything else you need. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone processed his words. Lydia raised a brow, intrigued. Wait, are you rich, Scott? Scott shrugged, deciding not to hide the truth. He explained about the money he'd received from the vampire encounter, pulling out his phone to send the transfers. Within moments, everyone's phones buzzed with notifications. Melissa's phone buzzed as well, and she smiled warmly. 100,000? That's too much, Scott. He shook his head. You've done more for me than I can ever repay, Mom. Use it, and if you need more, you just need to ask. Melissa smiled. In that case, I'll go shopping with the girls. It sounds like fun. Lydia beamed. Perfect. Now, if only Allison would join us, it could be a full girls' day out. She turned to Allison with a hopeful look. What do you say, Alice? Scott cut her off. Nope. Allison's mine today. Lydia rolled her eyes but grinned. All right. No need to growl at me, Scott. Scott turned to Isaac. What about you? What's your plan? Isaac leaned back in his chair, a smile on his face. Since I have the money now, I'm going shopping for clothes. And maybe he hesitated, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. I'll buy a Ducati Diavel. I've wanted one ever since I saw it. Scott nodded. Then get it. Isaac's smile widened. Thanks, Scott. Finally, Scott looked at Boyd. And you? Boyd shrugged. I think I'll go car shopping. I've always loved old cars. Your Camaro's cool, but I'll find something else. As breakfast wrapped up, Scott stood and stretched. All right, Allison, let's go. Allison smiled, grabbing her bag. Where are we going? Scott said. How about we drive to San Francisco? Spend the day there. It's only a couple of hours away, and it'll be fun. Before Allison could answer, Styles leaned in, his eyes wide with excitement. That sounds amazing. Take me with you. Scott pushed him away with a laugh. Not happening, Styles. Go take care of your Jeep. Laughing, Scott and Allison ran to his Camaro and sped off, the open road stretching ahead. Their drive to San Francisco was filled with music and laughter as they sang along to songs on the radio. By the time they reached the city, the sun was high in the sky. Scott parked near the aquarium of the bay, and the couple spent hours marveling at the sea creatures, snapping pictures, and enjoying each other's company. Afterward, they had lunch before hopping on a cable car for a ride through the city. As the day wound down, they visited the Golden Gate Bridge just in time for sunset. Standing together, Scott wrapped his arms around Allison as they admired the fiery sky, the lights of the city beginning to twinkle in the distance. This is beautiful. Allison whispered, leaning her head against his chest. Thank you for today, Scott. I needed this. Scott kissed her gently, his voice soft. Anything for you, love. I'm just glad you're happy. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Scott smiled at her. Let's grab dinner and head back home. After dinner, Scott and Allison drove back to Beacon Hills. The roads were quiet. As they neared Beacon Hills Preserve, Scott suddenly slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. A man had bolted out of the woods and stood directly in their path, his eyes filled with terror. Scott and Allison exchanged a quick glance before the man sprinted toward the car, pounding on the hood. Help me, please. Someone's chasing me. They're trying to kill me. He screamed, his voice desperate and shaky. Allison wrinkled her nose and muttered. I don't like him. He gives me a disgusting feeling and he reeks of blood. Scott chuckled softly, his lips curling into a knowing smirk. Well, he's not lying. Someone is chasing him. He nodded toward the trees. Look over there, it's your parents. Allison squinted into the woods, her sharp senses kicking in. Sure enough, Chris and Victoria, along with 3 other hunters, were emerging from the shadows, their weapons drawn. Oh, it's really them. Allison said. I was so focused on this guy that I didn't even hear them. Scott opened his door. Let's get out and see what's going on. As soon as Scott stepped out, the man ran toward him, still begging for help. Without hesitation, Scott punched him square in the face. The man crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Allison stepped out of the car, glancing down at the unconscious man with disdain. He's definitely not human. What is he? Scott's nose wrinkled in disgust. I don't know, but he feels wrong. Something disgusting. I'm guessing your parents know. By then, Chris, Victoria, and the other hunters had arrived. Chris's eyes widened slightly when he saw Allison. Allison, what are you doing here? Allison smiled, walking over to him. She kissed her father on the cheek. We were heading back to Scott's house when your prey stopped us. She then turned to Victoria, embracing her warmly. I missed you, Mom. Victoria smiled softly. I missed you too, sweetheart. Scott, meanwhile, turned to Chris. What is he? The feeling I get from him, it's awful. Chris's expression hardened. He's a Wendigo. We found him in the woods, butchering a woman he just killed. Scott's jaw tightened as he processed the words. Chris gave him a pointed look. You're not going to stop me from killing him, are you? Scott shook his head. As long as you're not hurting innocent creatures, I won't stop you. And for something like a Wendigo, I'll even help if you need it. Chris nodded, his respect for Scott clear in his gaze. He turned to one of the hunters and ordered, drag him back into the woods and end it. The hunter moved to grab the Wendigo, but Scott raised a hand. Wait. Chris frowned. You just said you wouldn't stop us, Scott. Scott said. I'm not stopping you. I just want to check his memories first, to see if there are more of his kind hiding in Beacon Hills. Scott's eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he stepped toward the unconscious Wendigo. The 3 hunters flanking Chris immediately raised their weapons, aiming at Scott in alarm. Victoria sighed and rolled her eyes. Lower your weapons. He's not going to attack you. And even if he did, your guns wouldn't do anything to him. Reluctantly, the hunters lowered their weapons. Scott ignored them entirely, crouching beside the Wendigo. With a grim look, he extended his claws and plunged them into the back of the creature's neck. A moment later, Scott stood up abruptly and kicked the unconscious body. His face was twisted in disgust. Disgusting bastard. Allison stepped closer, concern etched across her features. What did you see, Scott? Is it bad? Scott's glowing eyes dimmed as he turned to face her. Yeah, it's bad. Really bad. This bastard has a wife and a son, they're Wendigos too. They've been living here in Beacon Hills for years. Their basement is a cold room filled with human bodies. Allison's eyes widened. How much? 20 or more bodies. Scott said grimly. Hanging like butchered cattle. They hunt outside of Beacon Hills to avoid suspicion, driving to other towns and cities to find their victims. Then they bring them back here alive, so they can kill them slowly. They like fresh blood. Allison's stomach churned, her face pale. Monsters. She muttered. Disgusting monsters. Scott nodded, his expression dark. They've been doing this for years. And this woman you guys found him butchering in the woods? She woke up before he could get her home. That's the only reason he killed her there in the woods. Chris's jaw clenched tightly. Do you know where he lives? We can't let those monsters continue to exist. Scott nodded. I do. Kill this bastard, and then bring your cars. I'll take you there. Chris didn't hesitate, barking orders to the hunters. Finish him off and bring the cars here, quickly. One of the hunters approached the unconscious Wendigo, preparing to drag him into the woods, but Scott said, Be careful. He's awake. The hunter froze, and in the next instant, the Wendigo stopped pretending, lunging forward. His eyes turned an eerie, milky white, and his hands morphed into clawed weapons. Before he could reach the hunter, Victoria fired a single shot to the head, her aim precise and deadly. The Wendigo dropped lifelessly to the ground. Chris glanced at the shaken hunter. Well, don't just stand there. Get moving, we don't have all night. The hunter snapped out of his shock and with the help of his companions, dragged the Wendigo's body away. A short while later, the hunters returned with 2 vehicles. Scott climbed into his car, leading the way with Chris and the hunters following close behind. They drove in tense silence, the moonlight casting long shadows over the narrow forest road. When they reached the Wendigo's house, Scott parked and stepped out. Chris said, Let us handle this, Scott. Scott nodded. Go ahead. Chris and Victoria fitted silencers onto their guns before walking up to the front door, feigning the role of a lost couple. Chris knocked, his expression calm and unassuming. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a woman. She looked human enough, but the sharpness in her gaze hinted at something darker. Chris didn't hesitate, he shoved the door hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. The woman's eyes darted to the gun in his hand, and she hissed, her eyes turning white and her teeth sharpening into jagged points. She began to shift, but before she could fully transform, Chris fired a shot, silencing her permanently. From upstairs, a voice called out, Mom, is that Dad? I smell blood. Did he bring fresh meat? A teenage boy descended the stairs, his casual tone quickly turning into a snarl when he spotted his mother's lifeless body. His eyes shifted white, and he began to transform in rage, but Victoria's aim was faster. She shot him dead before he could fully shift. Outside, Scott heard the muffled gunshots. He glanced at Allison. It's over. Let's go take a look. They entered the house cautiously, stepping over the lifeless bodies of the 2 Wendigos. The air inside was heavy with the metallic smell of blood. Chris and Victoria were already in the basement, their faces grim as they surveyed the horrors within. Scott and Allison followed them down, their footsteps echoing in the cold, dimly lit space. The scene before them was gruesome, rows of hanging human corpses, their bodies stripped and butchered. The room smelled of decay and blood, making Allison cover her nose in disgust. Damn those monsters. Allison muttered, her voice shaking with anger. Scott let out a long sigh, his expression heavy. It's a shame we couldn't stop them sooner, but at least we ended it today. Chris turned to Scott. Take Allison and go. We'll handle the rest. I'll call the sheriff and have him deal with this. Scott nodded. All right. Allison hugged her parents briefly before leaving with Scott. As they drove back to his house, the tension began to lift slightly. When they arrived at Scott's house, Allison let out a long sigh. Today was nice, but that family of monsters had to ruin it. They were greeted by Lydia, who was lounging in the living room with Erica and Melissa. Lydia perked up at the sight of them. Scott, Allison, you're back. What happened? What family ruined your day? Allison hesitated before shaking her head. Believe me, you don't want to know. Lydia's curiosity only deepened. That bad, huh? Now I really want to know. Scott and Allison exchanged a glance before sitting down. Together, they began recounting the events of the night. 75, Chapter 75, Telling Noah the Truth. Styles POV. Styles woke up early, groggily rubbing his eyes as sunlight streamed through his window. He got dressed quickly and went to check on his dad, only to find him slumped over his desk in his office, with an empty bottle of booze lying beside him. Dad. Styles said, voice tinged with worry as he stepped closer. He gently shook his father awake. Dad, what's going on with you? Why did you get drunk and fall asleep here? Noah groaned, clutching his head as he sat up. Ugh, my head is killing me. Styles, why are you so loud this early in the morning? Styles frowned, his concern deepening as he took in the dark circles under his father's eyes. You don't look good, Dad. I'm fine. Noah replied, waving him off. Go get ready for school. You're going to be late. Nope, not happening. Styles said firmly. I'm not going to school today. You're going to take a shower, and I'll make us breakfast. We need to talk. Noah sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. Styles, it's nothing. I just had a rough case yesterday. That's why I had a little to drink. There's no need for you to skip school. I'm fine. Styles crossed his arms. No, Dad. We really need to talk. It's important. Noah squinted at him, his brow furrowing. Is everything okay with you, son? Yeah, everything's fine. Even great. Styles said, trying to reassure him. Then he wrinkled his nose and added, but you reek of booze, so go shower. Seriously, Dad, you stink. With a reluctant nod, Noah got up and headed for the bathroom, mumbling something about kids these days. In the kitchen, Styles cracked eggs into a pan and started frying bacon while he reached out to Scott telepathically. Scott, you up? Styles asked, concentrating on their mental link. Moments later, Scott's voice echoed in his mind. Yeah, I'm up. Having breakfast. What's up? It's my dad. Styles replied. I found him asleep at his desk this morning with an empty bottle of booze. He said he had a rough case yesterday. It's probably the Wendigo case. Allison, her parents, and I found a family of Wendigos yesterday. They had more than 20 human corpses hanging in their basement like butchered cattle. Scott replied. Styles winced. Damn, no wonder he's a mess. I think it's time to tell him about the supernatural. So, I'm skipping school this morning. Good luck. Scott said. Thanks. Styles replied before ending the connection. Noah shuffled into the kitchen a short while later, freshly showered but still looking tired. He sat down at the table as Styles handed him a steaming cup of coffee. Here. Styles said. Drink this. And tell me about that rough case you mentioned. Noah sighed, taking a long sip of coffee before setting the mug down. It was gruesome, Styles. A family of cannibals. We found 26 corpses hanging in their basement. This town gets weirder every day. Styles hesitated, his stomach twisting at the thought of the Wendigo's victims. He took a deep breath and sat down across from his father. Dad, there's something I need to tell you. And before you freak out, just hear me out, okay? Noah frowned, watching him closely. What is it, son? For the next hour, Styles laid everything out, the hail fire, werewolves, hunters, the vampire, the Nemeton tree, and all the other supernatural dangers they'd faced. When he finally stopped, Noah stared at him, stunned. After a moment, Noah laughed nervously. Your imagination is wild, kid. Seriously, Styles, it's a lot. I'm not joking, Dad. Styles said, his tone deadly serious. Noah's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. Styles, this isn't funny. You're scaring me. Please tell me you don't actually believe this. Are you okay? Mentally, I mean. Styles groaned, running a hand through his hair. Dad, I can prove it. Just, don't freak out. Before Noah could respond, Styles let his eyes glow bright yellow, his fangs extending as fur sprouted along his cheeks. His claws grew longer, and a low growl rumbled in his chest. What do you think now, Dad? Noah stumbled back, his chair scraping against the floor. Why you were telling the truth. Yeah, Dad. Styles said, shifting back to normal. I was telling the truth. Noah collapsed back into his chair, his face pale. So, what now? Are you going to lose control, kill people under the full moon, turn into a monster? Styles shook his head, offering a reassuring smile. No, Dad, I don't lose control. He went on to explain how Scott and the pack worked to protect Beacon Hills from threats. Noah frowned. Have you killed anyone, son? No, Styles said firmly. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he added, not yet. Noah's eyes widened. Yet? What do you mean, yet? You're not going to kill anyone. I don't care if they're monsters, they need to go to jail. Styles sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Dad, you can't put supernatural creatures in jail. These monsters aren't like regular criminals, they're strong enough to tear through holding cells like tissue paper. And they won't hesitate to kill your deputies to escape. Some can teleport, some control fire or lightning, others can mess with people's minds or use poison. If you try to hold them in jail, you're risking everyone's lives. Not to mention exposing the supernatural world to your entire department. So, unless you're looking to host a supernatural coming-out party at the sheriff's department, I suggest you let us handle them. Noah let out a heavy sigh and slumped in his chair, overwhelmed. I don't even know what to say anymore. If you really want to help protect Beacon Hills, maybe you should consider taking the bite from Scott. Styles said. Noah's eyes widened again. The bite? Styles, that's a life-changing decision. I need time to think about it. Fair enough. Styles said, standing up. Just, stay sober while you think, okay? Noah chuckled weakly. Yeah, I think I've had enough booze for a while. Good. Styles grabbed his bag. I'm heading to school. See you later, Dad. When Styles arrived at school, he spotted Scott and the rest of the pack sitting together in the cafeteria. Their laughter and chatter filled the air as they shared lunch. Styles walked over and dropped into the empty seat beside Scott. Scott turned to him. Hey, man, how did your dad take it? Styles let out a long sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. He thought I was losing my mind. I'm pretty sure if I hadn't proved I was a werewolf, he would have had me seeing a shrink by tonight. The pack chuckled, and before anyone could respond, Tracy, one of Derek's betas, approached their table. Her face was pale, and her movements were tense. "McCall," she said, her voice barely steady. "Can we talk?" Scott's nose twitched as he picked up the sharp tang of fear rolling off her. "Yeah, sure. What's going on?" he asked. Tracy sat down, glancing nervously around the cafeteria before speaking. "It's Derek, he's hurt. Last night, while he was training us in the woods, another pack attacked." Styles raised an eyebrow. "Another pack?" Tracy nodded. "Yeah, they're not from around here, they looked like bikers. They said they'd heard about a powerful alpha in Beacon Hills, and they came to challenge him. They want this territory." Scott leaned forward. "How many alphas do they have?" Tracy hesitated, clearly confused. "Just one. He has only one eye." "But, why are you asking? Isn't a pack only supposed to have one alpha?" Lydia sighed and shook her head, her tone tinged with pity. "Poor thing. Derek really didn't tell you guys much, did he?" Scott's eyes narrowed slightly. "How many were in the pack, and how did you guys escape?" "There were 6 of them, including the alpha," Tracy replied. "Derek fought them alone to give us time to get away. He called me earlier and said he managed to escape, but he's hurt. He told me to warn you." Scott furrowed his brows. "And what about Peter? Where is he?" Tracy shook her head. "He wasn't with us, and we haven't seen him in a while." Scott sighed. "I see." Tracy stood, a mix of worry and urgency in her voice. "I need to go check on Derek, make sure he's okay." Scott nodded. "All right." As she disappeared from view, Scott turned to his pack, his expression thoughtful. "I don't know if this new pack is evil or just looking to prove themselves, but either way, we can't ignore them. We'll handle it after school." His lips twitched into a small smile. "Too bad they only have one alpha." Styles grinned. "So who's taking his alpha spark?" Scott chuckled. "We'll go in the order I gave you guys the bite." Which means his gaze shifted to Allison. "You'll become an alpha tonight." Styles nodded. "Fair enough." Scott continued. "There are 6 of them, and they can't be that strong if Derek managed to escape. I'll sit this one out, and so will my mom. The rest of you can handle them." Allison straightened. "I'll take on their alpha myself." Scott nodded approvingly. "All right. Allison takes their alpha, and the rest of you deal with his pack." He turned to Lydia. "Use the crows to find them." Lydia nodded. "Okay." Then, she closed her eyes, her expression focused as she reached out telepathically to the crows. With a mental command, she sent them out to search for them. Moments later, she opened her eyes and looked at Scott. "They'll find them soon." The pack went through their classes, and halfway through class, Lydia's voice slipped into Scott's mind. "Scott, I found them. They're holed up in the old Hale house." Scott smirked, replying telepathically. "Good. Keep an eye on them, and let your crows spook them a little." Lydia's lips curved into a sly smile. "Got it." As soon as school ended, the pack gathered in the parking lot, getting into their cars. Engines roared to life as they sped toward the old Hale house. 76, Chapter 76, The Alpha Allison. In the old Hale house, the air was thick with the stench of spilled beer and sweat. The pack of rough-edged werewolves lounged around, their raucous laughter echoing off the crumbling walls. A few crows cawed outside in the trees, but none of the men paid them any mind. They were too busy talking and drinking, reveling in their victory over Derek Hale the previous night. The alpha of the group, known simply as Boss, sat at the head of the room. His one good eye gleamed with smug satisfaction as he swirled a half-empty bottle of whiskey. "Boys," he said, in a southern accent. "From now on, this town's ours. Too bad that other alpha hightailed it yesterday. Could have turned him into one of us, then we'd have another alpha in the pack." A fat man they called Big Bobby chuckled, his broad shoulders shaking. "Heard that alpha is supposed to be something fierce," he said, popping open another beer. "Guess he ain't all that strong." Another werewolf, with a jagged scar running down his cheek, chimed in. "Well, he's strong enough to get away," he muttered, his tone darker. Across the room, a lanky, tattooed man named Billy shifted nervously in his seat. "Boss," he said, his voice shaky. "Them crows outside, they're givin' me the creeps." Boss shot him a glare. "Shut your mouth, Billy. They're just birds." Billy swallowed hard. "Yeah, but there weren't that many at first. Now there's more, and I swear they're watchin' us." His hands trembled as he pointed to the shattered window. "We should skedaddle out of this old, creepy house." Rowdy, a wiry man with a scruffy beard, nodded. "Billy might be right, boss. My me Marister soul used to say, Rowdy, if you see a flyin', black chicken near the house, you'll be unlucky. See more than 5, you'll be sick as a dog the next morning. More than 10, and you're knockin' at death's door." Big Bobby snorted. "Look at you two, y'all are sweatin' like whores in church. Quit your belly achin' and be superstitious over a bunch of crows." Billy glared at Big Bobby. "It ain't just superstition, Big Bobby. This house smells like death. Blood soaked into these walls. I reckon a lot of folks died here." Before anyone could respond, the sound of shattering glass filled the room as a flock of crows burst through the windows. Feathers and shards flew everywhere, the sudden intrusion freezing everyone in place. Rowdy's face turned pale. "Boss," he whispered, his voice trembling. "This is bad. You know what they say." Boss growled. "What do they say, Rowdy?" "They say if a bird enters a house or hits the window, death follows." Before Boss could dismiss the superstition, a long howl echoed through the forest, then 5 more distinct howls followed. Boss shot to his feet. "Looks like that alpha from yesterday brought friends. There's 6 of them. Boys, let's show 'em our strength." The pack stormed out of the house, and they saw 6 figures approaching through the misty forest. The one-eyed alpha squinted, his sharp gaze locking onto the group. "Y'all are just kids. Where's your alpha, the one from yesterday?" Styles said with a cocky grin. "You mean Derek? He's not our alpha. He's not even in our pack." Scott stepped forward. "He's not from my pack," Scott said calmly. "But he told me you're here to take over my territory." Boss tilted his head, his lone eye narrowing. "You tellin' me you're an alpha? This town belongs to you, kid." Scott smiled faintly. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Then, Scott walked past the group, ignoring their growls and glares. He didn't stop until he reached the old Hale house, where he sat on the crumbling steps, completely unbothered. The casual display infuriated the pack. Big Bobby growled, his fangs elongating and fur sprouting along his jawline. "You lookin' down on us, boy?" he snarled before charging at Scott. Just as Bobby lunged, a swarm of crows descended, clawing and pecking at his face. When the birds cleared, he found himself face to face with Lydia, her black wings spread wide and her golden eyes glowing. What the heck are you?" Bobby stammered. Lydia smirked. "If you want to fight our alpha, you'll have to earn it, big guy." She took a deep breath and unleashed a deafening scream. The sound wave struck Bobby, sending him hurtling backward into Billy, the two crashing to the ground in a heap. Billy groaned as he pushed Bobby off him. "Dang it, Bobby. You tryin' to crush me to death with your fat ass." Big Bobby staggered to his feet, shaking his head to clear the ringing in his ears. Blood dripped from his ear canals, but within moments, his werewolf healing kicked in, and his eardrums repaired themselves. He turned to Lydia, his expression shifting from confusion to fear. The one-eyed alpha, still standing with an air of arrogance, tilted his head as he studied Lydia. "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle," he said, his voice laced with intrigue. "The redhead girl is a banshee, I reckon. But I ain't never heard of one with wings or control over crows." Rowdy, still visibly shaken, muttered under his breath, "This place is cursed. You know what they say, if you see a banshee, you're as good as dead." Lydia arched a brow and gave him a smile. "That's a little rude, don't you think?" Rowdy stiffened, his face draining of color. Don't look at me, witch." Styles doubled over in laughter. "Oh man, these guys are too much." He wheezed. Allison stepped forward with a confident smile. "Hey, One-Eye, you'll be fighting me." The one-eyed alpha grinned, his lips curling into a cocky smirk. "Baby doll," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. "How about you become my girl? I'll take care of you and—" Before he could finish, a low growl rumbled from right behind him, sending a chill down his spine. His cocky grin vanished as he froze in place. Allison glanced at Scott, who had silently emerged from the alpha's shadow, his glowing red eyes piercing into the back of the man's head. "Scott," Allison said with a playful tone, "you promised to let me handle this." Scott shrugged. "Fine, but can I give him just one punch? Just one?" Allison rolled her eyes. "No, if you punch him, he'll be done for. Let me handle him, I promise I'll make him regret what he just said." The one-eyed alpha spun around, only to come face to face with Scott's glowing eyes and the unmistakable aura of dominance. Scott leaned in close, his voice a dangerous whisper. "Lucky you." With that, Scott disappeared into the shadows, reappearing on the steps of the Hale house. He sat down casually and called out to his pack. "All right, guys, let's wrap this up quickly." Styles cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. "You heard him." In a fluid motion, Styles shifted, fur sprouting along his cheeks, his claws extending as his golden eyes blazed. He charged at one of the rival werewolves, his movements precise and feral. Isaac, Boyd, and Erica followed suit, their growls echoing as they tackled their opponents with calculated aggression. Even Lydia joined the fray, her black wings unfurling as she swooped down like a hawk, taking down her target. Allison's eyes glowed as she shifted, her claws extending into razor-sharp points. She stepped toward the one-eyed alpha. "Your fight is with me," she said. The alpha sneered, still underestimating her. "A beta, huh? This'll be quick." But when he raised his forearm to block her punch, his cocky demeanor shattered. Allison's strike was so powerful it broke his arm with a sickening crack and sent him flying backward. The alpha gritted his teeth as he scrambled to his feet, his gaze darkening. "All right, baby doll. Let's see what you've really got." He began to shift, his form growing larger. Fur sprouted along his jawline and cheeks, forming a mane-like appearance. His skin darkened to an obsidian black, and his lone eye glowed crimson. With a guttural roar, he charged at Allison, his speed and strength magnified. But Allison was faster, she dodged his attacks with ease, her strikes precise and devastating. Every punch and kick cracked bones, every slash of her claws left deep gashes. The one-eyed alpha quickly realized he was outmatched. Despite being a beta, Allison fought with the strength of an alpha. Like Scott, her power was tied to the strength of the pack, and her training in mixed martial arts only added to her dominance in combat. Across the battlefield, the rest of the pack easily subdued their opponents, knocking them unconscious one by one. Styles was the first to finish, grinning as he wiped his claws clean. That was fun. As her pack regrouped, Allison decided to end the fight. With a swift uppercut to the alpha's jaw, she knocked him out cold. The towering werewolf crumpled to the ground, his body motionless. Scott rose from the steps of the Hale house and approached his pack, a proud smile on his face. "Good job, everyone," he said. Then he turned to the unconscious alpha. "Now, let's see what we're dealing with." Walking over, Scott knelt beside the alpha. Without hesitation, he extended his claws and inserted them into the back of the alpha's neck. Moments later, he withdrew his claws, standing up with a faint smile. "Allison," Scott said, his tone lighter. "Take his alpha spark. After that, we'll let them go." Styles furrowed his brow. "So, they aren't bad guys?" Scott shook his head. "No, they're just a bunch of funny dudes trying to prove themselves. Their alpha is stronger than Derek, but he didn't kill him. Yesterday, he let Derek go, and even let his betas escape without trying to use them as leverage. That's not what a killer does." Allison nodded, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the task. "All right." She stepped forward and knelt by the unconscious alpha. With a deep breath, she extended her claws and stabbed them into his chest. The alpha's body jolted as he woke up, his one eye widening in shock as he felt his alpha spark being drained. But he didn't fight back. He simply lay there, his gaze shifting between Allison and Scott, resignation etched across his features. Allison's yellow eyes began to change, shifting to a bright orange before finally glowing a deep, radiant red. Her breathing quickened as power surged through her, and for a brief moment, she was overwhelmed. But then, the flow slowed, and she realized the energy she was absorbing had become faint and meaningless, so she pulled her claws out. The one-eyed alpha looked up at Scott, his face pale and weary. "You can kill me," he said, "but please let my pack go." Scott said, "You trespassed on my territory and challenged me. Losing your alpha spark was the price you paid. I'm not going to kill you or your pack, but I don't want to see any of you in Beacon Hills again. Understand?" The one-eyed alpha nodded, his body trembling as he weakly pushed himself to his feet. Stripped of his alpha spark and the fight against Allison still fresh in his muscles, he was barely able to stand. Yet, he limped to each of his pack members, kicking them awake one by one. "Come on, y'all," he rasped. "We're leavin'." His pack, groaning and battered, climbed onto their bikes. One by one, the engines roared to life, and without a word, they rode out of Beacon Hills, disappearing into the night. Scott turned to Allison, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "All right, Allison, try shifting into your full werewolf form." Allison tilted her head, a mix of excitement and nervousness flickering across her face. "Okay." She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath to focus. When she opened them, they blazed red, and her body began to transform. White fur sprouted across her arms and legs as she grew taller. Her head shifted into a wolf's, her sharp teeth glinting under the moonlight. Her clothes stretched but held together, and from behind her, a fluffy white tail emerged, swaying slightly. Scott's lips curled into a proud smile. "How do you feel, Allison?" Allison glanced at her hands, flexing her claws. "I feel strong, really strong, and I have this deeper connection to my wolf side, it's like I can feel everything around me." Styles clapped his hands together, his grin wide. "Cool. Next, it'll be my turn to become an alpha. I can't wait." Scott chuckled. "All right, let's head home." Styles stretched, letting out a dramatic sigh. "Home sweet home. I wonder how my dad's holding up." Scott smiled. "With Uncle Noah's line of work, I bet he's seen weird stuff long before we were even born. Now, he's probably trying to piece it all together with the supernatural." Styles nodded, a small smile creeping onto his face. "You're right. He's probably going through all his old case files, connecting the dots. I should check on him, though." After that, everyone exchanged goodbyes. Then, they climbed into their cars, and drove off heading back to their homes. 77, Chapter 77, Ambush at the Argent Warehouse. The next morning, following the battle with the one-eyed alpha's pack, Scott and Allison woke up to a calm breakfast with Melissa and Isaac. The smell of fresh pancakes filled the kitchen, the clatter of forks against plates blending with light-hearted chatter. It was a moment of normalcy in their otherwise chaotic lives. Soon after, they headed to school, hoping for a typical day. Upon arriving at school, Scott parked his car, and the pack gathered at the entrance, and went to their classes. The first surprise came during their English class. As the students settled into their seats, a familiar figure walked into the classroom, Victoria Argent, her presence commanding attention. Lydia leaned over to Allison, whispering with curiosity. "What is she doing here?" Allison's expression was a blend of shock and unease. "I don't know," she murmured, "but I need to find out." My family has already pushed Scott too far. I don't think he'll tolerate much more, even for my sake. Scott, seated nearby, caught her words. Without turning his head, he reached out telepathically to Allison and Lydia. Let's talk to her after class. Allison nodded subtly. Okay. The class passed in a blur. Victoria's sharp gaze occasionally flitted toward Scott. When the bell rang, signaling the end of class, students left, leaving only Scott, his pack, and Victoria behind. Allison approached her mother, wrapping her arms around her in a brief hug before stepping back. Mom, what are you doing here? She asked, her voice tinged with both warmth and suspicion. Victoria smiled faintly. I'm here teaching, sweetheart. Why, can't I work here? Before Allison could respond, Scott stood up. Cut the act, Victoria. We both know you're not here for just a job. Tell us the truth. Victoria's smile faltered. She folded her arms, meeting Scott's gaze head-on. Fine. I'm here to monitor the growth of the supernatural. Derek is building his pack, and as hunters, it's our job to keep them in check. Scott nodded slowly. I see. You can do that, but let me be clear, you're not hunting anyone without proof they're evil. No more attacking shapeshifters just because you think they're a threat or because they have blue eyes. Victoria said, her voice sharp. Blue-eyed werewolves are killers, Scott. You're asking me to ignore years of training and instinct. Scott said. Don't play dumb. We both know guilt can change a werewolf's eyes to blue. Not all of them are killers. I won't let you hunt out of paranoia. Victoria hesitated, her lips pressing into a thin line. We'd better be safe than sorry. Scott's gaze hardened, his patience wearing thin. Don't push me into doing something I'll regret, Victoria. I love your daughter, more than you can imagine. But my patience has its limits. If you're going to hunt supernatural creatures, make sure they're truly evil, like the Wendigos. Monsters like that, hunt them, kill them as soon as you find them. But for others, you better be damn sure they're killers before you decide to play executioner. Understand? Victoria sighed, relenting slightly. Fine, but we still have unfinished business with Peter and Derek. We can't ignore what they've done. Scott tilted his head, his voice cold. Is that your grudge, or Gerard's? The room tensed as Scott turned toward the door. Gerard, I know you're there. Come in and face me. The door creaked open, and Gerard Argent stepped inside, his face twisted in a smug grin. Well, is this your pack, Scott? Scott smiled. It is. And if you want to die, go ahead and try to attack them. One more thing. Before anyone could react, Scott vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only a faint ripple of darkness. Victoria's eyes widened in shock as Scott materialized behind Gerard, stepping out of his shadow with his crimson-red eyes glowing ominously. Gerard froze, his confusion evident. He looked around, trying to process what just happened. When his gaze followed Victoria's stunned expression, he slowly turned, only to come face to face with Scott's piercing red eyes and a wicked smile. If I see your wrinkly old ass in school again, Scott said, his voice low and laced with menace, I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Gerard instinctively stepped back, fear creeping into his voice. What are you? You're not just a werewolf. I've never seen a werewolf do what you just did. Scott said. What I am doesn't concern you. Leave the school, Gerard. I spared Kate's life, but if you cross me, I promise you won't get the same mercy. Just then, Lydia's eyes glowed golden. Scott, he's dying. The old man in front of you, he's dying. Scott looked at Lydia. I know, I can smell it on him. Cancer. Gerard's face twisted in fury and humiliation as Scott turned back to him with an unsettling smile. Is that what this is about, Gerard? Is that why you're so hellbent on fighting Derek? Gerard's face twisted in fury, his voice rising. Yes, I have cancer. And before I die, I'll make sure to wipe out the Hales and avenge my daughter, even if it kills me. Scott shook his head, his expression almost pitying. You're lying, Gerard. I saw what you did to Kate. This isn't about her. You want something from Derek, don't you? Gerard's composure faltered, and his voice wavered. I want his life. Scott smirked. Truth. But that's not all, is it? You want more than just his life. You want him to give you the bite, maybe even his alpha spark. You think it'll cure your cancer, don't you? Lies. Gerard spat, his face a mask of denial. I'm an Argent. I would never stoop to becoming a beast. Styles chuckled from behind Scott. Oh, he's lying again. Scott smiled. You old hypocrite. You tried to kill your daughter because she was bitten, but deep down, you were just jealous. She got what you wanted, didn't she? What a twisted family. Gerard's face darkened, his hatred palpable, but he said nothing. Scott stepped toward the door. Victoria, get this old monster out of here. Let's go, guys. We're late for our next class. As the group was leaving, Gerard's voice cut through the air. Allison, aren't you going to say hello to your dear grandfather? Allison froze mid-step, and she looked at him with disgust. I don't want anything to do with a monster like you. She snapped. Feigning innocence, Gerard responded. You can't really believe all that nonsense Scott just said, can you? Allison's eyes narrowed. Even if Scott lied, which he didn't, what about Kate? You shot her. You tried to kill your own daughter. We are Argents. Gerard said with a cold detachment. Her being a werewolf would only bring shame to us. Allison snorted. Yeah, right. She turned away from him, fixing her mother with a softer look. I'll see you later, Mom. Without another word, she followed Scott and the pack. Back in the classroom, Gerard's mask of control cracked. His face darkened as he turned to Victoria. We're going after the Hales tonight. And we should bring Allie. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Victoria interrupted. Stay away from my daughter, Gerard, or I'll kill you myself before Scott gets the chance. Her eyes glinted with warning. As for the Hales, I'll go with you and Chris tonight. I'm still a hunter. Now, you'd better leave the school. You can't become the principal anymore. Gerard huffed, storming out of the classroom. His thoughts churned darkly. Damn Scott and his mutts for exposing my plan. I need Derek's bite. His alpha spark will cure me, and then I'll deal with Scott. He's strong, but everyone has a weakness. His mother, Allison. I'll find a way to make him kneel. I was fighting werewolves before his parents were even born. He'll learn who Gerard Argent really is. But later that afternoon, Gerard and a group of hunters tailed two of Derek's betas, Josh and Matt. They moved through a quiet, secluded part of Beacon Hills. Gerard gestured toward one of the hunters. Are you sure they're part of Derek's pack? The hunter nodded confidently. Absolutely. The kid talks too much. After I noticed him shifting 2 days ago, I told him I know the Hales, and I asked about Derek. He spilled everything, how many are in the pack, where they gather, all of it. Gerard smirked coldly. Good, go capture them. The hunter, flanked by 2 others, approached Josh and Matt, who were walking ahead. Hey, Josh, wait up. Josh turned, recognizing the man. Oh, hey, what's up? By the way, what did you say your name was again? The hunter stepped closer, smirking. I didn't, but you can call me Hunter. Before Josh could react, the man whipped out a taser wand and jammed it into his side. Josh collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Josh! Matt shouted, instinctively turning to run. But the other 2 hunters were already on him, shocking him into submission with their own taser wands. Gerard approached with deliberate steps, looking down at the incapacitated Josh. Bind this one. Take him. Then he glanced at Matt. You, boy, go to Derek and give him this. He handed Matt a folded paper with an address. Tell him if he wants his beta back, he'll have to come here. Now go. Matt scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding as he ran. At the Argent home, Victoria relayed the day's events to Chris. Chris leaned against the kitchen counter, his brow furrowed. If Gerard takes the bite tonight, I'll shoot him myself, just like he shot Kate. Victoria nodded. I'll go with you tonight. Let's see what he has planned. They drove to one of the Argent warehouses, where Gerard had gathered a small army of 10 hunters. They were loading weapons and preparing for an ambush. Chris approached Gerard. So, what's the plan? Gerard grinned. We've captured one of Derek's betas. Soon Derek will come, and we'll capture him and his pack. Chris's eyes narrowed. Capture them? Aren't we going to kill them? Gerard's voice boomed in response. No, they don't deserve an easy death. Chris raised a brow, his tone flat. I'm right here. You don't have to yell. Meanwhile, at Derek's place, he gathered his pack and shared the news. We've got trouble. Derek announced. Josh has been taken. Matt delivered a message from Gerard. An ambush is waiting for us. Jackson, you can't shift, so you're sitting this one out. Tracy, stay behind too. The rest of you, let's move. Peter crossed his arms. We're walking into a trap, and I'm not an alpha anymore. I need weapons. Derek frowned. Weapons? Where are they? Peter smirked. At my apartment, of course. Fine. Derek grumbled. We'll stop there first. Then we save Josh. That night, Derek and his pack entered the Argent's dimly lit warehouse. The air reeked of gun oil and fear. In the center of the room sat Josh, tied to a chair, his head slumped forward but visibly breathing. Across from him stood Gerard, flanked by Chris and Victoria. Derek's crimson eyes flared as he stepped forward, his voice a low growl. Gerard, let him go. Gerard responded with a cold, calculated laugh. If you want the boy, Derek, you'll give yourself up in exchange. One life for another. Fair trade, don't you think? That's not happening. Derek replied. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Gerard said, gesturing to his hunters. Take them down. Gunfire erupted, shattering the silence. Derek and Peter moved with inhuman speed, weaving through the chaos. Bullets ricocheted off metal beams as the hunters struggled to hit their targets. Peter, armed with 2 pistols, fired back with deadly precision, taking out 2 hunters in quick succession. Matt let out a cry as a stray bullet grazed his arm. Realizing the danger, he bolted for the exit, but he was hit by another bullet, collapsing with a pained grunt. He dragged himself behind a stack of crates, his breath ragged as he hid. As the fight raged on, Derek and Peter managed to take down 4 more hunters. Watching his forces dwindle, Gerard realized he was losing. Desperate, he grabbed a gun and pressed it against Josh's temple. Derek, if you don't stop, I'll shoot him. Gerard threatened. But Derek didn't stop. Frustrated, Gerard fired a shot into Josh's thigh. The boy screamed in agony. Derek froze, his chest heaving as his glowing eyes locked on Josh. Derek! Peter shouted. This is suicide. We can't save him, but we can avenge him later. Let's go. Derek glanced at Peter. I brought this on him. Derek replied, his voice heavy with guilt. I can't let him die, Peter. Peter shook his head. Then you'll die too. Just as Gerard smirked, thinking victory was his, a hunter screamed, his body flung through the air like a ragdoll. He landed in a heap at Gerard's feet, his back marked with deep claw wounds. Blood pooled beneath him, he was already dead. Who? Victoria whispered, looking around. A low, menacing hiss echoed through the warehouse. All eyes turned upward to see a lizard-like creature perched on the rafters, its glowing eyes surveying them. Gerard's face twisted in recognition. That's a Kanima. Derek, call it off, or I'll kill your beta. Derek shook his head. I don't even know what that thing is. How could I call it off? The Kanima hissed again before darting through the room with blinding speed. It slashed another hunter, who fell lifeless to the ground. Its tail lashed out, sending another hunter flying into the warehouse wall with a sickening crunch. Chris, Victoria, and Gerard opened fire, but the Kanima was too fast. It dodged their bullets effortlessly before escaping through a broken window. In the chaos, Derek seized Victoria, his claws pressed against her neck. Chris! He barked. Release Josh, or I'll kill her. Chris froze, his gun still raised. His eyes darted between Derek and Victoria, torn. Fine. He finally said, lowering his weapon and walking toward Josh. Before he could release him, Gerard turned his gun on Chris. Don't you dare release him. Chris's expression hardened. Or what, Gerard? Are you going to shoot me too? Victoria's voice was cold and resolute. Chris, don't release him. Just make sure to kill them all after they kill me. Shut up. Derek growled at her, tightening his grip. Then he looked back at Chris. Is it worth it, Chris? Losing your wife just so you can kill an innocent kid? What would Allison think of you? Chris hesitated for only a moment before kneeling to free Josh. Gerard's face twisted with rage. Chris, don't. But it was too late. Chris had already released Josh, who scrambled to Derek's side. Go. Derek ordered Josh. Take Matt with you, he's hit. I'll hold them off. Peter, go with them and make sure they're safe. Josh nodded and ran toward Matt, who was bleeding and hiding nearby. Together, they fled, with Peter following close behind. Once they were safely away, Derek dragged Victoria toward the warehouse door, still holding her by the neck. At the exit, he released her, but as he turned to leave, she spun around, a dagger glinting in her hand. The blade found its mark, sinking into Derek's neck. Gasping, Derek instinctively bit her arm before fleeing, clutching his bleeding neck as he disappeared into the night. Chris ran to Victoria, catching her as she slumped to the ground. Why did you do that, Victoria? Why? Now you've been bitten by an alpha. Victoria's voice trembled with regret. I'm sorry, Chris. I couldn't resist. Chris pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice breaking. Damn it. Meanwhile, Gerard stood nearby, his eyes filled with jealousy and hatred as he watched the scene unfold. Why her? Why is she the one who got the bite? He seethed internally. That bitch threatened me earlier about her mutt-loving daughter. I'll make sure she kills herself tonight. Far from the chaos, Derek stopped, his neck already healed. He leaned against a tree, catching his breath. Damn it. He muttered. Now I need to tell Scott what happened. Otherwise, I'm screwed. With that, he disappeared into the night. 78 Chapter 78 Victoria's Decision. In the warehouse, after the failed ambush against Derek, Chris still held his wife tightly in his arms. Gerard approached them, his expression cold and calculated. Chris. Gerard began, his voice sharp. You know what you have to do now. Chris didn't even look at him and said, Not now, Gerard. Gerard's tone hardened. We are Argents, Chris. We are hunters. When one of us is bitten, we. Chris let go of Victoria, turned to Gerard, and pointed his gun directly at his head, cutting him off. Say one more word, Gerard, and I promise it will be your last. Gerard froze, his eyes flickering between the gun and Chris's furious gaze. After a tense moment, he stepped back, choosing to hold his tongue, though his anger was palpable. Chris lowered the gun and turned back to Victoria. Let's go home. Victoria nodded, and the two left the warehouse. They drove back in silence, neither speaking a word until they reached their house. Scott's POV. In the backyard of Scott's house, the scent of barbecue and laughter filled the air. Scott was grilling meat with Isaac, while Melissa and Allison were setting the table and preparing side dishes. As they sat down to eat, Derek arrived. He stepped into the backyard, the smell of blood and gunpowder preceding him. Scott turned to him. Derek, what brings you here? Were you in a fight? You smell like blood and gunpowder. Derek nodded grimly. We need to talk, Scott. Scott gestured to an empty chair. Take a seat, and say what you need to say. Derek sat down, accepted a glass of water, and took a long drink. Then he began to recount everything: Gerard's kidnapping of Josh, the ambush at the warehouse, and the sudden appearance of the Kanima. Finally, he looked at Allison, guilt heavy in his voice. I'm sorry, Allison. Derek said. But I bit your mother while escaping. She stabbed me in the neck, and I I reacted instinctively. Allison's eyes glowed red as she shot to her feet, her voice shaking with anger and panic. What did you say? She growled, the sound animalistic. Derek stared at her, his shock evident. Wait, you're an alpha too, how is that possible? Allison didn't answer. She took a deep breath, her eyes returning to normal as she sat back down. I'm sorry, she said, though her voice remained tight. I know it's not your fault. It's just, I know my mom. She's stubborn. She'll try to kill herself rather than turn. She stood again, turning to Scott. I have to go home. Scott rose with her. I'm coming with you. Before leaving, Scott glanced at Derek. Since you're here, why don't you grab a bite? And by the way, that woman over there is my mom. Look at her the wrong way, and I'll kill you. Scott and Allison headed to his car. As they drove, Scott's thoughts raced. Victoria's bitten, just like in the original timeline. Then, I'll make her part of my pack. I need someone as decisive and cold-blooded as her. But, breaking the silence, Scott glanced at Allison. Don't worry too much, he said. Just tell her you're a werewolf too. And if she decides to kill herself, tell her she has to kill you first. If she loves you more than she hates werewolves, she won't do it. Allison rolled her eyes. I believe she loves me enough not to kill me. It's the not killing herself part that scares me. At the Argent house, Chris and Victoria sat in their living room after the long, silent drive home. Chris brought a first aid kit and began cleaning the bite on Victoria's arm, his hands trembling slightly. Victoria broke the silence. Chris, you know I have to do what hunters have always done after being bitten. Chris shook his head. You don't have to. I don't care about the hunter code if it means losing you. Victoria smiled faintly. But I care. I can't turn into a mindless beast one day and hurt you or Allison. You can learn to control it. Chris argued, his voice breaking. You're the strongest woman I know. You can do this. Victoria leaned forward, her smile sad. I'm sorry, Chris. I can't live like that. Knowing I'll lose control someday, it's not who I am. You know I hate losing control. Tears slid down Chris's face. He said nothing, his heart breaking as he listened. Victoria wiped his tears with her hand and kissed him gently. You know what to do. And you know what to tell people. Tell them I had a history of depression. Promise me. Chris choked out. I will, even though I've never seen you depressed once in 20 years. Victoria added softly. Allison needs to say it too. But I won't let her believe it. Chris insisted. She'll hear things. Victoria replied. People will say I was weak. That I took the easy way out. Just then, the front door opened, and Allison walked in, having been outside listening with her enhanced hearing. She stepped into the living room, her expression firm as she looked at her mother. Yes, Mom. Allison said. People will say you took the easy way out. And you know what? I'd believe them. Victoria's head snapped up, her eyes widening in shock. Allison, why are you here? When did you come back? Allison crossed her arms, her tone heavy with emotion. Derek told me what happened tonight. If he hadn't, I doubt I'd ever see you alive again. Chris remained silent, his eyes darting between his wife and daughter, as he sat next to Victoria, silently praying Allison could change her mother's mind. Victoria sighed. Sweetheart, I never forced you to be a hunter. But I was raised as one, and I'll die as one. I won't turn into a beast. Allison's expression hardened. Well then, hunter. She said, her voice laced with challenge. Why don't you kill one more werewolf before you kill yourself? Victoria's breath caught as Allison's eyes glowed crimson. Go on then, Mom. Kill me, I'm one of those beasts you hate so much. Chris and Victoria both stared in stunned silence. Victoria finally managed to whisper. Allison, what have you done? Why would you become one of them? It doesn't matter why. Allison replied. What matters is that I'm a werewolf. And not just any werewolf, I'm an alpha. She strode over to the coffee table, picking up the gun next to Chris. Turning, she handed it to Victoria. Here, Mom, take it. Kill me before you kill yourself. Killing an alpha before you die would make a great ending for a hunter like you, wouldn't it? Without waiting for a response, Allison began to shift. Her body grew taller, white fur sprouting across her skin, and her head morphed into the shape of a wolf's. The transformation was smooth but intimidating, her red eyes glowing as she bared her fangs in a low growl. Go on, hunter. She said, her voice guttural and resonant. Pull the trigger. Kill me. Victoria's hands trembled as she stared at her daughter, now a fierce alpha werewolf. Her lips quivered, and tears welled in her eyes. She gripped the gun tightly, but her fingers wouldn't move to pull the trigger. Slowly, she lowered the weapon and reached out to place a shaky hand on Allison's wolf-like head. Her voice broke as she said, I can't. No matter what you've become, no matter what you turn into, I can't hurt you, sweetheart. I just can't. Allison shifted back into her human form, tears streaming down her cheeks as she hugged her mother. Then don't kill yourself, Mom. I know how much you hate werewolves, but I've seen far scarier things out there. Things that no hunter can stand against. You need to see this bite as a gift, not a curse. It'll make you stronger. You'll become an even better hunter. Victoria wiped her tears and gently brushed Allison's hair behind her ear. Sweetheart, I can't live knowing I might lose control and hurt you or your father. Just then, Scott stepped out from behind the wall, a faint smirk on his face. I can fix that, he said. Then, he glanced at Chris. Oh, hey there, Uncle Chris. I can't believe you were about to kill the woman you love just because she became a werewolf. I mean, I get it, you're probably worried that from now on she might outmatch you in bed. But come on, you don't have to kill her. Chris shot to his feet, his face flushed with anger. You stupid little punk. That is not what's going on here. He snapped, his voice filled with fury. He pointed an accusing finger at Scott. And you're the one who turned my daughter, right? I'm going to kill you. Scott smirked, completely unfazed. She asked for the bite. And do you want my help or not? Chris clenched his fists, then slowly sat back down. Fine, what can you do? Scott walked over, sitting down casually on the couch. Victoria, Chris, you've both seen how special I am. Chris gave a stiff nod. I've never seen or heard of anything like you before. Allison chimed in. Scott's a true alpha. Victoria's eyes widened. A true alpha, the rarest kind. Scott nodded. That's right. But being a true alpha is just a small part of how special I am. Chris narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Scott leaned forward. I don't have the typical weaknesses of a werewolf, including losing control. So I have complete control over my wolf side. Victoria frowned. That's impressive, but it doesn't explain how you'll help me. Scott smiled. Everyone in my pack has the same full control ability. Join my pack, Victoria. I need a decisive and cold-blooded werewolf or whatever you are going to turn into, in my pack. Allison's brows furrowed. Wait, are you saying she might not turn into a werewolf? Scott shrugged. I don't know. Sometimes, what you turn into reflects the kind of person you are. And let's face it, your mom's kind of mean. Who knows what she'll become? Allison smirked faintly. Fair enough. Victoria hesitated, glancing at Chris before turning back to Scott. Are you sure? If I join your pack, I'll never lose control. Scott nodded confidently. I'm sure. But there's one condition. If you're part of my pack, I'm your alpha. That means no hunting anyone without my permission. And no more fights with the Hales. Gerard and Kate killed their family, and Peter killed a few of your hunters. Let's call it even. Victoria stared at him, then at Allison, who gave her a hopeful nod. Finally, she took a deep breath. Fine, I can live with that. I may act tough, but to be honest, I don't want to die and leave my family. So, how do I join your pack? Scott replied. I'll give you the bite. Victoria frowned. But I was already bitten. Allison chimed in, explaining the experiment Scott had conducted on the Omega werewolf. After listening, Victoria nodded in understanding. I see. She extended her arm toward Scott. Scott's fangs elongated, and his crimson eyes glowed. You might want to head to the bathroom after I give you the bite. Since Derek already bit you, some black liquid will purge from your body. It'll be painful, but it's necessary. Then, he bit her wrist. Victoria grimaced but quickly went upstairs to the bathroom. As she left, Chris looked at Scott, his expression conflicted. As a father, I still hate you, he said. But as a husband, I'm grateful. Thank you for saving my wife. Scott grinned. Don't mention it, Uncle Chris. We're family, after all. Chris snorted but said nothing more. Moments later, Scott glanced toward the stairs. You might want to check on her. She's crying. Chris's eyes widened. What? Allison added softly. Mom's crying, Dad. Go to her. Without another word, Chris hurried upstairs. Once alone, Allison turned to Scott and hugged him tightly. Thank you. Scott smirked. You don't sound sincere enough. She rolled her eyes before pulling him into a kiss. Their moment was interrupted when they overheard Victoria's tearful voice from upstairs. I was so scared tonight. She sobbed. I thought I was going to lose everything. Chris's voice was equally emotional. I thought I was going to lose you too. Then the sound of their voices gave way to kissing and other activities. Allison's face turned scarlet. I did not need to hear that. Scott burst into laughter. Maybe next year, you'll have a little brother or sister. Shut up. Allison snapped, her blush deepening. Let's wait in your car. Scott chuckled but followed her out. Once in the car, Allison cranked up the radio, and they sat there until Chris finally opened the front door looking for them. Back in the living room, Victoria cleared her throat. Allison, earlier, you said you've seen creatures scarier than werewolves. What did you mean? Still slightly red, Allison replied. I told Dad that Scott killed a lamia before. But what I didn't mention is that the lamia wasn't alone. The alpha of her pack was a Vricholacus. Have you two heard of it? Chris froze, his expression one of shock. A Vricholacus? Here in Beacon Hills. Yes. Allison confirmed. Victoria's face paled. Allison, please tell me you didn't fight a Vricholacus. They're too dangerous. Allison smiled reassuringly. Well, we already fought her and her pack. They're dead. Scott and Allison then recounted the battle and shared stories about the other supernatural creatures they'd encountered. Hours passed before Scott finally stood and stretched. It's late. I should head home. Allison, are you staying here tonight? I'll stay, she said, glancing at her mother. I want to spend the night with Mom. Scott smiled. All right. He turned to Chris. By the way, do you want the bite? Because after tonight, you'll never beat her in bed again. Chris glared. Get out of my house, punk. I don't need your bite. Scott smirked mischievously. Whenever you change your mind, let me know. Oh, and one more thing, next time you decide to have fun with your wife, remember your daughter has super hearing now. Chris's face turned crimson. You heard that. Why do you think we went to the car? Scott quipped, grinning. Allison groaned. Scott, did you have to say that? You just made things so awkward. Scott said. All right, I'll shut up. I was going to mention how we heard your dad crying like a baby, but... Chris didn't let him finish. He leapt from his seat, chasing Scott out of the house. Outside, Scott stopped and turned serious. Chris, be careful of Gerard. He'll try to harm Allison and Victoria. Chris's expression hardened. If he tries anything, I'll deal with him. Scott nodded, said nothing more, and headed to his car and drove home. 79, Chapter 79, Allison's Fury. The next morning, Allison woke up to find herself hugging Victoria. She blinked, adjusting to the sunlight streaming through the window, and looked at her mother. Victoria was already awake, smiling softly at her. Good morning, sweetheart. Victoria said, brushing a strand of hair from Allison's face. I can't remember the last time you slept hugging me like this. Probably when you were 5 or 6, back when you used to get scared at night. Allison smiled, warmth blooming in her chest. Well, I don't mind hugging you to sleep from time to time, Mom. And we should hang out more. Victoria raised an eyebrow, her fingers gently combing through Allison's hair. Hang out more. Yeah. Allison said with a grin. Like going shopping, doing girl stuff together. Victoria chuckled, her smile widening. I see. I wouldn't mind that. And I want you to know, Allison, even though I may be tough on you sometimes, I love you more than anything in this world. I know. Allison replied, her voice soft yet teasing. That's why I dared to hand you a gun yesterday and dared you to shoot me. Victoria narrowed her eyes playfully, pinching Allison's cheek. That was bold of you, young lady. I think you need some punishment for that. Before Allison could react, Victoria started tickling her. Allison burst into laughter, squirming and begging her mother to stop. After a few moments of playful chaos, they finally settled down, both smiling and catching their breath. All right, sweetheart. Victoria said, standing up. I need to take a shower. I sweated a lot last night. That's because your body was changing. Allison explained. How do you feel right now, Mom? Victoria paused, considering her answer. I hate to admit it, but I feel incredible. I can hear your father cooking breakfast downstairs, smell everything in the kitchen, and my body feels stronger than ever. Allison beamed. That's great. And this is only the beginning. Wait until you go through your first full moon and become a true shapeshifter. You'll be far stronger than you are now. Victoria's expression turned cautious. Are you sure I won't lose control during the full moon? Or if I get angry? You won't, Mom. Allison assured her. You'll have complete control, even during the full moon. And there's so much more you need to learn about our abilities. I'll tell you everything over breakfast with Dad. Victoria nodded. All right, but first, I need that shower. As she moved toward the bathroom, she paused, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Before Allison could escape, Victoria scooped her up and slung her over her shoulder like she weighed nothing. Mom, put me down. Allison protested, laughing and squirming. I'm not going into the bathroom with you. You and Dad did that in there yesterday. Victoria rolled her eyes. I cleaned it, don't worry. Now, let's see how much my little girl has grown. Despite her protests, Allison couldn't stop laughing as Victoria carried her to the bathroom. After their shower, the two women came downstairs to find Chris already at the table, breakfast spread out and ready. Chris looked up, a smile breaking across his face. You two had a lot of fun this morning, huh? I missed this. I missed hearing laughter in the house. I missed you, sweetheart. Allison walked over and hugged her dad tightly. I missed you too, Dad. Chris then turned to Victoria, pulling her into a warm embrace and kissing her gently. You have no idea how glad I am that I didn't lose you yesterday. Me too, Chris. Victoria said softly. Me too. The three sat down to eat, the aroma of pancakes, eggs, and bacon filling the air. As they dug in, Chris glanced at Allison and said, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I like that punk Scott. Just a little, though. Allison smirked. I don't know why you ever hated him, Dad. I couldn't ask for a better partner. He's perfect. Chris groaned. Forget I said anything. I still hate him. Do you know how awkward it was when I called his dad, only to find out they haven't spoken in years? Allison burst out laughing. Who told you to ask for Melissa's number? Scott's super protective of his mom. Victoria tilted her head curiously. Melissa, is that her name? I think we need to meet her. Maybe have dinner together. You're going to love her, Mom. Allison said, still grinning. She's so much fun. And by the way, she's an alpha werewolf, the one you saw at the old Hale house. Chris asked. The huge gray wolf that saved you when Peter wanted to attack you. Allison nodded. Yep, that was her. Victoria looked thoughtful. So, can everyone in Scott's pack? I mean, our pack. Can all of you turn into wolves, and have huge wolf forms like him and his mother? Yes. Allison said. After our first full moon, we can shift into wolves the size of tigers. When we become alphas, we grow even bigger. The stronger we get, the larger our wolf forms become. Scott says that's just how it works. You should see how huge Scott's wolf form is now. Chris leaned back in his chair. Bigger than when I saw him at the school. Much bigger. Allison said, her smile proud. Victoria raised an eyebrow. He can get stronger. Is that one of his abilities? Yes, not just his. Allison explained. Everyone in our pack has that ability. We can absorb other creatures' strength and abilities through our claws. Victoria leaned back thoughtfully. As a hunter, I would have considered that ability a nightmare. But now, as one of you, I think it's incredible. So, the ability to teleport through shadows, Scott absorbed that from another creature. Allison nodded again. Yes, he got it from the Vricolaicus. Victoria's curiosity grew. I see. And when you say we're immune to other werewolves' weaknesses, what exactly does that include? Wolfsbane, poison, mountain ash, and mental control. Allison said. Oh, and we can talk to each other telepathically. Telepathically. Victoria tilted her head. How does that work? You'll have to wait until your first full moon. Allison teased. Oh, I almost forgot. Show me your claws, Mom. Let's see if you're a wolf like me or something else. Just focus, and they'll come out. Victoria concentrated, and her claws extended. They were yellowish and almost translucent. Allison gently took her mother's hand, examining the claws closely and comparing them to her own. Mom, these aren't wolf claws. And they're not like Lydia's, either. Chris leaned in. What's Lydia? She's a banshee. Allison explained. But she's not a normal banshee. She has black wings, black talons, and we think she'll eventually be able to turn into a crow when she becomes an alpha. Chris studied Victoria's claws. You know what kind of claws these are, don't you, Victoria? Victoria nodded slowly. They're cat claws, but what kind of cat, I'm not sure. Cool. Allison grinned. So, you'll be like a wereleonis or a weretiger or something. Victoria chuckled nervously. I just hope it's nothing too weird. Suddenly, the front door opened, and Gerard entered the house. His sharp gaze landed on Victoria, and his expression twisted into a mix of fury and disgust. Victoria. He sneered. I thought you, of all people, would do the honorable thing as a hunter. He then turned to Chris. And you're no better. If you can't end her, I will. Kate already brought shame to this family, and I won't let our reputation be tarnished any further. Without hesitation, Gerard drew his gun and aimed it at Victoria. Before he could pull the trigger, Allison's eyes glowed red, and in a blur of speed, she appeared in front of him. She grabbed his hand tightly, forcing him to drop the gun as he screamed in pain. Gerard's eyes widened in terror as he looked into Allison's glowing eyes. You monster. You're one of them. Allison's voice was cold. Yes, I'm a monster. And now I'll show you just how much of a monster I can be. With that, she punched him in the face, knocking out several teeth. You dared to try to kill my mother. She growled. Let me show you what happens to monsters like you. She hit him again, this time in the stomach, and followed it up with several more strikes before grabbing his arm. Is this the arm you wanted to use to shoot my mother? She growled. Let me fix that for you. With a sharp snap, she broke his arm. Allison, that's enough. Chris shouted. Allison glanced back at her father. No, Dad, it's not enough. Letting someone like Gerard live will only bring more trouble. Let me kill him. Chris shook his head firmly. Sweetheart, let him go. Just this once. If he ever comes near us again, it'll be his end. Allison hesitated, her eyes narrowing at Gerard. Finally, she released him and stepped back toward her mother. Chris stepped forward, glaring at Gerard. Get up, and don't come near my family again. Saving your life today is the last thing I'll ever do for you as your son. Gerard struggled to his feet, clutching his broken arm. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but the low growl emanating from Allison stopped him. Swallowing his words, he turned and stumbled toward the door. At the threshold, Chris called after him. Here's some advice, Gerard, leave Beacon Hills. Run as far and as fast as you can. Victoria is part of Scott's pack now, and you just tried to kill her. I don't need to tell you what Scott will do to you, and I won't save you from him. Goodbye, Gerard. Gerard froze for a moment before continuing to his car. With one hand, he started the engine and drove off without looking back. After Gerard left, Chris walked back into the house, glancing at Allison, who was still visibly angry. He asked, Allison, what was that? You said you don't lose control. Allison, crossing her arms, replied. Who said I lost control? I knew exactly what I was doing. I wanted to kill him, Dad. He tried to kill Mom. Chris sighed, unsure of what to say. Victoria smiled warmly at her daughter. Thank you, sweetheart, for protecting me. But, I can protect myself, and remember, now I have powers like yours. Allison softened a little and nodded. I know, Mom. I just hate that monster. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Scott had arrived. Allison opened the door, greeted him with a kiss, and stepped aside. Scott, sensing her emotions, asked, "What's wrong? I can feel your anger." "I'll tell you on the way to school." Allison said. "Come in and wait for me to change. Did you bring my bag with you?" "Yes." Scott replied, walking in while Allison headed upstairs. Scott greeted Victoria and Chris with a grin. "Good morning, lovebirds." Victoria chuckled. "Good morning, Scott." Chris, however, merely snorted, saying nothing. Scott shrugged, and turned to Victoria. "How are you feeling?" "Great, actually." Victoria said, smiling. "And thank you. I don't think I said that yesterday." "No need to thank me." Scott replied with a reassuring smile. A few minutes later, Allison returned, ready for school. She waved goodbye to her parents as she left with Scott. On their way, she recounted what had happened with Gerard and told him about Victoria's claws. Scott's expression darkened. "Don't worry about Gerard. The next time I see him, I'll kill him." After leaving the Argent house, Gerard went straight to the hospital to have his broken arm set in a cast. Once that was done, he gathered 6 of his hunters and set out to attack Derek. They armed themselves heavily and made their way to Derek's lair in the heart of the Beacon Hills warehouse district. On their way, one of the hunters secretly sent a message to Chris, warning him about Gerard's plan. Chris received the message while at home and immediately got into his car with Victoria, driving to intercept Gerard. When Gerard and his hunters arrived at Derek's lair, they found him alone. Without hesitation, they attacked. Gerard stayed back, letting the hunters face Derek first. Derek fought valiantly, taking down all 6 hunters, but he was wounded in the process, shot several times and nearly exhausted. Just as he was catching his breath, Gerard struck, shooting him with a wolfsbane-laced bullet. Finally, Gerard sneered, approaching Derek with a twisted grin. "I've got you." Then, he shocked Derek with a taser wand, causing him to collapse further. Gerard pulled out a syringe filled with a pale, ominous liquid. "This," he said, holding the syringe up for Derek to see, "is Kanima venom. I collected it from the dead hunters yesterday. It'll paralyze you completely." Without hesitation, Gerard stabbed the syringe into Derek's arm, injecting the venom. Moments later, the venom took effect. Derek's body stiffened as he became fully paralyzed, unable to move but still locked in his werewolf form. Gerard pried Derek's mouth open with his one good hand. Smirking, he shoved his leg into Derek's mouth and jabbed the taser wand into the side of his jaw. The electric jolt forced Derek's jaw muscles to contract, causing him to clamp down on Gerard's calf. Gerard yanked his leg free, ignoring the pain, and burst into maniacal laughter. "Now," Gerard hissed, his voice dripping with malice, "I'll keep you locked up until I can take your alpha spark. Once I have it, I'll kill that bitch Victoria and her precious daughter. Then, I'll hunt down Scott and his pack. I'll kill them all. Ha ha ha." As Gerard's laughter echoed through the warehouse, a gunshot rang out. He screamed in pain as a bullet struck his shoulder. Spinning around, he spotted Chris and Victoria standing at the entrance, Chris holding a smoking gun. "Chris!" Gerard hissed through gritted teeth, clutching his shoulder. "How dare you shoot your own father?" Chris stepped forward, his face cold. "You're not my father anymore. You're a monster." Realizing he was outmatched, Gerard fumbled for a flash grenade, pulling the pin and tossing it at Chris and Victoria. The room was consumed by a blinding light. By the time Chris and Victoria's vision cleared, Gerard was gone. Victoria turned to Chris. "Should we follow him?" Chris shook his head. "No, let him go. I promise, this is the last time." Victoria frowned, her eyes narrowing. "You heard what he said. He wants to kill Allison. If I see him again, I'll kill him, Chris, and I'll tell Scott exactly what he said." Chris nodded. "I won't stop you." Turning back to Derek, Chris knelt beside him. "You don't look too good, Derek." Derek, lying on the ground, paralyzed and breathing heavily, glared at Chris but said nothing. Chris sighed. "Don't worry. You told Allison what happened yesterday, and she stopped Victoria from doing something terrible. I'll repay the favor. How can I help?" With great difficulty, Derek rasped. "Gerard shot me with a wolfsbane bullet. Take me to Deaton. You know him, right?" Chris nodded. "Yeah, I do." Meanwhile, Victoria checked on the downed hunters. "Chris, they're alive, but some are seriously hurt." Chris stood. "All right, I'll take care of them. You take Derek to Deaton." Victoria nodded. "Got it." She helped Derek into her car and drove straight to Deaton's animal clinic. Chapter 80 The Fiend in the Swamp. A few days had passed since Gerard's attempt to kill Victoria and his attack on Derek. Melissa, in an effort to bridge the gap between their families, invited the Argents over for dinner. That evening, she was busy cooking with Scott and Isaac in the kitchen. At night, the Argents arrived at Scott's house. Melissa opened the door to greet them. "Allison," Melissa said with a warm smile as Allison hugged her. "Hi, Melissa," Allison said cheerfully before introducing her parents. "These are my parents, Victoria and Chris." Turning to her parents, Allison added, "Mom, Dad, this is Melissa." Chris and Victoria exchanged a glance, visibly surprised by how young Melissa looked. Victoria quickly recovered and said, "It's nice to meet you, Melissa. I didn't expect you to be so young." Melissa smiled graciously, shaking Victoria's hand as she said, "Come on in." Then, leaning closer, she whispered into Victoria's ear, "Since you're one of us now, I'll let you in on a secret. I absorbed the power of a vampire, that is why I look so young." Victoria smirked, responding softly, "Then I should start hunting for a vampire myself." Scott approached them at that moment and noticed Chris staring at Melissa. He grinned mischievously and teased, "Hey, Uncle Chris, you can stop ogling my mom now." Chris glared at Scott, flustered. He quickly turned to Victoria and defended himself. "Don't listen to him. I was just surprised at how young she is." Scott laughed and quipped, "Victoria, you might want to keep your husband in check." "Scott, don't be rude." Melissa chided him, though her tone carried amusement. Allison chuckled, "Don't worry, Melissa, that's just how they are." The evening progressed with both families enjoying dinner together. They talked, laughed, and got to know one another better, strengthening their bond. The following day was a school-free day. Scott was awakened by a knock on the front door. Groggily, he opened it to find Styles and Sheriff Stilinski standing there. "Uncle Noah, good morning." Scott greeted with a smile. "What did Styles do this time?" "Who says I did anything?" Styles retorted indignantly. "Dad just needs some help." Scott stepped aside to let them in. "Come on in," he said before turning to Noah. "So, Uncle Noah, how are you handling this whole supernatural creatures thing?" Noah exhaled deeply. "It hasn't been easy, but I'm adjusting." Scott grinned. "Glad to hear it. So, what can I do for you?" "I've got a case," Noah said, his tone serious. "And I think it's supernatural." "Alright, let's sit down and talk. Do you want anything to drink?" Scott offered. "No, thank you," Noah replied. They moved to the living room, and Scott gestured for Noah to start explaining. "We have 2 dead deer hunters and 1 terrified hunter in the hospital." Noah began. "When we questioned the survivor, he said they were out hunting when they saw a deer eating another deer. It was huge, so they didn't care why it was eating the other deer, they just decided to hunt it. But when they shot it, the bullet didn't penetrate its skin. That's when the deer looked at them." He described it as some kind of monstrous hybrid between a deer and a rat, with sharp teeth and 4 large fangs. Then it stood up on its hind legs and attacked them. 2 of his friends were killed on the spot, and he only survived because he was wearing a Kevlar vest. He said the monster hit him with a clawed hand, and he flew about 8 meters into a bush. He played dead after that. The creature didn't care about him and started eating one of his friends. Once it had its fill, it dragged the other body away. Styles said, "I've read some of those supernatural books, but I haven't come across anything like that." Scott frowned, thinking, "There are a few deer-related supernatural creatures, but most of them are harmless. From what you've described, this sounds like a fiend. It's a monstrous deer-like creature with huge antlers. Is it a shapeshifter?" Styles asked. Scott shook his head. "No, it's a supernatural creature, but not human." "Does it hunt humans like a Wendigo?" Noah asked. Scott said, "Not exactly. Fiends usually live in dense forests or swamps. They avoid humans when possible, but if humans get in their way, they kill them. That's what the book says." Scott retrieved a book from the shelf and handed it to Noah and Styles. "Here, this is the book that has information about fiends." After reading, Styles grinned. "So, are we going hunting today?" Scott smiled. "Yeah, there's nothing else going on today, so let's go hunting, and call the rest of the pack too." Reaching out to them telepathically, Scott told his pack to meet him at the Beacon Hills Preserve. Then he shouted, "Isaac, get up, we're going hunting." A few minutes later, a groggy Isaac emerged. Melissa, hearing the commotion, woke up and came downstairs as well. She greeted Noah and asked Scott, "What are you hunting?" Scott explained the situation to her. "Do you need my help?" Melissa asked. Scott smiled. "No, but you're welcome to come along if you want." Melissa shook her head. "I've got to meet Deaton. I'm learning from him." Scott nodded. "Alright, Mom. Have a good day." "You too, son. Be careful." Melissa said. Scott turned to Noah. "Uncle Noah, are you coming with us?" "Yes." Noah said firmly. "I want to see what this thing looks like with my own eyes." Scott grinned. "As you wish. Let's go hunting." When they arrived at the woods, the group waited until the entire pack had gathered. Victoria and Chris came with Allison. After exchanging greetings, Scott explained the details about the fiend. Turning to Chris and Victoria, he asked, "Have either of you dealt with one before?" Victoria shook her head. "I haven't." Chris nodded. "I have, but it wasn't as strong as the one you're describing." Styles raised an eyebrow. "How do you know it wasn't as strong as this one?" Chris replied, "We killed it with hunting rifles back then, but you said the hunters in this case shot it, and their bullets didn't penetrate its skin." Styles said, "I see." Scott looked at Noah. "Uncle Noah, can you take us to where the hunters were attacked? We'll need to pick up its scent." "Follow me," Noah said, leading them deeper into the forest. As they walked, Scott sensed something following them. A small smile tugged at his lips as he thought, "Looks like it's time to bring her into the pack." Allison walked up beside him and spoke telepathically. "Scott, there's a coyote following us, but I don't think it's just a coyote. I think it's like us." Scott responded. I know, don't worry about her for now. I'll deal with her after we take care of the fiend. All right, Allison replied. When they reached the location where the hunters had been attacked, Noah pointed to the spot. This is where it happened. We found the remains of one of them here. Can you guys pick up the scent? Stiles wrinkled his nose. Yeah, and it stinks. The group followed the scent trail, which led them deeper into the woods and eventually to a muddy swamp. Scott scanned the area before turning to Chris. Uncle Chris, shoot into the center of the swamp. It's hiding there. Chris raised his rifle and fired several shots into the swamp. Moments later, the fiend emerged, a towering beast with massive antlers, a face that was a grotesque blend of deer and rat, and long, matted fur trailing from the back of its head. Damn, that thing is ugly. Boyd muttered, stepping back. And it reeks. Everyone instinctively took a step backward, covering their noses. Scott glanced at his pack. So, who's fighting it? Lydia raised her hand. Not me. That thing is disgusting. Allison, Erica, and Victoria all stepped back simultaneously, saying, me neither. Scott sighed, shaking his head. All right, Boyd, Stiles, and Isaac, which one of you is taking it down? Stiles and Isaac exchanged glances. Boyd will do it. Stiles said quickly. Isaac nodded. Yeah, Boyd's the strongest of the three of us, so he's the obvious choice. Boyd narrowed his eyes. Since when am I the strongest between us? Since today. Stiles replied with a grin. Congrats, man. Before Boyd could argue, the fiend let out a guttural roar and charged toward them. Scott ordered. Everyone back off. Boyd, it's all yours. Boyd shifted into his werewolf form, his yellow eyes glowing as fur grew along his cheeks. He growled at Stiles and Isaac. You two are going to pay for this later. Turning his attention to the fiend, Boyd roared and charged. At the last second, he sidestepped the beast and delivered a powerful punch to its jaw, sending it crashing to the ground and knocking out several of its teeth. The fiend scrambled to its feet, disoriented, but Boyd didn't give it a chance to recover. He leaped into the air and delivered an axe kick to the creature's head, driving it back to the ground. Boyd pounced on its back, grabbing one of its antlers with one hand while repeatedly punching its head with the other. When the fiend finally stopped moving, Boyd stabbed his claws into its body and began absorbing its power. Once the process was complete, he punched the creature's head with all his strength, shattering its skull and sending bits of brain flying. Scott said, since you've already touched that thing, why don't you throw it back into the swamp? Boyd sighed. Fine. He grabbed the fiend by its leg and dragged it back to the swamp, tossing it into the murky water. Stiles walked up, his curiosity piqued. So, what did you get from it? Boyd shrugged. Not much, just a bit of strength. That thing was weak and didn't have any special abilities. Scott nodded. All right, let's get out of here. This place reeks. 81, Chapter 81, Malia. As Scott and his pack walked back to their cars after dealing with the fiend, Scott's attention shifted to a pair of piercing blue eyes in the shadows. A coyote was watching them. The coyote panicked and darted away. Scott smirked. Like I'd let you escape. He muttered before vanishing into the shadows. Lydia frowned. What's he talking about? And where did he go? Allison replied. There was a coyote following us for a while. Didn't you guys sense it? Stiles shrugged. Yeah, I saw it. But isn't it just a coyote? Why's Scott chasing it? Allison shook her head. No, that's not just a coyote. It's a shapeshifter. Moments later, Scott reappeared, holding the struggling coyote by the scruff of its neck. Erica raised an eyebrow. Is that a shapeshifter? Scott nodded. Yes. But she's stuck in this form and doesn't know how to shift back. Stiles pointed out. Scott. Her eyes are blue. I know. Scott replied. But I don't think she's evil. Isaac asked. So, how are you going to help her change back? Scott smiled. That's the easy part. But first, we should get some clothes for her. Erica nodded. I have some spare clothes in my car. As they returned to their vehicles, Scott, still holding the coyote, gestured toward the back of the cars. Girls, follow me. Stiles started following them, too, until Lydia stopped him. And where do you think you're going, Stiles? Are you a girl now? Stiles grinned sheepishly. I thought he meant all of us. Lydia rolled her eyes. Go away. Behind the cars, Scott's eyes glowed red as he locked gazes with the coyote. Then a deep, commanding roar escaped his throat. The coyote whimpered, its body trembling as it began to shift. Scott gently set her down and walked back to the others. Moments later, Allison, Erica, Lydia, and the newly transformed girl emerged. She was their age, with brown hair and a nervous but defiant expression. Stiles' jaw dropped. Whoa, that's her. She's hot. Scott ignored him and approached the girl. Can you speak? The girl nodded hesitantly. Yes. What's your name? Malia. She said quietly. Malia Tate. Sheriff Stilinski stepped forward, his face pale with recognition. Malia Tate? You were in a car accident with your family, 7 years ago. Malia's eyes widened. Yes. I was in a car accident, but I don't know how long I've been here. Noah's voice softened. We found the bodies of your parents and sister, but we never found yours. At this, Malia's blue eyes glowed fiercely. She growled, her voice trembling with anger and pain. I don't want to talk about that. Styles quickly stepped in, his own eyes glowing yellow as he positioned himself protectively in front of his father. Scott's eyes flashed red. Styles, calm down. In one swift motion, Scott's claws pierced the back of Malia's neck. Suddenly, Scott and Malia found themselves standing in a white, empty space. Malia looked around, startled. Where are we? What did you do to me? Scott's voice was calm. We're in your mind. I want you to focus on the night of the accident. We need to see what really happened. Malia hesitated, her voice trembling. No, I don't want to remember that. Scott placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I understand, but what if you weren't the one who killed them? What if it was someone or something else? Malia hesitated before she finally nodded. Okay. The white space shifted, revealing the night of the accident. A car sped down a dark road. Inside were Malia, her father, mother, and little sister. Suddenly, a woman appeared in the middle of the road, firing shots at the car. Malia's father swerved, and the car careened off the road, crashing into the preserve. The scene shifted again, showing the overturned car. Malia crawled out, her body shifting uncontrollably into a coyote. As she fled into the woods, she saw the woman approach the wreckage, gun in hand. Terrified, Malia ran deeper into the forest, her golden eyes glowing in the dark. The vision changed once more, showing a devastated Malia returning the next morning. She found her family dead, their bodies savaged as if by an animal. Overcome with guilt, the 9-year-old Malia believed she was the one who had killed them. Her eyes shifted to blue as despair consumed her. Back in reality, Scott withdrew his claws, and they returned to the present. Tears streamed down Malia's face. The last thing I told my mom was, I wish you were dead. She broke down, sobbing. Scott pulled her into a comforting hug. You were 9, Malia. We've all said things we didn't mean as kids. After she calmed, Malia looked up at him. I'm sorry. Scott smiled gently. Don't worry about it. Wiping her tears, Malia asked. Do you think we can find the woman who killed my family? Scott said. Yes. And I think she was after you specifically, she'll probably come looking for you again. But for now, what you need to do is stop blaming yourself for what happened. Malia looked at Scott and said. Thank you for showing me that memory. Scott smiled. You're welcome. Now, show me your eyes again. Malia furrowed her brow and tried to make her eyes glow but couldn't. Don't think too much. Scott said gently. Just let it happen naturally. Malia closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. This time, her eyes glowed yellow. Chris's eyes widened. How is that possible? Her eyes were blue just a moment ago. Scott explained. Malia believed she killed her family, and the guilt turned her eyes blue. But after we saw the truth in her memories, it turns out she didn't kill them. It was a shapeshifter woman, and I think she's Malia's biological mother. Malia's expression shifted. What do you mean, my real mother? Scott said thoughtfully. You're a born were-coyote, which means at least one of your real parents is a were-coyote. If your mother is one, it's likely that you inherited part of her power when you were born. Female were-coyotes lose some of their powers to their children. I think she's after you now because she wants to take that power back, even if it means killing you. Isaac winced. And I thought my dad was bad. Styles shook his head in disbelief. That's seriously messed up. What kind of mother does that? Victoria said. A selfish one. Allison turned to Scott. So, what are we going to do about Malia? Scott looked at Malia. Since she doesn't have anyone else, I think my mom wouldn't mind letting her stay with us. But first, Scott stepped closer to Malia. Do you want to be part of my pack? Malia hesitated. What does that mean? Scott smiled warmly. It's like a family. We protect each other, look out for each other. Malia looked uncertain. Are you sure? What if I hurt someone? You can't hurt us. We're stronger than you. And if you're part of my pack, I promise, you won't lose control again. After a long pause, Malia nodded. Okay, it's not like I have anywhere else to go. Victoria spoke up. Scott, why don't you let her stay with us? Chris and I could adopt her. The group stared at Victoria in surprise. Chris blinked. We are. Victoria shot him a sharp look. Chris sighed and nodded. Yes, we are. Scott grinned. That sounds like a plan, and I need to give her the bite. Scott addressed the pack. I'll catch up with you all later. And, Boyd, you might want to take a shower. You reek. Laughter broke the tension as everyone headed to their cars. Malia rode with Allison and her parents, while Scott followed in his own car. At the Argent house, Scott gave Malia the bite, and Allison then helped her to the bathroom. Scott turned to Victoria, curious. I have to admit, I'm surprised. You, of all people, offering to adopt a shapeshifter. Victoria sighed. Scott, I was raised to hate shapeshifters. I'm not going to lie, I've killed werewolves before, just because their eyes were blue. When you told me guilt could turn their eyes blue, I didn't believe you until today. I just want to change, Scott. And adopting Malia feels like a good first step. Scott smiled. That's good to hear. Victoria added. And I think Allison would love having a sister. 2 hours later, Allison and Malia returned. Malia looked refreshed. Scott smiled at her. How are you feeling? Malia grinned. Strong. Really strong. I shifted into my coyote form, and it was huge. Allison chimed in, laughing. She's almost as big as a tiger, but she's still a coyote. I thought she might turn into a wolf. Scott chuckled. Well, welcome to the pack, Malia. You feel the connection, don't you? Malia nodded. Yes. After the black liquid stopped pouring out of me, I felt this bond with you and Allison. I can even sense the others who were with us earlier. She glanced at Chris and Victoria. But I don't feel anything with you two. Victoria smiled softly. I haven't gone through my first full moon yet, and Chris is just a regular human. Malia tilted her head. Allison said you were hunters who hunt people like us. Chris nodded solemnly. We are, but only the bad ones. Scott stood up. All right, Allison, explain everything to her. I've got a lot of homework to finish. Allison walked Scott to the door, and they shared a kiss before he drove back home. 82, Chapter 82, The Kanama's Master. A few days had passed since Scott and his pack had found Malia. Now, they were sitting together in the school cafeteria, enjoying lunch. Styles leaned forward. Scott, my dad told me yesterday that they brought in a pregnant woman who'd been attacked. When they asked her who did it, she hesitated for a while and finally said it wasn't human, it was a creature, like a lizard. Allison frowned. The Kanama. Styles nodded. Yeah, and just now, Dad texted me again, said they found her dead this morning. Someone choked her to death last night. Scott's expression darkened. It's time to deal with Jackson and whoever's controlling him. Lydia, you're coming with me after school to Derek's place. Lydia nodded. Okay. Styles raised a hand. I'm coming, too. Boyd shrugged. I need to head home after school. Isaac, looking a bit sheepish, muttered. I have a date. Styles stood up. What? You traitor. Didn't we agree to stay single, me, you, and Boyd? Isaac frowned. I don't remember agreeing to that. Styles sat back down, glaring. Who's your date, anyway? Do we know her? Erica smirked. It's me. Lydia said. What? How did that happen? Isaac scratched the back of his neck. I asked her out, and she said yes. Styles turned to Erica. Just like that. If I asked you out, would you have said yes? Erica chuckled. Nope. You're not my type, you've got way too much energy. Styles groaned. Ouch. That was quick and painful. At least pretend to think about it for a second. Turning to Scott. Scott, buddy, we grew up together. We're like brothers. You have to help me. I need a girlfriend before Boyd gets one. Boyd chuckled. Relax, Styles. I'm not competing with you. I'm not even looking for a girlfriend right now. Scott smirked. How about Malia? You could ask her out. Styles hesitated. She's beautiful, but I don't know. What's she up to right now, anyway? Allison smiled. My mom's homeschooling her so she can join us here next year. Malia hates studying, though. Maybe you could help her with that, Styles. Styles squinted. Help her study? You just said she hates studying. How is me helping her with something she hates going to make her like me? Allison shrugged. You need to figure that out yourself. Styles sighed. Alright, but when you say she hates studying, how much hate are we talking about here? Allison smirked. Sometimes, she growls at her books. Like, full glowing eyes and claws out. If my mom didn't stop her, she'd probably tear them apart. Styles leaned back. So, you're suggesting I be her chew toy? Allison laughed. Maybe, but who knows? She might grow to love you, like a dog loves its favorite toy. Styles nodded thoughtfully. You've got a point. I'll think about it. Scott turned to Allison. What about you? Are you coming with us? Allison shook her head. No, Mom, Malia, Melissa, and I are going shopping after school. Lydia's eyes widened. Shopping? And you didn't tell me? Scott interjected. Lydia, we need to deal with Jackson today. Lydia hesitated. But can't we wait until tomorrow? Scott's tone turned firm. No, he's killing people, Lydia. If you don't want to come, I'll handle it myself. She sighed. Fine, I'll come. After school, Scott, Styles, and Lydia got into Styles' Jeep. On the way, Scott called Derek. We need to talk. Scott said. Derek gave them his address, and they drove straight there. When they arrived at Derek's loft, they found him and Peter waiting inside. Styles looked at Peter with mock surprise. Wow, Peter. You're looking good, way better than the last time we saw you at school. Peter snorted. That wasn't one of my finer moments, I admit. Turning to Scott, Peter asked. What happened to that crazy bitch and her pack? Scott smiled coldly at Peter. Dead. He said simply. Peter swallowed hard and stayed quiet. Once everyone was seated, Derek asked. What can I do for you, Scott? Scott leaned forward. It's about the Kanama. We need to deal with it. Whoever's controlling it is killing people now. Derek frowned. What does the Kanama have to do with me? Scott smirked. It's one of your pack, Derek. Derek froze. What? That can't be. Peter raised an eyebrow. It's Jackson, isn't it? Styles nodded. Bingo. Derek sighed. So, what's the plan? Are you going to kill him? Scott shook his head. No, he's just being controlled. We can turn him back into a werewolf. I also want to read his memories to figure out who's behind this. Derek frowned. And how are you going to turn him back? Scott's expression turned confident. You'll see. For now, I need you to call him here. Derek nodded, pulling out his phone and dialing Jackson's number. They sat together, chatting idly, until Jackson arrived. When Derek opened the door, Jackson walked in and immediately noticed Scott and his pack waiting inside. What's going on? Jackson asked, eyeing everyone warily. Scott stood up, his eyes glowing red as he declared, "Let's get this over with." He let out a thunderous roar that shook the room. Jackson collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. Dark green scales erupted over his skin as his limbs twisted unnaturally. Within moments, he transformed into the Kanima, standing dazed in the center of the room. Scott stepped aside and turned to Lydia. "Go ahead." Lydia approached the Kanima. Sensing her, the creature lashed out with his claws, but Lydia caught his arm effortlessly. Her eyes glowed fiercely as her own talons extended. She drove them into Jackson's abdomen with precision. Jackson snarled and attempted to strike with his other hand, but Styles intercepted the blow, holding its arm in place. Lydia began to absorb the Kanima's power, her talons glowing faintly as the scales on Jackson's body began to fade. Gradually, his form reverted to human. As the last of the scales disappeared, Lydia withdrew her claws, leaned close, and screamed, "Jackson!" with her banshee's voice. Jackson, now fully human, slumped to the floor. His eyes fluttered open, glowing blue, as fur sprouted from the sides of his face. He let out a low roar, no longer the Kanima but a newly turned werewolf. Peter, watching from the sidelines, muttered, "How did she do that?" Scott replied, "She's a banshee. You've heard the myth of calling a werewolf by his name can turn him back to a human. That's what she just did." Peter frowned. "But I've never heard of a banshee with claws, and when she called his name, he didn't turn human, he turned into a werewolf." Scott growled, cutting him off. "You're asking too many questions, Peter." "Peter, shut up," Derek said firmly before turning to Scott. "What now?" "I need to read his memories." Scott replied. Jackson, still dazed, looked up. "Scott, what are you going to do?" "I'll explain later. Just relax," Scott said as he approached. He sunk his claws into the back of Jackson's neck. After a moment, Scott withdrew his claws and turned to Derek. "You need to see this too." Derek nodded. "All right, Jackson, don't resist," he said before inserting his own claws into Jackson's neck. Moments later, Derek withdrew his claws, his expression dark. "Damn it." Styles, impatient, asked, "Well, are you two going to tell us what's going on? Who was controlling Jackson?" Scott said, "It was Matt." Styles's jaw dropped. "Matt, the guy from Derek's pack?" Scott nodded. "Yes." Styles snorted. "Wow, Derek, you really know how to pick them. First Peter, who looks like he'd stab you in the back any second, then a Kanima, and now a psychopath who used the Kanima to attack a pregnant woman. And when the Kanima didn't kill her, he did it himself." Scott turned to Derek. "Are you going to deal with him, or should I?" Derek's voice was resolute. "No, I'll handle it. I gave that monster power, it's my responsibility to take it back." Scott nodded. "All right." Jackson, regaining more of his senses, asked weakly, "Can someone tell me what's going on?" Lydia knelt beside him and explained everything about the Kanima and what had happened to him. Jackson listened in silence before looking at Scott. "Thank you for not killing me, and for helping me." "You didn't kill anyone, Jackson," Scott said. "You were just being controlled." Jackson's voice trembled. "Even so, I still caused harm. Derek, I want to come with you to deal with Matt." Derek agreed. "All right." Scott stood and said, "Then it's time for us to leave." Once they were gone, Peter smirked at Derek. "You're going to kill your beta. That'll make you weaker." Derek shot him a glare. "I have to. He's killing people, Peter." Turning to Jackson, Derek said, "Let's go. It's time to deal with that traitor." He pulled out his phone and called Matt, arranging to meet him in the woods. When Matt arrived, Derek and Jackson confronted him under the dim moonlight. Matt stood his ground, smirking as he confessed. "Yes, I controlled Jackson while he was the Kanima. I made him kill for me, and when he failed to kill that pregnant woman, I did it myself, smothered her to death." Derek's eyes burned red as he growled. "That is not why I gave you the bite." Matt pulled a gun from his jacket and aimed it at Derek, but Derek moved faster, disarming him with ease. He tossed the weapon aside, his voice cold. "I'm not going to kill you yet. Jackson deserves his chance." Derek stepped back, nodding to Jackson. "Go ahead." Jackson shifted into his werewolf form, fur sprouting from his cheeks as his eyes glowed blue. Matt followed suit, his own blue eyes gleaming as he transformed. The two clashed, snarling and trading powerful blows. Fueled by rage and a desire for redemption, Jackson gained the upper hand. With a final, powerful strike, he sent Matt crashing to the ground. Derek approached, his expression hard. "This ends here." Without hesitation, Derek plunged his claws into Matt's chest, absorbing his powers and extinguishing his life. Matt's body fell limp, and the glow in his eyes faded. Jackson shifted back to his human form, breathing heavily as he looked down at Matt's lifeless body. Then, the two dug a deep grave in the woods and buried Matt. As they stood over the freshly turned soil, Derek placed a hand on Jackson's shoulder. "You did well tonight." Jackson nodded, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Thanks, Derek." Without another word, they turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest. 83, Chapter 83, Victoria's first full moon. After resolving the Kanama problem, Scott and his pack returned to their usual teenage lives, going to school, hanging out, and enjoying moments of normalcy. However, tonight was a full moon, and Scott, Allison, her parents, and Malia headed to the woods. It was a significant night for Victoria. It was her first full moon after receiving the bite. When they arrived at the forest, stepping out of their cars, Victoria glanced at her husband with a mix of nerves and excitement. "Wish me luck," she said, her voice steady despite the anticipation. Chris smiled reassuringly. "Good luck." Allison joined in with a bright grin. "Good luck, Mom." Victoria took a deep breath and stepped forward, her gaze lifting to the glowing moon. The transformation began almost immediately. Her golden eyes ignited like embers, black stripes etched themselves across her face, and claws extended from her fingertips. "How are you feeling, Mom?" Allison asked, watching her closely. Victoria flexed her hands, feeling the surge of strength course through her. "I feel incredible. Stronger than ever before. And I can feel the connection to you, to Scott, to Malia, and the rest of the pack." Allison's excitement grew. "Can you shift further, Mom?" Victoria tilted her head thoughtfully. "I think I can. Let me try." Closing her eyes, she concentrated deeply. Moments later, her body began to shift again. Thick orange fur sprouted across her skin, her frame expanded, and within seconds, she stood fully transformed into a tiger. Her massive form dwarfed Scott's betas but wasn't quite as large as Melissa or Allison in their fully shifted wolf forms. "Cool!" Allison exclaimed, rushing to her mother and brushing her hands through the vibrant fur. Malia joined her, running her fingers through the soft fur. "She looks amazing," Malia said, before adding with a smirk. "But not as amazing as my coyote form, of course." Chris approached his now tiger wife cautiously. "Victoria, are you okay? You don't feel like losing control or anything, right?" Victoria opened her mouth to respond but only managed to growl. After a few tries, her voice emerged deep, resonant, and almost melodic despite its inhuman timbre. "I'm fine, Chris. Just as Scott said, I don't feel out of control at all." Chris sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Victoria's golden eyes gleamed with excitement. "I think I want to run. Girls, care to join me?" Allison grinned. "Absolutely, Mom." Without hesitation, she shifted into her wolf form. Malia and Chris froze for a moment, staring at the massive white wolf before them, easily the size of a bull, her crimson eyes glowing in the moonlight. "Wow, Allison," Malia said, clearly impressed. "You're huge." Allison's voice, though lupin, was clear. "Dad, you've never seen me like this before. What do you think?" Chris stepped closer, placing a hand on her massive head. "You're beautiful." Victoria's voice rumbled playfully. "Come on, girls, let's go. I need to see what this body can do." Without saying a word, Malia shifted into her coyote form and darted off into the trees. Laughing, Allison and Victoria quickly followed, their huge forms disappearing into the forest. Scott watched them vanish before turning to Chris. "So, do you want the bite?" Chris snorted. "No," Scott chuckled. "What do you have to lose? You'd be stronger, and you wouldn't have to worry about losing control. Plus, you could protect your family better. Just think about it. I'll give you the bite whenever you're ready." With that, Scott turned and headed toward his car. Before getting in, he glanced back. "Don't wait here for them. They won't come back, and it's not safe to stay here alone, even for a hunter." Chris nodded, watching as Scott climbed into his car and drove off toward home, leaving the moonlit woods behind. Meanwhile, Melissa had just finished grocery shopping. After placing the bags in her trunk, she was about to get into her car when she heard the distinct sound of a gun being loaded. Without hesitation, Melissa moved at supernatural speed, disappearing from her spot. A bullet whizzed through the air where she had stood moments earlier. Turning, Melissa saw an older man aiming a gun at her. She narrowed her eyes. "Who are you? I can tell you're a werewolf, but I don't remember seeing you before. Why are you attacking me?" The man smirked. "I'm Gerard Argent. Your son ruined my life, and I'm here to kill you." "You're Gerard." Melissa's eyes glowed red. "Then you're out of luck. If you try to kill me, you're already dead. Even if I spare your life, my son wouldn't." Gerard's confidence faltered as he saw her glowing eyes. Realizing his mistake, his own eyes glowed blue as he shifted into his werewolf form. Instead of attacking, he bolted toward the nearby supermarket. Melissa blurred after him, grabbing his arm. In desperation, Gerard slashed at his own arm with a knife, severing it, and stumbled into the store, shifting back into his human form and shouting for help. "Help! Someone cut my arm. Please call the sheriff." He screamed as people gathered around him. Melissa watched from the shadows, her glowing eyes dimming. Sighing, she returned to her car, carrying Gerard's severed arm. She got in and drove away, contacting Scott through their telepathic link. Scott, Gerard attacked me. He tried to kill me, but when I was about to deal with him, he cut his arm and ran into a crowded supermarket. I couldn't follow him there. Scott, already driving home, growled in anger. Alright, he's dead tonight. Where is the supermarket? After Melissa told him, she added, be careful. Scott replied firmly, don't worry. Arriving at the supermarket, Scott found no trace of Gerard. Following his scent, he hit a dead end. Gerard had escaped by car. Scott clenched his fists. That old bastard must be hiding or on his way out of Beacon Hills. If I see him again, he's dead. Gerard drove out of Beacon Hills, his severed arm bandaged. He cursed under his breath. I lost an arm and nearly my life. I'll have to hide from Scott and his pack for the rest of my life. If I'd known his mother was an alpha, I wouldn't have dared attack her, not without a proper plan. After hours of driving, he stopped at a gas station to refuel. As he stepped out of the car, a hard punch landed on his face, knocking him to the ground. Dazed, Gerard looked up at the woman standing over him. His eyes widened in shock. The woman smirked coldly, stepping closer. Hello, Dad. 84, Chapter 84, The Pack's Next Challenge. Kate looked down at Gerard lying on the ground in front of her. She smiled coldly and said, although you tried to kill me after I was bitten, I see you're still alive and kicking after becoming a werewolf yourself. I'm guessing you're not planning on killing yourself anytime soon. Gerard groaned, pushing himself up slightly. No, Kate, I'm not dying until I've killed Scott and his pack. Kate tilted her head, her smile widening. So, I take it Scott's the one who cut off your arm. Gerard stood shakily, brushing off dirt. Yes. Help me, Kate. Help me kill them, and we can be father and daughter again. Together, we can. Tempting. Kate interrupted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. But I don't want to be your daughter, Gerard. What I want right now is to kill you. Gerard's eyes darted to his gun, but Kate was faster. She grabbed his arm, yanked the weapon from his grasp, and smirked. I knew you'd try that. I'm not getting shot by you again, that hurt like hell. But don't worry, Gerard. Tonight isn't about me, it's about you. I'm going to do to you what you taught me to do to werewolves. I hope you enjoy it. Kate, I'm your father. You. She ignored him, pulling out a syringe filled with a purple liquid. Before he could react, she plunged it into his neck. Gerard gasped, his legs giving out as the wolfsbane took effect. Don't worry. Kate said, crouching beside him. It's diluted. You won't die, just lose consciousness. I want to take my time killing you. After Gerard lost consciousness, Kate dragged him to his car. After filling the tank, she drove out of town, heading deep into the woods. Eventually, she pulled up to a campsite where 7 people sat around a roaring fire. A muscular black man with sharp features stood as Kate approached. What took you so long? We only sent you out for groceries and drinks. He said, his voice deep and commanding. And who's the werewolf you brought with you? I can smell him. Kate handed the groceries to one of the others and smirked. I walked to town, Michael. That's why I'm late. As for him. She gestured to the unconscious man in the car. He's my father. Michael raised an eyebrow. Your father, Gerard Argent, the infamous hunter. That's right. Kate confirmed. A brunette Indian woman chuckled. So, what are you planning to do with him, Kate? Recruit him to our pack. Kate shook her head, her smile turning predatory. No, Anika. I brought him here to kill him. And I want to try that dagger of yours, to see if it really lets me absorb powers from other supernatural beings. Michael's eyes glowed red as he gave her a cold smile. Are you calling me a liar, Kate? Doubting the dagger's power? Kate's face paled, and she quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant. Michael's eyes dimmed, his expression easing into one of amusement. Good, but you don't get to use the dagger until you take me to the wolf you mentioned. As for your father, wake him up and kill him. I want to see it. Kate hesitated. You promised I'd get to absorb the powers of the alpha in Scott's pack when I take you to him. Before Michael could respond, a burly man with a bushy beard snarled. Know your place, bitch. We can just read your memories and find the wolf ourselves. We don't need you. Michael growled, his eyes flaring red again. Darius, I want her in the pack. Do you have a problem with that? Darius flinched and lowered his head. No, Michael. I have no problem with that. But she's a hunter. She could betray us. She won't. Michael said, his voice icy. She knows what happens if she betrays me. Now shut up before I remind you why I'm the alpha. Darius fell silent, and Michael turned back to Kate. Don't worry, Kate. I keep my promises. But for now, wake up the legendary hunter and kill him. Kate sighed. It'll take a while for him to wake up. I injected him with diluted wolfsbane. An Asian woman named Fujiko stepped forward. Bring him out. I'll wake him up, it's not that hard. Kate hauled Gerard out of the car, dropping him at Fujiko's feet. Fujiko smiled before stomping on Gerard's arm, snapping it with a sickening crack. Gerard woke up screaming in pain. His werewolf healing kicked in moments later, the searing ache in his broken arm slowly subsiding as it began to mend. He looked around and saw Kate standing nearby, surrounded by 7 people he didn't recognize. His gaze locked onto Kate, and his voice trembled as he spoke. You can't kill me, Kate. I'm your father. I only tried to kill you because I didn't want you to become a mindless beast. Kate slapped him across the face. Is that the best excuse you could come up with? Then why didn't you kill yourself, Gerard? Why not go out like a proud hunter? Gerard glared at her, his voice shaking with anger. I've told you, I can't die until I've taken my revenge on Scott and his pack for what they did to me. Kate smirked. Don't worry, Gerard. I'll take revenge for you. Too bad though, I really wanted to torture you, but Michael wants you dead, so goodbye, Gerard. As Kate raised her claws, Gerard's eyes darted to Michael. You're Michael, I'm assuming. Kate's following your orders, which means you're stronger than her. You must be an alpha. Spare my life, and I can help you and your pack. Kate, enraged by Gerard's plea, moved to strike him down. Just as her claws were about to slash his throat, Michael said, Kate, stop. Let's hear him out first. Kate hesitated, glaring at Gerard, but she obeyed and backed away. Michael's glowing red eyes locked onto Gerard. All right, old man, talk. What can you offer me and my pack? Gerard straightened himself as much as he could. I have money and weapons, and I'm willing to join your pack and put my resources at your disposal. Michael tilted his head, unimpressed. We don't need weapons, but money could be useful. What I'm more interested in, though, is Scott and his pack. I heard you ranting about revenge. Tell me about them. How strong is Scott? Gerard hesitated. Are you planning to make him and his pack part of yours? A tall, blond man named Alex, who was roasting a deer over the fire, sneered. Old man, just answer the damn question. Swallowing his pride, Gerard continued. Scott is something else. He's fast, faster than anything I've seen. Once, he moved behind me, and I couldn't even see how he got there. And he's strong, too dangerously strong. Anika narrowed her eyes. And his pack? Kate told us she only saw one alpha with him. How many are in his pack? Gerard cleared his throat. He has 2 alphas in his pack, his mother and Allison. There are others, but I don't know if they're alphas or not. I do know that Victoria is with them, though she's just recently turned by Derek Hale. Kate's eyes widened. What? She turned to Michael, panic in her voice. Michael, please, don't hurt Allison. She's my niece. I can convince her to join us. Michael chuckled, his grin both amused and menacing. If you can convince her, she'll live. Otherwise, she'll die with her alpha. Michael turned his attention back to Gerard. Alright, you can join us. But as a hunter, I want your opinion. How do we take down Scott? Gerard's face hardened. Scott is strong. I'd use someone he cares about against him. The last time I tried, I went after his mother, but it turned out she was an alpha. I barely escaped with my life and lost an arm in the process. Anika tilted her head curiously. Who do you plan to use this time, knowing his mother is an alpha? Gerard thought for a moment. Probably my son, Chris. If you kidnap Chris, Scott, Allison, and Victoria will definitely come for him, and likely the rest of the pack. Kate's expression darkened, anger flashing across her face, but she kept her mouth shut. Michael grinned, his fangs glinting in the firelight. I like it. I'm confident enough to take on this Scott kid, but it never hurts to be cautious and have a hostage. We'll do as you say, Gerard. We're close to Beacon Hills, so we'll spend the night here. Tomorrow, we'll head there, kidnap your son, and draw Scott and his pack into a fight. Once we've crushed them, we'll absorb their powers, and maybe stay in Beacon Hills for good. After all, it does have a Nemeton tree. The day after the full moon, Scott and his pack gathered at his house. Melissa had invited everyone over for lunch, and the living room was filled with chatter and laughter. As they talked, Lydia's eyes suddenly glowed. She stiffened, her voice distant and hollow as she said, Chris is going to die tonight. The room fell silent. Allison and Victoria shot to their feet, both exclaiming at the same time. What? Allison rushed forward. Lydia, what did you just say? Seeing Lydia unresponsive, Allison moved to shake her, but Scott held her back. Allison, wait. Don't pull her out of the trance. Allison hesitated, her hands clenched into fists, before sitting back down. Okay. She said quietly, though her voice was filled with tension. After a few moments, Lydia blinked and returned to her senses. She looked at Scott with panic in her eyes. Scott, another troublesome pack is coming, and they're strong. Stronger than Cassandra and her pack. They want to use Chris as a hostage. Scott's brow furrowed. Is that why you said he'll die? Lydia nodded. Yes. The vision wasn't entirely clear, but I'm certain Kate and Gerard lured Chris to the Beacon Hills Preserve. They caught him, and during the fight with this pack's alpha, he saw how strong you were. To gain the upper hand, he killed Chris, to make you lose control, or something like that. Allison's face paled. Lydia, are you sure it was Kate? She said she wouldn't come back to Beacon Hills. I'm sure. Lydia said apologetically. I'm sorry, Allison, but it was her. She and Gerard are working with these people. Allison swallowed hard, then nodded. There's nothing to apologize for, Lydia. I really hoped she'd changed, like she said. But she's just like Gerard. Don't show her any mercy, guys. If I have to, I'll kill her myself. Chris stared at his daughter. Allison. Victoria interrupted firmly. You know what Lydia is, Chris. I don't know why Kate would help them kidnap you, or if she even knew they'd kill you. But what I do know is that if we didn't have a banshee in our pack, you'd be dead tonight. We spared Gerard's life, and he went after Melissa. If she weren't an alpha, she'd be dead by now. I won't make the same mistake again. Chris sighed heavily but said nothing more. Scott turned to Lydia. Did you see how many are in their pack? Lydia nodded. Including Kate and Gerard, there are 9. Styles leaned forward. And what about what they are? Did you see that? Yes. Lydia said grimly. Except for Kate and Gerard, all of them had red glowing eyes. And their leader, he had a dagger. It felt dangerous. Really dangerous. To be continued. 85, Chapter 85, Unmasking the Threat. Scott and his pack sat in the living room, all eyes on Lydia. Scott said, "Forget about the dagger for now, Lydia. Tell me what kind of supernatural creatures those people are. Start with the ones you recognized." Lydia hesitated. "I don't know what Kate and Gerard are. I've known them before, so I saw them as themselves, not as supernatural creatures." Melissa interjected. "Gerard is a werewolf, I'm sure of it." Scott nodded. "And Kate is something like Victoria, a feline. I just don't know what kind. But don't worry about them right now. Tell me about the others." Lydia nodded. "One of them is a werewolf. I saw him in a form similar to Peter's alpha form. Another looked like a brown bear, so I assume he's a werebear." Styles leaned forward. "What about the others? What do they look like?" "There's a woman who had an energy aura around her that resembled a fox with 6 tails." Lydia said. "I think she's a kitsune, and she felt like the most dangerous one after their alpha." Chris frowned. "She's likely a kitsune, and a very powerful one at that. The more tails a kitsune has, the stronger they are. There are 13 known types: heaven, void or dark, wind, spirit, fire, earth, river, ocean, mountain, forest, thunder, time, and sound. Do you know what kind she is?" Lydia shook her head. "No, I couldn't tell." Chris nodded gravely. "We'll need to be careful fighting her. And kitsunes can summon Oni." Isaac raised an eyebrow. "What's an Oni?" Victoria answered. "An undead demon shadow ninja." Styles looked skeptical. "Undead?" Victoria nodded. "Yes. They can't be killed, but they fear sunlight and can't cross mountain ash. That's how they're described in the bestiary." She glanced at Chris. "But Chris injured one before." Allison looked at her father in surprise. "How?" Chris shrugged. "It was when I'd just become a hunter. I shot it in the face and shattered its mask. I know I didn't kill it. I'm not sure you can. But I slowed it down long enough for us to get out of there, and I'm not sure why exactly it was injured." Scott leaned forward. "What kind of bullet did you use?" Chris thought for a moment. "If I remember correctly, it was a silver bullet. Do you think silver injured it?" "Not sure." Scott replied. "But it wouldn't hurt to take some silver bullets and daggers with us. Since Lydia believes the kitsune is the second strongest in their pack, Mom, you'll fight her." Scott stood, walked to the chest they had taken from the vampire, and pulled out 2 daggers. Handing them to Chris, he asked, "Do you think these are made of silver?" Chris examined the daggers and nodded. "Yes, they're definitely silver." Scott took them back and handed them to Melissa. "You're going to fight that kitsune, Mom. Just in case she has Oni, take these with you. Also, an alpha werewolf's bite is poisonous to a kitsune, keep that in mind." Melissa accepted the daggers. "I'll remember that." Scott sat down again and looked at Lydia. "What about the others?" Lydia said. "One of them is a huge bat with dead bodies around it, and they're moving." Styles asked. "Wait, you mean like zombies?" Lydia nodded. "Yes, it can control zombies." Erica's eyes lit up. "I think I know what that is. When I was reading the supernatural books, I came across a creature like that. It reminded me of Lydia because it can use sound-based attacks, too. It's an Indian creature called a Vita or something like that. Let me grab the book." Erica went to the bookshelf where Scott kept the supernatural books. After flipping through one, she returned. "Found it." She showed the page to Lydia. "Is this what you're talking about?" Lydia looked closely and nodded. "Yes, that's it." Scott glanced at Erica. "What does the book say about it?" Erica read aloud. "It's called a Vetala. In Hindu folklore, the Vetala is an evil spirit that haunts cemeteries and can control corpses. They make their displeasure known by troubling humans. They can drive people mad, kill children, and cause miscarriages, but they can also guard villages. Its weakness is red-hot iron." Scott leaned back. "Got it. What about the others in their pack?" Lydia continued. "One of them is a lion with a scorpion's tail. I think it's a manticore." Victoria nodded. "That sounds like a manticore. They're very strong and poisonous, but since we're immune to poison, we should only worry about its strength." Styles turned to Lydia. "What else?" Lydia frowned. "There's one I don't fully understand. It's like a centaur, but instead of a horse body with a human torso, this one has a full horse body with a human torso on its back." Chris's expression darkened. "Do you mean the man and the horse are merged?" Lydia nodded. "Yes. Do you know what it is?" Chris nodded grimly. "It's called a Nukkalavi, a nasty, evil creature. It's very strong but has one critical weakness: it's terrified of fresh water." Styles made a face. What does it drink, then? Chris raised an eyebrow. Do you really want to know? Styles quickly shook his head. Never mind. Scott looked at Lydia and asked, what about their alpha? You haven't told us about him yet. Lydia hesitated before speaking. He's scary, Scott. He looks like a werewolf, but his entire body is engulfed in flames, as if he's burning, and he seems to control the fire. Victoria frowned. That sounds like a hellhound. That's troublesome. Lydia continued. There's something else. When I looked at him, it felt like I was looking at 3 people, not 1. Victoria's expression darkened. That's even more troublesome. She glanced at Chris. Do you think it's what I think it is? Chris looked uneasy. It shouldn't be. Those things were thought to be extinct. Styles said. Can you two stop talking in riddles and just tell us what it is? Chris exhaled and said. Based on Lydia's description, it might be a Cerberus. But no one has seen one since the Middle Ages. Styles asked. Cerberus? You mean the 3-headed dog? Chris nodded. Scott asked calmly. How dangerous is it? Chris replied. If it's a Cerberus and also an alpha, fighting it is like battling 3 alphas at once. And don't forget, it wields fire, very, very hot fire. Instead of looking worried, Scott smirked. Great. After tonight, I'll be able to control fire too. Chris blinked. You're not scared, Scott. Scott shrugged with a grin. No, I'm excited. Sure, his fire will be a problem, but my healing ability is strong. Plus, I absorbed the power of a frog that can regenerate lost limbs. I'll be fine. Styles grinned, his excitement matching Scott's. Alright then, what's the plan? How are we handling this? Scott stood and began assigning roles. I'll fight their alpha. Mom, you'll take on the Kitsune. Allison, the Manticore is yours. Victoria and Chris, you'll handle the werewolf. He turned to Lydia and Erica. Lydia, you and Erica will deal with the Vetala. Lydia, since you can fly and use sound attacks, you'll fight the Vetala. Erica, you'll handle the zombies. If you don't want to touch them, use the sword I took from Gerard. It's in the chest. Scott looked at Boyd and Isaac next. You two will take on the werbear. Finally, he turned to Malia and Styles. You two will fight the Knuckleavi. Styles grinned mischievously. Then I'm bringing a few bottles of fresh water. Chris hesitated. What about Gerard and Kate? Scott's expression hardened. They're both dying tonight. Gerard sealed his fate the moment he attacked my mom. And as for Kate, I spared her life so many times because I didn't want Allison to hate me or feel sad. But I'm sure she's the one who brought that pack here to kill me, even after I saved her life, twice. This time, I'll show her no mercy. Allison nodded grimly. Dad, what Kate did to the Hales was disgusting, but because I loved her, I couldn't let her die. I asked Scott to save her from Peter, and even though he hated her, he did it. Then, when Gerard shot her, I shamelessly begged him to save her again, and he did. But now, she's brought those people to Beacon Hills to kill Scott and my pack, and if not for Lydia, she was going to get you killed tonight. I can't forgive her. If I hated her before but couldn't bear to see her die, now I want to kill her myself. Victoria placed a hand on Chris's shoulder. Allison is right. Kate isn't the sister you remember. She's a monster now, just like Gerard. If you can't handle seeing her die, don't come with us. Chris sighed heavily. No, I'm coming. How can I stay behind while you and Allison are fighting? As for Gerard and Kate, they've dug their own graves. I won't stop you from doing what needs to be done. Just then, Chris's phone rang. He answered, and Kate's voice came through the speaker. Hey, Chris. How are you? Everyone in the room fell silent, listening intently. Chris's tone was cold. What do you want, Kate? Kate chuckled. Can't I call to check on my dear brother? Chris snapped. I'm not in the mood for games, Kate. Tell me what you want, or I'll hang up. Kate sighed theatrically. Fine. I heard Victoria and Allison are werewolves now. I can help you get revenge on the ones who turned them. You've always hated Scott. I can help you kill him and his friends. Chris's grip on the phone tightened. How? You know how strong he is. Kate's voice took on a sinister edge. I'm not alone. I've joined a very powerful pack, and they'll help us take revenge on Scott, Derek, and their packs. How about we meet at the old Hale house tonight? I'll introduce you to them. Don't worry, they won't harm Allison or Victoria. Chris played along. How can you be so sure your pack can kill Scott? Kate laughed. Let's just say our alpha is terrifying. You'll see. Chris asked. What is he? Kate's laugh echoed over the phone. Now, let's not ruin the surprise. See you tonight, Chris. Bye. As the call ended, Allison's eyes flared red, glowing with anger. That bitch is dead. She snarled. Scott patted her back to calm her and said, Okay, everyone, let's get ready. And remember, though we've learned how to fight, don't get cocky. Fight smart, and don't hesitate to fight dirty if it keeps you alive. Chris stood up, determination etched across his face. I need to go home and grab my weapons, he said before turning to leave. Scott nodded and then turned to Victoria and Allison. You two go with him. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, like charging in there alone. And all of you come straight back here. We go as a pack, together. Victoria stood. All right. She agreed and followed Chris. Allison walked up to Scott, her guilt plain on her face. Scott, I'm sorry. If I hadn't asked you to spare Kate's life, none of this would have happened. They wouldn't be coming after you and the pack. Scott smiled softly, brushing a stray strand of her hair behind her ear. Don't worry about it. In fact, we should thank her for bringing a few alphas here to help us grow stronger. Allison managed a small smile and kissed him. I love you, Scott. And I'm really, really sorry. Scott frowned, his tone sharpening. I don't like your tone. You sound like you're saying goodbye. You're not planning to do something stupid, are you? Allison tried to deflect. What? No, I would never. Scott cut her off, narrowing his eyes. You know what? You're staying here. You're not going with your parents. He turned to Boyd and Isaac. You two, go with Victoria and Chris. Make sure they come back here. Got it. Boyd and Isaac said in unison before following the Argents out the door. Allison rolled her eyes. You're overthinking things. I wasn't planning to go with them and fight that pack alone. Scott raised an eyebrow. Oh, so I was right to keep you here. You were at least thinking about it, weren't you? Allison looked away, muttering. No. Scott smirked, stepping closer. You know, I can tell when you're lying, even without using my senses. I'll have to punish you later for being such a bad girl. Allison blushed, her eyes flickering with a mix of embarrassment and amusement. And how exactly are you going to punish me, you big, bad wolf? Scott was about to respond when he felt someone's gaze on him. Turning around, he saw Styles and Malia watching, Styles wearing a ridiculously perverted grin. Styles wiggled his eyebrows. Don't let us stop you. Keep going. I really want to know how are you going to punish her. Malia chimed in, smirking. Yeah, me too. This is getting interesting. Allison flushed a deep crimson and quickly darted away from Scott, seeking refuge beside Melissa. She buried her face in Melissa's back, trying to hide her embarrassment. Scott shot Styles an irritated glare. Don't you have fresh water bottles to prepare or something? Styles laughed as he darted toward the door. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I'm on it. Malia followed him, calling out. Wait, dork, I'm coming with you. Styles groaned. Malia, my name is Styles. Can you stop calling me a dork? Malia smirked. Didn't you come to my house the other day to help Victoria torture me with those stupid books? Hey. Styles protested. I was helping her teach you so you'd be ready for school next year. Whatever. Give me your keys. I'm driving. No way. You're just learning how to drive, and I'm not letting you touch my Jeep. Not now, not ever. To be continued. 86, Chapter 86, The Fall of Gerard. As night fell, Chris and Victoria returned to Scott's house with Boyd and Isaac. The entire pack was ready for their next fight. Scott looked at them and said, All right, let's go. Everyone got into their cars and headed toward the old Hale house in the woods. Inside the old Hale house, Michael and his pack waited. Michael turned to Kate and asked, Are you sure your brother will come? Kate smirked. Yes, he will. He hates Scott, and I gave him the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. He'll take it. Just then, Anika, one of Michael's pack members, spoke up. Michael, someone's coming, but it's not just one person. I hear 4 cars heading this way. Kate scoffed. I don't hear anything. Michael's eyes glowed red as he glared at Kate. She's a Vetala, Kate. Her hearing is far better than any of ours. Without warning, Michael moved lightning fast and grabbed Kate by the throat. Tell me who you called. Why isn't your brother coming alone? Kate struggled to breathe, gasping out. I swear I only called Chris. I told him to come alone. You all heard me when I made the call. Michael listened to her heartbeat, confirming she wasn't lying. Reluctantly, he released her. Kate dropped to her knees, coughing and gasping for air. Michael turned to his pack. If Chris brought people with him, then he didn't come here to talk. I don't know who he brought, but we'll kill them all. Gerard spoke up, his voice laced with unease. And what if it's Scott and his pack? Michael sneered. Then we'll kill them too. I only needed a hostage as insurance, but I'm not afraid of some kid and his pack. As soon as Michael stepped outside, Scott and his pack arrived. Allison and her parents were the first to exit their car. Allison's face was filled with fury as she glared at Kate. Why did you come back, Kate? Didn't you say you'd never return to Beacon Hills? Kate smirked. Not even a hello, princess. Allison's eyes glowed red as she interrupted. Tell me why you came back. Dad already told me, but I want to hear it from you. Kate's smirk faded, and she sighed. I'm here with my pack to kill Scott and his pack, and Derek, too. But don't worry, princess, we won't hurt you or your parents. Allison took a deep breath, then smiled coldly. Do I look worried, bitch? Tonight, you and your pack will be buried in these woods. Michael and his pack observed Allison and Victoria with cautious eyes, especially Allison. They could feel her strength. Gerard, meanwhile, cowered behind Michael's pack. Kate looked stunned as she stared at Allison, who regarded her as if she were a stranger. Then she turned to Chris. Chris, don't you hate Scott? Don't you want to kill him? Why did you bring him and his pack here? Why are you on his side? Isn't he the one who turned Allison into a werewolf? Chris sighed. I do hate that punk, but what father doesn't hate his son-in-law? Scott stepped out of his Camaro with a grin. Uncle Chris, did you just call me your son-in-law? Does this mean you finally approved of me? Chris snorted. We'll see. Michael and his pack shifted their focus entirely to Scott as he exited the car. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. When Melissa and the rest of Scott's pack emerged, one of Michael's pack members muttered under his breath. Shit, we're screwed. Michael growled, silencing the man. Shut up, Pedro. Scott, ignoring Michael and his pack entirely, fixed his gaze on Gerard. Old bastard. Scott said coldly. I warned you not to mess with me and my pack. Now, you'll pay. Scott's eyes glowed red, and his body dissolved into shadow. In an instant, he reappeared beside Gerard, gripping the older man by the neck. Gerard choked, gasping out. You can't kill me, Scott. Chris will never forgive you. Scott smiled darkly. Don't worry about that. Goodbye, Gerard. Without hesitation, Scott drove his hand into Gerard's chest, ripping out his heart. He examined it with mild curiosity. I thought it'd be black. He mused. Scott released Gerard, who stumbled, barely clinging to life. Scott handed him the still-beating heart. Here, take it. If you find a good doctor, maybe they can fix you. Gerard, desperate and confused, reached out for his heart, but Scott let it drop to the ground. Oops. Scott said mockingly. With one final glare of hatred, Gerard collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Suddenly, Scott sensed danger and swiftly stepped aside as a massive scorpion tail whipped through the air where he had been standing. Scott caught the tail mid-swing, slamming the manticore into the ground with one powerful motion. He looked at the man and said, Be patient, your turn will come soon. Turning into a shadow once more, Scott vanished and reappeared in front of Kate. He grabbed her by the hair, dragging her toward Allison and her parents before tossing her at their feet. She's yours to deal with, he said, stepping back to give them space. Melissa approached Scott, her expression unreadable. Scott, worried he might have scared her with his earlier actions, quickly said, Sorry, Mom. Did I frighten you? Melissa shook her head. No, Scott. I just wanted to say that I wanted to kill Gerard myself. Scott chuckled awkwardly. Oh, sorry about that. Kate, shaken after witnessing Scott rip Gerard's heart out, realized her fate was sealed. Desperation filled her voice as she turned to Allison with pleading eyes. Allison, please. This will be the last time I ever bother you or Scott. Spare my life, and I swear I'll never return to Beacon Hills. Please, Princess. Allison's expression was cold. Sorry, Kate. You'll get no mercy from me. Goodbye. Turning to her mother, Allison said, Mom, take her powers. Kate, in a last-ditch effort, shifted into her were-jaguar form and lunged at Chris, hoping to take him hostage. But Victoria was quicker, grabbing Kate's arm and plunging her claws into her abdomen. Kate screamed as Victoria began absorbing her powers. Kate's strength drained rapidly, forcing her to shift back to her human form. Victoria's eyes glowed a deep orange as the powers she absorbed coursed through her, though she did not become an alpha. Victoria drew a dagger from her belt. Chris turned his face away as she hugged Kate and whispered, I'm sorry, Kate. You're a danger to my family and my pack. I can't let you live. Goodbye. With that, she plunged the dagger into Kate's heart. Kate gasped, her voice trembling. Sorry, Princess, for everything. Allison stared at her dying aunt, her face emotionless. Goodbye, Kate. She said softly. Victoria laid Kate's body on the ground and turned to Chris. I'm sorry, but it had to be done. Chris sighed heavily. I know. Kate and Gerard made their choices, and paid the price. Scott approached Allison, gently taking her hand. Are you okay? Allison bit her lip, struggling to contain her emotions. No, but I will be. Scott nodded. For now, why don't you focus on taking care of that manticore that tried to sneak attack your sweet boyfriend? A small smile tugged at Allison's lips. Her eyes glowed red as she turned her attention to the man with the scorpion tail. He did try to sneak attack you, didn't he? Don't worry, I will take revenge for you. Michael, the rival pack's alpha, growled, his own eyes glowing red as he stepped forward. Are you looking down on me, kid? You're strong, but strength isn't everything. Tonight, I'll show you what real power looks like. Scott smirked. I'm looking forward to it. He turned to his pack. Alright, guys, let's show them the strength of the McCall pack. Styles, wearing a backpack, stepped up beside Scott. Wait, didn't we agree to name ourselves the Avengers pack? Scott frowned. No. Styles pressed on. Okay, how about the Justice pack? Or maybe the Jedi paw? How many times do I have to say no, Styles? Scott interrupted. We're not giving the pack a geeky name. Now go find your opponent and take care of him. Styles grumbled. I was just trying to come up with a cool name for our pack. Then, turning to the rival pack, he added. So, which one of them is the Knuckleavi? Scott smirked. I don't know for sure, but I bet it's the one with the long face and the huge front teeth. Styles squinted at a man with a strong build and long black hair and said, now that you mention it, he does have a horse face. And he smells like a horse barn too. The man in question glared at them, his nostrils flaring. Michael narrowed his eyes at Scott and Styles, his expression grew wary. How do you know he's a Knuckleavi? Scott met his gaze. We don't just know about him. We know what all of you are. Cerberus. Michael stiffened, his expression betraying his unease. How? Scott shrugged nonchalantly. Secret. He stepped forward. Now, enough talking. Let's fight. In an instant, Scott dashed forward and appeared before Michael, landing a powerful punch. Michael barely blocked the blow, crossing his arms in front of his face. The impact sent him skidding back several meters. Before Michael could recover, a woman wielding a katana charged at Scott. But Melissa intercepted her, delivering a swift kick that sent the woman flying. She crashed to the ground but quickly got up, unscathed, glaring at Melissa. Melissa smiled. You'll be fighting me, Fox. Allison moved swiftly, delivering a kick that sent the manticore, Darius, crashing into a tree. Then, she followed after him. Darius staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with vigilance as Allison approached him. I hope you're good at taking a beating. Allison said, her voice icy. Because I need a punching bag right now. Lydia and Erica stepped forward, locking eyes with Anika, the Vitala. Lydia smirked. We'll be your opponents. Anika sneered in response, opening her mouth to unleash a piercing scream. The sound wave attack hurtled toward them. Stepping ahead of Erica, Lydia let out a scream of her own, the powerful sound wave clashing with Anika's. The two forces collided mid-air, canceling each other out, though Lydia's attack carried slightly more strength, forcing Anika to take a step back. Meanwhile, Boyd faced off against a tall blonde man, his fists landing heavy blows. The man managed to block Boyd's attack, but before he could counter, Isaac darted in from behind and landed a solid kick, sending their opponent stumbling. Another man attempted to attack Melissa, but before he could get close to her, the Kitsune, Fujiko, shouted, Pedro, watch out. But it was too late. Victoria appeared out of nowhere, landing a powerful punch to Pedro's face and sending him crashing to the ground. I'll be your opponent. Victoria declared, her voice cold. Chris stepped up beside his wife, calmly aiming his guns at Pedro without saying a word. Malia glanced around, noticing that everyone had already paired off with an opponent. She turned to Styles. Come on, dork. Malia said. Let's take care of the horseface guy. Styles groaned. Malia, I told you to stop calling me a dork. The horse-faced man glared at them. My name is Clyde, not Horseface. Styles raised an eyebrow. Why do you look so offended? Aren't you basically a horse? Clyde snarled. I'm a Knuckleavi, not a horse. And for your information, this is my normal face, I haven't even shifted yet. Styles smirked. Wait, what? With those big front teeth and that long face, I thought you already had. Clyde growled, his anger boiling over. Damn you, punk, I'm going to kill you first. With that, Clyde charged at Styles, swinging wildly. Styles dodged at the last second and countered with a punch right to Clyde's mouth. Ouch. Styles hissed, shaking his hand. Hitting those giant teeth hurts like hell. Clyde, momentarily dazed, heard Styles' complaint and became even angrier. He charged again, but this time, he left his back exposed. Malia seized the opportunity, landing a devastating kick to Clyde's back and sending him sprawling to the ground. To be continued. 87, Chapter 87, Absorbing the Fire Ability. Scott looked around one last time. Seeing that his pack was already engaged in battles with their opponents, he turned to Michael with a grin. Let's get started. I can't wait to get my hands on your fire ability. Michael focused on Scott, ignoring his pack entirely. He could feel Scott's strength, but he wasn't scared. Instead, he thought to himself, once I beat this kid and take his powers with the dagger, I'll be unstoppable. Losing a few of my pack, or even all of them is a price I'm willing to pay. With that, Michael shifted. His dark brown skin turned pitch black, and his face elongated into a canine-like shape with large, menacing fangs. Steam hissed from his mouth as his body grew taller and more muscular. His claws lengthened, and flames erupted across his body, burning away his clothes. His glowing red eyes locked onto Scott, and with a guttural roar, he charged. Scott, still in his human form, didn't flinch. He charged straight at Michael. The two clashed with brutal force, each landing a punch squarely on the other's face. The impact sent Scott flying backward, crashing into a tree and splitting it in half. Rising to his feet, Scott's face was half burned, and the hand he had used to punch Michael was scorched. However, his injuries healed almost instantly. Scott's pack witnessed the exchange and grew worried. Feeling their concern, Scott spoke to them telepathically. Don't worry about me, guys. Just focus on your opponents. Reassured by his words and seeing his rapid healing, the pack refocused on their own battles. Scott smiled at Michael. I like that fire of yours even more now. Michael, shocked at Scott's ability to heal so quickly, hesitated. He had used his flames on supernatural creatures before, and none had ever recovered this fast. Realizing he couldn't fight Michael effectively in his human form, Scott began to shift. Fur sprouted along the sides of his face, his fangs lengthened, and his growl deepened. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, disappearing from sight. Scott reappeared beside Michael and delivered a solid punch to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Michael rolled across the ground and stood up, but Scott vanished again. Anticipating an attack from behind, Michael turned, but Scott reappeared at his back and delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Scott glanced at his burned foot, which healed quickly, then attacked again. Blow after blow, he used his shadow teleportation to maintain the upper hand, but despite the relentless assault, Michael seemed to take minimal damage. After knocking Michael down once more, Scott paused his attack. Michael rose to his feet, seething with anger. "Fight me like a man. Stop hiding, you coward." Scott smirked. "If that's what you want, I'll stop using my shadow abilities. But I'm not going to fight you like a man." Scott began shifting again, this time into his full werewolf form. When the transformation was complete, he stood a towering 2.8 meters tall, covered in jet black fur. His wolf-like head glared down at Michael as he spoke in a deep, monstrous voice, "I'll fight you like a beast." Michael stared, stunned by the massive creature before him, and for the first time, fear crept into his heart. He thought about running. Scott chuckled darkly. "I can smell your fear, Cerberus." Michael made his decision and turned to flee. "Trying to escape, huh?" Scott called. "It's too late for that now. You'll never get away." In a blur of speed, Scott caught up to Michael and raked his claws down his back, leaving deep, bloody wounds. Michael staggered to his feet and unleashed a torrent of flames at Scott, but they barely fazed him in his werewolf form. The fire singed his fur and burned him slightly, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Seeing this, Michael growled. "You forced me into this. Now let me show you my strongest form." Michael began to shift again, this time transforming into a massive three-headed dog the size of a bull. Magma-like saliva dripped from the mouths of his three heads, which opened wide and unleashed a fiery blast toward Scott. Scott didn't wait to see if he could withstand the flames. He vanished into shadow, reappearing above the Cerberus. Using all his strength, he delivered a devastating punch to one of the heads, which exploded like a watermelon. Michael whimpered in pain, staggering backward. While the wounds began to heal, the severed head didn't regenerate, leaving Michael with only two heads. Scott smirked. "How about I show you my wolf form?" This time, Scott shifted into his massive wolf form. Towering and powerful, he made Michael's Cerberus form look small in comparison. Without hesitation, Scott lunged, clamping his massive jaws onto the back of one of Michael's remaining heads. Michael tried to counterattack, igniting his body in flames in a desperate attempt to deter Scott. But Scott ignored the searing pain. He violently shook his head, ripping the Cerberus' second head clean off. Spitting the mangled head to the ground, Scott attacked again, this time biting down on Michael's spine. The force of the bite crushed the Cerberus' backbone, forcing Michael to revert to his human form. Scott shifted back into his human form and crouched beside the broken and bloodied Michael. "Please." Michael begged, his voice weak and trembling. "Spare my life. I'll join your pack." Scott smiled faintly but didn't respond. Instead, he extended his claws and plunged them into Michael's chest, beginning to absorb his powers. Michael screamed in agony, flames erupting from his body in a last-ditch effort to resist. The fire licked at Scott's skin, but he didn't stop. As Scott absorbed more and more of Michael's power, the flames grew unstable, turning inward and starting to burn Michael himself. Moments later, the fire extinguished, leaving Michael charred and powerless. Scott stood, his body now surging with newfound strength. He closed his eyes, focused, and within seconds, flames flickered to life in his palm, spreading across his body. "Not bad," Scott said with a smirk. "I like it." Scott turned his attention back to Michael, now lying helpless on the ground. A quick dive into Michael's memories revealed the truth. Michael and his pack were ruthless killers, preying on innocents without remorse. They had no wealth or resources of value, save for one thing, an enchanted dagger capable of absorbing the powers of supernatural beings, currently in the possession of the kitsune from Michael's pack. With a grim expression, Scott ended it. He snapped Michael's neck and unleashed his new fire ability, reducing Michael's body to ashes. Satisfied, Scott turned and began walking back toward his pack, eager to see how they were faring in their battles. Melissa's POV. After Scott reassured her that he was fine and she saw Michael's fire barely affect him, Melissa refocused on her fight with the kitsune, Fujiko. Using her enhanced speed, Melissa lunged at Fujiko, aiming to wound her with her poisonous claws. However, Fujiko swiftly swung her katana, its blade shimmering with an ominous energy as it sent a green wind slash toward Melissa. Sensing the danger, Melissa instinctively dodged, but the wind slash grazed her shoulder, leaving a shallow wound. The wound healed almost instantly. Melissa smirked and said, "So, I assume you're a wind kitsune." Fujiko said nothing, her gaze cold and calculating. Melissa didn't need a verbal confirmation. This time, she pushed her speed to the limit, zigzagging unpredictably to avoid Fujiko's strikes. Fujiko unleashed sharp wind slashes from her katana, but Melissa's agility made her untouchable. Closing the gap between them, Melissa struck with her claws, aiming for Fujiko's chest. Fujiko managed to block with her katana, but the force of the clash made her hands tremble. She was stunned by how tough Melissa's claws were. Seizing the moment, Melissa delivered a powerful kick to Fujiko's gut, sending her flying. Fujiko flipped in midair and landed on her feet, but clutched her abdomen in pain. Her fear was evident. She knew she couldn't match Melissa's strength. Desperation flashed in Fujiko's eyes. She flung 6 kunao in front of her, which shimmered and transformed into 6 shadowy Oni. Melissa frowned but quickly drew 2 silver daggers from her belt. The Oni turned into shadowy blurs and charged at her. Melissa used her speed to keep moving, preventing the Oni from surrounding her. The moment one materialized, Melissa struck with a silver dagger, causing it to explode into shadow and disappear. Fujiko screamed in pain, clutching her head. Melissa grinned. So Scott was right. Silver can kill Oni. And judging by her reaction, those kunao must be her tails. If I destroy all her tails, she'll be weakened. Without wasting time, Melissa pressed her advantage, dispatching 3 more Oni before Fujiko recovered. The kitsune recalled the remaining 2 Oni, transforming them back into kunao and hiding them on her body. You bitch! Fujiko hissed, glaring at Melissa. How did you destroy my Oni? What are those daggers made of? Melissa smiled coolly. You talk too much, bitch. Not wanting to prolong the fight, Melissa shifted into her full werewolf form. Her speed increased dramatically, and before Fujiko could react, Melissa appeared in front of her and slashed her with razor-sharp claws, leaving a deep wound from her shoulder to her abdomen. Fujiko staggered but managed to unleash a powerful gust of wind, pushing Melissa back slightly. However, it wasn't enough. Melissa attacked again with relentless speed. Fujiko couldn't keep up, and soon the poison from Melissa's claws took effect. The kitsune collapsed, writhing in pain. Melissa wasted no time. She drove her claws into Fujiko's chest and began absorbing her powers. Fujiko screamed as the process drained her completely. When Melissa finished, Fujiko lay lifeless on the ground. Shifting back into her human form, Melissa closed her eyes and focused. When she opened them, she raised her hand, and a gust of wind swirled around her fingers. She smiled. I can control wind now. Cool. Just then, Scott appeared, now in new clothes, a clear sign he'd stopped by his car for a change after dealing with Michael. Good job, Mom. Scott said, offering her a proud smile. Melissa turned to him. Did you already take care of that Cerberus? Scott nodded. Yeah, and I absorbed his fire ability. What about you? What did you get? Melissa said with a smile. She was a wind kitsune. I've got her wind abilities now. That's a good ability. Scott replied. Then, he approached Fujiko's body, rummaging through her belongings. He retrieved a black dagger and her katana. Is that all you found? Melissa asked, walking over to check the body herself. Scott nodded. Yeah, what are you looking for? Her tails. Melissa said, frowning. I destroyed 4, but she hid 2. They've got to be here. Scott examined the dagger in his hand. They probably disappeared when she died. Maybe. Melissa muttered. Her eyes fell on the dagger. What's with that dagger? Scott turned the black blade in his hand, noting the strange golden script etched into its surface. This is the dagger Lydia saw in her vision. She said it's dangerous. What does it do? Like our claws, it lets its wielder absorb the powers of other supernatural creatures. Melissa's expression darkened. That thing is dangerous, Scott. You need to hide it. Scott nodded. I will. With that, Scott raised his hand and unleashed his newly acquired fire ability, burning Fujiko's body to ash. Now, he said, turning to Melissa. Let's see how the others are doing. To be continued. 88, Chapter 88, The Pack's Power Grows. 88, Chapter 88, The Pack's Power Grows. Allison's POV. After Scott reassured them that he was fine, and Allison saw Michael's fire barely affect him, she refocused on her battle with the Manticore, Darius. Her emotions were a storm of chaos. Anger boiled within her at Kate for trying to kill Scott and her pack. Guilt and shame clawed at her for asking Scott to spare Kate's life so many times before, and now grief lingered at her aunt's death. Allison didn't know what to feel, but one thing was certain, she needed an outlet for her frustration. Her glowing red eyes locked on Darius, and without a word, she attacked. Moving with incredible speed, she closed the distance in a flash, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Darius struggled, barely managing to block her relentless assault. Realizing he couldn't win in his current state, Darius let one of Allison's kicks connect, using the momentum to launch himself backward and create space. He started to shift, his head morphing into that of a lion with a thick mane. Fur sprouted across his body as he grew taller and more muscular, claws extending from his fingers. Behind him, a massive scorpion tail lashed menacingly. His glowing red eyes locked onto Allison as he snarled. It's my turn now, little girl. Darius charged, faster and stronger than before. Allison tried to defend herself, but he landed a brutal punch to her face, sending her flying into a tree. She spat blood as she stood, giving him a cold smile. Her body began to shift, white fur covering her skin as her face elongated into a wolf-like snout. I think I've played enough. Now let's finish this. She growled. This time, Allison moved too fast for Darius to follow. To him, she was nothing but a white blur before her fist connected, sending him flying and crashing to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Darius struggled to stand, but before he could rise, Allison appeared in front of him, her knee slamming into his nose and mouth. A sickening crack echoed as his nose and fangs broke. Without hesitation, she grabbed his scorpion tail, leaped into the air, and used all her strength to slam him into the ground. The impact left him embedded in the dirt. As he groaned and tried to push himself up, Allison flipped midair and landed a powerful kick to his face, knocking him back down. Not giving him a moment to recover, she kicked him again, sending him skidding across the ground until he lay face down, unmoving. Walking over, Allison delivered a crushing kick to his spine, breaking it. Then, she plunged her claws into his back, beginning to absorb his power. Darius struggled weakly, his hands trembling as he tried to fight back. But he was paralyzed from the waist down, unable even to move his tail. Seeing his futile attempts, Allison punched the back of his head, silencing his resistance. Soon, his lion-like form reverted to a human state, and his strength drained away entirely. When there was nothing left to absorb, Allison withdrew her claws and kicked his limp body aside. A wave of power surged through her, stronger than anything she had ever felt. She smiled faintly, glancing at her claws. A sudden realization struck her. I can feel it. My claws can be poisonous if I want them to be. Looking at Darius's broken body, she thought grimly. It's time for me to take a life. She approached him. His spine had not healed, and he was already dying. Let me end your misery, she said. Her claws extended as she drove her hand into his chest, crushing his heart and ending his life. The rush of battle faded, replaced by nausea. Stumbling to a nearby tree, Allison vomited. Scott and Melissa arrived moments later. Scott walked over, gently patting her back. When she finished, she looked up at him, wiping her mouth. Sorry about that, she muttered. Scott brushed her messy hair back from her face and smiled. It's your first time killing. It's normal. I'm proud of you. Melissa joined them, placing a reassuring hand on Allison's shoulder. You did good, she said warmly. Allison managed a small smile. Did you two already deal with your opponents? Scott nodded. Yeah, let me show you what I got from the Cerberus. He walked over to Darius's body and summoned a burst of flame, reducing it to ash. Allison's eyes widened. You got fire? That's so unfair. I only got poison from the manticore, and it's not nearly as cool as fire. Melissa chuckled, raising her hand to summon a gust of wind that playfully ruffled Allison's hair. I got wind powers from the kitsune, she said with a grin. Allison laughed. Styles is going to lose his mind when he hears about this. Scott joined in her laughter. Oh, he definitely will. Then, he said, let's go check on the rest of the pack. After walking for a while, Scott, Allison, and Melissa found Victoria and Chris standing over the defeated alpha werewolf, Pedro. The alpha lay on the ground, barely conscious and in obvious pain. Scott smirked as he approached, surveying the scene. Looks like you two had fun. Victoria returned the smile. Not as much as I hoped. He was too weak. Chris shook his head. No, he wasn't weak. You're just too strong. When you were fighting, I couldn't even see what was happening, just two blurred shadows clashing. Scott raised an eyebrow. So, I take it you didn't help. Chris shot him a sharp glare but said nothing. Scott chuckled. Like I said before, whenever you're ready, just say the word, and I'll give you the bite. Victoria turned to her daughter, concern evident in her expression. Are you okay, Allison? Was the manticore hard to handle? Allison smiled confidently. No, he wasn't much of a challenge. Scott looked at Victoria and said, have you absorbed his powers yet? Victoria shook her head. No. Allison told me that those who get the bite first should get the chance to become alphas first. Scott waved her concern away. Don't worry about that. You've earned it. Go ahead. With Scott's encouragement, Victoria didn't hesitate. She knelt beside the alpha and plunged her claws into his chest. As she absorbed his powers, her orange eyes turned crimson red. She stood up, exuding new strength, and looked at Chris. Put him out of his misery. Without a word, Chris drew his gun and shot Pedro in the head, ending his life. Scott stepped forward and used his fire ability to burn Pedro's body to ash. Allison turned to her mother, excitement in her voice. Can you shift into a full tiger now, Mom? Victoria nodded. Let's see. She closed her eyes and focused. Slowly, orange fur with black stripes grew across her body, her muscles expanded, and her stature grew taller. Her head shifted into a tiger-like shape, and a long tiger tail swayed behind her. Allison's eyes widened. Wow, Mom, you look amazing. How does it feel? Victoria's voice deepened with her transformation. I feel strong, very strong. Scott smiled, sensing his own strength increase. Every time one of his pack members grew stronger, he felt the bond amplify his power. Let's go check on the others, he said. Just then, they heard Lydia's banshee scream echoing through the forest. The group moved quickly in her direction and arrived to find Lydia flying with her massive black wings, battling a huge bat-like creature. They stayed back, watching the fight unfold. Lydia dodged a vicious swipe from the Vetala, Anika, and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the creature crashing to the ground. Anika coughed up blood but quickly got back up, placing her hand on the ground. Moments later, 5 ghouls emerged from the earth, snarling as they rushed toward Erica. Lydia landed next to Erica, who was gripping a sword she'd brought from Scott's house. Lydia, Erica said, her golden eyes glowing. Leave those nasty things to me. You focus on the bat. Lydia nodded. Be careful. With that, she flew past the charging ghouls, diving straight for the Vetala. Erica smirked, rushing toward the ghouls with her sword raised. She quickly discovered that cutting off their heads was the only way to defeat them, as stabbing or slicing their limbs resulted in rapid regeneration. Adjusting her tactics, she began beheading them one by one until all 5 turned to ash. Anika watched in growing panic as Erica dispatched her ghouls with ease. Fighting Lydia was proving equally challenging, and she realized she couldn't win. Deciding to flee, she turned and soared into the air. But Lydia was faster. She slashed Anika's back with her talons, leaving a deep wound. Anika managed to fly a short distance before her body went limp, and she plummeted to the ground. Lydia landed gracefully beside her fallen opponent and stared down at her. Anika, struggling to breathe, looked up in terror. What did you do to me?" Lydia raised her talons, revealing a translucent liquid coating them. "Nothing much," she said with a smirk. "I just slashed you." Anika's eyes widened. "Your claws, they're poisonous." Lydia nodded. "That's right. But, you won't get any rewards." Erica approached Lydia. "Go ahead, Lydia. Absorb her powers." Lydia knelt down beside Anika, and plunged her talons into Anika's chest, absorbing her powers. As the process finished, Lydia's golden eyes turned crimson red. She withdrew her talons and stood tall, a newfound strength coursing through her. After the fight ended, Scott and the others approached Lydia and Erica. Once Scott ensured Anika was dead and burned her body to ash, he turned to Lydia. "Can you shift into an animal form now?" Scott asked. Lydia nodded. "I think so." She focused, and her transformation began. First, her legs shifted into bird-like limbs, black and sleek, with long, sharp talons. "You look like a harpy," Erica commented, intrigued. Lydia smirked. "I think I can go further." Black feathers spread over her body as her head morphed into that of a crow. She attempted to speak but let out a loud caw instead. After a few tries, her voice returned. "How do I look?" she asked. "You look like a humanoid crow," Allison said, impressed. "It's similar to our full werewolf forms." Lydia nodded thoughtfully. She focused again, this time fully transforming into a massive crow standing nearly 1.6 meters tall with enormous wings. "How about now?" Lydia asked, her voice raspy but clear. "You look like a giant crow," Erica said. Lydia said, "Well, I guess this is it. By the way, I think I can summon those ghouls now, but honestly, I don't want to." Scott raised an eyebrow. "I don't want to smell them again either, but you need to test it. How many can you summon? How much energy does it take? And hey, maybe your ghouls won't stink as badly." Lydia rolled her glowing eyes. "Alright, let's find out." She stomped her clawed foot on the ground. A moment later, 10 ghouls emerged, standing silently and awaiting orders. Scott and the others immediately stepped back, covering their noses. "Nope." Scott groaned. "They still stink." He turned to Lydia. "Is 10 your limit? How much energy did summoning them take?" "Yes, I can only summon 10 at a time," Lydia replied. "It didn't drain me much, but I feel like I need a cooldown period before summoning them again. Also, can you try killing one? I want to see if it affects me." Scott approached one of the ghouls and decapitated it with the katana in his hand. "Did you feel anything?" Lydia shook her head. "Nothing." Scott then stabbed his claws into another ghoul's chest, attempting to absorb its power. He frowned. "I can't absorb anything from them," Lydia said. "I'll only use them if I have to. For now, I need to get back to the cars and put on some clothes." Lydia spread her massive wings and flew toward the vehicles. Scott turned to the others. "Alright, let's check on the rest of the pack." To be continued. 89, Chapter 89, The End of Battle and Allison's Tears. Scott and his group arrived to find Boyd and Isaac locked in combat with a 2.5-meter-tall werbear. They stayed back, allowing Boyd and Isaac to handle the fight themselves. The battle didn't last long. The alpha werbear was strong, but Boyd and Isaac weren't weak. While one attacked from the front, the other struck from behind, coordinating their movements. Little by little, the werbear began to lose strength, his healing ability faltering as his body became riddled with wounds inflicted by their claws. Finally, the werbear fell to his knees, and Boyd seized the opportunity to secure their victory. With a powerful punch to the face, Boyd knocked the werbear to the ground. The werbear struggled to rise, but Boyd straddled him and unleashed a flurry of punches until he stopped moving. Isaac stepped in, grabbing the werbear's arms to pin him down. "Go ahead, Boyd. Absorb his powers," Isaac said. Boyd nodded, driving his claws into the werbear's chest. The werbear's eyes widened in panic as he felt his strength being drained, but Isaac held him firmly, preventing any resistance. It wasn't long before the werbear shifted back into his human form, his strength entirely drained. Boyd stood, his eyes glowing red, and his body began to change. Dark gray fur spread across his skin as he transformed into his full werewolf form. Standing 2.4 meters tall with a muscular frame, a wolf-like head, and a tail, Boyd's presence radiated power. He glanced at the unconscious werbear before plunging his clawed hand into the man's chest, ending his life. Scott and the rest of the group approached. "Good job, you two," Scott said. "How do you feel, Boyd?" In a deep voice, Boyd replied. "I feel great. Too bad the werbear didn't have any special abilities." Scott smiled. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll face more enemies. You'll get an ability next time. Scott then burned the werbear's body and said, let's go check on Styles and Malia. The group soon arrived at another battleground, where Styles and Malia were fighting the Knuckleavi, Clyde. Lydia joined them after quickly dressing near the cars, and they all watched the scene unfold. Clyde, in his grotesque Knuckleavi form, a hideous horse-like creature with sharp teeth and a human torso fused to its back, was on the ground. Malia, in her coyote form, had her jaws locked around the horse's neck, shaking her head violently. Meanwhile, Styles, still carrying a backpack, was relentlessly kicking the human torso's head. Erica smirked. Those two look like bullies. Isaac chuckled. I kind of feel sorry for that horse guy. Unable to take any more, Clyde shifted back to his human form, lying naked and beaten on the ground. Malia growled, preparing to attack again, but Styles stopped her. Wait, Malia, let's try something. He said, placing his backpack on the ground. He pulled out a bottle of fresh water. Chris said fresh water is a Knuckleavi's weakness. I want to see what happens if I make him drink it. Styles approached Clyde, who began to struggle. No, you damn brat. Don't make me drink that. Clyde said. Styles grinned mischievously. Seeing you struggle like this makes me want to do it even more. After a few punches to Clyde's face, Styles pried open his mouth and forced the entire bottle of water down his throat. Styles stepped back, watching expectantly. Why isn't anything happening? He asked. A moment later, Clyde clutched his stomach, a gurgling sound emanating from within. Damn you, brat. He groaned. Then it happened, Clyde began projectile vomiting and suffering from explosive diarrhea. Styles gagged, waving his hand in front of his face. Ugh, it stinks. Malia whimpered and ran to Scott and the others. The group covered their noses, grimacing at the smell. That's disgusting, Styles. Scott said. Did you really have to do that? You'd already won. Sorry. I didn't think this would happen. Gross, it smells like rotten eggs. Styles replied, coughing. Everyone turned to leave. We're waiting for you near the cars. Erica called over her shoulder and left, leaving only Styles and Scott behind. After a moment, Clyde lost consciousness. Scott called out from a distance, hurry up, Styles. Absorb his powers so we can leave this place. Styles hesitated. What? Absorb his powers? Scott, I don't feel like touching that thing. Scott sighed. Fine, let's go, then. But I want to be an alpha. Styles protested. Scott glared at him and said. Who told you to make him drink the water? Now, cover your nose and absorb his powers, or believe it or not, I'll beat your ass so badly you won't be able to move, and I'll throw you next to him. Styles groaned loudly. Fine. Holding his breath, he walked over to Clyde, inserted his claws into his chest, and absorbed the Knuckleavi's powers. As soon as it was done, Styles sprinted back toward Scott, only for Scott to kick him away. Stay away from me. You stink. Scott said, waving his hand dramatically. And lose those shoes too. You stepped in shit. Styles stumbled to his feet, groaning. You didn't have to kick me. Scott snorted. That's the price of trying to be funny. Looking at Clyde's body, Styles asked. What are we going to do with him? We can't just leave him here. Scott smiled mischievously. Oh, that's easy. Let me show you my new ability. Scott stepped closer to Clyde's lifeless body, raised his hand, and released a burst of fire, incinerating the corpse until nothing but ash remained. Styles gawked. You have a fire ability? That's not fair. That disgusting horse guy had no special powers at all. Scott grinned. Maybe you inherited his explosive diarrhea ability. Styles glared at him. That's not an ability, that's a liability. Scott grinned mischievously. You'll be able to disgust your enemies to death. Stop scaring me. Styles exclaimed as he hurried to his backpack. He threw it at Scott and said, open a bottle and pour it into my mouth. My hands are filthy. Scott laughed. I was just messing with you, man. Just do it. And you better hope I didn't get his disgusting weakness, because if I did, you'll be the first I disgusted to death. Shaking his head, Scott opened a bottle of water and poured it into Styles' mouth. After a moment, Styles sighed in relief. Phew, nothing happened. I was scared to death. Scott chuckled. Let's get out of here. This place stinks. Wait. Styles said. Before we head to the cars, I need to clean myself. Let's find a stream. They soon found a stream, and Styles said. Let me shift into my full werewolf form first. Styles began to shift, brown fur sprouting all over his body. His muscles grew, and his frame became taller, ripping through his clothes. His eyes glowed red as his transformation completed. Now standing at 2.3 meters tall, Styles was a massive, brown werewolf with a wolf-like head and a tail. Cool. Styles said in a deep, gruff voice. I feel so strong. He cleaned himself in the stream, then grabbed his phone and keys from his ruined clothes. Turning to Scott, he said. Burn those for me, will you? Scott nodded, burning the clothes and shoes before they walked back to the cars. When they arrived, Malia was the first to speak. She glared at Styles, who was still in his werewolf form. Dork, I'm going to kill you for what you made me smell. Styles raised his clawed hands defensively. I'm really sorry about that. I thought he'd lose his strength or something. Malia snorted. I'll deal with you later. What can I do to make it up to you? Styles asked nervously. Malia thought for a moment before replying. Let me drive your car. Styles immediately shook his head. No, 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 just go ahead and kill me. Scott ignored their banter and approached Allison and her parents, who were standing near the bodies of Gerard and Kate. Scott felt no remorse for Kate and Gerard's death, but he glanced at Chris and asked, Are you going to bury them? Chris shook his head. No, just use your fire and burn their bodies. Are you sure? Scott asked. Chris nodded. Yes. Scott ignited the fire in his hand, walked over to the bodies, and turned to Chris. Do you want to say anything before I do this? Chris shook his head. No. Scott looked at Allison, who silently shook her head as well. With that, Scott burned the bodies, reducing them to ash. Then, Scott said, Let's go back home. Everyone got into their cars and drove to Scott's house. Once they arrived, they all gathered in the living room, discussing their battles and the events of the day. However, Allison eventually stood up and said, I'm tired. I need to rest. She headed upstairs to Scott's room. Noticing her sadness, Scott followed her, and he hugged her and said softly, It's okay, Allison. You can cry if you want. At his words, Allison broke down, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Downstairs, her cries reached the others, and concern spread among the group, especially Chris. After a while, Allison's tears subsided. She pulled away from Scott and, in an unexpected move, shoved him hard against the wall. Scott looked at her in confusion, but before he could speak, Allison stepped closer, wrapped her arms around him, and kissed him passionately. I want to feel something else. She whispered. Scott hesitated. Your parents are downstairs. I don't care. Allison replied. She pushed him against the wall again, and their intense emotions quickly escalated into a passionate lovemaking session. Meanwhile, downstairs, the pack couldn't help but overhear the commotion. Melissa and Victoria exchanged awkward coughs. Erica broke the silence, standing up abruptly. I think I should head home. Isaac stood as well. I'll make sure she gets home safely. Boyd stood up too. I'm leaving. Grabbing Styles, who had a perverted grin on his face, Boyd added. And you should go home too, Styles. Lydia stood and stretched. Good night, everyone. She left without another word. After the room cleared out, only Chris, Malia, Victoria, and Melissa remained. Chris, hearing loud banging from upstairs, furrowed his brow. What's going on up there? Are Scott and Allison fighting? Malia smirked. No, they're having sex. Chris shot to his feet, his face a mix of fury and panic. What? Damn it, Scott. I'm going to kill you. Before he could storm upstairs, Victoria calmly intercepted him. She hoisted him over her shoulder like he weighed nothing. Let's go home, Chris. She said firmly. Chris flailed helplessly. No, not my little girl. Let go of me, Victoria. Ignoring his protests, Victoria turned to Malia. Come on, Malia. Let's go. Malia shrugged, standing up and following them out. After they left, Melissa sighed heavily, shaking her head. I think I'll spend the night at a hotel. With that, she grabbed her keys, left the house, and drove off in search of some peace and quiet. To be continued. 90, Chapter 90, A New Home. Scott woke up to find his room in chaos, clothes scattered everywhere, furniture out of place, but his attention was drawn to Allison peacefully sleeping on his chest. A soft smile formed on his lips as he decided to stay still, not wanting to wake her. He thought to himself. Last night was wild. Moments later, Allison stirred and opened her eyes. Good morning. Scott said with a gentle smile. Good morning. She replied, her voice still groggy. Scott tilted his head slightly. How are you feeling? Are you still sad about, you know? Allison smiled faintly. No, I'm okay now. She wasn't the Kate I loved anymore. She'd become a monster. I should have realized that sooner. Let's not talk about her anymore. Scott smirked mischievously. Alright, then should we talk about how wild you were yesterday? I didn't know you had that side in you. Allison's cheeks flushed red as she glared at him. We are never talking about that again. What? But I liked wild Allison. Scott teased. I think I'd like to see her more often. Her blush deepened as she tried to look away. Nope, you'll never see her again. Scott laughed, flipping Allison onto her back and pinning her down as he started tickling her. She burst into laughter, trying to squirm away. Stop, ha 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 ha, please, stop. Not until you promise I'll see wild Allison from time to time. He said with a playful grin. Fine, just stop. Allison gasped between laughs. Scott stopped and gazed at her, her cheeks flushed and her hair a mess. He gently fixed her hair and said, I love you, Allison. Her smile softened as she replied, I love you too. Their lips met in a tender kiss, and one thing led to another as they shared another passionate morning. After a quick shower and tidying up Scott's room, they headed downstairs for breakfast. As they ate, Allison looked around and asked, So, we're the only ones in the house. Do you think they heard us last night? Scott raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Allison's face turned pale. This is bad. I don't care about the others, but what if my dad hurt us too? Scott chuckled. Now you're worried. Why didn't you think about that yesterday? Shut up. She retorted, glaring at him. Just tell me how I'm supposed to face him now. Easy. Act like nothing happened. Scott said with a shrug. Besides, he won't say anything to you. He'll probably just take his anger out on me. Now, let's go, we're going to be late for school. During lunch at the cafeteria, Melissa reached out to Scott telepathically. Scott, I found a ranch that I think is perfect. Where is it, and how big? Scott replied. It's near the Beacon Hills Preserve, covering about 1,500 acres. Melissa said. How much does it cost? It's a bit pricey, $12 million. But it's worth it. You should come and see it before someone else buys it. Alright, I'll come check it out. Scott agreed. Turning to Allison, he said. Mom found a ranch she thinks is perfect. Want to come check it out with me? Sure. Allison said, nodding. Styles, sitting nearby, chimed in. What about me, buddy? I want to come too. Scott grinned. Tomorrow's a school-free day. You and the rest of the pack can come check it out if we decide to buy it. After saying their goodbyes, Scott and Allison left to meet Melissa. When they arrived at the ranch, they found Melissa and another woman waiting for them at the gate. Getting out of the car, Scott and Allison walked over. Melissa smiled. Hey, lovebirds. Did you have fun last night? Allison's face turned scarlet as she hid behind Scott, while he remained unfazed. He kissed Melissa on the cheek before turning to the other woman. Is this the owner? Melissa shook her head. No, this is Rebecca, the real estate agent. Scott and Allison greeted Rebecca, who smiled warmly. Let me show you around. She said, leading them to her car. The first stop was an open field with cattle grazing. What's with the cattle? Scott asked. Rebecca replied. The owners want to sell the herd along with the ranch. How many are there? It's a herd of 140 Angus cattle. Rebecca explained. This is primarily a beef ranch. There's also a smaller flock of sheep, about 60, but they were only added recently. As they drove further, a grand mansion came into view. Rebecca gestured toward it. That's the main house, 8,000 square feet, 2 stories, 10 bedrooms, and 7 bathrooms. It's fully equipped for comfort and luxury. Scott and Allison exchanged a look of curiosity and excitement as they followed Rebecca into the mansion. After exploring Scott and Allison nodded in satisfaction. Rebecca smiled. Now, let me show you the lake house. Scott raised an eyebrow. There's a lake here. Rebecca nodded. It's an artificial lake, about 5 acres in size. Scott smirked. So, a pond. Rebecca laughed. Technically, yes. But it's deep, stocked with fish, and has its own charm. Trust me, you'll love it. She drove them to the lake, where the serene water reflected the sky like a mirror. Nestled near the shore was a charming 3,000 square foot lake house with large windows and a wraparound porch. Scott and Allison explored the property, taking in the peaceful surroundings. This is perfect. Allison said. Rebecca added. The ranch is fully operational. It's equipped for cattle ranching and includes all the necessary equipment. It's not just a home, it's a business. Originally priced at $16 million, the owners are now asking for $12 million. Scott frowned slightly. That's a big drop. Did they tell you why they're selling? Rebecca hesitated, then sighed. Yes. 2 days ago, the owner, his wife, and his brother called me here and asked me to sell the ranch for $15 million. They told me there's been a creature stealing their cattle. When they tried to ambush it and kill it, they discovered it was a massive dog, or wolf-like creature with no fur and glowing eyes. They said their rifles couldn't penetrate its skin. They believe it's a chupacabra and insisted I inform any potential buyers about it because they didn't want to have a guilty conscience. Allison raised an eyebrow. A chupacabra. Rebecca nodded. That's what they called it. This morning, they called me and asked to meet downtown. When I saw them, they looked terrified and asked me to lower the price to $12 million and sell the ranch quickly. They told me they heard terrifying roars and sounds of a beast fighting in the woods last night. Scott, Allison, and Melissa exchanged knowing looks, realizing the ranch owners had likely overheard their battle with the Cerberus pack the night before. Scott cleared his throat. We'll buy the ranch. Rebecca smiled. Great. Let's go meet the owners, they're in town waiting for us. The purchase went smoothly, with Melissa's name added to the deed as the official owner. The previous owners, visibly relieved, quickly packed their belongings and left Beacon Hills. Back at home, the three sat in the living room. Scott chuckled. You know, if I'd shown up in my werewolf form and scared them a little more, we might have gotten the ranch for less. Melissa shot him a stern look. No, Scott. They seemed like good people, and $12 million for that ranch is already a bargain. Scott nodded. You're right. By the way, Mom, what are you planning to do with the cattle and sheep herds? Melissa smiled. Since I quit my job as a nurse, I don't have much to do except learning from Deaton occasionally. I'm going to keep the cattle and see if I can become a successful beef rancher. It's a good business, and, more importantly, I love it. Scott returned her smile. I love animals too. Let's make it a family business and give it our best shot. Allison grinned. Count me in. But we should probably deal with that chupacabra or whatever it is first. Scott nodded. We'll move there tomorrow, and then we'll handle it. Melissa stood up. Alright, let's start packing. Scott paused. What are you going to do with this house, Mom? Melissa thought for a moment. Maybe sell it, unless you want to keep it. Scott shook his head. No, just sell it. The next day, with the pack's help, Scott and Melissa moved into their new home. To celebrate, Scott butchered a bull, and they hosted a barbecue. Chris and Victoria joined the gathering. While everyone was in good spirits, Chris couldn't stop glaring at Scott. Sensing the tension, Scott walked over with a grin. What do you think, Uncle Chris? This ranch is a great place to raise kids, don't you think? You and Victoria could build a house here and move in to help us raise your future grandchildren. Chris's jaw tightened. That's it. I'm going to kill you, you little punk. Scott laughed and bolted toward Allison, shouting. Allison, help. Your dad wants to kill me. The pack erupted into laughter as Chris gave chase, muttering threats under his breath. 91, Chapter 91, Styles' Confession. 91, Chapter 91, Styles' Confession. The night after they moved to the ranch, the pack gathered in the living room of the new house, and Melissa said, Scott and I have decided to make this beef ranch a successful business. She announced. Isaac smiled. Since I'm part of this family, I'll help too. Boyd nodded in agreement. I'll quit my part-time job and pitch in here as well. Scott grinned. Good to hear. But first, we need to deal with the chupacabra or whatever that thing is. Lydia raised an eyebrow. What chupacabra? Melissa explained. The previous owners said there's a huge, wolf-like beast with no fur that's been killing their cattle. That's why they sold the ranch. Scott looked around. So, who's going to deal with it? Styles pointed at him. Aren't you coming? Scott shook his head. No, it's probably just a weak monster, like that boar or those creatures we ran into in the woods before. Styles smirked. Then, leave it to me, I'll take care of it. I'll go too. Malia chimed in. Scott nodded. Okay, but be careful. If it's too much to handle, call for backup. With that, Malia and Styles headed into the woods, tracking the chupacabra. It didn't take long before they caught its scent. Malia's nose wrinkled. Oh, I know this smell. It belongs to a scary coyote. Styles frowned. You've seen it before. Malia nodded. Yes. Once, I was eating a deer I hunted, and that thing showed up. It was big. How big? Styles asked. Malia thought for a moment. Almost as big as Allison's wolf form, but it had no fur. Its body was skinny, and its eyes were white. Styles tilted his head. It didn't attack you. It did. Malia replied. But I was faster. I ran away. Since then, whenever I smell it, I keep my distance, not because I'm scared, but because I thought it was sick and didn't want to catch whatever it had. As they talked, they spotted the chupacabra lying near a cave. Malia's eyes glowed golden. Styles, let me handle this. That thing bullied me before, and now it's time for revenge. Styles shrugged. Okay. Malia stepped forward, glaring at the beast. Do you remember me? She growled. Then, to Styles' shock, she began stripping off her clothes. What are you doing? Styles stammered. Malia glanced at him. I want to fight it in my coyote form, and I don't want to ruin my clothes when I shift. Styles turned away, blushing. Malia, you can't just get naked in front of people. She smirked. Oh, do you like what you see? No. Styles protested, his face redder than ever. Malia raised an eyebrow. So, you think I'm ugly? That's not what I meant. Styles blurted. Malia walked over, unabashedly confident. What did you mean, then? Styles stammered. I mean, you're beautiful, but I didn't see anything. Malia chuckled. Styles, I lived naked in the woods for years. You can look if you want, I don't care. Styles locked eyes with her. But I care. You can't just get naked in front of people. Malia tilted her head. Why are you so worked up? It's my body. I can do what I want. Why do you care, anyway? Taking a deep breath, Styles replied. Because I like you. I want to date you. But I don't want my girlfriend getting naked in front of other guys. Malia smiled mischievously and wrapped her arms around his neck. So, you want to date me, dork? Feeling her close, Styles blushed even more. Yes. Would you go out with me? She winked. I'll think about it. Turning back toward the chupacabra, she froze. Where did it go? Styles shrugged. I don't know, I was looking at you the whole time. Malia sniffed the air. I can still smell its scent. Grab my clothes and follow me. She shifted into her coyote form and darted into the woods, with Styles hurrying after her. After some time, they caught up with the creature. This time, Malia didn't hesitate. She lunged at it, her speed and strength overwhelming the chupacabra. Just as she was about to kill it, Styles called out. Wait, Malia. Absorb its power first. Malia paused. But it's weak. I know. Styles said. But it's better than nothing. Malia shifted back to her human form and plunged her claws into the chupacabra's body, absorbing its powers. Once she was done, she killed it swiftly. Turning to Styles, she caught him staring at her naked body. She smirked and said, Have you seen enough? Styles, momentarily dazed, replied absently. No, I could look at you all day, and it would never be enough. Even Malia, who was usually unbothered by nudity, felt her cheeks flush under his intense gaze. She rolled her eyes, smacked him lightly on the head, and said, "Give me my clothes, you pervert." Taking her clothes from him, she went behind a tree to get dressed. Snapping back to reality, Styles muttered, "Damn, I can't believe I just said that." When Malia returned fully dressed, she smirked and teased, "Let's go back, you perverted dork." Scratching the back of his head, Styles asked, "So, do you want to go on a date with me?" Malia smiled and replied, "Okay." Styles fist pumped the air and shouted, "Yes, finally, I'm going to have a girlfriend." Malia rolled her eyes, "Keep shouting like that, and I might change my mind." "You can't take it back, you already said yes." Styles grinned, running to her, scooping her up onto his shoulder. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Malia protested. "Where are you taking me?" "I'm taking you on a date, right now," Styles announced. "You like deer, right? Let's go deer hunting." Malia smirked. "I like the way you think." Styles added, "But we're not eating it raw. We'll take it back to the ranch and cook it properly." "Relax," Malia said with a smile. "I might love deer, but raw isn't my style anymore." When they returned to the ranch, Styles was carrying a large stag over his shoulder. They found Scott and the pack sitting around a bonfire. Scott raised an eyebrow. "Styles, did you two handle the chupacabra, and what's with the deer?" Styles grinned. "Yep. Malia took care of the chupacabra, it was a huge, hairless coyote. As for the deer, I took Malia on a date, and we hunted it." Scott blinked. "A date?" Styles' grin widened. "Yep. I asked her out, and she said yes." Suddenly, Styles froze. "Wait, why do I feel like I'm in danger?" Scott chuckled and pointed toward Chris. "Well, you did just kidnap his adopted daughter, so he'll probably come after you with a crossbow or something when he's got nothing better to do." Chris stood up and approached Styles, smiling in a way that wasn't entirely reassuring. "Styles, how about you and I have a little chat?" Styles gulped. "I'd love to, but unfortunately, I have a deer to skin." Chris put a hand on Styles' shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll help you with that." Without waiting for a response, Chris guided a nervous Styles toward the meat processing area of the ranch. As he was being led away, Styles shot Scott a pleading look. "Help." Scott laughed and said, "You'll be fine, buddy." The rest of the pack burst into laughter as Styles disappeared with Chris. Not long after, Styles came rushing back, panic written all over his face. "Scott, my dad's been attacked. He's in the hospital." Melissa stood up immediately. "How is he? Is it bad?" Styles took a shaky breath. "The deputy who called me said he has a few broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, and he's in a coma." Melissa placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, Styles. He'll be okay." Scott stood. "Let's go to the hospital." The pack quickly left for the hospital, determined to uncover what had happened. To be continued. 92 Chapter 92 The Sheriff's Choice. 92 Chapter 92 The Sheriff's Choice. The pack arrived at Beacon Hills Memorial Hospital, their mood tense as a nurse led them toward Sheriff Stilinski's room. When they entered, they found Noah awake, sitting up slightly in bed with a look of mild annoyance at being confined. "Dad," Styles said, rushing to his side. "You're awake." Noah gave his son a weak smile. "I'm awake. Don't worry, son, I'm fine." Styles frowned, his worry evident. "You're not fine, Dad. You've got broken ribs and a dislocated shoulder, and you were in a coma." Noah saw the concern in his son's eyes and softened his tone. "I'm all right now, Styles. Sure, my ribs and shoulder hurt, but nothing that won't heal with a little time." Scott and the pack gathered around the bed, each offering their support. Once they were sure Noah was okay, Styles leaned forward, his usual humor replaced by determination. "What happened, Dad? What got you in here?" Noah's face darkened as he recounted the events. "We were investigating a murder case, me and Deputy Howards. The scene was strange. The bodies were covered in mud." He paused, taking a shaky breath. "We split up to cover more ground. That's when I saw it. A humanoid monster made of mud." "Mud?" Styles asked, frowning. "Yeah, mud or clay, or whatever you want to call it. No matter how much I shot at it, nothing happened. Then it hit me hard with a punch to my chest, and sent me flying into a wall. That's how I ended up with these broken ribs. But just before I passed out, I managed to get in one lucky shot to its head. The thing dissolved, turned back into mud. That's the last thing I remember before waking up here." Chris, who had been listening carefully, spoke up. "What you're describing sounds like a golem. They're humanoid creatures made from clay and are usually controlled by someone else. They're nearly indestructible unless you destroy their core. Once the core is gone, the golem crumbled into harmless mud. The core can be anywhere in its body, though. You were lucky it was in its head." Scott frowned. "So, you think someone was controlling the one that attacked Uncle Noah?" Chris nodded. "It's highly likely. Golems are like puppets, they don't act on their own." Scott turned back to Noah. "Where did this happen?" Noah gave them the address of an abandoned warehouse downtown. After making sure Noah was comfortable and ensuring Melissa, Victoria, and Chris would stay behind to protect him, Scott turned to his pack. Let's hunt the one controlling this thing. Arriving at the warehouse, the pack immediately picked up the intertwined scents of Noah, the deputy, and the golem. But there was another unfamiliar scent, leading away from the scene. They followed it through the city until it led them into the dense woods of the Beacon Hills Preserve. Their search ended at the entrance of a dark cave. Scott motioned for silence, and they moved cautiously inside. As they stepped further into the cave, the ground trembled. Without warning, the entrance collapsed behind them, trapping them in darkness. "Everyone okay?" Scott called out. After confirming no one was hurt, the pack used their combined strength to break through the debris, emerging into the open air. Waiting for them outside were 4 towering golems. Perched high on a tree branch above them sat a short figure, grinning wickedly. The creature, barely 3 feet tall, had a large nose and an unkempt beard that reached his waist. Scott narrowed his eyes. "Are you the one killing people in town with mud?" The small figure cackled and jumped down. "Yes. They laughed at my size, so I made sure they never laughed again." Styles stepped forward, anger burning in his eyes. "Did you attack the sheriff?" The short man snorted but said nothing. Allison tilted her head, her tone curious. "You wouldn't happen to be a gnome, would you?" The small figure smirked, puffing out his chest. "Yes, I am a gnome. Are you fascinated by how handsome I am? Do you want to be my wife?" Lydia smiled and said, "Scott, it looks like you have some competition." The pack burst into laughter. Even Scott chuckled, unable to even get angry as the gnome flirted with Allison. The gnome's face twisted in fury at their laughter. "You'll regret mocking me, you little shitheads." With a wave of his hand, the gnome commanded the golems to attack. But Boyd and Isaac were ready. Using their enhanced strength and speed, they located the cores of the golems and destroyed them one by one. The clay creatures crumbled into harmless mud at their feet. Styles stepped forward, his eyes glowing red. "This one's mine. He attacked my dad. So, I'll handle him myself." The pack nodded and stepped back, giving Styles room. Styles charged forward, and the gnome sneered, raising a wall of earth between them in an attempt to defend himself, but Styles' punch shattered it effortlessly. The small creature retaliated with sharp arrows of stone, but Styles dodged them with ease, his movements a blur of speed. "Damn it!" The gnome cursed, preparing another attack. "Too slow," Styles said, appearing in front of him in an instant. Before the gnome could react, Styles delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him flying into a tree. The gnome slumped unconscious at its base. Walking over to his defeated foe, Styles smirked. "Too weak. But I'll admit, your powers are kind of cool." Scott approached, thoughtful. "Do you want his abilities, Styles?" Styles paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Nah, I've got my sight set on fire or thunder. Someone else can take this one." Scott turned to the pack. "All right, Isaac, Erica, and Malia, it's your choice. His powers won't make you alphas, but you'll gain Earth-based abilities." Erica shrugged. "Earth powers are cool, but not really my thing." Malia shook her head. "I'll pass." Isaac thought for a moment before glancing at Boyd. "Earth isn't really my favorite element, but Boyd's been talking about it since the day we learned we could absorb abilities. Let him have it." Scott nodded. "In that case, Boyd, it's yours." Boyd grinned, stepping forward. "Thanks, guys." He knelt beside the unconscious gnome, extending his claws. As Boyd began absorbing the gnome's powers, the creature stirred briefly, struggling, but Boyd's strength was too much. When the process was complete, the gnome's body went limp. Scott ended the gnome's life with a decisive blow, then used his fire ability to burn the body to ash. Styles turned to Boyd. "So, can you do what he did? The golems, the earth magic tricks." Boyd said. "Let me try." After concentrating for a moment, he placed his hand on the ground. A small golem, barely a foot tall, emerged from the earth. Boyd's face lit up with a wide smile as he admired his new ability. "I need to practice more to create bigger golems that can actually fight," he said, clearly excited. Scott clapped him on the shoulder. "Good, let's head back." As they made their way through the woods, Styles walked beside Scott. "Hey, Scott. I think it's time to give my dad the bite. He almost died today." Scott nodded. "I think so too. Let's talk to him." Back at the hospital, they told Melissa and the others about the gnome. Then Styles turned to his father. "Dad, I think it's time you take the bite from Scott. I almost lost you today. I can't let that happen again." Noah frowned. "Are you sure, Styles? What if I lose control and hurt someone?" Scott stepped forward, his tone reassuring. "Uncle Noah, I promise you won't lose control. You'll be stronger, faster, and able to do your job better. It's your choice, but I think it's the right one." Noah sighed, his expression conflicted. Finally, he nodded. "All right, Scott, go ahead." Scott's eyes glowed red as he approached. He bit Noah, then stepped back. "You should probably discharge yourself from the hospital tonight. Your body will start changing soon, and by tomorrow, all your injuries will be healed." Styles added. "Yeah, Dad. We should go home before the doctors notice anything weird. Noah nodded, his expression calm. I see, let's do that. Scott turned to Styles. Take care of your dad. We'll head out now. Good night. Styles smiled faintly. Good night, guys. With that, Scott and the pack left the hospital, leaving Styles and Noah behind. To be continued. 93, Chapter 93, The Calm Before the Storm. Noah woke up in his room the next day feeling stronger than ever. His injuries were completely healed, and his body was filled with newfound energy. Before he could fully process the changes, he heard Styles sleep-talking. His son was slumped in a chair beside the bed, in an awkward position, mumbling nonsense and trying to kiss the empty air. Noah shook his head with a smile. Styles, wake up. You're going to be late for school. Styles jolted awake, flailing as he fell from the chair. He quickly scrambled to his feet. What? I wasn't doing anything. Wait, where am I? And where's Malia? Noah cleared his throat, amused. Styles finally noticed him and remembered that he was in his dad's room. After they got back from the hospital yesterday, he had wanted to make sure his dad was okay after getting the bite, so he stayed next to his bed. Dad, how are you feeling? Are your injuries healed? Noah stretched his arms and nodded. I feel great. My body is full of energy, my vision and hearing are sharper than ever, and all my injuries are completely gone. Styles grinned. That's good to hear. Just wait until your first full moon. And when you become an alpha, you'll be even stronger. Noah smirked. I'm looking forward to it. But for now, go get ready for school before you're late. Styles held up a finger. Wait, before that, show me your claws. With some guidance, Noah tried to extend his claws. After a few attempts, he succeeded. Styles examined them, noticing they were long, curved, and unlike anything he had seen before. These aren't wolf claws. They don't look like Lydia's or Victoria's either. Noah inspected them and nodded. These are bear claws, son. Styles' eyes widened. Wait, does that mean you're a werbear? I wasn't expecting that, but honestly, that's kinda awesome. A month later, Scott and the pack witnessed Noah's first full moon. He shifted into a massive brown bear, the size of a polar bear. Time passed quickly. Scott and his pack didn't encounter any new supernatural threats, and before they knew it, sophomore year had come to an end. During the first month of summer break, the pack helped Scott and Melissa manage the ranch. Eventually, Malia, Allison, and her parents left for France to spend their vacation there. Scott gave Melissa and Lydia some money for a month-long vacation, and when they returned, he did the same for Isaac, Erica, and Boyd. Meanwhile, Scott and Styles traveled to France, where they met up with Allison and Malia. The four of them spent 3 weeks exploring Europe before returning to Beacon Hills. Now, Scott, Melissa, and Allison were at the ranch. Melissa sighed. Well, after working so hard on this ranch since we bought it, I think it's safe to say this business isn't worth it. We only made $60,000 in 6 months, and for all that effort, I don't think it's worth continuing. Scott chuckled. It was a good adventure, though. So, what are you going to do now? Melissa leaned against the fence, thinking. Don't get me wrong, I love having the animals around. But as a business, it's not sustainable. I'll keep a few cows and sheep for milk and meat, but I'm selling the rest. Scott nodded. As long as you're happy. As for making money, I think we should invest in real estate and stocks instead. Melissa raised an eyebrow. Just be careful and don't lose everything on bad deals. Scott smirked. Don't worry, Mom. I'm not stupid. By the way, did anything happen while I was in Europe? Melissa's expression grew serious. I heard from Deaton that Derek has been looking for you. And Noah told me the animals in Beacon Hills are acting strangely. Lydia and I went with Deaton to the woods and found a lot of dead animals. Deaton believes they killed themselves intentionally. Allison frowned. How can he be so sure they killed themselves? Melissa sighed. That part was easy. We found 12 deer dead after jumping off a cliff. Noah also heard from a farmer that his entire herd of pigs went insane one night and started killing each other. And one evening, Lydia and I were sitting on the porch of the lake house when we felt someone watching us from the woods. But when we turned our heads, whoever it was disappeared before we could see them. Before we could investigate, the animals on the ranch suddenly started screaming and going wild. Luckily, I roared at them, and they stopped. Though they were scared of me for a few days afterward. Allison asked. But why would animals kill themselves? Melissa shrugged. I don't know. Deaton said that sometimes animals kill themselves when they're scared or stressed. And he mentioned that some species of social insects will commit suicide as an act of altruism. These insects sacrifice themselves if the colony is in danger, to alert others. Deaton thinks the behavior we're seeing in the animals might be nature's way of warning us about something. Scott looked thoughtful. And what do you think, Mom? Melissa said. I think they're terrified. That night when the animals at the ranch went crazy, all I could feel from them was pure terror. And whoever was watching me and Lydia that night, it was evil. Allison frowned. Why do you say that? Melissa explained. When Lydia and I realized someone was watching us, we felt disgust, followed by an overwhelming urge to kill. It was just like with Cassandra. Did you feel any danger? Scott asked. Melissa shook her head. No, Scott thought to himself. It must be Jennifer and the Alpha Pack that's come to Beacon Hills. He said aloud. I'll tell the pack. We should take care of this before things escalate. Allison asked. Isn't there something in the supernatural books about animals killing themselves? Melissa nodded. There is, but all it says is that fear is the most likely cause. Scott said. Don't worry about it for now. We'll find whoever is responsible soon enough and deal with them. Right now, I'm going to see what Derek wants. Allison said. I'm coming with you. As they drove to Derek's loft, Allison sighed. Looks like we're dealing with another crazy monster again. Scott smiled. Don't act like you didn't miss fighting supernatural creatures. She smiled back. I won't lie, I missed it, but not the part where innocent people die. Scott nodded. I hate that part too, but this is our world now, and we'll save as many people as we can. Allison agreed. Yes. When they arrived at Derek's loft, Derek let them in, and they found Peter there as well. Scott sat down with Allison and asked. My mom said you were looking for me. Derek nodded. Yeah, I need your help. With what? Derek explained. Josh and Jackson have been missing for 2 months now. I was hoping you could help me find them. What about the girl from your pack? Scott asked. Where's she? She left Beacon Hills with her parents. Derek replied. Allison frowned. How do you know Josh and Jackson are missing and didn't just leave town? Derek sighed. They disappeared without telling anyone, not even their parents. Their families have been searching for them for 2 months, but no one's heard from them or seen them. Scott already knew the Alpha Pack had kidnapped them but didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, do you have any clues? Peter, who had been silent until now, spoke up. We think a new pack in town kidnapped them. Scott pretended to be surprised. A new pack? Derek nodded. Yes, a pack of alphas. Their leader is Delenia. Scott raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean the demon wolf? Wasn't he friends with your mother? Why would he attack your pack? Derek said bitterly. I'm guessing he wants me to join his pack. I see. Scott said. Then he smirked. Do you know how many are in his pack? Derek hesitated, confused by Scott's reaction. Aside from Delenia, I know of 2 others, Ennis and Callie. I don't know if he has more. Allison looked at Scott and said. Only 3, but we need 4 alphas. Scott chuckled. I bet they have more than just 3. Allison asked eagerly. Should we hunt them tonight? Scott shook his head. No. First, we'll catch one of them, read their memories, and help Derek find his lost puppies. Then, we'll deal with Delenia and his pack, maybe have a little fun with them first. Peter interjected. You're underestimating Delenia and his pack too much. Scott's eyes flashed crimson as he turned to Peter. Do you think he can beat me, Peter? Peter paled, realizing his mistake. No, of course not, Scott. I just meant you should be careful. He's strong, that's all. Scott ignored him and turned back to Derek. Do you know where they are? Derek shook his head. No, I haven't seen them yet, but I found their symbol on my door, here and at the old house in the woods. Scott stood up and said. Well, when you find one of them, let me know. For now, we need to go, school starts tomorrow, and we still haven't bought our supplies. Allison stood up with a smile and said. I forgot about that. Oh, and can we shop for some clothes too, please? Scott sighed and said. How about you call Lydia and the rest of the girls to go shopping with you? I'll pay, just spare me, please. Allison pouted. No, I want to go with you alone. It's much more fun when we're together. Scott groaned. But you never like anything, and you try on everything in the store only to end up choosing the first thing you tried. Allison crossed her arms and sulked. Fine, if you don't want to go, I'll just shop with the girls another time. Scott saw her expression and realized she was upset. With a sigh, he gave in. Alright, we'll go shopping. Just promise me you'll be quick. Allison's face lit up as she hugged his arm. Thank you, and since you agreed, I'll let you pick an outfit for me. I'll wear it tonight, and maybe Wild Allison can make an appearance again. Peter coughed in the background, and Allison blushed before quickly running to the door. Scott glared at Peter, who was smirking. You should get that cough checked out, Peter. It might be deadly. With that, Scott followed Allison out of the loft. Derek looked at Peter and said, Did you really have to ruin their moment? Are you trying to get yourself beaten up? Peter panicked. Damn it. I always forget he's a monster. To be continued. 94, Chapter 94, The First Day Back to School. Scott woke up and glanced at Allison, who was still sleeping beside him. Smirking, he gently used her hair to tickle her face and whispered, Wake up, sleepyhead. We're going to be late for our first day back to school. Allison groaned, covering her face with the blanket. Just a little longer. She mumbled. Scott chuckled. Didn't you say you needed to pick up Malia from your house? Allison peeked out from under the blanket. Nope. Styles said he'd pick her up. Scott sighed, getting out of bed. Alright, I'll call you after I make breakfast. He headed to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and then made breakfast. Just as he finished, Allison walked into the kitchen, joining him, Isaac, Melissa, and Erica, who had spent the night with Isaac. Melissa sipped her coffee and asked, Scott, why was Derek looking for you? Scott leaned against the counter. His 2 betas were kidnapped by a new pack in town. Allison said. And guess what? They're all alphas. Erica blinked in surprise. Another pack of alphas. Scott grinned. Exactly. Which means you, Isaac, Malia, and Uncle Noah finally have the opportunity to become alphas yourselves. Isaac smirked. Great. When do we hunt them? Scott shook his head. There's no rush. If we take them down, we need to do it all at once and make sure none of them escape. But what really concerns me is whatever's making the animals go crazy. Erica frowned. Lydia told me her dog attacked her yesterday. She thought it was weird since her dog has never been aggressive before. Scott exhaled. I just hope whatever it is doesn't kill too many people before we can stop it. After finishing breakfast, the 4 of them drove to school. Arriving at school, the 4 of them met up with the rest of the pack in the hallways. After greeting each other, Allison walked over to Lydia. What's up? Lydia smirked. Just checking out the new freshman. Allison chuckled. Are you looking for a boyfriend? Lydia scoffed. Not really, no, just looking. Meanwhile, Scott turned to Malia. So, how does school feel so far? Styles, standing beside her, frantically shook his head, silently begging Scott not to ask. Malia groaned. It feels like I'm in prison, and they're going to torture me by making me red. How do you think I feel, Scott? Scott scratched his head awkwardly and quickly turned to Boyd. Boyd, say something. Caught off guard, Boyd shrugged. School's not that bad. Malia narrowed her eyes and let out a low growl. Boyd immediately shut his mouth. Allison sighed. Malia, remember, no growling at school. And if you really don't want to be here, you can always go home and let Mom homeschool you. Malia visibly shivered. No, no, no. She's way too mean. I actually like school. The group burst into laughter. As they laughed, Lydia suddenly stopped and glanced down the hallway. 2 identical boys were walking toward them. She tilted her head. Wow, twins. But I don't like the way they make me feel. They're not evil, but they're definitely not good people either. Scott followed her gaze and smirked. Oh, they're both alphas. I think they're part of the pack Derek warned us about. Boyd crossed his arms. They look arrogant. Should I teach them a lesson? Scott shook his head. Not now. Let's just get to class. Scott and his pack entered the classroom and took their seats. Moments later, everyone's phones buzzed simultaneously with a new message. Soon, their new English teacher walked in. She placed her books on the desk and began reading aloud the text she had just sent to the students. The offing was barred by a black bank of clouds, and the tranquil waterway leading to the uttermost ends of the earth flowed somber under an overcast sky. She paused, sensing something was off. Looking up, she found Scott and his pack staring at her with unsettling smiles, and Malia's eyes even glowed. Scott smirked and smoothly finished the passage for her. Seemed to lead into the heart of an immense darkness. Jennifer coughed awkwardly. Then, thank you, McCall. Scott leaned back in his chair, still smirking. You're welcome, teacher. Jennifer's heart pounded. She swallowed hard, her eyes darting between Scott and his pack. Damn it. I need to get out of here. I can feel it, these monsters want to kill me. But how do they know what I am? After that, she began teaching but kept a close eye on Scott and his pack, especially Malia and Styles. Malia was watching her like a predator stalking prey, while Styles gave her one of his signature creepy smiles. Not long after, a crow smacked into the closed classroom window, leaving behind a smear of blood and feathers. Jennifer turned from the blackboard, where she had been assigning homework, and walked to the window. Her eyes widened as she spotted a massive flock of crows rapidly approaching the school. A thought flashed through her mind. This is my chance to escape. Then, the crows began striking the windows with relentless force, their bodies slamming into the glass until a few shattered. Chaos erupted in the classroom, and students screamed and ducked for cover. Amidst the panic, Jennifer seized the opportunity and bolted from the classroom. At that moment, Lydia snapped back to her senses and quickly used her ability to control the crows, mentally commanding them to disperse. As the birds retreated, she spoke to the pack telepathically. They were here because of the teacher. It's like she's something unnatural, that's what I felt from them. Scott scanned the room and sent a telepathic message to his pack. She escaped. We need to find her. Isaac, Styles, and Boyd, come with me. Girls, take care of the students. With that, Scott and the boys rushed out in pursuit of Jennifer. But despite their efforts, they returned empty-handed. The girls immediately approached, and Allison asked, "Did you find her?" Scott shook his head. "No, she knows how to cover her tracks. Even her scent is completely gone." Lydia frowned. "What is she, anyway?" "I don't know." Scott exhaled sharply. "But you all felt it when she walked into the classroom, right? She doesn't feel right." Before they could speculate further, Chris and Sheriff Stilinski arrived. Scott quickly filled them in about the teacher. "Her name is Jennifer Blake. I'll put out a bolo for her," Sheriff Stilinski said. After the bird incident, the principal dismissed Scott's class for the rest of the day, instructing them to go home. As Scott and his pack exited the school, a woman came running toward them, looking frantic. "Which one of you is Scott McCall?" she demanded. Scott stepped forward. "That would be me. What do you want?" "I came to warn you about Decalion." The woman said, catching her breath. He's here for you. Scott asked. What does he want from me? He wants to get rid of you. She replied. He's afraid of what you are, a true alpha. She hesitated before adding. Yesterday, I managed to save one of Derek's betas, Jackson. But there's still 2 others being held captive there, you can tell Derek. Before Scott could respond, the woman's eyes darted past him. She stiffened. They're here. She whispered. Scott followed her gaze and saw the twin brothers approaching. And before she could bolt, he grabbed her wrist gently but firmly. Where are you going in such a hurry? He asked. You still haven't told me your name or where you found Jackson. The woman said. I need to go. They'll kill me if they catch me. Scott smirked. Don't worry about them. With us here, they won't dare lay a hand on you. Because if they try, they'll lose their lives. Hearing this, one of the twins, Aiden, growled and took a threatening step forward, but his brother, Ethan, held him back. Aiden, stop. Ethan said. Remember what Decalion told us. Let's go. Reluctantly, Aiden backed down, and the twins turned away, disappearing into the crowd. Scott released the woman's wrist and asked again. Your name? She hesitated before answering. Brayden. Allison narrowed her eyes. You're not supernatural. Are you a hunter? Brayden shook her head. No, I'm a mercenary. Styles raised an eyebrow. A mercenary? Then who hired you to save Jackson? Brayden's lips pressed into a thin line. I can't tell you that. Scott sighed. Fair enough. Let's get out of here first. We'll meet up with Derek. And by the way, you can stick with us for a while. You'll be safer that way. Brayden considered his words, then nodded. Okay. I have nowhere else to go anyway, and the sheriff confiscated all my weapons. Styles grinned. Let's see if you're actually a good person first. Then, maybe I'll ask him to give your stuff back. Malia scoffed. And how exactly would you know if she's a good person, dork? Brayden smiled charmingly at Styles. I am a good person, little dork. Malia's eyes flashed, and she growled at Brayden. Don't call him that. He's my little dork. And don't smile at him either. Brayden raised her hands in surrender. Okay. No need to growl at me. Allison chuckled. Relax, Malia. No one's trying to steal your idiot boyfriend. Malia huffed. Good, because I will kill anyone who tries to take away my idiot little dork. Styles smirked. Ouch, Malia. Your words hurt. Malia shot him a glare. He quickly corrected himself. I mean, you can call me whatever you want, babe. Brayden laughed. You'd kill someone for him. Allison nodded knowingly. If I were you, I'd believe her. Malia doesn't do sarcasm. She always says exactly what she feels. Scott shook his head with a small smile as he pulled out his phone and dialed Derek's number. As soon as the call connected, he said. I assume you already found Jackson. Derek's voice came through the line. Yeah, but he's with his parents. I can't get to him right now. Meet us at your old house. Scott said. We have the girl who saved him with us, and she knows where Decalion is keeping your other puppy. Derek exhaled. Got it. I'll meet you there. To be continued. 95, Chapter 95, Schemes in the Dark. Jennifer's POV. After escaping from the classroom, Jennifer concealed herself with an invisible energy barrier and used all her strength to run. She sprinted to her car, got in, and sped away from the school. She drove for a while, making sure she wasn't being followed, before heading to a house in town. Parking outside, she stepped out, marched to the door, and knocked. A man opened it, his expression neutral until he noticed her anger. What's wrong, Julia? He asked. Jennifer's eyes flashed with fury. I told you not to call me that, Sloane. As she stepped inside, her beautiful face twisted and changed. 3 deep scars slashed across her features, and her lips vanished, leaving her disfigured. Without hesitation, she rushed to a nearby room, threw on a black cloak, and pulled the hood over her ruined face. When she returned to the living room, Sloane was sitting with another man and 2 women, all watching her curiously. Sloane leaned forward. Care to tell us what happened to you? And why do you look like that? Jennifer's hands clenched into fists. It's Scott and his pack. She hissed. The moment they saw me, it was as if they knew I was a Derech. I could feel it, they all wanted to kill me. If it weren't for the other students being there, I'd be dead by now. And to escape, I had to burn through all the energy I absorbed from the last sacrifice. Now, I can't even maintain my beautiful appearance. A woman named Nyamai frowned. But isn't Scott a true alpha? The legend says a true alpha never kills people. Jennifer sank onto the couch. I don't know what to tell you, Nyamai, but I'm certain that if I had been alone with those monster kids, they would have killed me. And the feeling I got from them, it was far scarier than anything I ever felt from Decalion and his pack. Another man, Kenneth, scoffed. I told you they were dangerous. When I went to spy on Scott's mother and that red-haired girl, the moment I looked at them from the woods, they noticed me instantly. If I had stayed a second longer, they would have killed me. But none of you believed me. Sloane waved him off. You said you didn't see them shift or anything. You ran before they even looked at you. For all we know, they didn't even notice you, you just got spooked and bolted. They could just be normal humans. Kenneth shook his head. I'm telling you, man, they are definitely not normal. Sloane smirked. If you say so. A woman named Vivian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. At first, I thought we could use the true alpha's blood for the summoning ritual, but it looks like he and his pack are too strong. For now, let's focus on getting Decalion's blood instead. Jennifer frowned. But we're not strong enough to take on Decalion and his pack yet, Vivian. Vivian's lips curled into a smirk. Then we keep feeding the Nemeton with more life force. Once it's strong enough, we'll absorb its power and make ourselves stronger. Sloane rolled his eyes. It's called a sacrifice, Vivian. Show some professionalism as a Darach, would you? Vivian shot him a glare. Shut up, Sloane. Jennifer exhaled sharply. I don't think we can catch people and kill them in Beacon Hills without Scott and his pack finding us. Vivian shrugged. Then we try. If Scott and his pack interfere, we hunt outside Beacon Hills. We bring people back alive and kill them all on top of the Nemeton at once. Personally, I think that's a much better option than relying on those stupid telluric currents and their convergence nonsense. Niamh frowned. We should stick to the ritual. Vivian scoffed. That's just bullshit. My way is faster and more efficient. Kenneth nodded in agreement. I'm with Vivian on this one. The end result is the same, so why waste time with old traditions? Jennifer stood abruptly. Whatever we do, we need to start hunting now. I need to regain my beauty first. Vivian shook her head. Not today. We should lay low for a while. Jennifer's eyes burned with frustration. Easy for you to say, you're not the one with an ugly face. Sloane placed a hand on her shoulder. Calm down, Jennifer. Vivian is right. Scott and his pack are probably looking for you as we speak. We need to stay hidden for now. Jennifer clenched her jaw, then let out a long sigh before sinking back into her seat. The twins' POV. After walking away from Scott and his pack, Aiden and Ethan headed to the lacrosse field, where Decalion and the rest of their pack were waiting. Decalion turned toward them. Where is she? Aiden answered. She left with Scott and his pack. And you told us not to fight him for now. Decalion sighed. Well, it matters not. Since she left, there's nothing else to do here. Let's go. Callie frowned. But she knows where we're keeping Derek's betas. She'll lead them there, and they'll rescue them. Decalion smirked. Let them. Tonight is the full moon. Even if they save them, they'll lose control and try to kill anything in their way. If Derek wants to stop them, he'll have to kill them himself. Although I would have preferred to trap him in the vault with them and make sure he kills them, this outcome works just as well. Aiden clenched his fists. When are we going after Scott? He and his pack are too arrogant. I really want to teach them a lesson and make Scott kill some of them. Decalion snapped his head toward Aiden and, without warning, struck him across the face with his cane. When I say so. Or are you questioning my will? Aiden lowered his head. No, I'm sorry. Ethan hesitated before speaking. Decalion, something about Scott and his pack feels off. Decalion raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Ethan took a deep breath. First of all, they showed no fear or panic when they saw us. They knew Aiden and I were both alphas, yet one of Scott's betas said he wanted to teach us a lesson. And the way 3 others looked at us, it was like we were prey. Ennis scoffed. They're just a bunch of cocky teenage betas who don't know their place. Ethan shook his head. That's the problem. They don't feel like betas. The feeling I got from them. He trailed off, as if struggling to put it into words. Decalion said. We don't have all day. Spit it out. Ethan exhaled sharply. When I first saw them, every instinct in me was screaming to run, especially Scott. He feels dangerous. Very dangerous. Ennis sneered. I didn't know you were such a coward, Ethan. Are you seriously afraid of a pack of teenagers who just became werewolves? Aiden glared at him. Ethan isn't a coward. And what he's saying is true. But I don't think they're strong. I think someone in Scott's pack isn't a werewolf. Something else. Something that makes people feel fear. We need to figure out what we're dealing with. Callie nodded. We know Scott is a true alpha. Marin confirmed that. But it wouldn't hurt to learn more about his pack. Decalion was silent for a moment, deep in thought. Then he said, let's not concern ourselves with them for now. Our priority is bringing Derek into our pack. With that, Decalion and his pack left the school. To be continued. 96, Chapter 96, Inviting Derek to join the pack. Scott's POV. After leaving school, Scott and his pack drove to the old Hale house. When they arrived, they found Derek and Peter waiting for them. As they got out of their cars and greeted Derek, Stiles walked up to Peter, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, What's up, Peter? Gotten into any trouble lately? Peter pushed Stiles' hand off his shoulder and replied, No, but I'm guessing I'm about to. Then, Peter turned to Malia, eyeing her curiously. Girl, you remind me of someone. I just can't remember who. What's your name? Malia looked at Stiles and frowned. Who's the pervert? Stiles shrugged. Just a psycho. Don't mind him. Malia narrowed her eyes at Peter. Can I gouge his eyes out? I don't like the way he's looking at me. Stiles turned to Peter. Hey, Peter, stop looking at my girlfriend like that, or believe it or not I'll gouge your eyes out before she can. Peter smirked. Relax. Like I said, she just reminded me of someone. Derek cleared his throat, shifting the conversation. He turned to Brayden and asked, Scott, is she the one who saved Jackson? Scott nodded. Yeah, her name is Brayden, a mercenary. Someone hired her to save your betas. Derek's expression hardened. Who hired you? Brayden shook her head. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you where your betas are. Derek frowned. I'm only missing one beta, not two. Brayden crossed her arms. Well, there are two of them there. A boy and a girl. Lydia glanced at Derek. Maybe they caught Tracy too. Derek shook his head. That's impossible. She's in New York. We spoke this morning. Brayden shrugged. Either way, you'll find out who she is once you get there. Derek exhaled sharply. Fine. Where are they being held? Brayden answered. They're locked up in the abandoned Beacon Hills First National Bank. In a vault. Derek's jaw clenched. Then I'll get them out tonight. Peter scoffed. Be smart about this, Derek. We can't just go storming in. Derek shot him a look. If a mercenary got in and out, and she's just a normal human, so can we, Peter. We're going tonight. Derek then turned to Brayden. Do you know how many are in Decalion's pack? Brayden nodded. Yeah, there are 5, Decalion, Callie, Ennis, and the twins, Aiden and Ethan. And by the way, the twins are both alphas who can merge into a giant werewolf. Peter let out a low whistle. You heard that, Derek. We're up against 5 alphas. All of them killers. And if that's not enough to scare your testicles back into your stomach, remember, Decalion is what they call the demon wolf. There's no way we can win. Derek's eyes darkened. So what? Am I supposed to just let Josh die? Peter sighed. He was a sweet kid. I'm sure he'll be missed. Malia crossed her arms. I think the pervert's right. The 2 of you against 5 alphas is suicide. Styles raised an eyebrow. Malia, what would you do if one of our pack got caught? Malia paused, then said, if you got caught, I'd probably save you. Then, she glanced at the rest of the pack. I would leave. Styles chuckled dryly. No, Malia. We don't leave anyone behind, remember that. Malia snorted. Do you really think if someone is strong enough to capture Scott, I'd be able to save him? I'd just get caught too. Styles nodded. Fair point. I'm just glad you're not leaving me behind. Derek ignored them and turned back to Peter. I know what I'm up against, but I can't just let Josh die. Peter shook his head. It's not worth the risk, Derek. And this is the second time that stupid kid Josh has gotten himself caught. Let him be. Brayden interjected. Even if you don't save him, do you really think Decalion will let you guys go? He's after Derek. He wants him in his pack. Derek hesitated for a moment, then turned to Scott. Scott, can you help me save Josh? Scott nodded, smiling. Of course. Decalion seems to be after me too, so we'll go there tonight and take care of him. And Derek, how about you join my pack? Derek narrowed his eyes. And if I say no, are you going to force me, like Decalion? Scott shook his head. Never. I don't force anyone to join my pack. It's your choice. Derek exhaled. Then I'll decline. Scott smirked. Is it because you're an alpha? Guys, show him. Derek, Peter, and Brayden's eyes widened in shock as Allison, Styles, Lydia, and Boyd's eyes glowed red. Derek said, how? I knew about Allison, and your mother is probably an alpha too, but why are they alphas as well? Brayden furrowed her brows. What the hell is going on? Peter looked at Scott's pack, stunned. How did you guys do it? Scott smiled. That's a secret. So, Derek, do you want to join now? Derek hesitated before shaking his head. I'll think about it. But for now, I still want to lead my own pack. Scott nodded. Good luck with that. But when you're ready, I'll welcome you into my pack. Peter smirked and said, Hey, Scott, I want to join your pack. Scott raised an eyebrow. You? Okay, but if you want to join my pack, you need to go and save Josh alone. If you do, I'll let you in. Peter scoffed. You could have just said no. Scott smiled. Well, no, Peter. You can't join my pack. I don't trust you, and, honestly, I don't like you either. Peter sighed. You only have innocent kids in your pack. They've never taken a life before. You need someone like me, someone who can get his hands dirty, someone ruthless. Scott's grin widened. We already have a ruthless one. Allison smirked. And she doesn't like you at all. If Scott hadn't stopped her, you'd already be dead. Peter frowned. Are you talking about Kate? Allison shook her head. No, I'm talking about the woman who killed Kate. Peter's expression darkened. Kate is dead. Didn't you save her from me? And why aren't you furious about the person who killed your aunt? Why would you let her? Scott's eyes flared red as he growled. You're talking too much, Peter. Peter instinctively took a step back, going silent. Derek turned to Allison. Is that true? Kate is dead. Allison nodded. Yes. Not just her, Gerard too. And I'm sorry for what they did to your family. I know it sounds hypocritical coming from me, especially since I saved Kate before. But just like you couldn't kill Peter despite what he did, I couldn't let Peter kill her that night. Derek narrowed his eyes. What changed? Allison sighed. She and Gerard joined a pack. They came back to Beacon Hills to kill Scott, my pack, and they were planning to kill you too. Then, Allison's eyes glowed red as she turned to Peter with a dark smile. But we innocent kids killed them all. Peter swallowed hard, clearly unsettled. He coughed awkwardly. Then we should thank you for saving us from that pack. Before he could say anything else, Malia suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him hard in the gut, sending him flying through the air and crashing through one of the old Hale house's broken windows. She dusted off her hands. I don't know why, but I hate that guy. Styles cheered. Good punch, babe. Braden, who had been watching quietly, turned to Scott's pack, then back to Scott himself. You didn't really need me to warn you about Decalion and his pack, did you? Scott chuckled. No, but I appreciate it. Braden sighed. Decalion has no idea what he's gotten himself into, huh? Scott stretched his arms and looked at the pack. All right, we're going with Derek tonight. If we find Decalion and his pack there, we take them down. Erica tilted her head. What about the evil teacher? Do you think she's with them? Scott shook his head. I don't think so. She's supernatural, but not a shapeshifter. Lydia frowned. She feels like Deaton to me, like she's his evil counterpart. Allison nodded. Then we should talk to Deaton. Maybe he knows what she is. Scott thought for a moment, then said. We'll do that tomorrow. To be continued. 97, Chapter 97, Isaac becomes an alpha. It was night. Derek, Braden, Peter, Scott, and his pack drove to the Beacon Hills First National Bank and stepped out of their cars. Derek glanced at the dark, abandoned building and asked, should we sneak in or something? Scott shook his head. No need. Let's just go in. Without hesitation, Scott led his pack inside, with Derek, Peter, and Braden following closely behind. When they reached the vault, they found it wide open. However, as Derek attempted to step inside, he was suddenly thrown back by an invisible force, hitting the ground hard. Derek groaned and got to his feet. A mountain ash barrier. Braden, break it. Peter held up a hand. Wait, let's see what's going on inside first. As they peered through the vault opening, they saw Josh standing inside, growling at them. Suddenly, another figure emerged from behind a pillar. A girl, also growling, but with a hint of control in her eyes. She locked eyes with Derek and, through clenched teeth, warned. Derek, don't break the barrier. Derek's eyes widened. Cora. Styles looked between them. You know her. Derek nodded, his voice laced with shock. Yes, she's my sister. My younger sister. Styles frowned. What's she doing here? Derek said. Like I have a clue. I thought she was dead. Cora struggled to remain in control, her breaths ragged. Derek, I haven't felt the moon for 3 months. Josh hasn't for 2. You know what's going to happen next. Lydia's eyes narrowed. What's going to happen? Peter sighed, his expression grim. Decalion has kept them from shifting for months, weakening their tolerance to the full moon. Now, they're going to be more savage, more vicious, and far stronger. If we let them out, they'll kill anything in their way. Braden crossed her arms. And if we leave them in there, they'll tear each other apart. Scott chuckled. Aren't you an alpha, Derek? You just need to scare them until they regain control. With that, Scott stepped forward and walked through the mountain ash barrier as if it didn't exist. Peter's eyes widened. How did you do that? Scott ignored Cora and Josh's snarling and turned to Peter. Do you really want to know? Peter immediately shook his head. Never mind. Scott turned his attention back to Cora and Josh. His eyes glowed crimson, and he let out a powerful alpha roar. The sound wave crashed into Cora and Josh, sending them sprawling to the ground. Their bodies trembled as they instinctively crawled into the corner of the vault, whimpering. Scott turned to his pack with a smirk. Not bad, right? Not as strong as Lydia's sonic attack, but I'm getting there. Styles shook his head. Forget the sound wave thing. Do you know how loud you were just now? You didn't just scare Derek's sister and Josh, you probably scared everyone in Beacon Hills. Scott scratched the back of his head. I'm inside a bank vault. I doubt anyone outside heard me probably. Derek signaled for Braden to break the mountain ash barrier. Once it was down, he entered the vault and approached Cora and Josh. Both had shifted back to their human forms, but they were visibly shaken, their gazes locked on Scott with pure fear. Derek crouched beside Cora, pinched her arm hard, and watched as the pain snapped her out of her daze. He then grabbed Josh's hand and broke one of his fingers, forcing him to regain his senses. How do you feel? Do you think you're going to lose control again? Derek asked. Cora shook her head. Not now, all I feel is fear. I don't think my wolf side will ever want to come out again. Josh remained silent, his eyes still fixed on Scott with terror. Cora swallowed hard before whispering, "What are you?" She looked at Scott as if he were a nightmare made real. "I thought Decalion was a monster, but after what I just felt compared to you, he's nothing more than a little puppy." Scott smirked and winked at her. "Thanks for the compliment." Allison suddenly appeared at his side and pinched his arm. "What was that? Why are you winking at her?" Scott coughed. "I was just being friendly, babe, that's all." He grinned. "Are you jealous?" Allison huffed and looked away. Scott chuckled, pulled her into a hug, and whispered, "My heart only has room for you, so you don't need to be jealous." Allison smiled, but before she could say anything, Styles stepped uncomfortably close to them, clutching his chest dramatically. "Scott, what about me, buddy? Don't I have a place in your heart? Allison punched him in the face and scowled. I think you're the one I should be on guard against. Styles groaned, holding his nose. Ouch. You broke my nose, Allison. I was just joking. Malia grabbed him by the ear and narrowed her eyes. Do you like Scott? Styles's eyes widened in panic. No, I was just joking. I like girls, Malia. I like girls. Malia twisted his ear harder. Which girls? Tell me, and I'll kill them all. Styles screamed. Ah, my ear, my ear. I only like you, Malia, okay? In fact, I love you. So please let me go. I was just joking. Malia released him with a huff. I didn't like your joke. You know what? Next time we sleep together, I'm not cuddling you to sleep. Styles blinked. What? Malia smirked. You're not going to be the little spoon for a whole month. Lydia laughed. Little spoon. Wow, Styles, that's so manly. Styles blushed furiously. Malia, remember what I told you. We should not talk about private things in front of outsiders. Malia shrugged. I remember. I just don't care. Besides, it's just our pack. There are no outsiders here. Styles looked around at everyone laughing at him, then turned to Boyd. What are you laughing at, man? At least I have someone to cuddle with. Boyd smirked. Whatever makes you feel comfortable, man. Scott chuckled. I know I said we'd take down the Alpha Pack all at once, but since not all of them are here, we can't go back empty-handed. So which one of you guys wants to become an alpha tonight? Erica smirked. Let Isaac have this opportunity. What do you think, Malia? Malia shrugged. I have no problem with that. Scott nodded before speaking loudly. Are you going to come out on your own, or do we have to drag your ass out? A few moments passed in silence. No one responded. Scott smirked. Isaac, go have fun. As for the other one. Allison stepped forward. I'll go. In a blur of speed, she disappeared into the bank, heading toward her target. Isaac walked up to a door near the vault. He knocked twice and grinned. Come on out, buddy. We know you're in there. A hand suddenly shot through the door, trying to grab him. But Isaac was faster. He caught the arm, yanked hard, and sent both the door and the man behind it crashing onto the floor. Peter's eyes gleamed with recognition. That's Ennis. Ennis stood, his eyes darting around nervously as he took in Scott and his pack. When his gaze landed on Scott, fear flickered in his expression. Scott tilted his head. Decalion and your pack must have known we'd come here tonight. So why are you here alone? Are you the smart one, the brave one, or the abandoned one? Which one of the three are you? Lydia smirked. I don't think he's the smart one. Only a dumb werewolf would hide in a room next to a pack of werewolves and think they wouldn't hear his heartbeat or smell his scent. Boyd scoffed. I don't think he's brave either. I can smell his fear. Isaac stepped forward, his golden eyes gleaming as fur sprouted along his face. I think Decalion wanted to get rid of him. That's why he's here. That makes him the abandoned one. Ennis's eyes narrowed. He saw that Isaac was just a beta and thought, if I catch this beta, maybe I can survive tonight. He glanced warily at Scott while inching toward Isaac. Scott smirked. Don't worry about me. I won't interfere in your fight with Isaac. And if you win, I promise I'll let you go. So fight with everything you've got, don't hold back. You can even kill Isaac if you can. Ennis froze. Are you serious? You and your pack won't help him, and even if I kill him, you'll let me go. Scott nodded. You have my word. A wicked grin spread across Ennis's face. Then don't blame me when you lose your beta. With that, he shifted into his full werewolf form and lunged at Isaac, but after exchanging a few blows, Ennis realized that Isaac was stronger than him. Isaac smiled. I don't like to fight, so let's end this quickly. Before Ennis could react, Isaac attacked, landing a solid punch on Ennis' face, making him dizzy. Not giving him a chance to recover, he swiftly kicked him to the ground, straddled his chest and rained down punches, each one more vicious than the last, until Ennis lost consciousness. Isaac then drove his claws into Ennis' chest, absorbing his alpha spark. He didn't stop until there was nothing left to take, his eyes glowing red with newfound power. With one final thrust, he pierced Ennis' heart, ending his life. Isaac stood up, turned to Peter, and smirked. How was that for an innocent kid, Peter? Peter remained silent, as he thought to himself, what's wrong with Scott and his pack? They're all monsters. I should never provoke them. Never. Meanwhile, Allison had caught up to the second person hiding in the abandoned bank. The woman, realizing she couldn't outrun Allison, stopped abruptly and threw a handful of mountain ash into the air. The ash formed a circle on the ground, creating a protective barrier around her. Allison stopped and recognized the woman instantly. Ms. Morel, what are you doing here? Morel remained silent, her expression unreadable. Allison scoffed. Well, it doesn't really matter. Let's see how Scott wants to deal with you. She stepped forward, grabbed Morel's arm, and pulled her out of the mountain ash barrier, dragging her along. Morel's eyes widened in shock. How? You're a werewolf. How can you pass through the barrier? Allison smirked. Now you want to talk. Morel scowled. You didn't answer me. And why should I? Allison retorted. You're my captive. They soon arrived where Scott and the others were standing, finding that Isaac had already finished off Ennis. Allison shoved Morel forward. This is Morel. She's a teacher at our school and a druid, I guess. What should we do with her? Scott studied Morel carefully before speaking. Are you the emissary of Decalion's pack? Don't act tough. If you don't answer, I'll just read your memories. Braden stepped forward. Wait, Scott. She's the one who hired me to save Derek's betas. She also asked me to warn you about Decalion, not that you needed the warning. Scott nodded. I see. Morel, what's your relationship with Deaton? And are you the emissary of Decalion's pack? Deaton is my brother. And yes, I'm the Alpha Pack's emissary. Morel admitted. Tell me, why are you working with Decalion? To restrain them. She answered simply. Scott considered her words before saying, You can go. Tell Decalion I'm looking for him. Morel hesitated. Can I take Ennis' body with me? No, leave. She didn't argue and walked away without another word. Allison crossed her arms. I know she's Deaton's sister, but can we really just let her go? I don't trust her. Scott shook his head. Don't worry about her. She's not our enemy. Lydia frowned. What if she warns Decalion? If they run, we lose 4 alphas. Scott smirked. I doubt she's stupid enough to tell them to run from a bunch of teenagers. They'd probably kill her for it. Braden tilted her head. Why didn't you let her take the body? Scott said. Because I want to get rid of it myself. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and conjured fire, burning Ennis' body to ash in seconds. Braden, Derek, and his pack stared in stunned silence. Cora finally broke it. Seriously, what are you? Scott gave her a smirk. I'm a werewolf. Peter narrowed his eyes. Werewolves can't use fire. Scott chuckled. Weren't you the one who bit me? Haven't you seen me in my werewolf form? Peter hesitated. But how can you use fire? Scott's grin widened. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. Do you still want to know? Peter coughed awkwardly. I'm not that curious. To be continued. 98, Chapter 98, The Owl. After Scott, Derek, and their packs left the bank, Scott turned to Derek and said, Hey, Derek, how about you and your pack come with us back to my ranch? That way, I can help if they lose control again. Plus, it'll be good for you to know where I live in case you ever need me but can't reach me by phone. Derek thought for a moment before nodding. Sure. I don't think I can keep them in check the way you did, and like you said, it's good to know where you live. Peter smirked. Count me out, Derek. Since you've already saved your beta and Cora, I'm heading back home. Derek shrugged. You can leave, Peter. Scott and his pack don't seem to like you, so your absence is probably a good thing. Just stay out of trouble and don't let Decalion catch you, because I probably wouldn't help you. Peter clutched his chest mockingly. Ouch, that hurts. But don't worry, I know how to survive. With that, Peter left, and the rest of them got into their cars, heading towards Scott's ranch. On the road, Lydia was driving at the front, suddenly spoke telepathically. Guys, I got one of those weird feelings again. Styles, driving his Jeep, responded first. Weird how? Lydia sighed. I'm a banshee, Styles. What do you think I felt? Styles chuckled. Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the same weird feeling I get when I'm with Malia. Boyd chimed in. What feeling is that, Styles? Styles grinned. You're single, Boyd, you wouldn't understand. It's like a sneeze, but way better. Allison groaned. You're such a pervert. Lydia snapped. I'm not talking about an orgasm, Styles. I'm talking about the feeling that someone was murdered in the woods. And if you say one more word, I'll cut you out of this conversation. Styles quickly replied. Please don't do that. I'll shut up. Scott cut in. Lydia, ignore that idiot. Follow the feeling. Let's see what we find. Lydia changed direction, steering toward the woods, and the rest of the pack followed. Derek, who was driving behind them, followed as well. Lydia stopped at the edge of the woods and got out of her car. Braden, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned. Why are we stopping? Is Scott's house here? Lydia shook her head. No, just stay behind, and you'll understand soon. Scott and the others got out of their cars and walked toward Lydia. Scott asked, Is it here? Lydia shook her head. No, it's a little further in. Scott took a deep breath, then frowned. How far? Never mind. I can smell blood. Without hesitation, he walked into the woods, following the scent. The others followed closely behind. After a short walk, Scott stopped beneath a tree and crouched down. A man's lifeless body lay there. Scott examined him and muttered. He was probably killed just a few hours ago. Styles knelt beside him. He has no organs and there's almost no blood. Allison crossed her arms. So we're dealing with a vampire again? Or something that feeds on blood and, apparently, organs. Derek glanced at Scott's pack. How did you guys find the body? Scott looked at him. Lydia is a banshee. Don't you remember? Derek frowned. I forgot about that. And I've never heard of a banshee with glowing red eyes. Are you sure she is a banshee and not something else? Lydia smirked. Let's just say I'm special like Scott, and leave it at that. Allison suddenly tensed. Scott, whatever did this, it's still here. I can feel it. Scott nodded. I know. I just wanted to see if you guys could sense it too. Styles started looking around frantically. Wait, it's still here. Scott smacked him on the back of the head. Stop looking around like an idiot and use your senses. After a moment of focus, the entire pack turned their attention to a branch of a nearby tree. A long-eared owl perched there, watching them intently. Braden, Derek, Josh, and Cora followed their line of sight and saw it too. Styles gulped. That's a woman, right, and whatever she is, it's definitely something evil. Scott looked at the owl and asked, does anyone recognize what she is? Allison nodded. If I'm not mistaken, that's a striga. Erica added. Yeah, I read about them too. They're always female. I think Allison is right. Scott asked. What are her powers? Allison explained. A striga is an owl shapeshifter and a vampire-like creature from Slavic mythology. According to the myth, strigas sleep in graves during the day and emerge at night to hunt humans. They suck their blood before eating their insides. Erica added. And they're very vengeful. Scott glanced at the striga and smirked. She's an alpha. Erica, she's yours. Erica hesitated. But I can't fly. The moment I attack, she's just going to take off. I don't think she's dumb enough to fight a whole werewolf pack alone. Scott grinned. That's easy to solve. He then turned to the striga. Hey, you heard everything we said, right? So I'll give you two options. One, you fight my beta. If you win, I'll let you escape. You can even kill her if you can. I'm sure a werewolf's blood is much more appealing to you than a normal human's. He paused, his smile vanishing. And the second option. Scott's body melted into shadows, and in an instant, he reappeared on the tree branch beside the owl. His red eyes glowed as he looked down at her and said coldly, you deal with me, and there's no way you can win. The striga turned her head, her large owl eyes filled with shock and fear. She flapped her wings, trying to escape, but Scott grabbed her by the back of the neck. He leaped off the branch and slammed her into the ground. If I were you, I'd choose option 1. Scott said casually. But the striga didn't listen. She flapped her wings and took off into the sky. Scott watched her go and then turned to Lydia. Lydia, please show her that she doesn't have a choice. Lydia smirked, removed her jacket, and handed it to Allison. She wore a backless sweater so her wings wouldn't rip through her clothes. A moment later, massive black wings sprouted from her back, and her eyes glowed crimson red. With a single powerful flap, Lydia shot into the air, quickly catching up with the striga. She appeared in front of the owl and let out a piercing scream, unleashing a sonic wave that struck the striga hard, sending her crashing back to the ground near Scott and the others. As the striga hit the ground, she shifted back into her human form, a stunning, naked blonde woman. She didn't seem bothered by her lack of clothing as she looked at Scott and said, I didn't offend you or your pack. Why are you attacking me? Scott narrowed his eyes. You just killed someone in my territory and ate him. Don't you think that's an offense against me? The striga shrugged. I couldn't help it. I was hungry. Allison scoffed. If you were hungry, you could have eaten a deer. Why did you have to kill and eat a human? The striga turned to Allison, licking her lips. Animals don't satisfy my hunger, gorgeous. Allison's expression hardened. I see. So, just like the books say, you're nothing more than a monster that enjoys hunting and feeding on humans. The striga shrugged. That's what I am. Meanwhile, Styles was staring at the striga's naked body when Malia smacked him on the back of the head. Have you seen enough? She asked. Styles snapped back to reality. I wasn't looking at anything. The striga chuckled and looked at him. Boy, I'll let you and everyone in your pack do whatever you want to me. Just spare my life. I'll leave your territory and never return. Styles made a disgusted face. Yeah, no thanks. And on behalf of my entire pack, we'll pass. Except maybe Boyd, he might want to have fun with you. Boyd glared at him. Styles, are you looking for a fight? Styles grinned. No, I'm just trying to help you, man. Boyd scoffed. Thanks, but I'm good. Allison rolled her eyes and turned to Erica. Go ahead and kill the disgusting bitch already. Erica smirked, her golden eyes glowing with excitement. She lunged at the striga, landing a powerful punch to her face, sending her crashing to the ground. She then cracked her knuckles and said, Let's go, bitch. Show me what you've got. The striga pushed herself off the ground, glaring at Erica with fury. You're too arrogant for a beta. Then, she turned her gaze to Scott and asked, If I win, are you really going to let me leave alive? Scott nodded. Yes. She listened to his heartbeat, confirming he wasn't lying, before exhaling. I hope you keep your word. Her eyes glowed red, and her body began to transform. Her head turned into an owl head, her fingers elongated into razor-sharp talons, and her legs morphed into powerful bird-like limbs. Feathers sprouted all over her body, and massive wings emerged from her back. Then, without warning, she attacked. Erica barely managed to dodge the striga's strikes, struggling to land a hit. The creature was too fast. Every time Erica tried to counter, the striga slipped away with fast speed. Realizing she couldn't keep up, Erica made a bold decision. She stopped dodging. The striga's talons sank deep into Erica's shoulder. A smirk spread across Erica's lips. She grabbed the striga's wrist in an iron grip, refusing to let go. Damn it, let go of me. The striga hissed, struggling to break free, but Erica held on tightly. I got you now, bitch. Erica growled. You may be faster than me, but you're not stronger. With that, She unleashed a brutal barrage of punches, each strike harder than the last. The Striga screeched in pain, her struggles weakening until, at last, her body slumped, unconscious, and shifted back into her human form. Erica wasted no time. She dug her claws into the Striga's chest, absorbing every last ounce of her power. As the process finished, Erica's golden eyes turned crimson red. The Striga's once youthful body withered into that of a frail, shriveled old woman. Scott approached and inserted his claws into the back of her neck, diving into her memories. And when he was done, he was about to deliver the killing blow when Erica stopped him. "Wait, Scott," she said, taking a deep breath. "Let me do it. I have to take a life eventually." Scott nodded. "Go ahead." Erica clenched her jaw, then, with a swift motion, snapped the Striga's neck. Immediately after, she turned and ran behind a tree, vomiting. Isaac followed her, gently rubbing her back. Scott sighed, then ignited the corpse with his flames, reducing it to ashes. Allison asked, "What did you see in her memories?" Scott crossed his arms. "She arrived in Beacon Hills 2 days ago. That poor guy was her first victim." Lydia frowned. "Was she alone? Did she have a pack?" Scott shook his head. "She was alone." Styles asked, "Was she drawn here by the Nemeton again?" Scott shook his head. "No, because of what she is, she couldn't stay in one place for too long without risking exposure. She was traveling and chose to stop here to hunt for a while before moving on. She did sense the Nemeton when she arrived, but it didn't matter much to her." Just then, Isaac and Erica returned. Scott glanced at Erica. "Are you okay?" Erica wiped her mouth and nodded. "I'm fine actually, I feel great. I'm stronger than ever." Scott smiled. "Good." Then, he gestured toward the victim's body. "Now, what should we do? Should we call Uncle Noah, or should I just burn the body?" Styles said, "What if he had a family? I'm sure they'd want his body back. We should call my dad." Scott nodded in agreement. They contacted Sheriff Stilinski, who arrived to handle the situation. Once everything was settled, Scott and the others returned to the ranch, where they enjoyed a barbecue with Melissa, Victoria, and Chris. To be continued. 99, Chapter 99, The Pack's New Wolf. 99, Chapter 99, The Pack's New Wolf. The morning after saving Cora and Josh, Derek woke up and found himself in Scott's house. As he got up, he immediately started looking for his sister. He finally found her in the backyard, doing push-ups. Derek walked over and said, "Cora, stop. Your body is still weak, you're not done healing." Cora stood up and replied, "Yeah, well, I'm done lying around. Are you gonna help me go after them?" Derek shook his head. "No, you're not going after them. They're too dangerous." Cora glared at him. "I came back because I heard rumors about a powerful new alpha, a Hale, and he's building a pack in Beacon Hills." She started throwing punches at Derek as she continued. "Do you know how long I waited to hear something like that?" Derek dodged her strikes effortlessly. Cora then attempted to kick him, her voice filled with emotion. "Do you have any idea how it felt to find out you were alive?" Derek avoided her kick, and when she tried to punch him again, he easily caught her arms. Cora struggled in his grip, glaring at him. "Fight back, you coward." Derek sighed and released her. "Get some rest." Cora scoffed. "I can't believe I got my ass thrown in a vault for 3 months for you." Derek's expression softened. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Cora snorted and walked back into the house. Inside, Melissa was making breakfast with Victoria. Soon, the pack, along with Derek and his group, gathered to eat. A little later, Scott and Allison returned from the lake house after spending the night there and joined everyone for breakfast. As they sat down, Derek looked at Scott. "Scott, I'm leaving Cora with you and your pack until I deal with Decalion. Is that okay with you?" Scott nodded. "She can stay, but I don't think you should go after Decalion, especially since we killed one of his pack members yesterday." Derek shook his head. "I'm not going after them, but you know he's coming for me. I just want to make sure Cora is safe." Cora crossed her arms. "I don't want to be safe, I want to fight them." Derek turned to her, his voice firm. "You're just going to get yourself killed. And I just got you back, I'm not losing you again." Melissa placed a comforting hand on Cora's shoulder. "Derek is right. You're no match for Decalion and his pack. If you try to fight them, they'll just capture you again and use you against your brother. Stay with us, and don't worry about Derek. He'll be fine." Styles chimed in. "Yeah, they want him in their pack, so they probably won't kill him probably." Scott looked at Derek. "Have you thought about my offer? If you join my pack, we'll help you deal with Decalion." Derek shook his head. "No, this is my problem, I'll deal with it myself." Scott sighed. "Then let Cora join my pack." Derek turned to Cora. "What do you think? Do you want to join them?" Cora hesitated. She didn't know what to say and just looked at her brother. Derek gave her a small smile. "Don't worry about me. You can join Scott's pack with peace of mind." Cora's expression softened. "Are you sure?" Derek nodded. "Yes. Joining them will make you safer and stronger." Cora frowned. "But what about you?" Derek sighed. "I'm not a good alpha, I know that. Maybe one day I'll join Scott too, but not right now." Cora nodded, then turned to Scott. "Then I'll join you guys. And thank you. for accepting me into your pack, and for saving me yesterday. Scott smiled. You're welcome. Derek stood up and looked at Scott. Thank you for everything, and please everyone, look after my little sister. Then, he turned to Josh. Let's go. As Derek and Josh left, Scott turned to Brayden. What about you? What are you going to do now? Brayden shrugged. I've finished my job in Beacon Hills, so I'm leaving. Styles clapped his hands together. All right then, let me take you to my dad so you can get your stuff back before I head to school. With that, Styles, Malia, and Brayden drove to the sheriff's station, while Victoria and Chris left as well. Once they were gone, Scott looked at Cora. You know what joining a pack means, right? Cora nodded. Yes. Scott's expression turned serious. And you know it's a lifelong commitment. Once you join my pack, there's no leaving. Cora met his gaze, unwavering. I'm not planning to leave. Scott stood up and walked toward her. Then give me your arm, I'm going to give you the bite. Cora asked. The bite? Scott nodded. Yes, it's necessary, you'll understand later. Cora took a deep breath and extended her arm, and Scott gave her the bite. Not long after he pulled away, black liquid started oozing from her body as she collapsed, writhing in pain. Scott turned to Melissa. Mom, please take care of her and explain everything about our abilities. We have to get to school. Melissa nodded. All right, I'll take care of her. She helped Cora up and guided her to the bathroom. With that, Scott and the rest of his pack headed to school. At lunch, the pack gathered in the cafeteria to eat together when Cora walked up to them. Scott looked at her. What are you doing here? Cora shrugged. Since I'm staying in Beacon Hills, I figured I should register at the school and attend with you guys. Scott nodded. Makes sense. By the way, how are you feeling? Cora grinned, excitement shining in her eyes. I feel amazing. Melissa explained our pack's abilities to me, and honestly, I still can't believe it, even after shifting into a giant wolf. Allison smiled warmly. Welcome to the pack. And, I'm sorry again for what Kate and Gerard did to your family. Cora waved her off. You already apologized yesterday, and I don't blame you or your parents. You guys had nothing to do with it, so don't worry about it. She then glanced around the table, curiosity in her expression. Speaking of the pack, can you all tell me what you are? I asked Melissa, but she told me to ask you guys myself. Styles was the first to speak. I'm a werewolf, and I'm also the brain of the pack. If you ever find anything weird or mysterious, you have to tell me first. Cora raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Lydia smirked. Don't mind him, he's just a weirdo. I'm a banshee. Erica grinned. You saw me fight yesterday, so you know I'm a werewolf, and so is Isaac and Boyd. Allison added. I'm a werewolf too. Malia is a were-coyote, my mom is a were-tiger, and Styles' dad is a were-bear. As they chatted, the alpha twins, Ethan and Aiden, walked into the cafeteria, their eyes instantly locking onto Scott's pack. They took their seats across the room, glaring at them. Cora narrowed her eyes. Can I fight them? I feel like I can take them now. Styles shook his head. Yeah, let's not start a supernatural fight in the middle of the cafeteria and expose ourselves to the entire school. Scott said. Don't worry, Cora. You'll get your revenge, but not here. After lunch, they all returned to class, and by the end of the school day, Scott, Boyd, Styles, and Isaac played a lacrosse match before heading out. As they walked toward the parking lot, Boyd said. See you guys later. Cora wants to check on Derek, so I'm driving her there. Styles smirked, opening his mouth to say something, but Boyd shot him a warning glare. Don't you dare, Styles. Styles raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I'll shut up. Scott turned to Allison. I'm heading to the animal clinic to ask Deaton if he knows anything about that evil teacher. Allison nodded. The girls and I planned a girls' night to welcome Cora, but since she wants to check on Derek, we'll do it another time. Cora frowned. Sorry. Lydia waved her off. No big deal. Since we already planned it, we'll still do it. And when you're free, we'll do it again. Malia groaned. Do I have to come? Lydia smirked and grabbed Malia's arm. Come on, Malia. It'll be fun. We can go shopping, have fun, and you can tell us more embarrassing things about Styles. Styles' eyes widened. Wait, what? You girls make fun of me behind my back. Malia, please don't tell them anything. Malia smirked. Don't worry, Styles. I won't. Boyd and Cora left for Derek's loft while the girls drove off for their night out, leaving only Scott, Styles, and Isaac. Isaac stretched. Well, I'm heading to the animal clinic too since Erica went with them. Styles sighed. Guess I'm coming too. I need to find out what that teacher is. With that, the three of them headed to the clinic. When Boyd and Cora arrived at Derek's loft, the sharp scent of blood hit their noses. Alarmed, they rushed inside, only to find Derek standing over Josh's lifeless body, staring at it in silence. Cora's eyes widened. Derek, what happened? Derek exhaled heavily. Decalion and his pack happened. I'm just glad you weren't here. Cora asked. Did they kill Josh? Derek shook his head. No, they made me do it. The twins. Callie. They forced my hand. Boyd asked. What about Jackson and Peter? Where are they? Derek sighed. Jackson's parents sent him to London. As for Peter, he's probably hiding somewhere, waiting for the right moment to crawl out of the shadows. Cora's gaze softened for a moment before turning determined. I'm sorry about Josh, but now that you don't have a pack, you should join ours, Derek. I promise you, it'll be the best decision you ever make. Derek's jaw tightened. Cora, this isn't the time for this. I just killed Josh. Cora scoffed. Stop feeling sorry for him. I spent 2 months locked in that vault with him and Jackson. I know exactly what kind of person he was. Did you know that when he got caught, he was trying to flee Beacon Hills? And I swear, if you guys hadn't shown up yesterday, I probably would have killed him myself. Not because I lost control but because I hated him. Derek looked down, his voice barely above a whisper. He ran because I couldn't protect him. Cora's eyes hardened. No, he ran because he was a coward. She stepped closer, and gently turning his face so he had no choice but to look at her. Join our pack, Derek. And you will become stronger than Decalion. I can't tell you everything right now but I can show you. With that, she walked into the next room. Moments later, she returned, this time in her full wolf form. Her fur was a striking mix of black and white, her body massive, nearly the size of a tiger. Derek's eyes widened in shock. Cora, is that really you? Cora's wolf lips curled into a smirk. It's me. Even in this form, her voice carried a deep, resonant tone. And even though I'm still a beta, I think I can take on Decalion now. I don't know if I could beat him yet but I'm certain I could kill the rest of his pack. Derek let out a tired sigh. I'll talk to Scott later. For now, I need to deal with Josh's body and give him a proper burial. Cora nodded. Okay, you do that. I'll clean up the blood here. Boyd stepped forward. I'll help. Derek looked at him. Good. Then come with me and help bury Josh. Boyd shook his head. I meant I'm going to help Cora clean up, not you. Derek frowned. I see. Then thanks. But Cora doesn't need your help. You can leave now. Cora rolled her eyes. Don't mind him, Boyd. Come and help, please. Boyd smirked at Derek before walking over to Cora. Derek's eyes flashed red, and he let out a low growl. Cora groaned. What are you doing, Derek? Don't you have a body to bury? Stop standing there growling like a fool. Derek snorted, glaring at Boyd. You better not try anything funny, kid. Derek. Cora snapped. Derek gave Boyd one last look before grabbing Josh's body and leaving. To be continued.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.